I'm going to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. Today is Wednesday, June 4th, 2025. The time is 9:50 in the morning, and we are in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. This hearing is being recorded and will be available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. The subject of this hearing, this is the third of 7 hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having on the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 26. Also, if there's testimony, it's welcome with regard to the mayor's proposed changes or revisions to the FY25 budget. The mayor sent down legislation, both the proposed FY26, revised FY25, and an accompanying budget support act last Tuesday, May 27th. And the council scheduled its first vote on the budget for July 14th. We are required to act within 70 days, and we have to, by law, have 2 votes, 2 readings on the budget. The Committee of the Whole will have another hearing this Friday, June 6th, welcoming testimony from the public regarding the DC Public School System, DCPS. And next week, June 11th, we will be hearing from the Chancellor and any other government witnesses regarding DCPS. The Committee of the Whole will have a hearing June 13th with regard to the Commission on Arts and Humanities, which falls under our purview, as well as the council's budget. And on June 18th, the Committee of the Whole will have a hearing on all of the legislative measures that the mayor submitted with regard to the budget. That would be FY25 revised, FY26, the Budget Support Act, and the Federal Portion Budget Request Act. We have a lot of witnesses for today, and so I'm going to be as strict as I can and kicking myself when I'm not strict enough with regard to holding witnesses to the 3-minute time limit. And I also am going to call witnesses by page unless that table fills up more quickly with people who are here in person. So that's how we're going to move through. Now, this hearing is also a little bit unusual in that we are simultaneously having a hearing on Bill 26-176, the Early Childhood Educator Pay Scales Amendment Act of 2025. And so there should be some witnesses who will be testifying with regard to that bill, Early Childhood Educator Pay Scales. Today is the hearing on that bill, as well as the hearing on the budget for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. With regard to the bill, the record will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on June 18th. With that, let me turn to colleagues. Councilmember Pinto, do you have an opening statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the many people who have been involved in OSSE's budget and the parents who've been very engaged, the teachers and advocates for all of the progress that we've made with OSSE's budget, but we have a lot to do in the next couple of weeks. And so I just wanted to lift up a couple of areas that I am particularly worried about and looking at in this year's budget. The first is around literacy investments. We have only 1/4 of our 4th grade students reading at grade level. That is not acceptable, and it is foundational to everything else that we want to see in our community to teach our kids how to read. And as folks have heard me talk about ad nauseum, literacy is not intuitive. You have to learn how to teach reading for our teachers. And we established a task force several years ago that has a list of recommendations. These recommendations have been tried in places like Mississippi, where reading scores have significantly increased the year following the recommendations. And I think we need to prioritize implementing and fully funding the task force recommendations to teach our teachers how to teach reading so we can set our kids up for success. I'll also note that we have about 1/3 of our adult population in DC who is not fully literate. And so getting this right at an early age throughout our child's lives and in high school is very, very important. Well, I'm also very worried about the budget for truancy and absenteeism and want to make sure that OSSE is leaning into those efforts to make sure we're preventing absenteeism earlier and identifying what kids who are missing school need and how we can better support them and their families. I'm interested in the field trip budget and how OSSE can lean in to our after-school programming efforts and make sure that barriers that we're hearing from students, like getting to after-school programming safely, OSSE can be an important partner there. And then lastly, I'm looking at the budget for mental health for our students, supplies. I'm hearing from many of our students lack of ability to access graphing calculators and other supplies that they may need, and want to lift up something that I'm hearing from several of our Ward 2 schools, which is a concern about lack of access to AP courses. So those are some of the areas that I'm looking at this budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing today. And thank you again for the hundreds of witnesses who have signed up to testify, which is really a testament to how engaged our community is when it comes to our education system, but how much progress there is to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I want to say a little bit more about the bill. As I said, this hearing is not just about the mayor's proposed budget, but also about Bill 26-176. This bill was introduced by me and council members Parker and Henderson on March 21st. And the stated purpose of it is to amend the Daycare Policy Act of 1979 to update the minimum salaries child development facilities must pay assistant and lead teachers beginning in January 2025 to participate in the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Program. Related but different is a subtitle that the mayor included in the Budget Support Act in her proposed Budget Support Act, which is subtitled D of Title IV, entitled Early Childhood Educator Subsidy Payments, which among other things would repeal the requirement for annual $70 million in local funds for the program, so that it would only be applicable in terms of the $70 million for FY26. The pay scales, I believe, are identical between the subtitle and Bill 26-176. There are a few other differences, but the most material difference is that the bill is annual and the mayor's proposed subtitle is only for fiscal year 25 and 26. So let me call witnesses. Eric Goulet, Ward 3 Representative, DC State Board of Education. Robert Henderson, Ward 5 Representative, DC State Board of Education. Lucy Santiago, who's listed as a student. Vanessa Carlo Miranda, who's Executive Director of the Partnership for DC School Excellence. Tammy Lewis, Senior Director of Government Affairs, DC Charter School Alliance. Davinia Say, who's listed as a public witness. Ann Gunderson, Senior Policy Analyst with DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Audrey Castleman, Laura Mestis, John Glover, Chief of External Affairs at Friendship Public Charter School. Ms. Mestis is CEO of DC Prep Public Charter School. And what's that? Oh, I'll have to hold off for Russ Williams because I ran out of seats. Don't take it personally. I'm also going to, if somebody is participating virtually and comes in after I've called them, they're going to be out of luck. The first witness is Eric Goulet. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Pinto, and Council staff. My name is Eric Goulet, Ward 3 Representative for the DC State Board of Education. I'm delighted to join you at today's Committee of the Whole Fiscal Year 2026 Budget Oversight Hearing on the Office of the State Superintendent for Education, commonly known as OSSE. I will be testifying in my individual capacity as a Ward 3 representative today and not on behalf of the collective board. Mr. Chairman, I will submit my full written remarks for the record. I have not done so yet. but I will submit them today. But I thank you and your colleagues for the opportunity to testify. While there has been considerable discussion, and there will be at today's hearing, about expanding birth to 3 services, and that certainly is a priority and important, the District of Columbia government hasn't yet fulfilled the promises it made back in 2008 for universal pre-kindergarten services. There was a promise that these classes would be available at every DCPS school for all 3- and 4-year-olds. When the district began its universal pre-K expansion efforts in 2009, the expansion, as you know, Mr. Chairman, began with Title I schools, where the need for early intervention and early education was greatest. Then the district expanded these services citywide, wherever there was physical space. However, the last step, which was to acquire additional elementary school space, has never moved forward. There is no pre-kindergarten for 3-year-olds anywhere throughout Ward 3 DCPS schools, and there is none at Ross Elementary School in Ward 2, nor at Lafayette Elementary School in Ward 4. With only one charter school in Ward 3 and limited community-based public pre-K with CommuniKids, that leaves most parents forced to utilize private school slots if they want their children to be able to attend pre-K 3 and 4 at considerable expense. This is all due to school overcrowding and the district's failure to attain the necessary school space to educate our children in an appropriate fashion. So my request to you, Mr. Chairman, this year would be to evaluate where we can obtain space, whether that be leasing space or finding new space for the district to own, and then attempting to make progress to ensure that the district fulfills its commitment to have universal pre-K in boundary for all 3- and 4-year-olds here in the District of Columbia by right. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad to answer any questions you or Councilmember Pinto may have.
Thank you, Mr. Goulet. I'll note that if we were to find space, there probably is a capital cost, and the capital budget is pretty much filled up with the mayor's proposal to include the RFK Stadium. Robert Henderson.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Pinto. My name is Robert Henderson. I am testifying today in my individual capacity as Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education, and I'm not representing the views of the board as a whole. I know that school improvement and academic achievement are areas of central interest to this committee and to you specifically, Chairman Mendelson. When I think about these issues and the scale of the progress we still need to make and the declining resources, both federal and local, I'm convinced that we need to prioritize the biggest levers we have for improvement. I continue to believe that the most important things we can do to improve student outcomes is to ensure financial, food, and housing security for all students. That's why in the broader budget, we need to fund things like the child tax credit and rental assistance and healthcare access. And while I think it would be best to have a comprehensive anti-poverty approach independent of our schools, in the absence of such an approach, the wraparound services that many students have received through community schools are all the more essential and all the more important to protect in the context of federal retrenchment of the social safety net. This is exactly the wrong time to cut back the food, health, after school, and educational supports that families access through community schools. A second lever that other states have used with great success is structured literacy training for reading teachers. Teacher training has the advantage of affecting all the students in that teacher's classroom, but thus far we have only funded training for kindergarten teachers. We can't continue to delay wider training. While I understand that with tightening budgets, it is difficult to justify creating or expanding programs, investment in literacy training can't be considered extra. The opportunity cost is staggering. Teachers need time to complete this training, so if we're not going to compensate them for taking time outside of work hours, we need to make a way to give teachers time to do so during work hours. I know there are lots of important uses for professional development time, but surely literacy training deserves to be among those most highly prioritized. Another priority of this committee in recent years has been understanding and improving teacher retention. OSSE's Educator wellness grants that support community-based providers of mental health services for educators have increased retention, improved mental health, and reduced stress and burnout in participating schools. I urge the council to continue funding this important program. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Thank you for your testimony. I do have a copy of your statement. Lucy Santiago?
Hello, my name is Lucy Santiago, and I'm a fourth grade student in the dual language program at Maria Reed Elementary School in Ward 1. Maria Reed is a Title I school. I went to the orthodontist today, so it might be hard to understand me. Thank you for allowing me to speak earlier in the day so that I'm able to attend most of school today. Thank you for listening to me today as I talk about some important issues that should be funded and supported in the city budget. Please make funding programs for children a priority for DC. The first priority issue I need to talk about is school security. I would have liked to be there in person today, but I'm already missing some school later today to go to my track meet that had to be rescheduled because it was interrupted 2 weeks ago when a shooting took place on May 20th at the school where the citywide track meet was held. It was very scary for everyone there. I want the city to provide security and police at future events where there are students like me and my teammates and students from all across the city. The city needs to dedicate funding to school security and the presence of police to keep crime away from kids. That day was really scary, and I'm here to ask for help to prevent this from happening. Please help fund and prioritize school security and safety. The second issue is about a happier subject, and that is about making sure there is funding for food prints. I've been participating in food prints for almost 7 years since I started school in pre-K3 at Maria Reed. Food Prints is one of my favorite programs because it has fun activities for us, teaches us different things about food, and we get to cook about and learn about what we're cooking. This teaches us about science, and the food we make is really yummy. And after making them, we can bring the recipes home to make with our family. One of my favorite recipes is the Tuscan kale salad with croutons. My little brother, who is in 2nd grade, is now obsessed with dragon kale because he learned about it and cooked with it in his food prints class. Sometimes all of the classes and grades make the same recipe, but often the other grades cook using more complicated recipes or make a side recipe. It's cool how Food Prints is a program that all students can learn from. I think most students in my class have learned about a new food, flavor, or spice, and new ways to cook and grow foods that we're not learning about at home. It's cool to learn from each other during these classes too. Thank you again for listening to me today. The decisions you make and the areas you give funding to impact students like me and my friends at Maria Reed and classmates and other schools across the city. Please keep DC schools safe. We cannot learn about academic subjects if we're not safe. We cannot participate in sporting events and similar events with other schools across the city if it's not safe. Please make funding education a priority. And thank you to the mayor, OSSE, and the city council for supporting Food Prints in the city budget. Have a nice rest of your day.
Thank you, Ms. Santiago. I have a copy of your statement. Thank you for that, and I'm very impressed with your testimony. Vanessa, I am.
She danced.
I didn't see that. Okay, anyway, Vanessa Carlo Miranda.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Vanessa Carlo Miranda, and I am the founding executive director of the Partnership for DC School Excellence. I worked in the education field in DC for almost 2 decades, beginning my career at OSSE on the very first day it was established in 2007. During my 5-year tenure there, I supported financing programs that helped build or improve charter school facilities. Later, I led efforts to address the district's high-risk grant status from the Department of Education by building a functional grants management system and ensuring DCPS and charter school compliance with federal rules and regulations. Following my time at OSSE, I spent the next decade in leadership roles at E.L. Haynes, a pre-K through 12th grade charter school in Ward 4, serving first as CFO and then as COO. These experiences gave me firsthand insight into the challenges that both education agencies and schools face. I'm proud to bring that experience to my new role, leading the Partnership for DC School Excellence. The partnership is a new initiative dedicated to advancing student success by providing strategic school-centered support to public charter schools in DC. Our mission is to increase student outcomes by creating clear pathways to educational excellence. Our role is to support, amplify, and create the conditions for sustainable school-led improvement by offering tailored resources that align with each school's unique strengths, challenges, and opportunities. Our work is guided by a distinguished advisory board that includes Dr. Antoinette Mitchell, Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, and a diverse group of leaders from charter schools and education organizations across the district. Unlike OSSE's school improvement work, which focuses on comprehensive support for the city's lowest performing schools, we aim to provide a range of resources to charter schools that are not yet high performing, but show readiness and potential for improving student outcomes. This proactive approach emphasizes strategic improvement rather than crisis intervention. In our pilot year, which has been funded by philanthropy, we will offer 3 types of support. First, comprehensive supports are designed as partnership-based opportunities for a limited number of schools that will participate in our pilot program. This includes co-designing and implementing a plan that will improve student outcomes. Second, we will provide targeted services to help schools connect with curated resources that match their specific needs. And third, our flexible, collaborative resources will respond to the emerging challenges schools may face. The partnership was intentionally designed to complement OSSE school improvement efforts. We're grateful that Dr. Mitchell serves as an advisory board to ensure alignment between our work and OSSE's priorities. This collaboration is central to our approach. I look forward to continuing to work with our school leaders, other stakeholders, and you here at the council to ensure excellence in our schools. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce the partnership, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Carlo Miranda. Tammy Lewis.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Tammy Lewis. I'm the Senior Director of Government Affairs for the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of the public charter schools who educate nearly half of all DC students. We are grateful for Mayor Bowser's continued investments in education in FY26, including the 2.7% increase in the UPSFF, 3.1% increase in the facilities allotment, and the one-time $30.8 million Charter Educator Compensation Fund, as well as ongoing investments in critical education programming within OSSE. While we understand that the city faces a difficult budget and financial outlook, we are concerned that the Charter Educator Fund is one-time only, and beginning in FY27, this budget proposes cuts to the UPSFF and a pause in the annual charter facilities allotment increases until FY30, while significant additional funding is provided for DCPS throughout the financial plan. We are eager to continue working with the council and the executive to avoid a funding cliff for our schools next year. Today, I want to highlight several areas of ongoing collaboration with OSSE that we continue to strongly support. First is OSSE's work developing a graduate profile and revising graduation requirements, which benefit students across the district. Second, we strongly support OSSE's education to employment pathways work, including dual enrollment programs and the advanced technical centers. We are grateful for continued funding in FY26 so that the ATC's great work can expand. Students from 11 public charter high schools have participated in innovative ATC courses, which create real opportunities for students' future career success. We also appreciate OSSE's ongoing leadership in improving literacy and math instruction. Their work to develop and implement structured literacy training available to all educators, high-quality instructional materials, and tools has been deeply impactful. We look forward to continuing to build on this successful work. We also want to continue working with OSSE and its math task force to develop recommendations to serve as a roadmap to rapidly improve math outcomes for our students. Last, we're pleased that OSSE has continued to prioritize funding for high-impact tutoring to drive student achievement. Every dollar spent on HIT connects students with the individual support they need to grow in math and literacy. The Council's support for OSSE's vital education programming is all the more important because we face deep uncertainty regarding federal education funding. Dramatic cuts and administrative changes in federal education grants are poised to impact OSSE and all schools in both sectors, creating significant planning challenges for the coming school year. In this context, we're thankful for Dr. Mitchell's steady, thoughtful leadership as our new state superintendent during these unpredictable times. We remain committed to working with OSSE and the council to ensure all students receive an excellent education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis, and I have your statement. Thank you for that. Davinia Say,
Good morning, Chairman Middleton and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Davinia C. I live in Ward 7 and my child attends a Ward 7 language immersion elementary school with no feasible feeder school pattern. I'm testifying today to urge OSSE, along with relevant DC education agencies, to include funding to create a language immersion middle school accessible to students east of the river. I understand that in these turbulent times, education funds are tight, but this request is in line with Mayor Bowser's budget goals. Quality educational programs factor considerably in keeping families in DC and attracting new families to the city. Businesses look to settle in places that have residents that can not only service a domestic clientele, but a global clientele as well. Having residents with this language skill set will attract these type of businesses. The educational benefits of dual language are well researched, particularly how it benefits reading and math skills, which is a particular challenging area here in DC. The demand for dual language offerings is well documented. The waitlist links demonstrate how it is harder to get in schools with dual language than other schools, and dual language schools enrollments are constantly increasing. The current inequities in DC's current distribution of dual language programming is also well documented, with most offerings being in Ward 1 and 4. Is there recommendations to fix this? The Boundary and Student Assignment Study offers a number of recommendations, such as DCPS developing a plan in the coming years to ensure equitable access to dual language in key areas of the city, and ensuring elementary school students like my child's can successfully feed into middle school dual language programs. Again, I understand the challenges of this budget year, but language students east of the river should not be the ones to have their needs placed on the back burner again. OSSE needs to work with the other relevant DC education agencies to build out a plan and fund a plan for a language immersion middle school. If not, then they need to assist in making space for a charter school to step in the gap, similar to what happened for DC International School. Our city's education agencies need to go beyond its traditional focus of Ward 1 and Ward 4 students and normalize language learning for Black students throughout the city, and particularly in Ward 7 and 8. It's now time for OSSE and other education agencies to act on it and to fund a dual language immersion program for the city's east of the river students. If the mayor's budget is supposed to be a growth DC budget, it should focus on growth for all of DC's residents. Our current students will one day hopefully be DC taxpayers. Let's set them up for educational and professional success. And more so, how can we call ourselves a world-class city when our education system does not educate our students in languages of the world? I thank you for your time and your consideration.
thank you, Ms. Say, for your testimony. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide it, please.
I will do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Gunderson.
Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ann Gunderson. I'm a senior policy analyst with DCFPI and a member of the Under 3 DC Coalition. Despite the mayor's assurances to protect early learning programs in her budget proposal, the proposal tells a different story. She proposes level funding for the Pay Equity Fund next fiscal year, but eliminates all funding in the years that follow. A delayed cut is still a cut, and I implore the council to reverse this decision, restore all funding for the Pay Equity Fund, and enhance the 26 budget to allow this program to grow and thrive. The council should enhance the 26 budget for the Pay Equity Fund by $10 million for a total of $80 million to keep up with growing costs and restore funding for fiscal years 27 through 29. This $10 million includes $4 million just to serve the educators currently enrolled in the program at their current role and credential level, even with the current wait list in place, or risk having to make additional cuts to the program. $1.2 million for a 2% cost of living adjustment to keep up with DCPS salaries and help educators afford growing life expenses. $3.4 million to allow educators who gain higher credentials or who are promoted to receive higher salary awards commensurate with their role and credential level, and to absorb more educators into the program as the workforce grows. And $1.4 million for healthcare for childcare to account for increasing costs of premiums and to allow facilities currently on the wait list to enter the program and get coverage for their employees. The council also has the opportunity to set the vision for the future of the Pay Equity Fund by passing the Early Childhood Educators Pay Scales Amendment Act of 2025 with key improvements to ensure the sustainability and equity of the program. First, council should write the bill language to be specific about the options OSSE has to reduce program costs to ensure that stakeholder voice is included in those decisions, that the options available are rooted in equity, and that any changes to award amounts are announced with enough time for participating facilities to pivot and fill funding gaps through other methods. Second, if program expenditures for the current fiscal year outpace the funding allocation for the following year, the law should require OSSE to reconvene the task force to figure out how to implement additional cuts, if necessary, to ensure that community stakeholders are at the helm driving solutions. Third, the law should increase transparency by requiring OSSE and/or the CFO to provide quarterly reports on the reach and expenditures of both the salary awards and healthcare for childcare. This will allow participating facilities to better plan for any changes to their awards. OSSE should also collect and report the share of facility awards that go to enhancing the wages of qualified educators and the share that goes to other expenses, so stakeholders can assess how well the program is reaching eligible educators and recommend ways to more efficiently allocate future program funds. Finally, funding levels codified in law should reflect the real cost of the program, not the $70 million in annual funding as currently written. The annual cost of the pay equity fund is driven by the number of participating educators, their role and credential level, the cost of living adjustments. As the workforce grows and educators gain higher credentials, the budget for the program should grow to meet those needs. For more details, I encourage you to review my written testimony, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gunderson, and I do have a copy of your statement with the additional detail. Thank you very much. Audrey Castleman.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your support of early childhood programs in the district. My name is Audrey Castleman, and I'm a senior policy analyst at DC Action and with the Under 3 DC Coalition. While my oral testimony focuses on funding for the Child Care Subsidy Program, I want to briefly address the Pay Equity Fund. As my colleague Ann mentioned, I'm concerned with the mayor's budget proposal for two reasons. First, the proposed $70 million for FY26 is not enough to keep pace with workforce growth, recent credential attainment, and hard-earned cost of living increases for early educators, all signs that the program is working and achieving its goals. Second, the proposal to eliminate funding for the Pay Equity Fund in future years is a devastating broken promise. It risks driving educators out of the field and undoing progress on educator pay and access to high-quality care for families. Now on to the Child Care Subsidy Program, a cornerstone of DC's early childhood infrastructure. It currently helps nearly 6,800 families afford childcare, supports children's development, and enables parents to work or attend school. Since OSSE and DHS partnered to remove barriers to enrollment, participation has grown significantly. As of March 2025, 6,796 children were enrolled, an increase of almost 1,800 children since October 2024. This is welcome progress and shows that the program is reaching more eligible families. The council must now ensure that funding keeps pace to maintain these growing caseloads. The mayor's proposed $86 million for FY26 represents a $10 million reduction from FY25. This is insufficient to meet current needs. The program cannot sustain cuts and in fact requires increased investments for two reasons. One, enrollment has grown substantially, and two, the district is federally required to continue providing subsidies to all currently enrolled families. A chart in my written testimony shows that while enrollment has increased by 18% between FY23 and 26, funding has declined by over $20 million in that same period. As budget deliberations continue, we ask you to, number one, protect all $62 million in childcare subsidy funds at OSSE in FY26 and in future years. Two, work with the Committee on Human Services, OSSE, and the Bowser administration to determine the actual funding needed to maintain current caseloads. My written testimony includes questions we encourage you to ask OSSE when they testify. And number three, add at least $20 million to ensure the child care subsidy program can meet current and growing demand. Underfunding this program risks parents' ability to work or attend school, increases reliance on other public benefit programs, and limits access to early learning. Childcare is an economic driver, yet funding has moved in the wrong direction. We cannot allow budget shortfalls to jeopardize family stability or the education and development of our youngest children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kesselman, and I have your statement as well. Laura Mestis.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and council staff. I'm Laura Mestis, and I'm the CEO of DC Prep. a network of 6 public charter schools that was founded here in Washington, D.C. more than 20 years ago. We serve over 2,100 students from preschool through 8th grade. I know I've told you about DC Prep a number of times, so I will move it along in the interest of your day. But I wanted to come and testify today at the oversight hearing for OSSE because I wanted to express gratitude for their efforts to create the conditions for academic recovery from the effects of the pandemic. In particular, I'm very grateful for their support for high-intensity tutoring. DC Prep has been fortunate to receive a grant to support high-intensity tutoring. We have used HIT funding to create what we call our junior teacher program. Through this program, we recruit, select, and onboard novice teachers and pair them with one of our outstanding veteran teachers. The junior teacher works alongside the veteran teacher, providing small group interventions while also learning their craft from one of our most expert teachers. This program has been incredibly beneficial. It accelerates student learning. It sets these novice teachers up for success. We found that they are higher performing than their peers, often who have more experience once they're hired into full teaching roles the following year. And it helps us to retain our veteran teachers. And finally, it helps us to strengthen school culture. So all around, we are very, very grateful for HIT funding. I also want to recognize Dr. Mitchell's steady and practical leadership. I see that reflected in the work that the OSSE team has done to focus on the science of reading and in the way that the OSSE team is trying to manage one-time charter educator funds in a straightforward and impactful way. These things and many others demonstrate that OSSE wants to be responsive to students and schools' needs. At the same time, I feel obligated to name how challenging it is to receive one-time funding that is earmarked for educator compensation, but is allocated outside of the UPSFF. As you know, DC has a high cost of living. The most impactful way to invest in teachers is through their base salaries, something that is very challenging without the commitment of sustained funding through the UPSFF. I believe there is intent for all DC students to have equitable funding, and I hope that the council will find a way to align intent with actuality so that DC's charter school students will be funded equitably with their DCPS peers. I know that it is a very challenging budget year, and I'm grateful for the mayor's commitment to funding DC's public schools. I know that the council shares that same commitment. I look forward to working with my colleagues across all schools to accelerate student learning in the district, and I will make sure that I submit my testimony later today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maestas. I was going to ask if you would submit, so please. Thank you. John Glover.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is John Glover, and I serve as the Chief of External Affairs for Friendship Public Charter School. We proudly educate more than 4,300 students across 15 campuses in wards 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 from pre-K through 12th grade. I want to begin by expressing our appreciation for Dr. Antoinette Mitchell's leadership and OSSE's continued partnership during this challenging fiscal moment. Friendship's mission is to provide a world-class education that empowers students to become ethical, literate, and self-sufficient citizens. OSSE's investments help make that mission real in our classrooms every day. OSSE's support for high-impact tutoring and literacy have been instrumental in our students' academic growth. At Friendship Armstrong, one kindergartner began the year well below grade level in reading. Through consistent OSSE-supported literacy tutoring, he's reading high-frequency words and CVC words with ease, and he is now testing above grade level in reading. His teacher told us he started with severe behavior challenges, especially during independent work. Now he's found his voice and his confidence. His behavior has improved. His attendance has improved. He's like a different child. This is a testament to the impact of the city's investment. Imagine what our students can do in math if the same supports OSSE provided for literacy are extended to OSSE's math task force work to implement that task force's recommendations. We also applaud OSSE's investment in dual enrollment and career pathways at Friendship Tech Prep. A senior is heading to Cornell on a full ride scholarship after first experiencing the rigor and exhilaration of an Ivy League education as an OSSE summer scholar. Another Friendship graduating senior who testified here last week is heading to the Naval Academy after benefiting from DC's investment in dual enrollment by taking a course at Morehouse College. These opportunities don't just prepare students, they inspire them. We're grateful for OSSE's work to streamline the charter educator compensation grants. That said, with so many concerns about teacher retention and longevity, it's simply unconscionable that supports continue to be structured as one-time funds. Sustained multi-year investments like those provided to DCPS would allow us to responsibly and equitably support the outstanding educators who drive our students' success. Finally, OSSE's leadership on student attendance through the Everyday Counts Task Force has made a measurable difference. Friendship uses these tools to re-engage families, reinforce consistent attendance, and support students' well-being, foundations for long-term success. We're proud to partner with OSSE and the Council in advancing a public education system worthy of every DC student. Thank you for your commitment and continued investment in our young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. I don't really have any questions, partly because of the number of witnesses we have. I want to thank everyone for their testimony. I do want to say one thing. Several of you commented on the fact that there's one-year funding for some of the aspects of our educational budget, such as the UPSFF being reduced in the out years, the pay equity being $70 million for FY26 and then zero after that. Some of this is what I've characterized as gimmicks. The mayor is required to submit a budget that's balanced for FY26 as well as a financial plan that's balanced for 4 years. And the way she does this is by a gimmick of pretending that we're not going to maintain educational funding through the UPSFF in the out years. She's even said that she intends to fully fund the UPSFF in the out years. So this is just a balancing thing, which is really not very good in terms of sound budget policy. But I will add this. The council, as we consider the budget, the mayor, of course, submitted a balanced budget for FY26 and a balanced budget in the financial plan, or a balanced financial plan. And so any dollars that we add to the out years means that we have to cut something. And there are already a lot of cuts in the proposed budget for next year. So it may be that the council will only be able to focus on FY26, which essentially is saying that the council is going to play along with the gimmick, but I don't know that we have a choice. And this is what we're going to explore over the next several weeks. But I will add this as well. Take something like pay equity. You'll recall last year, the mayor's budget zeroed that out. We were able to find $70 million, but we found $70 million for each of the years of the financial plan. That's not 70 million, that's $280 million. What the mayor did with this budget was, yes, she maintained 70 million of that, but she took 210 million and used it for other purposes. So not only will it be hard for us to structurally restructure the budget so that it's actually a sound financial plan, but if we do so, we do so at the risk that next year she'll simply take some of those dollars as she did this year. So I just throw those comments in there. Councilmember Parker, do you have any questions?
No questions, but I share your concerns about the gimmicks in the budget. I do appreciate the mention of the math task force and a focus on math. And I would just reiterate that what we see in the budget is shifting away of a value of equally investing in both of our sectors. And that is something I believe the council has to correct. So thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you, and especially thank you who are in person. So let me keep moving along. Russ Williams, CEO, Center City Public Charter Schools. Leicester Johnson, who is CEO, Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Kevin Huffman, CEO, Accelerate, the National Collaborative for Accelerated Learning. Zoe Fischerow, Grade 2 student, Washington U Ying Public Charter School. Tom Clark, Grade 4 student, Washington U Ying Public Charter School. Penny Clark, Grade 4 student, Washington U Ying Public Charter School. Jorge Bermudez, student at Brea Public Charter School. Andrea Tobin, who's Executive Director of Kid Power. Danielle Robinette. I'm going to keep going as long as folks are. Jamal Berry, President and CEO, Educator, DC. Adam Berrigan-Smith, Advocacy Manager, Educare DC. Sahari Johnson, Teacher with Educare DC. Cassie York, Assistant Teacher with Educare DC. Artia Brown, Assistant Teacher, Educare DC. Still online. Sharnetta Myers, Teacher with Educare DC. Stephanie Reese, Teacher with Educare DC. Jamari Bleckney, Teacher with Educare DC. Okay, I will stop there. Mr. Williams, you're first, and good morning.
Good morning. Hello, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Parker, and Council staff. My name is Russ Williams. I serve as President and CEO of Center City Public Charter Schools, who educate more than 1,400 students across 6 campuses throughout the city. We are grateful for the work of Dr. Mitchell and her team at OSSE that is vital to Center City's work. And we want to applaud Dr. Mitchell and her senior team for their steady guidance and strong leadership during these challenging fiscal times. I know there is a lot of pressure on the city budget and choices need to be made. I'm here to advocate in part for the council's continued support and funding of high-impact tutoring and for the council's continuing to prioritize funding for the advanced technical centers, makerspaces, and STEAM career pathways that they support. So the district's
Listen, what I am.
The district's multi-year investment in high-impact tutoring continues to yield exceptional results, contributing to DC's recognition as one of the greatest improving 4th grade math jurisdictions nationally and outpacing national trends in both math and reading for 4th and 8th grades, according to recent NAP results. We appreciate OSSE's tremendous work managing and facilitating these programs, which have significantly impacted our students' academic recovery. High-impact tutoring has delivered measurable outcomes. Tutor students show 7 percentage point improvements in attendance, close to 10% in many cases, and economically disadvantaged students receiving HIT consistently outperform similar students who did not receive these services. At Center City, students who are receiving no tutoring have an in-seat attendance of under 89%, while those with consistent high-impact tutoring are showing over 91%. So there's a clear positive impact and correlation that high-impact tutoring is having on attendance. And I know that's one of the issues Councilmember Pinto brought up at the start. Center City also strongly encourages the council's continued investment in career and technical education programming, particularly OSSE's advanced technical centers, which are create meaningful pathways for district success. According to the DC Workforce Investment Council, over 70% of the district's fastest growing jobs through 2030 will require strong STEAM competencies, yet too few students in underserved wards have early and easy access to the kinds of hands-on tools and experiences that foster these skills. That disconnect between the demands of tomorrow's economy and limited access the students in the district have today is exactly why we created the Makerspace at Center City, which is located in Councilmember Parker's Ward 5, right off Montana Avenue, and somewhat central to a lot of schools in the district and easy to get to. From a transportation standpoint, research shows that when students participate in makerspace activities, they demonstrate increased motivation, academic growth, a stronger sense of belonging. In Title I school settings that introduced makerspaces, attendance rose by over 10%, while behavioral referrals dropped by over 30%, underscoring how the approach creates more connected and inclusive learning communities. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. It's good to see you. If you could submit a copy of your statement.
I did online last night, but I'll resubmit.
Okay, thank you. Assessor Johnson.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Leicester Johnson, and I serve as the CEO of Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Academy of Hope provides high-quality education and workforce training to adults in DC. This year, we reached our enrollment cap of 1,000 adult learners. 30% enrolled in our healthcare and IT pathways. We are proud to report a 92% pass rate on the Certified Nurse Assistant exam, an 83% high school credentialing rate, and over 100 learners on track to earn industry certifications this year. 21 of our IT students are currently earning $60,000 plus benefits through the DC Tech Hub apprenticeship with Accenture. We thank Mayor Bowser. I thank Mayor Bowser for her commitment to education. and the proposed 2.74% increase in the uniform per pupil formula, and the 30 million for charter educator compensation. Like my other charter colleagues, we are concerned about the out years. But today I am focusing my attention on the proposed 2.6 million cuts to OSSE's adult and family education funding. This funding is critical to supporting adults with low literacy and supplementing other critical workforce needs such as materials, specialized equipment, certification fees, and job placement supports. These are not fully covered by per pupil funding. This funding has been instrumental in helping us to achieve the workforce outcomes that I cited above. Additionally, the city must make a 20% match to keep federal funding. Without the match, DC could lose federal funding for adult education in the city, and this could be catastrophic given the current economic uncertainty in the city. We need all available seats for high school credentialing, upskilling, and reskilling. With reduced seats, those facing the most significant barriers will have limited opportunities. Demand for our services are up over the past 3 years. From January to May, applications to our programs increased by 33% compared to the same rate period last year, reflecting growing demand and urgency for residents seeking credentials and upskilling for new career paths. I do not envy the mayor's position and the tough decisions that have to be made. That being said, an investment in adult education is an investment that pays off for parents, children, and our communities. We need stable and equitable public investments. We cannot keep pace with the rising needs. We urge the council to restore the 2.6 million in AFE funding, as well as sustain the UPSFF funding for adult learners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, and I have your statement. Thank you. Kevin Huffman, CEO, Accelerate.
Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am the CEO of Accelerate, which is a national nonprofit dedicated to making high-impact tutoring a permanent feature of public education. And I'm here to share the national perspective that Washington, D.C. is one of the leading sites in the country for using high-impact tutoring to help the children with the highest needs. High-impact tutoring is uniquely effective in helping students learn. A recent analysis by the University of Virginia and Brown University looked at 282 randomized control trials, the best kinds of studies you can do, which found that large-scale tutoring programs yield months of additional student learning per year, and that tutoring results were stronger than the educational interventions that previously have been cited as strong research-driven interventions like summer school, class size reduction, and extended school days. DC's high impact tutoring initiative is not just a local success, it's a national model. Over the last few years, OSSE and DCPS have taken bold research-backed steps to address unfinished learning and academic gaps. They've used the scale-up of intensive personalized tutoring, and you've already heard this morning from several people who have testified to its impact in their schools. The commitment across the city has reached well over 10,000 students, with a strong emphasis on economically disadvantaged learners. And while most states have moved backwards in academic progress over the last few years, and I know you all recognize that there's lots of work to be done in DC, I hope you're heartened by the fact that researchers at Stanford and Harvard recently found that Washington, D.C. is one of the fastest improving states in both reading and math. So I applaud that work. I encourage you to keep investing in the key elements. Accelerate awarded OSSE a competitive grant last year to strengthen and expand its tutoring work because we recognize that OSSE has been incredibly effective as a state leader in this work. It's been using these funds to embed tutoring within the school day, to raise dosage to a minimum of 16 weeks, and to align tutoring with the district's academic recovery frameworks. And just as important, OSSE is building the infrastructure for long-term success, using its data systems effectively to help ensure that this drives long-term change. So this momentum will stall without sustained local investment. We're thrilled by Mayor Bowser's request for additional funding in the budget, and we urge the council to maintain and grow the city's support for high-impact tutoring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. And I have your statement, Zoe Fischerow. Tom Clark.
Hi, my name is Tom Clark, and I'm in fourth grade at Washington U Ying Public Charter School. I want to share why Fresh Farm Footprints is so special and why I think all schools in DC should have food education like we do. One of the things I love about the gardening portion of Footprints is the joy of knowing that you grew an ingredient for a meal. For example, my group and I planted dill and rainbow kale in the garden. A few months later, these vegetables were in my food. It's really exciting to see how plants grow and then eat them. We also have cool learning experiences, like when we learned how bees pollinate flowers by flying into the stigma of a flower. In class, we actually got to cook too. One week, we made a salad with chopped cucumbers and garlic, and it was fun to prepare. Another week, we baked a blueberry coffee cake, and it tasted so good. Finally, before every meal, we learn about manners and thank the people who helped us prepare the food. I think food education is really important because it teaches us how to grow and cook healthy food and to be grateful for it. That's why I think all schools in DC, including charter schools, should have food education like Footprints. Thank you for letting us share our love for Footprints at U Ying.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Penny Clark.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Hi, my name is Penny Clark, and I'm in fourth grade at Washington U Ying. I want to tell you why I think food education is important for all schools in DC, like it is at U Ying. At U Ying, we were the first charter school to have Footprints, which is a program that helps us learn about growing food and cooking healthy meals. The best time is when in the garden was when we planted carrots. It was fun to see them grow from tiny seeds into something we could actually eat. In the garden, we also learned that 100 jumping jacks can power a light bulb for only 1 minute. If you are not using energy for the environment, that taught us how much energy we use and how important it is to protect the earth. We grew radishes and put them in a salad, which was the best because we grew them ourselves and then got to eat them. In the kitchen, we learned how to measure ingredients and use a garlic grinder thing to crush garlic. The best part was eating what we made because it tastes even better knowing we helped make it. Footprints helps us learn about healthy food, how to cook it, and how to care for our planet. I think every school in DC should have food education like we do at U Ying because it's fun and important for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. A lot of adults get nervous having to testify, so really good for you. Jorge Bermudez. Andrea Tobin, Executive Director, Kid Power.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Andrea Tobin, Executive Director of Kid Power, a nonprofit rooted in community-focused youth development for over 22 years. Last week, I testified on the urgent need for out-of-school time funding. While I'm not speaking today directly to the 21st Century Grant, I share our sector's deep concern about federal threats to eliminate it. Losing these dollars supporting nearly 7,000 students without a local replacement would be devastating. Today, I am here to speak on the crucial need to invest in high-impact tutoring in FY26 and beyond. I want to express my gratitude to OSSE and DCPS for their invaluable partnership, allowing us to support over 800 students with our Literacy Building Kit program. The need to sustain these programs is more urgent than ever. We know pandemic learning losses remain disproportionately affecting students facing the greatest inequities. At many of our school sites, fewer than 10% of students are on grade level. We know HIT is one of the most effective strategies to close these gaps. Research shows that by accelerating learning, reducing absenteeism, these programs can significantly reduce the need for costs later in a student's journey. Last year, 25 students in our 25-week program gained an average of 1 full grade level in reading, some schools seeing gains of more than a year and a half. One literacy coach described the transformation she saw. Students who had previously struggled, felt embarrassed to try challenging work, were tackling it confidently. She spoke of a risk-taking culture fostered by our approach, targeted relationship-building tutoring that combines evidence-based literacy instruction with social-emotional learning skill-building activities. This is critical. Students who may otherwise fall through the cracks in large classrooms are now building confidence, taking risks, and discovering the joy of learning. One student shared, "My tutor gives me hard words, and if I don't get it right, she's patient and helps me get it right the second time." These programs don't just strengthen academic skills, they nurture resilience and a growth mindset that extends far beyond the class. Students who once sat quietly in the back of class are now engaged and empower learners. This value in transforming a student's trajectory is truly priceless. Despite these successes, this year, KidPower and many other providers face significant challenges due to delays in Office of Contracting and Procurement and unpredictable funding timelines. These create administrative burdens, scheduling conflicts, and hiring inefficiencies that reduce programs' effectiveness. Thus, we're deeply grateful for any support prioritizing early funding notifications and potential multi-year investments so organizations can plan, hire, train, and deliver consistent relationship-based support, maximizing the impact of every dollar. Thank you again for your time, for your unwavering commitment to educational equity. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Tobin. Danielle Robinette.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette, and I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I will submit more detailed written testimony before the record closes, but with my brief time here, I want to highlight concerns with OSSE's Division of Student Transportation. Between the FY25 supplemental and the FY26 proposed budgets, the mayor proposes significant increases to OSSE DOT. The FY25 supplemental adds $17.9 million in local funds to address spending pressures and to fund private routes. Amidst a lean budget season, such significant addition would imply that the agency is not currently able to meet its obligations. This is consistent with the experiences of our clients who have long suffered unreliable service. To be clear, we recommend that the committee preserve this investment to prevent any further educational disruptions. However, we strongly urge you to seek clarity from OSSE regarding how they plan to use these funds to create sustainable programming, especially given the recent departure of the OSSE DOT director. For FY26, the mayor's proposed budget includes a $3 million net increase to OSSE DOT's operating budget and makes significant changes to allocations across programs. Most notably, $22 million is cut from terminal operations, while $25 million is added to agency management. From what we can tell, the 26 budget seems to invest in a patchwork of privatized options. The chapter notes, quote, a decrease of 6.9 million and 7.9 FTEs across multiple programs to reflect savings in personnel services and the elimination of vacant positions, as well as one-time increases in the agency management program that includes 7.7 million to support contracted bus routes and 1.1 million to support the parent stipend program. These allocations indicate that OSSE DOT plans to continue relying on private vendors and parents to fill their gaps in their own service provisions. However, the current patchwork of contracted vendors does not provide long-term stability or reform for this agency, and our clients' experiences with private vendors have been mixed. If OSSE's intention is to gradually privatize DC's provision of special education transportation, it should be clear about their planning to do so that this committee can provide appropriate oversight and budget allocations. For example, if private routes are a long-term solution, we would question why the mayor's $7.7 million increase to support contracted bus routes is only one-time funding. If privatization is not the long-term plan, then we are deeply concerned about making such significant investments in stopgap measures that do not address the systemic issues that have long plagued OSSE. Additionally, it is not clear from the budget books what work is being funded by the $11.5 million increase to communications and the $14.7 million increase to performance and strategic management. There is no indication regarding the long-promised parent tracking app. There is no detail on the $10 million or 37% cut from the New York Avenue terminal. We strongly urge the committee to ensure that OSSE has developed a detailed, long-term plan for addressing the transportation needs of students with disabilities and ensure that the FY26 budget is adequate to implement this plan. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Will you be able to get us your statement today? Maybe not. That would be great, because then at least I have it when I'm talking to the superintendent. Jamal Berry.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jamal Berry, and I'm Educator DC's President and CEO, co-chair of the Under 3 DC Coalition's Directors Committee, and a member of the Early Childhood Educator Compensation Task Force. I want to begin by thanking Mayor Bowser for proposing to fund the Pre-Kindergarten Enhancement and Expansion Program, PKEEP, and the Pay Equity Fund in FY26. These investments are critical to maintaining our early childhood education system that makes the district the best place in the country to raise a family and be an early childhood teacher. But we must also be clear-eyed about what the rest of the mayor's budget means for early childhood. While she maintains funding for the Pay Equity Fund in FY26, her budget proposal eliminated funding for the program beginning in FY27 and across the entire financial plan. That decision breaks faith with thousands of educators who have come to rely on this salary support, and with that program that builds their budgets, operations, and staffing around the commitment that this fund would continue. Educators have used these funds to support their families, buy homes, pursue degrees, and remain in a field that desperately needs their skills and experience. Taking the support away destabilizes not only their lives, but the classrooms and children that they serve. If we want teachers to stay in early childhood education, they must have a reliable income that reflects their worth. We also cannot overlook the mayor's continued disinvestment in the child care subsidy program. After over $20 million in cuts over the last 2 years, the proposed FY26 budget includes another $5.6 million reduction. These cuts threaten access to care for thousands of families and put further strain on the programs like Educator DC. Right now, more than 6,000 families rely on the subsidy program to access early learning, and that number is only growing. We urge the council to reject these cuts and instead enhance the child care subsidy program by $20 million in FY26 to a total of $106.3 million across OSSE and DHS. Under 3 DC estimates that level of investment is necessary to sustain services because over the last year, OSSE and DHS have partnered to remove barriers to subsidy enrollment. This led to an increase of more than 1,000 children participating in the subsidy program, proof that the need for subsidized care has long outpaced access. We also join Under 3 DC in requesting a $10 million enhancement to the Pay Equity Fund in FY26 to support the cost of living increase and continued growth in the educator pipeline as more teachers meet OSSE credentialing requirements. This program has proven it works and needs stable long-term support across the fiscal plan. We are counting on you to do the right thing and make the right investment for children, families, and teachers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Adam Bergen-Smith.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Adam Bergen-Smith, and I'm the Advocacy Manager at Educator DC and a proud member of the Under 3 DC Coalition. For years, the district has been a national leader in early childhood education because you have invested in it. But to maintain this leadership, you must also provide sustainable funding. Unfortunately, the mayor's FY26 budget proposal walks us back from that leadership. While we appreciate the mayor's proposal to continue funding the Pay Equity Fund in FY26, FY25 level funding at $70 million is not enough. OSSE says it spent $74 million on the Pay Equity Fund this year. We also know that costs will naturally rise over time, with more teachers meeting credential requirements. We are also deeply concerned by what comes next. Beginning in FY27, the mayor proposes eliminating the Pay Equity Fund entirely. This is an abdication of the district's commitment to early childhood teachers and risks destabilizing the workforce. The Pay Equity Fund has changed lives. It has allowed over 4,000 educators to receive salaries that reflect their qualifications, skills, and experience. You will hear from Educator DC teachers this morning. When you are listening to their stories, I urge you to imagine you are in their shoes. Imagine you are told that your salary is only secure for one more year. Would you stay in the field? Would you continue to pour your heart into this work, knowing you could get a significant pay cut next year? This uncertainty will only push more educators out of the field, worsening the very workforce crisis the Pay Equity Fund is meant to resolve. The mayor's budget proposal also cuts the child care subsidy program by $5.6 million after years of steep reductions. This program supports over 6,000 families in accessing quality, affordable childcare, enabling them to contribute to the district's economy and generate much-needed revenue for the district government. We urge you to increase funding for the child care subsidy program by at least $20 million in FY26 to a total of $106.3 million across OSSE and DHS. This is not a pro-growth budget. A true pro-growth budget strengthens its early childhood investments, especially in the Pay Equity Fund, which supports the workforce behind the workforce. When classrooms close due to underfunding and teachers leaving the field for higher pay, parents, especially mothers, are pushed out of the workforce, shrinking our tax base and stalling the city's recovery. That is not growth. Now it is time for the council to do its part. We urge you to continue DC's national leadership in early childhood education by maintaining our investment in early childhood programs, including the Pay Equity Fund, PKEEP, and child care subsidy. Anything less will destabilize the system and ultimately cost the district more revenue and growth. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bergen-Smith. Zare Johnson?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Zare Johnson, and I am a lead teacher at Educator DC. The work that we do with young children is essential, especially during the birth to 5 window when so much learning and development takes place. It is a critical period that lays the foundation of lifelong success, and our work as educators is the heart of that foundation. The responsibility we carry is immense, and the compensation we receive should reflect the work that we do. The Pay Equity Fund has been transformative for me, both professionally and personally. Before the fund, I was earning around $41,000 a year. As a single adult in DC, that was barely enough to scrape by. I was living in low-income housing and was still struggling to cover $1,200 in rent before taxes. DC consistently ranks near the bottom in affordability. In fact, data from the Missouri Economic and Research Center shows that as of 2024, the district had a cost of living index of 141.9, ranking 49th in the country. A single adult now needs close to $90,000 annually before taxes to live comfortably here. Without the Pay Equity Fund, the number was completely out of reach for me. But with the Pay Equity Fund, everything changed. I was able to move out of low-income housing and into an affordable apartment. I could finally afford my basic needs without the constant stress of choosing between bills, rent, or groceries. The fund gave me not just financial relief, but dignity. That is why I am so concerned about the mayor's current proposal. The budget for FY 2026 includes funding for the Pay Equity Fund, but then eliminates funding entirely beginning in FY27. That will take us back to the days when early educators were undervalued and underpaid. It would mean losing the stability so many of us have worked hard to achieve. This work is deeply meaningful to me. I am proud to teach and guide our youth, especially our Black and brown children who deserve to see educators who look like them and believe in their futures. But passion alone cannot pay the rent. If the Pay Equity Fund is taken away or reduced, the burden on educators will grow, and more of us will be forced to leave this field just to survive. We should not have to choose between doing what we love and being able to live. We deserve both. The Pay Equity Fund made that possible, and now we need your commitment to keep it going. Please fund the Pay Equity Fund not just for FY26, but across the full financial plan through FY29. Our students, our communities, and our city depend on it. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, and I have your statement. Cassie York.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the committee of a whole. My name is Casey York. I am an assistant teacher at Educator, Washington, D.C. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about why the Pay Equity Fund is so important for me and my family, and why it must be fully funded, not just for next year, but throughout the entire financial plan from YN26 to FY29. In 2024, I earned my associate degree. I pursued that degree to further my education career. And because I knew that it would help me to qualify for higher pay throughout the Pay Equity Fund. The extra income had helped made a real difference in my life. Before the Pay Equity Fund, my wife was the only one consistently supporting our household. That created a lot of financial pressure and also emotional stress. With the higher salary now I earn, I'm able to contribute more. I help erase that burden on my wife, and our home is feel more stable and supportive. For the first time, I felt like I am in a position to build a future, not just to go by day. But the benefit of the Pay Equity Fund don't end with me and my family. The education I received while earning my associate degree helped me to grow as an educator. I learned new ways to support the children, development, the community, with the families, and handle the daily challenges in the classroom. The training I had showed in the classroom in many ways. It worked. The training shows up in my work every day. The children in my classroom benefits from what I learned, and so does the family. They're getting the care and education they deserve. But because I have been given the tools and support to give to them, this is why I'm concerned about the proposal for the Pay Equity Fund for just not for more year, and then eliminate it, then erase. I want to start the kind of uncertainties to put me in so many other risks of losing everything that I work for.
I'm going to have to end it here. I have your statement. Thank you very much. Artia Brown.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee as a whole. My name is Artia Brown, and I'm an assistant teacher at Educator DC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the critical importance of maintaining the district's investment in early childhood education and the Pay Equity Fund in the FY26 budget and across the financial plan. I've worked in early education for years, and the Pay Equity Fund has had a life-changing impact on me and my family. As a single mother, supporting a son in college, caring for an elderly parent, and raising my nieces, I carry many responsibilities. Before the Pay Equity Fund, it was difficult to stretch my paycheck to meet everyone's needs. Since receiving Pay Equity, I've been able to start saving, pay down debt, and feel more financially stable for the first time in my career. The support has not just improved my finances, it has reinforced my belief in the importance of early education and the value of the work I do every day. I know what we do in the classroom shapes children for a lifetime. Thanks to the Pay Equity Fund, I feel seen and respected. I am a skilled professional teacher, not a babysitter. It has encouraged me to continue growing in this field. I am more motivated than ever to pursue further education and training and continue showing up for the students and families who rely on me. But that motivation is fragile when the future of the Pay Equity Fund is uncertain. While I'm grateful for the mayor proposed funding the Pay Equity Fund for FY26, I am deeply disappointed to see the program eliminated in her budget starting in FY27. That kind of instability sends the wrong message to teachers like me. How can we plan for our future or remain in this field when we don't know if our salaries will be there next year? I urge the council to protect and sustain the Pay Equity Fund beyond FY26. I also urge you to reinvest in the Child Care Subsidy Program, which has seen years of cuts. These programs are the foundation of a system that supports families, teachers, and children across DC. Please make sure this year's budget is truly pro-growth by ensuring that families can live and work in DC, and educators like me can afford to stay and grow in our profession. Thank you for your time and for your continued support of DC's children, families, and educators like me.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I have your statement. Sharnetta Myers.
Hello. Hello,
Please-
Chairman Mendelson. Can you hear me?
Please proceed.
Yes. And members of the committee as a whole. My name is Sharnetta Myers, and I am a lead teacher at Educator DC, Washington, DC. Today I want to speak to everyone on from a very personal place. Thanks to the pay equity, I was able to recently accomplish a major goal of mine, which may not seem like much to many, but it's a lot for me, which is to purchase my first vehicle. And that has really changed everything. I am a caregiver of my mom and my grandmother. My mom is 79, my grandmother is 90. They both have been diagnosed with cancer, one having breast cancer and lung cancer, and the other having lung cancer. Before I got a car, getting them to the medical appointments was extremely difficult for me. And I had to order ride shares and depend on family to get us to and from, or even catch public transportation, which sometimes was like very long. Now with the pay equity, I can reliably get them from place to place, whether it's to a doctor's visit or even to pick up prescriptions. The stress has come from every appointment, from the planning to the waiting and anxiety is finally gone. I can focus on taking care of them instead of worrying about how we're going to get to the destinations. It's not just about convenience. It's about dignity. It's about being able to show up for who raised me. It's about caring for the ones who caring for my loved ones, the way that I care for all the children and families of the community, which I work for. Before the pay equity, I did not see a pathway forward that allowed me to teach for my family. But now I earn $75,000 a year. I could afford insurance, health, car, life, and I can pay for co-pays and prescriptions. I don't have to choose from whether I need to take care of my family or make sure I take care of the job. I can do both just as evenly with the assistance of the pay equity. That's why I was concerned when the pay equity, when the mayor proposal of next year's budget, or not next year, but 2020 fiscal year 2027 might be canceled or no longer. I wanted to assure that my voice is heard just as well as everyone else's voice is heard, that pay equity is very crucial and important to all of us. And I want to say thank you so much for taking the time to speak with each of us or to hear our take on it. If you have any questions, feel free to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers, and I have your statement. Stephanie Reese.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Stephanie Reese, and I'm a lead teacher at Educator DC. I'm here today to speak in support of the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund and to urge the council to protect the essential investment in our workforce, not just for the upcoming fiscal year, but in every year moving forward. The Pay Equity Fund has made a tremendous difference in my life. It allowed me to pay down student loans, complete my degree, and move into a higher position, which pays better. It's helped me move forward in my career and become a stronger teacher for my students. It motivated me to go back to school and become the first person in my family to graduate from college. Before the Pay Equity Fund, I struggled just to cover the basic health insurance, groceries, and bills. I was doing everything I could to stay in the profession I love, but it was not sustainable. The Pay Equity Fund gave me the stability I needed to continue doing this work while caring for myself and my family. I love being an early childhood educator. I know how important our work is in shaping the lives of young children, and I take pride in building relationships with families and helping children grow in their earliest years. The Pay Equity Fund validates the work we do every day. It sends a message that we are professionals and that our work matters. That's why I was so disappointed to learn that while the mayor fiscal year 26 budget proposes one more year of funding for the Pay Equity Fund, it eliminates the program entirely starting in fiscal year 27. That feels like a broken promise. How can teachers like me plan for the future if our salaries are only guaranteed for one more year? How can we continue to build our careers in early education if we constantly have to worry about whether our pay will be cut? I'm asking you to take a stand for children and families, protect the Pay Equity Fund, and ensure it is funded across the entire fiscal plan. Reinvest in the child care subsidy program, and families can continue to assess the care they rely on. And programs like Educator DC can continue to operate. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for stability and fairness so we can do our jobs and take care of our families. Thank you for your time and for continuing to support early childhood educators in the district.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. And I have your statement, Jamari Blakeney.
Yes, Blakeney. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jamari Blakeney, and I'm a proud teacher at Educator DC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the importance of funding for the Pay Equity Fund and the Pre-K Enhancement and Expansion Program, also known as PKEEP. The Pay Equity Fund has had a life-changing impact on me. Before it existed, I struggled with housing insecurity and couldn't afford to live on my own. Despite working full-time as an educator, since the fund was implemented, I've been able to live independently for the past 2 years. I can now pay my rent and bills on time, and I finally feel a sense of stability and independence that I never had before. The fund has also encouraged so many teachers to go back to school to pursue the education and credentials required for our field, because we knew if we did, we would be rewarded with a higher salary. In my own experience, being able to focus on my growth as an educator has allowed me to better support my students and families. Teachers across the city are becoming more qualified, more confident, and better equipped to bring best practice into our classrooms. That benefits everyone across the board. I also want to thank the mayor for proposing full funding for PKEEP in the FY26 budget. PKEEP allows families to choose high-quality, community-based early learning programs like Educator DC for pre-K. Many of the families we serve have been with us since their child were infants. They know us and they trust us. That continuity of care is essential, especially for young children with special needs. PKEEP gives families the chance to stay in a setting where their children are already thriving and where specialized services and strong relationships are already in place. Without this funding, community-based organizations will not be able to provide the consistent, high-quality care that our children deserve. But while I am grateful for the proposed funding for FY26, I am very concerned about what happens next. The mayor's budget proposes eliminating the Pay Equity Fund beginning in FY27. If that happens, the stability that I and so many others have finally achieved will be at risk. It will be harder for teachers to stay in this field. It will be harder to recruit talent, and ultimately, it will be our children who suffer the most if teachers leave and classrooms close. We need the council to commit fully to funding the Pay Equity Fund and PKEEP through the entire financial plan from FY26 to FY29. These programs are not optional. They are essential to supporting educators, children, and families across the district. They are the foundation of the district's early childhood education system. Thank you again for your time and opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Blakeney, and I have your statement as well. Thank you for that. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I do have a couple of questions for Ms. Tobin, Andrea Tobin. I'm going to start with this, if you are there.
Yes,
In
I'm
your
here.
statement, you made reference to delays in the Office of Contracting and Procurement process and unpredictable funding timelines. Can you say more?
Sure, absolutely. The Office of Contracting and Procurement was, I think, because it was the first year that OSSE had used this channel before, there was a lot of confusion around the loaded pay rate. A lot of us were used to grant and were given kind of, here's your budget or at least price per student. And this year it was just estimate your loaded pay rate. And a lot of us didn't really understand what that meant, and calculate it for an entire 52 weeks versus the actual week of programming, which caused us to really underinflate our pay rate. And so, especially now that those funds were eliminated, Kid Power and many other providers, are going to sustain over a $70,000 loss. OSSE's been wonderful. This is nothing against them. It's just the process was really convoluted and confusing to us providers.
And you're attributing that to being the first time using this process.
I'm hoping, I would love more transparency in how they're calculating the rate. It was kind of secret, so we didn't really know what we were supposed to do. It was just like pick a loaded pay rate. And that really doesn't make sense to providers, to understand like the calculations. So if there was any way they could provide a lot more clarity on what they're doing to calculate to get a total purchase award amount.
You also made reference to unpredictable funding timelines. What did you mean?
Sure, because I believe that OSSE was taking leftover ESSER funds and trying to get it out the door really quickly. They did the Office of Contracting and Procurement, and we really didn't know when the timelines were going to hit. And similarly, by the time that they were able to get the LEA grant from that process, the RFP came out really late. And so high impact tutoring is really effective when it can start in October. And so we can get the full dosage. And because the grant came out so late, then it had to go to either a charter school or to DCPS, that by the time it reached providers, again, DCPS was wonderful. They moved as fast as they could. But because of those timelines, we really didn't get funding and start programming until January. And so then we ran into CAPE testing and just really weren't able to do our program effectively. So it's early, if the money's there, as early as the grants can come out and we can apply for them, the better.
You also said that at many of our partner schools, fewer than 10% of students are reading at grade level, which I think is very damning with regard to our education system. Is that DCPS or charters or both?
It's DCPS, and those are really schools that are focused. Some of our schools are really farther from opportunity and they don't have a lot. One of our schools this year in Ward 8, because of teacher shortages and staffing and challenges logistically, we were told by the principal that, less than 12 students in the grades that we serve are at reading level. And that's, we know, no discredit to those amazing students. We just really think there's inequities, especially in those wards.
Thank you. Again, thank you to everyone on the panel. Appreciate your testimony. With so many witnesses, sorry I can't spend more time with you all. So you all are excused, and thank you, especially those of you in person. Raul Echeverria, co-founder, president, and CEO, Communikids Preschool and Children's Language Center. Christina Chapman, academic director, Communikids Preschool and Children's Language Center. Simeon Lehman, director, Arnold and Porter Child Care Center. Donna Mason, Executive Director of St. Albans Early Childhood Center. Vicky Wack, W-A-K, Administrator of Kitty Academy, West End. Christina Encinas, Operations Director, Estrelitas School.
I'm here, Councilman.
Yes, we'll come back to you in a second. Charlie Vinson, Parent Ambassador at Educare DC. India Highsmith, Parent Ambassador, Educare DC. Pamela Pratt, Parent Ambassador, Educare DC. Yusuf Amusa, Parent Ambassador, Educare DC. Otelia Pittman, Parent Ambassador, Educare DC. Ebony Jaji, Parent Ambassador, Educare DC. Chelsea Coffin, Deputy Director, DC Policy Center. Caroline Pryor, Lead Organizer, Empower Ed. Emma Kelly, Organizer, Keep. I'm going to keep going until I get another in-person. I'll have to stop then since we have 4 seats. Kishan Puta, ANC 2E Commissioner. Jordan Clark, Keep. Shar Caesar Douglas. Then I'll stop right there. Let's begin with Mr. Echeverria.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Council. My name is Raul Echevarria, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Communicates Preschool, a community-based early education program and a proud PICI provider. I am here today to advocate for the protection and strengthening of the DC's mixed delivery system for preschool. This can be achieved by fully funding PICI, recognizing community-based organizations as equal partners alongside DCPS and charter schools, and fostering robust coordination across all 3 sectors. A diverse range of high-quality options, including public, charter, and community-based programs, is vital for a stable and effective early childhood ecosystem to exist. When these sectors collaborate effectively, we collectively provide the strongest foundation for children's success. Community-based organizations offer high-quality, full-day, year-round care within community-rooted environments. However, our financial model is fragile. The high cost of infant and toddler care is partially offset by preschool enrollment. If preschool-aged children are primarily shifted to DCPS or charter schools, the consequences would be severe, and not only for our programs, but also for infant and toddler care throughout the city. We anticipate that the cost of infant care could rise from $31,000 a year to $45,000 annually, accompanied by a reduction in available seats due to potential center closures. It is important to note that CBOs are uniquely positioned within the mixed delivery system as the sole providers of education and care for children under the age of 3. A decline in the number of CBOs would leave the district without the necessary infrastructure for this age group. Indeed, a thriving CBO community is essential to providing care for children from birth to age 3, and these organizations rely on preschool enrollment to remain sustainable. Therefore, it is concerning that the mayor's proposed budget maintains flat funding for PICI, even as the per-pupil formula used to make payments to CBOs increases. Unlike DCPS and charter school, PICI funding is not tied to the universal per-pupil formula. This creates a situation where CBOs must allocate a larger portion of their budget to support a smaller number of students, leading to a budgetary imbalance that gradually diminishes CBO capacity. If this trend continues, we will see fewer preschool seats at CBOs, reduced stabilities for the families who depend on our care and education, and an increased strain on the fragile system that supports our youngest learners. To ensure the mixed delivery system effectively serves its purpose, proper coordination of funding and services across all sectors is essential. The collaborative approach is the key to ensuring that no child is left behind. This is not a matter of competition, but rather a commitment to preserving a comprehensive system that benefits all families. This requires equitable funding for PICI, pay equity fund and childcare subsidy program, and enhanced partnerships and collaborations among DCPS, charter schools, and CBOs. Let us safeguard that which works. Let us strengthen the mixed delivery system and not allow it to erode. Thank you very much for your time and leadership.
Thank you. I don't have a copy of your statement. Can you provide that?
Absolutely, I will do.
Thank you. Christina Chapman.
She could not be here today. She will
Okay.
provide her testimony in writing.
Simeon Lehman.
Good morning, Chairman and Council staff. Thank you for hearing everyone out this morning and continuing to hear us. It seems odd to say we're here again fighting for our ecosystem, our balancing scales, and more importantly, the people and children involved. Feels like yesterday, in this very room, we were talking about the same things: proposals, pay equity, subsidies, childcare, and the legislation around pay equity fund. The adage I cannot come to make my own more is we are not Subway workers or Target workers. We're not making sandwiches and stocking shelves. We're affecting children's lives, neighborhoods, and communities. These are the pivotal aspects that also help the economy run in Washington, D.C. In the past 2 years, we've made sure our educators are not only invested for their financial gains, but for their classrooms to thrive, and we continue to push them forward to achieve these goals. Some of these teachers may have never thought these educational goals possible. Not only has the Pay Equity Fund been leveled out another year, impending the concept of its removal for FY27 is not acceptable, as it will cause teachers to leave the city to go to Maryland, Virginia for sustainability. The instability in DC and the budget have provided as teachers across the area have had to take pay cuts, and no one should have to go through job inconsistency year in and year out, as I'm sure we would not like to do as well. Our CBOs must continue to thrive and work, keeping the balancing scales of what goes on so that in turn, they have schools so parents can work, and then parents work to afford childcare. This balancing act pushes and drives the economy in every facet, from retail, dining, tourism, homes, and more. My other point of concern lies around the $5 million cut to childcare subsidies. We are facing a wait list for the first time in over 30 years in the childcare market in DC, and that is not an if, but when. This would be a long-standing problem of having seats for children and then not having the access to the vouchers and subsidies available for them. One concept is readdressing what these voucher numbers look like. Instead of having a family that has a $0 copay, they could have a $10 copay. And by doing these soft numbers, serving nearly 7,700 to 8,000 families of subsidy access, while also addressing the fact that 40,000 families could qualify for this access by simply taking some of those families from $0 to $10 copays, we could net $100,000 a year back into the subsidy funds. It's unprecedented. Maybe it's not being addressed in the proper financial manner. The $0 to $10 copay also teaches these families fiscal responsibility, teaches them to understand that they are putting into the system and having access, and also providing the subsidies with more funds to help more families. A reminder that there's an 80% inequity in the fact that we're only serving 8,000 families while 40,000 qualify. I thank you all for your time to hear us out, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Donna Mason.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for the opportunity to testify to you and the council as a whole. I am a career early childhood educator, have been in the field for 40 years. I'm currently the executive director at St. Albans Early Childhood Center. From the start of our program, we've always been committed to high quality childcare service. We're an accredited program, and we have served in Ward 3 for over 50 years. One of the things that our families and staff find appealing is the comprehensive nature of our program. A part of how that happens is through funding. One of the things that I've observed over the last few years is the tremendous impact the Pay Equity Fund has had on our program, in particular with the morale of the staff, improvement to their quality of life, and the enjoyment felt by families who are able to have the certainty of a stable staff. With the threat of budget cuts to that funding source, it has a major impact on the stability of our program. Specifically, I've had staff look for employment elsewhere because they're not certain that they're going to be able to enjoy the enhancements that they've been able to experience in their life as a result of the Pay Equity Fund. For example, folks have bought homes and vehicles and are able to better care for their families. And it's difficult to reconcile someone going from $80,000 a year to $50,000 a year because we don't know if we're going to be funded. So in as much as we have been guaranteed funding for fiscal year 26, I am asking the council to strongly consider funding the Pay Equity Fund for the subsequent years, specifically fiscal year 27, 28, and 29. I'm also asking the council to strongly consider maintaining the stability in the subsidy as well as PKEEP. One of the concerns I have with PKEEP is that there's a tendency to learn about the funding almost at the end of the enrollment season, which creates problems with recruiting and retaining children, which of course threatens the financial stability of our program. I thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. And I do not have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
Yes, I'll be uploading it.
Vicki Wack, Administrator, Kitty Academy.
Yes. Hello, good morning. Good morning, Chairman, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ruth Roman, and I'm the Senior Executive Director of Kitty Academy of DC West End. I am here to express my strong support for the continuation of the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund. This fund has brought much needed stability to the early childhood education workforce in DC. For the first time, many educators who have long been underpaid, despite their critical role in a child's development, have been able to plan for their futures with greater confidence. Teachers now rely on this funding not only to manage everyday expenses, but to make life-changing decisions such as buying homes and putting down roots in the communities they serve. The continuation of this fund is essential. Without it, we risk losing committed and skilled early educators. Public school systems in DC and neighboring Maryland and Virginia offer more competitive compensation, and without sustained pay equity in DC, many of our educators may feel compelled to leave for those higher paying opportunities. Moreover, because Virginia and Maryland do not offer universal pre-K, their larger private child care centers often have greater financial capacity to offer higher wages, creating a competitive market that DC providers cannot easily match. If educators leave DC for these positions, they are unlikely to return, especially once they relocate and purchase homes in those jurisdictions. The impact of that loss would be severe. It would undermine the stability and progress DC has made in expanding access to high-quality early learning, and it would deeply be felt by children, families, and providers alike. The Pay Equity Fund is helping us keep talented educators in the classroom, maintain high-quality learning environments, and provide the consistency and care that our youngest learners deserve. Sustaining this fund means honoring the essential role of early childhood educators and continuing to build a strong, stable foundation for the district's future. Thank you for your continued leadership and for your commitment to DC's children, families, and early learning professionals. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Roman. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
I will resubmit. Thank you.
And your title again?
It's Senior Executive Director at Kitty Academy of DC, West End.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina Encinas? Christina Encinas? You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm sorry. Good morning, everybody. Um, my name is Cristina Encinas, and I'm the Operations Director of Estrellitas Montessori, and I started the pre-K program that has greatly benefited our community, specifically creating more access to a multicultural student body that has truly benefit everybody. But today I truly want to focus on the Pay Equity Fund because I'm also board president of the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association, and I have seen very closely the impact in the lives of many women who at the same time have impact their lives and the lives of the children they serve, creating a much more quality, high quality education for younger children in the District of Columbia. Our teachers have stepped up to the challenge and they have gone to college. We have seen thousands of women, middle-aged, brown and Black, who have returned to school to accomplish and meet the requirements for the Pay Equity Fund. And now just thinking about the implications of not having funds for the Pay Equity Fund are tremendous, not only for the salaries and their lives improvements that they have made that you have heard from other colleagues, but also for the healthcare, the health, which is, I think, in my opinion, essential for any person to have the health care. The district works to improve the quality of early learning experience, and it has increased the credentials requirements. As I mentioned before, the teachers now have to go to get their associate's degree or the CDA, which we have seen increase in numbers. However, the incentive to attain and maintain these credentials and to remain in the professions depend on the fair's compensation. According to the research by the Center for the Study of Child Care Employment, low wages are the primary driven of turnover in the early educational force, and high turnover directly undermines classroom stability and development outcomes. So I urge the Pay Equity Fund to be maintained at full funding. It's about value in early educators, advancing racial and gender justice, and delivering on our promise of quality early education for all NDC children. The council must, reconsider the full funding for Pay Equity Fund. And thank you very much for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Encinas. And I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that. Charlie Vinson?
Good morning, council member and associated staff, and thank you for your time. My name is Charlie Vinson, and I'm a parent ambassador for Educator DC. Today, I'm here to testify on the importance of continuing and increasing the DC Pay Equity Fund, as well as the importance of maintaining and protecting the fund for OSSE's subsidy program. These two funding efforts work in tandem to maintain and improve the quality education available to the children of our city. To that end, I implore the council to not only continue to fund these programs, but to also increase the budget of the DC Pay Equity Fund by $15 million in the upcoming fiscal year. It is a scientifically and widely accepted fact that the most rapid brain development that happens in childhood occurs from birth to 5. In acknowledging this fact, we must all acknowledge the importance of quality education at this time in our children's lives. It is also a socially accepted fact that quality education requires more money. quality educators deserve to be paid a livable wage, and that education centers need funding to have the materials and programs necessary to support their educators and children. This is both economically sound, as DC educators spend their wages in DC to live, to eat, and to raise their own children, and their work is paramount to the future of DC youth who will one day be tax-paying DC residents. The same logic can be applied to the direct and indirect recipients of DC subsidy program for their children's education. This financial support is often the only reason families with young children agree to stay in the city and are able to afford early childhood education in those critical years, allowing them to work, which then affords these parents the opportunity to live here in our city, work here in our city, pay taxes in our city, and spend their money in our city. I come to you now as one of those parents. My son and my daughter attend a DCPS school and a Head Start program in DC, Educare, respectively. Educare DC has not only supported my family, both when I was a single mother working full-time, barely making ends meet, and unsure of how to adequately meet my older child's educational needs, a child that now has the highest grades available in the DCPS school system, due in part to the groundwork laid in Educare, but also now as a mother of two who was able to further my own education, start a fulfilling career, and have the support of an early childhood education program to help my daughter, who, when born at 23 weeks gestation, was given a bleak future prognosis of a lifetime of cognitive and intellectual delays. Working alongside Educare and Early Start in DC, I was not only able to support her in improving, but in flourishing. My daughter is talking, running. She has learned her colors, her numbers, and her letters, and is no longer categorized as delayed in any way, just a year after her enrollment into Educator DC. We aren't discussing babysitters and we aren't discussing daycare. This is early childhood education. This is the beginning of the beginning of the rest of this city's children's lives. Low income children.
Ms. Vincent, I'm going to have to cut you off. You're over your time, but thank you, and I do have your statement.
Thank you.
India Highsmith. Is she here? India Highsmith. Then I'm going to keep moving. Pamela Pratt.
Hello, good afternoon. Oh, good morning. I'm here. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee.
I'm sorry. How did
Oh.
that? Oh, I'm sorry.
ahead.
I was here. I was trying to figure out how to join as a panelist and get on. I'm so sorry. Can you?
Ms. Highsmith, why don't you proceed, and then we'll go to Ms. Pratt.
Good morning, DC Council. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak today. My name is India Highsmith, and I am a DC Educare Parent Ambassador, as well as a resident of Ward 7. We are urging DC Council to fully fund teacher pay equity program for fiscal year 26 and across the financial plan moving forward. We are also asking that child care subsidy programs be increased by 20 million for fiscal year 26. These programs fully impact my direct life and the many people in my community. I did not have access to early child care until my son was 1 year old. Due to this, I experienced unemployment and housing instability. Since having access to childcare, I've been able to reintegrate into the workforce and apply for work training programs to further my career and my family. As many of you have already known, like Charlie, my fellow parent ambassador, mentioned, 90% of children's development happens between ages 0 to 5. If a child becomes behind in relation to their counterparts during these windows, it is shown they will continue to go on to fall behind and suffer in the classroom as a result. The many people that work in education to support and aid in the children of the district's learning and development are calling on us to make sure they are properly compensated for their time, work, and effort, but also so that they can live their lives. Ensuring the quality and ability to access to early childhood education for parents and children in the district is imperative. Thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Highsmith, and I do not have a copy of your statement if you would provide it.
Yes, I will.
Pamela Pratt.
Yes. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee as a whole. My name is Pamela Pratt. As mentioned, I am a proud parent ambassador here along with my other parent ambassadors. My son, Sahan, is 3 years old and currently attends Educare Idea Campus. I'm here today not just as a mother, but as someone who speaks for thousands of working families who depend on the district's early childhood program to build stable, thriving lives. I participate in the child care subsidy program, which has been an absolute lifeline for my family. The subsidy makes it possible for my son to receive high quality care from a place I trust. It also enables him to have before and after care, which is essential for my family ability to work and provide for our household. Without the support, I would not be able to maintain a job or pursue any path towards economic independence. That's why I am deeply concerned by the mayor's proposal to cut $5.6 million from the child care subsidy program in FY 2026. This comes after 2 consecutive years of cuts totaling $20 million. These reductions don't just hurt programs, they hurt families like mine and all the other families here today. Over 6,000 children rely on this program, and each cut chips away at access, quality, and stability. The mayor has called this a pro-growth budget, but taking resources away from early childhood education is not pro-growth, it's short-sighted. Growth starts with supporting families and children. If parents can't afford reliable childcare, we are forced out of the workforce. That means it's less income for the families and less tax revenue for the city. It's a cycle that hurts everyone. The child care subsidy program, the pay equity fund, and PKEEP are all deeply interconnected. Without stable funding, this system cannot function. If one part of the system fails, the entire structure becomes unstable. That's not just bad policy, it's a threat to the very foundation of the opportunity and equity for families like mine and all of us here today. I urge the council to reject the proposed cut and instead strengthen the child care subsidy program with $20 million in enchasement. That investment will ensure we can continue to serve the families currently enrolled and meet the rising demand for affordable child care across the district. As a mom, all I want is to give my child and all of our other children in the district a strong, safe, and the chance to succeed. I hope you will stand with me and with thousands of parents across the district to protect the programs that make that possible. Thank you for your time and commitment to families. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Pratt. Yusuf Musa.
Good morning, Chairman Medicine and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Yusuf Musa and I'm a parent ambassador at Educator. I'm also a parent of 3 children, in which 2 of my children has benefited from the Pay Equity Fund. This is a life scenario. When my first daughter went to Educare, she was diagnosed with developmental delay at the age of when she was born. Seeing her go at Educare and seeing the teachers support her in most of our needs has really made us proud as a parent, has really supported us as a parent. And this, as well as giving us the opportunity for we as parents to be able to support our needs, to be able to pay our bills and be able to pay taxes at the same time. I also want to reiterate that teachers' well-being is crucial for several reasons, including its direct impact on kids' learning. My son currently right now is 2 years old, is able to identify colors, able to speak fluently, able to say no, to say whatever he needs. And this is due to effective teaching at Educare, which so proud and honored to be part of this DCPS program. When teachers are well supported and they thrive, they are better equipped to create positive and effective learning environment for our kids. The impact of keeping pay equity funds allow our teachers to prioritize their own well-being and also well equipped to support our children's social and emotional development, of which I've actually seen in both of my kids that they've been able to regulate their emotions, they've been able to speak what they want, they've been able to say what they want. And this makes us proud as a parent. And also as a parent, I'm scared that without fair wages to our teachers, I may struggle to save for my family, for my children's education or for emergencies. We know this is a challenging budget year, but growth does not happen by cutting essential programs for children and families. A true pro-growth budget invests in the system that enable my family to live and work and also contribute to the district economy. I and my family would like to urge the chairman of the committee and the committee as a whole to not only keep the budget, but also to ensure that there's an increase in the budget for the PKEEP and pay equity funds so that our kids could learn and go at the same time. Hello?
We're waiting for you.
Yeah, so part of the pay equity funds, part of the positive impact of the pay equity funds is just to help in the development of our kids and the awareness of our kids and to increase their social development. with the development delay that my daughter has, DCPS has been able to help provide support for her needs. At 9 months, she was able to sit down. At 2 years, she was able to walk, and all this has been done through the increase in pay equity fund for teachers. So if these funds are being cut, it's going to affect us not only emotionally, it's going to affect us mentally as well. So to keep these pay equity funds, it's going to help in a lot of ways by keeping my family intact as a dad, to be able to support my wife, to be able to support my children, and to be able to build my own career.
Thank
as
you,
a dad as
Mr.
well.
Amusa. Sorry to cut you off, but your time has expired. Otelia, and I don't have a copy of your statement, please. Otelia Pittman? Actually, I was just given your statement. No, I was not. Otelia, Mr. Amusa, I do not have a copy of your statement, if you could provide it. Otelia Pittman?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Otelia Pittman, and I'm a parent ambassador for Educator DC and an educator with over 15 years of experience. I want to begin by thanking you all and the mayor for proposing to fund the pre-keep and the pay equity fund in fiscal year 26. These investments are important to myself and other families in the District of Columbia because it gives us a sense of security and peace, knowing that us educators can go and work and make enough to handle our basic needs, food, rent, utilities, and it also assists us families with quality childcare for our children. I ask that the pre-keep and pre-K enhancement and all other subsidies and the pay equity are increased instead of decreased, to help to continue to support a better quality of life for myself as an educator and also a mom of a 5-month baby. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pittman. And I do have your statement. Ebony Shaji?
Yes, thank you so much. Ebony JJ. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Ebony JJ, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As a parent of a 4-year-old attending Educare Parkside, I've experienced firsthand the life-changing impact of child care subsidy program. This support has not only made early childhood education accessible for my family, but it's pursue opportunities on other families who deeply rely on the assistance and childcare is more than just knowing my child each day gives me a piece of for my household. And it supports my ability to maintain the recent from the child care subsidy program is deeply alarming. Countless families like reducing anxiety, fear, security. Parents are doing so much. Its potential reduction aims to make forced to choose between basic. I urge you to reconsider this proposal, recognize the in the last thing in early childhood education is removing or reducing the support families back and making progress for parents striving every day to give them a brighter future. I thank you for your opportunity to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. JJ. You were cutting in and out, but thank you for your testimony. Ms. Coffin, I'll get you with the next panel. Caroline Pryor?
Good morning, Chairman and committee staff. My name is Caroline Pryor. I'm the lead organizer for Empower Ed. We are here today with some 40 pages of teacher testimony, and I also want to echo the Under 3 Coalition and the Fair Budget Coalition's asks today. When we advocated for many of these same issues at last year's budget oversight hearing for OSSE, we were operating in a normal time frame and a relatively low stakes environment. We were told then that fiscal year 25 was a quote tough budget year. Now, when we look around at our schools, students, educators, and families reeling from each new federal threat, trying to find their footing in a fundamentally destabilized budget year for the city, it is a tougher one for schools. I'm sorry, we are hearing the same. The reality is, as much as this is a quote tough budget year for the city, it is a tougher one for schools, teachers, and families. We're facing exacerbated conditions of teacher pushout in a hostile federal context that targets and punishes schools and teachers trying to do right by their students. To teach truth, to instill civic virtues. Teachers struggling to raise math and reading scores fear having resources ripped out from under them, even as they shoulder more and more mandates. Students who had equitable access to experiential learning, thanks to the Bridge the Gap Fund, are worried about fewer opportunities to experience rich learning. Families that rely on services provided by community schools, from healthcare to clothing closets to after school, are trying to make contingency plans. And rather than pouring into the well-being and resources our students, teachers, and families deserve, they feel they're being prepared for a walkback of necessary support. We know this is neither the council's nor OSSE's intention, but if we fail to protect and expand programs like community schools, Bridge the Gap Fund, and Educator wellness grants, we fail our schools and families in turn. And yes, I say expand, because to be blunt, the need has expanded, and so too should our creativity and revenue raisers to provide stopgaps. Last month, we brought a group of elementary, middle, and high school students from our public and public charter schools to the Wilson Building. Students told you and your staff members how much experiential and field trip learning meant to them, of the new possibilities they could envision for their own futures as a result. They told you that when teacher turnover was high, they felt abandoned. They saw entire programs cut, or even transferred schools in search of greater stability. They told you that as members of community schools, they were able to receive eyeglasses. They asked you directly to support experiential learning through expansion of Bridge the Gap Fund, creation of an educator retention fund at OSSE, and expansion of community schools programs at OSSE and connected schools through DCPS. My colleague Scott Goldstein will provide more detail on these in his testimony, and they're available for the public on our website. But we beg you and OSSE to agree that this moment calls for investment. We anticipate arguments that even the status quo is difficult this year, but we counter that the status quo is not enough. Austerity exacerbates, not mitigates a crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Emma Kelly.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the proposed FY26 OSSE budget, specifically on the importance of PKEEP, the Child Care Subsidy Program, and the Pay Equity Fund. I understand it is a tough budget environment, but I ask that the council fully fund early childhood education. I'm a Ward 1 resident and a parent of a kindergartner at a DCPS and a 2.5-year-old who is currently in daycare at Barbara Chambers, which is also a CBO that is part of the PKEEP program. My youngest will be entering pre-K in the coming school year. While I am grateful for the mayor's fiscal 26 proposed budget funding for PKEEP, the Child Care Subsidy Program, and the Pay Equity Fund, I lament the number of cuts that are being made to the programs that are being portrayed as either not being cuts or raises. Childcare in DC is heavily interconnected and is a delicate balance that requires sustained investment by DC. For instance, there's a $1.7 million decrease in funding to PKEEP in the fiscal year 26 budget versus the fiscal year 25 funding. In her prepared testimony, Dr. Mitchell says that there's a $7.8 million increase in the PKEEP budget for fiscal year 26, which is inaccurate, as the fiscal year 26 proposal is to fund the program for $19.5 million, and PKEEP was funded by the council for $21.5 million in fiscal year 25. In Friday's hearing, the Deputy Mayor of Education responded to a question that this may be related to lowered enrollment in DCPS, but I don't see any evidence of lower enrollment in CBOs. I ask that the council and OSSE commit to funding all current spots in CBOs. Studies have shown that private sector employment increases and parents' earnings increase with universal pre-K. Making pre-K inaccessible to working parents would eliminate these gains in economic activity. Many tax-paying district residents with small children, myself included, stay in DC versus moving to lower cost of living locales because of universal pre-K and the relief they receive from the high cost of childcare when their child turns 3. PKEEP makes it financially feasible to offer infant toddler childcare services as the cost of care for very young children is higher. A recent report shows that in DC, a lack of access to affordable childcare leads to $252 million in lost wages for parents, $79 million in costs for employers, and $64 million in lost tax revenue. Dr. Mitchell's prepared testimony also says that in the proposed budget, childcare subsidies would be funded at $68 million. When the mayor's budget documents show that the proposal is $62.15 million versus the fiscal year 25 funding levels of $67.8 million, a cut of $5.65 million. The childcare subsidy program reduces childcare costs for working families who need it most. With these cuts, families who need care will be left out in the cold. I understand that OSSE is saying that all children currently in the program will still be covered, but I am unclear how that could be with the cut. The subsidy program spurs the creation of new childcare spots by providing guaranteed funding for those spots. There are just 12,200 infant toddler early learning seats available and 23,000 children under the age of 3 in DC. The mayor's budget also underfunds the Pay Equity Fund by $10 million in fiscal year 26, and then eliminates the program in future years. This is especially frustrating as the council found the money for the Pay Equity Fund last year. Without the Pay Equity Fund, there is real fear that teachers will leave the field and classrooms will close. In closing, I ask the council to fully fund PKEEP, the Child Care Subsidy Program, and the Pay Equity Fund to preserve and enhance educational opportunities for children and economic opportunities for families in the district. In the future, I hope the council and OSSE can work with parents, educators, and administrators to find permanent solutions to funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly, you're saying there's a $10 million, and you're not the first to say this, in Pay Equity Fund. Is that comparing the proposed FY26 with what we budgeted in FY25? Or is that reflecting what advocates say the program should be?
I believe that's reflecting what advocates say it should be.
All right. Thank you. Your testimony is very helpful. Keishan Putta, ANC Commissioner. It's a he. Jordan Clark.
Yes. Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and thank you to the other parents and advocates who have joined me testifying today. As the parent of a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old, DC's education system is incredibly important to me. I chose to stay in DC and raise my family here because of DC's excellent pre-K programs. Both of my children attend Barbara Chambers Children's Center, which is a CBO in our neighborhood. My son is in pre-K 3, and my daughter is in daycare there. At Barbara Chambers, both of my children are educated in a dual language setting where they and their classmates are all engaged meaningfully and equally in both Spanish and English, regardless of what language they speak at home, which is also going to be the case in the elementary school they'll attend in our neighborhood. So that's very important to me and to the neighborhood. Barbara Chambers also provides reliable access to before and after care within a half mile of where we live. The quality, convenience, and care enable me to work full-time, and this is only made possible because of PKEEP. That funding has a lower level than it did last year, and I don't know why. For me and other working parents, PKEEP is indispensable. PKEEP provides my son with accessible, high-quality, free pre-K and keeps my daughter's daycare more affordable by offsetting the high cost to providers of caring for kids under 3. It also bridges a critical gap between the demand for pre-K and the seats available in DCPS facilities, especially on a hyperlocal basis. It's worth noting that CBOs are a better value for DC's taxpayers than the alternatives because the city does not pay any per student facilities fees at CBOs, which they do at DCPS and public charter school locations. DC families enrolled in CBOs this spring were surprised by the last minute recommendation that we entered the pre-K lottery, despite having believed that we would have continued access to our CBO pre-K classes for the next school year. This limited time to research and rank our lottery choices put us at a disadvantage next to families who had had months to attend open houses, consider the available options. My son was lucky enough to secure a spot through the lottery, which some families I know did not. But the school is 1.5 miles from my house in the opposite direction from work and my daughter's daycare. And this is a best case outcome. It's still not really sustainable for me or my family or my job. PKEEP keeps the city's parents working and keeps our economy healthy. The convenient availability of early childhood education placements in every neighborhood and every ward, the reliable, predictable availability of before and after care on site at these facilities, and consistent funding for these for more than 1 year at a time are vital necessities for the families of the district. Thank you to the council for your time and support for working families in DC, and please join DC parents in protecting PKEEP. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I did have a question for Mr. Lehman. You suggested the idea of a copay. There's no copay right now for the childcare, participating in the childcare subsidy program?
Certain families qualify for copays, but there are families that have $0 copays, in which case those families also don't pay startup fees, extraneous summer fees, or weekly fees going into it if they qualify for that, which is a marginal percentage of subsidy currently voucher used families.
You lost me in the very last sentence.
So the families that are qualifying and are using the vouchers, while there are many that do have copays, there are also a good amount that their voucher reads zero. So they pay no tuition weekly in a $0 amount.
And you're suggesting that perhaps they could, I mean, clearly they're very low income, but you're suggesting maybe they could pay something like $10.
Agreed. Yeah, I am suggesting that a $10 weekly amount, a $2 a day amount for childcare, not only helps in the fiscal responsibility of the families, but also puts money back into these subsidy funds as we go into cuts to then in turn help other families that may change the levels of vouchers and costs per family.
And the copay that you're suggesting would be weekly?
Correct.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you, all of you, for your testimony. I especially appreciate you all who are in person. And I'm reminded, Mr. Echeverria, your testimony was helpful, but I don't have it. So please get it to us. You all are excused. Folks online, you're excused. Thank you very much. I'm going to keep moving. Chelsea Coffin, Deputy Director, DC Policy Center. Shar Caesar Douglas. Shannon Hodge. Cameron Rollins. Scott Goldstein. Jessica Panfill, who's Executive Director of Lamb Public Charter School. Josh Boots. Oops, I've got 4 people there. Josh Boots is Executive Director, Empower K-12. Catherine Prokop, who's Executive Director, Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science. Justin Lessick, who is Executive Director, Sojourner Truth Public Charter School. Nicole Hanrahan, Co-founder and Executive Director of LAYC Career Academy. Brittany Semenigo, who's a student at LAYC Career. If you are here, I'm going to stop when I get another in-person. Eleni Lawrence, Chief Academic Officer, Carlos Rosario. If that's you, then I'll stop right here. Although, no, I'll stop right there. What?
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Puta, I will recognize you. But
Thanks.
I would appreciate it if people who are participating virtually would be prompt when they're called. Mr. Puta, why don't you begin, and then I'll go to Ms. Coffin.
Sure. Second.
You've managed to mute yourself.
Okay.
All right, you're unmuted.
Mr. Chairman, I hope you can hear me now.
I can hear you.
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I will begin. I was on when you called me, but that's okay. Mr. Chairman, I am, yes, an ANC commissioner in 2E. Our ANC sent a resolution to you and the rest of the council about keeping and saving the PKEEP program. And we want to thank you for, and the mayor for doing so. But there's still a lot to be done. The focus in our budgets is to grow our economy, to save and create jobs. It's been a major priority, especially with so many jobs leaving. But that is why childcare is more important than ever. I know you know this, but we can't stress it enough. Tens of thousands of parents like myself cannot work, cannot even take these jobs we are saving and trying to create. We cannot contribute to DC and pay taxes without childcare. We are parents of a first grader. We know we couldn't have worked full-time without it. So please fully fund pay equity. Please make it permanent. Please invest in the childcare subsidies. Some have said these programs are growing too fast, but that only shows the dire need. Our ANC is open to ideas to control costs. I would like to consider the copay idea, but I'm not sure about it. But I would like to hear more ideas to control costs. Let us fix it and not nix it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Coffin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Chelsea Coffin, and I'm the Deputy Director of the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policy for a growing, vibrant, and compelling District of Columbia. My testimony today focuses on the Office of the State Superintendent's FY26 budget proposal with attention to investments that drive post-pandemic recovery in improvements to attendance and potential risks to federal revenue. Chronic absenteeism remains a system-wide challenge. Reaching the district's goal to reduce chronic absenteeism by half by school year 26-27 will require sustained and targeted investment. Despite progress since the peak of the pandemic, chronic absenteeism is still higher than pre-pandemic. In school year 23-24, 40% of students were chronically absent, missing at least 10% of the school year. Early indicators from school year 24-25 show that the rate of improvement has slowed. As of November 2024, the share of chronically absent students declined by 3 percentage points year over year, compared to a 6 percentage point decrease the previous November. The FY26 budget includes some promising strategies to improve attendance. Several investments in the proposed OSSE budget have shown positive results and should be preserved or expanded. High-impact tutoring or HIT. High-impact tutoring or HIT. In addition to academic benefits, HIT demonstrably improves attendance. Students are more likely to attend school on tutoring days, reflecting the strength of the relationships they have with their tutors. Second, the Advanced Technical Center, or ATC. Students who attend Career and Technical Education, or CTE, at the CTE, particularly in cybersecurity and health pathways, attend school more regularly, averaging 13 more days per year than their peers. The planned expansion Ward 8 can increase this access and benefits. Other attendance supports include further investments in the Department of Human Services Truancy Reduction Program, especially the 6-month Early Intervention PASS program and students who've completed the full pilot, and attendance in initiatives like nudge letters, which continue these effective approaches to decrease chronic absenteeism with particular populations. However, future federal funding poses significant uncertainty. OSSE's proposed 26 budget depends heavily on federal dollars, 59% of the agency's total funding. The current proposed changes in the federal budget, if enacted by Congress, would reduce or restructure key education programs. DC TAG could be eliminated, affecting higher education access for DC's high school alumni who attend public universities or private HBCUs and nonprofit institutions in the area. Targeted support could decrease for programs of adult education, English learner acquisition, and other student supports, which would be combined into a single grant with reduced funding, potentially cutting federal supports by at least 60%, although the precise impact on DC is unknown. A new grant to states would consolidate multiple formula-driven funding streams into one, including Title I, with greater flexibility on how to spend them. There's a lot of uncertainty around these federal changes, but it would be prudent to identify where there are greater risks to education funds that come from OSSE to DC schools as we move through this budget cycle. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Coffin. Shar Caesar Douglas.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Shar Caesar Douglas, and I'm a proud Ward 4 resident and the mother of Camden, a joyful, curious 4-year-old Black boy. You've heard earlier from Señora Encinas, the operations director at Estrellitas Montessori. I've had the privilege of serving alongside her as a member of the equity team, and I've seen firsthand the impact of this educational community. We've watched our son's confidence bloom as he practices math, develops his motor skills, explores art, and of course becomes a fluent Spanish speaker. On a recent camping trip, Camden proudly counted out marshmallows for s'mores entirely in Spanish, delighting everyone around the campfire. It's clear his early education is preparing him to thrive, but access to this kind of knowledge exploration only happens because of programs like PKEEP and the Pay Equity Fund. Let's be clear, these programs are not just social benefits, they are economic engines. DC has the highest earning women in the nation. When we compensate educators fairly and invest in affordable, high-quality childcare, we're not just supporting families, we're fueling our economy. I've always believed that the most important investment a city can make is in its children. They are the future of our neighborhoods, our workforce, and our democracy. And the return on that investment is exponential. In fact, the U.S. Council of Economic Advisors reported back in 2014 that every dollar put into childcare yields up to $8 in economic return. Since its launch, PKEEP has helped over 5,000 DC children access high-quality early education experiences, laying the foundation for kindergarten readiness, language development, and long-term academic achievement. Meanwhile, Pay Equity has stabilized the workforce by increasing compensation for over 4,000 early childhood educators, reducing turnover, improving teacher morale, and allowing centers to reinvest in staff development and student support. These aren't just numbers, they are lives transformed. Programs like PKEEP are why families like mine stay in the district. I am advocating for permanent funding of PKEEP and Pay Equity, but at a minimum, we need a commitment to at least 3 years of stable, reliable funding. Parents can't plan their lives, and CBOs can't hire or retain qualified educators based on one-year budget cycles or political uncertainty. Without that consistency, we risk dismantling the very infrastructure that makes DC livable for working families. So I ask you, with all of the success of PKEEP and the Pay Equity Fund, why would we change course now? This isn't just about budgets, it's about our values and about whether we want DC to be a place where families can put down roots, where caregivers are paid what they're worth, and where our kids get the strong start they deserve. We urge you, don't just protect these programs, champion them permanently in our budget. Protect the strength of PKEEP and CBOs, increase the Pay Equity Fund, protect paid family leave, and above all, build a permanent plan that ensures at least 3 years of consistent, coordinated investment across agencies. DC families are watching, DC educators are waiting, and our children are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Douglas. Shannon Hodge. Cameron Rawlings.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Cameron Rollins, and I have the honor of serving as the Interim Chief Executive Officer of Southeast Children's Fund, a nonprofit organization proudly celebrating 30 years of service to children, families, and educators in the district. Our work centers on early childhood education, adult education, and workforce development, with a deep and sustained commitment to residents in Ward 7 and 8. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. For the past 3 decades, Southeast Children's Fund has operated with the belief that strong communities begin with strong investments in education and economic mobility. Through our Professional Development Institute, we have provided high-quality training and continuing education to thousands of early childhood educators across the district. Our Child Development Associate program alone has produced more than 4,500 credentialed educators. For many, this is their first formal credential and a vital stepping stone into the early learning profession. These credentials are not just symbolic. They are gateways to meaningful careers, wage equity, and improvements in quality across the mixed delivery system. The Council's investment in pay equity and tuition-free degree pathways, such as the DC LEAD program, have yielded transformational returns for the district. Since the launch of the DC LEAD in 2022, Southeast Children's Fund has supported more than 900 early childhood educators through full tuition scholarships for associate's and bachelor's degrees in early childhood education, foreign credential evaluations to support immigrant educators, and incentives and supports systems to help scholars persist and complete their programs. These investments are not short-term. They are multi-generational. They stabilize the early education workforce, improve the quality of care and instruction, and critically, enable educators to qualify for the benefit of pay equity. Unfortunately, in recent years, budget constraints have begun to erode this progress. At the start of DC Lead, scholars could enroll in up to 12 credits per semester. Today, due to significant funding reductions, many are limited to just 3 credits per semester. This 75% reduction drastically slows their educational progress and undermines the return on the district's investment. The consequences are real. Scholars report feeling discouraged, uncertain about when they will graduate, and fearful they won't meet the degree requirements in time to access pay equity. When their progress stalls, so does the pathways to compensation, program quality, and better outcomes for children. We recognize that OSSE's budget faces pressures from both local limitations and federal uncertainty. Still, we urge the council to find strategic ways to safeguard and expand investments in the DC Lead program, especially to restore full course loads and expand access for more educators. We're hoping that this investment allows for full funding for the early childhood pay equity scale, continued investment in credentialing, such as DC Lead and CDA, and support for providers and community-based organizations like Southeast Children's Fund. I thank you for the time today.
Thank you, Mr. Rollins. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you'd provide it, please.
Will do.
Scott Goldstein.
Good afternoon. If you asked me a couple years ago to imagine a scenario where Trump is back in office, the federal government is preparing to gut Medicaid and pass draconian cuts across the safety net, and asked me what's the one single investment we can make in our education budget to help protect DC families in that scenario, my answer would be community schools. Community schools provide health services, food pantries, transportation support, and so much more. Doing anything other than expanding community schools at a time when the federal safety net is under threat is irresponsible. But the mayor cutting this program a second year in a row after so much outrage about the devastating effects it would cause and the proof about its program's effectiveness is incomprehensible. We're not just asking you to restore the funding, we're demanding expansion. The cuts both locally and nationally demand the program be expanded to school communities facing enormous hardship. We're grateful the council restored this program last year and we need you again. Next, we're enormously proud of the difference the Bridge the Gap Fund made over the past year. We finally closed an equity gap in student experiences caused in part by differential PTO funding. At the end of this year, we will have funded over 100 unique student experiences, not just field trips, but incredibly rich experiential learning from museums to theaters to STEM labs. Every student in every ward deserves access to these rich experiences. We know they improve attendance, engagement, and open doors to future careers. Cutting this program balances the budget on the back of student futures. We ask the council to ensure this is funded at $500,000 in the coming school year. On literacy, the cuts to the literacy training is damaging and irresponsible. Evidence shows the single key across many states to successfully implementing structured literacy training is to provide educators stipends. Anyone familiar with the daily life of a teacher wouldn't make the claim that taking a training simply available on demand is an adequate substitute. It must be incentivized. We're already moving too slow to ensure all educators have the literacy training they need. On educator retention, we're very disappointed the mayor's budget eliminates funding for the OSSE Educator Wellness Grants. These grants, which Empower Ed has received to help schools with educator wellness and retention the past 5 years, have been one of the single most effective tools to combat teacher turnover. On average, our school partnerships have increased 8% in 1 year and 15% in 2 years of partnership. And I'll just add, because I just calculated this morning, we actually believe this program probably saves the district government about $2 million a year. We need the council to reinstate these grants, and just as important, if we want these to fund a full year of work, we need these grants to be funded over the 4-year financial plan, and the council require them to be continuation grants. So effective partners do not have to reapply from scratch each year, which takes several key months off the school year away from being able to be in schools. We also believe the OSSE needs to implement an educator retention fund to provide flexible dollars of about $100,000 per school to the highest 20 turnover schools, which could be used for wellness supports, flexible scheduling, wellness coordinators, peer mentorship, and more. And finally, to increase teacher expertise, we believe for just $110,000, you can invest in national board certification. I'll mention finally, because we have for several years asked for a $2 million investment in outdoor learning for our children, which would be a capital investment. There is now several $100 million being spent on just the stadium alone, parking lot for the stadium alone. They can't help but notice the contrast that there wasn't $2 million available for outdoor learning available for children in capital dollars. We ask you to prioritize these smart investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Jessica Panfill.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Jessica Panfel, and I'm the Executive Director of the Latin American Montessori Bilingual Public Charter School, or what we affectionately call it, LAM. LAM offers a unique educational experience, Montessori instruction in a Spanish-English dual language environment. We are the only public school in DC with this model, and our students continue to thrive both academically and socially. We're proud of our bright spots this year, including in-seat attendance rate at 94%. We have over 93% of our instructional staff returning, and our early academic data shows continued growth in both literacy and math, affirming the strength of our academic approach. Looking ahead, we're very excited to welcome our highest enrollment ever next school year, a testament to families' trust in our mission. I want to acknowledge our gratefulness for the partnership with Dr. Francesca Smith, OSSE's multilingual specialist, who provided high-quality professional development in dual language instructional best practices. And because of LAM's high staff participation, she presented at our campus, reinforcing our commitment to instructional excellence for dual language learners. And although while we celebrate these successes, we continue to remain focused on improvement. And this year we expanded academic interventions and strengthened our student support framework to ensure every student receives what they need to be successful. I would like to acknowledge and thank Dr. Mitchell and her team at OSSE for their steady leadership. Their systems and support are critical to our work, particularly in this complex funding environment. We also very much appreciate Mayor Bowser's proposed 2.74% increase to the UPSFF and the continuation of the 3.1% facilities allotment. However, we have significant concerns about the structure of the FY26 educator compensation grants. Charter school LEAs are being offered one-time funding outside the UPSFF, while DCPS receives multi-year guaranteed increases. Our educators deserve the same long-term commitment, and we urge the council to consider more equitable and sustainable approaches. We are committed to being collaborative, solution-focused partners. We thank you for your leadership and support of high-quality public education for every child in the district.
Thank you, Ms. Panfil. Josh Boots. Catherine Prokop.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Prokop,
I'm here.
please
And
proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman, for an opportunity to speak to you today. And I appreciate your support always for education. There are a few things that I want to recognize and raise, some concerns, as well as express appreciation for what's being done in the budget that does support our students, and some things that we really need to look at. We recognize the extraordinarily challenging fiscal environment that we're in, with federal grant eliminations and such. And in face of these headwinds, we appreciate the steady and thoughtful leadership of Dr. Antoinette Mitchell, whose recent confirmation as permanent state superintendent brings much needed sense of continuity and stability to OSSE during this time. Her guidance and her team's unwavering support have been instrumental to LEAs like ours navigating today's financial landscape. And I want to commend OSSE's efforts to build partnerships with LEA leaders. In particular, we're grateful for the work that OSSE has done to streamline the process of accessing charter educator compensation grants. We know that these funds are vital to attracting and retaining high-quality educators in our sector. However, I do express concern that as currently proposed in the FY26 budget, these grants are structured as one-time allocations outside of the UPSFF rather than the multi-year guaranteed funding and approach provided to DCPS in the mayor's budget. And this disparity risks undermining our abilities to plan long-term and make the kinds of commitments to our educators that they deserve. And again, as my colleagues have done as well, we urge the council and OSSE to work collaboratively with charter leaders to identify a more equitable and sustainable solution for all DC educators, whether DCPS or charter. It is essential to our students' success, and they should be supported accordingly. I also want to highlight and thank OSSE for its tremendous work in managing programs like high impact tutoring. At our school, more than 60 students benefited from one-on-one math tutoring through this initiative, and it's been critical to our academic efforts. And we've seen in our end-of-year testing that our students' scores have soared. So we are greatly appreciative of that. And looking ahead, we encourage the continued investment in the career and technical education, especially the advancement and expansion of the advanced technical career centers. These programs not only are transforming educational experiences for students, but also creating meaningful post-secondary pathways. This is something personal to me because my niece is going through that program, and she's getting ready to earn her cybersecurity certification. So I reiterate our commitment to working with OSSE, and I thank the council for an opportunity to testify, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Procope. Justin Lessick.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council. My name is Justin Lessick. I'm the Executive Director at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School in Ward 5. Truth is the district's first and only public Montessori middle and high school. And next year, we will serve about 370 students across grades 6 through 12. On a personal note, I'm a Ward 4 resident and the father of 2 middle school students at Truth and 1 elementary school student in DCPS. First and foremost, I want to stress my empathy for the extremely challenging fiscal environment that the mayor, the council, and district agencies are currently experiencing. As a public charter school, Sojourner Truth wants to be a collaborative and solutions-focused partner in support of all students, whether part of the charter sector or DCPS. We're extremely appreciative of the work Dr. Mitchell and her team at OSSE have done. Dr. Mitchell's guidance as state superintendent has been not just consistent, but crucial during these last few months when both LEAs and OSSE itself are facing significant budget pressures and funding uncertainty. We're extremely thankful for Mayor Bowser's proposed 2.74% increase to the UPSFF and for maintaining the 3.1% facilities allotment for FY26. These are both incredibly critical for the success of schools like Truth. We're grateful for OSSE's partnership in working with leaders to develop streamlined processes for charter educator compensation grants. We do, however, like some others have mentioned, remain concerned that the FY26 educator pay grants are structured as one-time funding outside the per pupil allocation rather than the multi-year guaranteed funding approach provided to DCPS in the mayor's budget. We're committed to working with you to find more equitable solutions. The district's multi-year investment of high-impact tutoring continues to be a game changer for Truth and other schools as we work to advance much-needed proficiency in math and ELA. We appreciate OSSE's amazing work managing and facilitating these programs, which have significantly impacted our students' academic recovery. High-impact tutoring has yielded very tangible and positive results for us at Sojourner Truth. We currently have a math tutor in every single middle and high school math classroom in our building, and our math gains so far this year on NWA MAP at the end of the year have been the highest since our founding in 2020. Truth has also participated robustly in OSSE's ATC program. We strongly encourage continued investment in CTE. Students at Truth that participate in the ATC program have higher attendance rates and show greater academic outcomes compared to their peers. And it's not just in their ATC courses, but in their non-ATC courses as well. My understanding is that the mayor's budget eliminates the OSSE Educator Wellness Grants, which have allowed over 40 schools to receive targeted support for educator well-being and retention from organizations like Empower Ed and MedStar Wise. I hope that funds can be found in the budget to restore some of these grants, which serve an increasingly important role in educator wellness. We know that the very many fiscal constraints make OSSE's already difficult job even harder, and we anticipate that the next few years will bring additional uncertainty that will strain various partnerships in the public education space. Dr. Mitchell and her team's commitment to maintaining high quality support and collaboration with charter schools during these challenging times demonstrates their commitment and dedication to all DC students. We remain incredibly grateful to OSSE at an organizational level, and I personally want to thank their grant team for ongoing support, their various task forces for things like Everyday Counts, and their leadership in general. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Lessick. Nicole Hanrahan. Then stay there. We'll call you. I'll call you next. So maybe we'll end there. There's not a seat for you at the table. I want to thank all of the witnesses. I do want to say this. I've said this a couple of times earlier. Several of you testified about how been critical of the way the mayor structured the budget, that there's funding, for instance, for the pay equity for FY26, but not in the following years, that the UPSFF, while it increases for FY26, it decreases in the subsequent years in the financial plan. Without going into all that I said earlier, I view some of this as gimmicks to just balance the budget. It's unfortunate because it means structurally the budget is not well put together as a financial plan, but I will add this as well. And I'll use pay equity as an example. Last year, the mayor proposed a zero budget for pay equity. The council found funding not only $70 million for the current fiscal year, but $70 million for every year. That's $280 million to the plan. That means, since the mayor always presents a balanced budget, we had to cut or find $280 million in order to fund it through 4 years. What we see this year is that she takes 3 of those years away. That means that she repurposed $210 million for something else. So I would very much like for us to have 4-year funding for these programs. I totally get the point about stability, that everybody needs to be able to plan from 1 year to next and see that there's some consistency. But if we're going to find the money by cutting to put it in for 4 years for the mayor to not honor that next year, it's not a worthwhile exercise or a constructive exercise for the council. So I'm just saying, I think this is an unfortunate situation. I'm not quite sure how we're going to resolve it in terms of the out years. That's a little different than the challenge of whether we can restore some of the funding for FY26, which we will work on. And your testimony has been helpful. So let's, I'm going to excuse you all. Thank you very much for your testimony. And Nicole Hanrahan from LAYC, Brittany Samaniego, who's a student, Eleni Lawrence, Chief Academic Officer, Carlos Rosario, Patricia DeFerrari, GED instructor, Carlos Rosario. No, I'm going to stop there. Since I called 4 people, there should only be 4 people. Ah, okay. So, Ms. Hanrahan, we'll begin with you.
Good day, Chairman Mendelson and council staff. My name is Nicole Hanrahan, and I'm the co-founder and executive director of the LAYC Career Academy and a Ward 6 resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. You can think of LAYC Career Academy as a hybrid between a high school and a community college where young adults ages 16 to 30 finish high school, learn English, take college credit courses, and prepare for careers in information technology and healthcare. First, I want to thank the council for raising the adult rate in the uniform per pupil student funding formula to 1. Because of that investment, we've achieved some strong outcomes. 95% of graduates are working or in college within 6 months. We earned a level 1, which is the highest rating on the new PCSB Aspire framework. 92% of IT and medical assistant graduates found jobs in their fields with an average starting salary of $21.75 per hour. And then 6 and 12 months post-graduation, wages rose by an average of $14 an hour. We're eager to keep this momentum going. However, we're deeply concerned about the mayor's proposed $1.9 million cut to OSSE's adult and family education grant funding. Workforce development is more critical than ever as DC faces job losses and looming cuts to public benefits. This grant is our school's 2nd largest funding source. It pays for crucial student support specialists who help with challenges like housing, childcare, and mental health. It also funds our key teachers. Without it, we simply cannot sustain the success that we've seen. This $1.9 million cut doesn't just affect schools. It risks DC federal Adult Education and Family Literacy Act funding altogether because federal funds require a local match. Slashing this match in half could mean losing federal dollars entirely, harming those who need workforce training the most. Despite these concerns, I'm grateful for key elements in the mayor's budget, including holding the UPSF for adults at 1, the 2.7% increase in the UPSF, and continued funding for the Adult Learner Transit Program, which has been a game changer for students who previously couldn't afford Metro fare. I'm also thankful for the $30 million increase to charter education compensation. However, I urge the council to have all funding come through the UPSF to ensure equity between charters and DCPS. Finally, while I'm relieved to see the 3.1% facilities increase, I am concerned about the future years, and I heard what you said, Chairman, about this. I'm also concerned about this as DCBS is receiving significant new funding for facilities. LAYC Career Academy looked for a new facility for 2 years. It was exceptionally challenging, and this makes equitable, sustained facilities funding for charters essential. In closing, I understand this is a tough budget here. As you make this decision, I urge you to help our city's unemployed residents get back to work so they can support their families and pay taxes. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hanrahan. You said $1.7 million cut in the OSSE's Adult and Family Education Grant Funding. An earlier witness said it was $2.6 million.
Yes, it's a 2.6 million. Some of that is federal money and some of that is local money. I was talking exclusively about the local money, which obviously we have more control over.
Got it. Thank you. Ms. Samaniego?
Buenos días, Chairman Melanson, miembros del Consejo y miembros de su equipo. Mi nombre es Brittany Dayana Samaniego Pichihua. Tengo 19 años, soy de Perú y soy estudiante de Haití en el EYC Career Academy. Llegué a este país hace un poco más de 2 años y cuando llegué muchos lugares me cerraron la puerta. Sin embargo, conocí a una trabajadora social que me recomendó esta maravillosa escuela, la cual me ha brindado muchas oportunidades desde el primer día.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and council staff. My name is Brittany Diana Samaniego. I'm 19 years old from Peru, and I am an IT student at LAYC Career Academy. I arrived in this country a little over 2 years ago, and when I arrived, many places turned me away. However, I met a social worker who recommended this wonderful school, which has provided me with many opportunities since day one.
Mi meta era poder obtener mi GED, aprender mi inglés y poder ir al college. Durante mis primeros 8 meses me enfoqué intensamente en obtener mi GED y logré alcanzarlo. Al mismo tiempo me dediqué con mucho esfuerzo a mis clases de inglés con el gran apoyo de mis profesores.
My goal was to earn my GED, learn English, and go to college. For the first time in 8 months, for the first 8 months, I focused intensely on earning my GED, and I succeeded. At the same time, I dedicated myself to my English classes with great support of my teachers.
Apenas me gradué de GED, comencé mi pathway de college, donde tuve la oportunidad de obtener una beca a través de New Futures. También logré mis certificaciones de Microsoft y gracias a mi alto puntaje clasifiqué al Microsoft Office Specialist USS National Championship, representando a Washington, D.C.
As soon as I finished my GED, I began my college pathway where I had the opportunity to obtain a scholarship through New Futures. I also earned my Microsoft certifications, and thanks to my high score, I qualified for the Microsoft Office Specialist US National Championship representing Washington, D.C.
Durante el camino enfrenté algunas dificultades personales, lo cual retrasó un poco mi ingreso al college. Sin embargo, eso no me detuvo. Aproveché las clases de IT que ofrece mi escuela y a la vez estoy estudiando inglés. Actualmente sigo preparándome para estar cada vez más cerca de alcanzar mis metas.
Along the way, I faced some personal difficulties, which delayed my admission to college a bit. However, that didn't stop me. I took advantage of the IT classes my school offers, and I'm also studying English. I'm currently continuing to prepare myself to get closer to achieving my goals.
Por eso creo que los recortes al presupuesto del alcalde para el año fiscal 2026 afectarían de manera grave y negativa a la escuela y estudiantes como yo.
That's why I believe the mayor's budget cuts for fiscal year 2026 would seriously and negatively impact the school and students like me.
Por lo tanto, creo firmemente que si hay jóvenes con tantas aspiraciones como yo, LYC Career Academy es un lugar perfecto para ellos, por todos los recursos que nos ofrecen y también por la calidad de sus profesores y en general de todo su personal.
Therefore, I firmly believe that if there are young people with aspirations like me, the Career Academy is a perfect place for them because of all the resources it offers and also because of the quality of its teachers and in general, its entire staff.
Como embajadora de la escuela, sé muy bien cuánto se preocupa LYC Career Academy por el bienestar de cada uno de nosotros y como siempre busca mejorar día a día. Por eso quisiera agradecer profundamente todo el apoyo que he recibido de parte de mis consejeros y profesores, quienes me han estado acompañando y guiando en este camino hacia mis sueños. Gracias por la oportunidad de compartir mi historia con ustedes. Espero que la ciudad reconsidere estos recortes y apoye a escuelas como LYC Career Academy.
As an ambassador for the school, I know very well how much LAYC Career Academy cares about the well-being of each of us and how it always strives to improve every day. Therefore, I would like to deeply appreciate all the support I have received from my counselors and teachers who are accompanying and guiding me on this path towards my dreams. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story with you. I hope the city reconsiders these cuts and supports schools like the Career Academy.
Thank you very much. Eleni Lawrence.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Eleni Lawrence, and I am the Chief Academic Officer at Carlos Rosario. I'm also a proud DC native, DCPS graduate, and parent of a current DC charter school child and an alumnus. I've had the privilege of serving at Carlos Rosario since 2015, and each year I continue to be inspired by our students and their journeys. Carlos Rosario serves over 2,000 adult learners from all 8 wards of the district who are building English proficiency, earning GEDs, and pursuing career certifications in fields such as culinary arts, nurse aid training, IT fundamentals, and bilingual teaching assistants. These learners are parents, workers, taxpayers, and emerging civic leaders. Their commitment to education, despite work, family responsibilities, and other barriers, is extraordinary. Thanks to the Council's investment last year, we were able to take major steps forward in how we support our most academically vulnerable learners through the expansion and reorganization of our SART program, Student Academic Response Team. This work began pre-COVID and with recognition that some students, despite strong attendance and effort, were not making expected academic progress. We saw the need to do more. And using FY25 resources, we established a new director of specialized student services and hired additional SART teachers. We also realigned our ESL tutors to report under this new structure, creating unified, more effective academic support system. This restructuring allowed for much closer collaboration between tutors, teachers, and student services staff. Now the supports are clearer, better coordinated, and better tracked, and most importantly, they are impactful. The results speak for themselves. 54% of students who had repeated levels 3 times or more were promoted. There's a 17-point gain on CASA's exams, 163 average Lexile level increase, and 80% of students are on track to meet their individual goals. These goals are a testament to what is possible when adult learners receive the kind of structured, compassionate, individualized support they deserve. In the K-12 space, we take for granted the presence intervention systems for struggling learners, but in adult education, these supports are not required. Carlos Rosario has built our own because we believe our learners' potential and we refuse to leave them behind. We're grateful for the Council's continued recognition of the value of adult education. Your investments are working, and they are changing trajectories, building confidence, and unlocking opportunities. When adult learners are given the support that they need to succeed, they rise, and so does our city. I respectfully ask you to remain these investments in adult education and understand that there are also many cuts coming in the budget. We have concern for the social safety net that many of our Carlos Rosario students rely on. Cuts to healthcare, Medicaid, SNAP, TANF will impact students' ability to study and provide for their families. Downstream, these cuts will weaken our city, and I ask that you find new solutions to support our most vulnerable residents. Thank you for your time and your commitment to equity and education.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Patricia DeFerrari.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Yes, my name is Patricia DeFerrari. I'm a 3rd-generation DC resident and a longtime adult basic education educator in the district. And since you have my testimony here, let me just highlight a couple of points which really bring out what Eleni spoke about. So with our GED and English program, we also have a GED and Spanish program. Students come from a wide range of backgrounds. They come from different countries and from the United States. They're already working, but they want to move up, their parents. Getting a GED makes a difference for themselves, their families, their communities, even increasing their reading and writing and speaking skills allows them to be better advocates for their children and for their families and themselves. What I want to highlight, one thing that makes me very proud to be in DC is the strong investment that the city puts in adult basic education. And I encourage the continuation of that. With the recent increase, as Ms. Lawrence said, we've been able to increase the support we provide for students. So there are 3 critical ways in which that support is implemented at our school. There's the social services, connecting. If students don't have food, housing, healthcare, or they need legal help, they can't go to school. There's the academic intervention, both for those with special needs, and in the GED, it may be people with foundational skills or people trying to pass that last test. And then third, there's also the mental health piece. Anxiety is a huge barrier to passing. And being able to work with a mental health counselor to help people overcome this has unlocked a lot of success. So I want to just, as my testimony says, really emphasize our appreciation for the increased spending and let you know that it makes a difference. While a basic education is a human right, regardless of age, earning a high school credential is an arduous and complex feat that requires more than just instruction and a desire to learn. It requires a kind of investment that the district has made, an investment that pays dividends in this generation and the ones to come. So thank you for that. And I'd also echo that we need to look at the cuts to those basic social services that the city is proposing, because that will undermine our education investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. And I have copies of all of it. I do not have any questions for you. So you all are excused, and I'll call the next group. Alejandra Barrera, Vivian Robledo, who's Executive Director of the Next Step Public Charter School, Sahira Fernandez, David Moreno San Lorenzo, Leicester Johnson. I thought I called them earlier. Elizabeth Bowman, Taryn Morrissey, Mario Clapton, Elementary Campus Principal, Washington U. Ying, Amy Quinn, Early Years Campus, Washington U. Ying, Rustin Lewis, he's Executive Director of Communities and Schools, Dylan Amankwa, Site Coordinator, Communities and Schools. How about Spark the Journey people? Let me see. I know Ms. Blattner's here in person, so I'm going to skip you for a second and see if the Spark the Journey people are online. Brandon White, Kevin Gray, Jami George, Aslan Flores Rivas. So I'm going to stop there. So I'm skipping Joanna Blattner, Brandon White, Kevin Gray, Jami George, and Aslan Flores Rivas. I think they're all either not here or in person. Ms. Barrera.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Alejandra Barrera, former ESL student at Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School and currently serving as a board member. 9 years ago, I stood in Colombia with a fresh degree in economics and public policy, facing a heartbreaking moment. Despite my academic achievements, I missed a life-changing job opportunity because I didn't speak enough English. That moment felt like my dreams were slipping away. I came to the United States as an au pair, hoping to learn English and create a new path. But learning a language isn't just about words. It's about hope, community, and opportunity. Carlos Rosario International School became that beacon of hope for me. At the Sonia Gutierrez campus, I wasn't just learning English, I was joining a family. The advanced ESL classes challenged me with teachers who pushed me to improve my pronunciation and communication skills. I took rigorous vocabulary and language courses, dedicating myself completely to learning. The school's mentorship program was transformative. Through this program, I connected with a volunteer mentor who helped me navigate my professional journey. This led me to an internship with the council member David Grosso, another with the campaign for tobacco for kids, and ultimately a career in public policy. Today, I hold a program and financial compliance officer position at the latter organization. Carlos Rosario saw potential in me when others might not have. They helped me draft resumes, prepare for interviews, and build a professional network. Through their support, I completed my master's in public administration at American University, and I was even selected as a semi-finalist for the Presidential Management Fellowship. Unfortunately, the program was abruptly terminated, so I couldn't continue in the process. My connection to Carlos Rosario didn't end with my graduation. Today, I'm proud to serve on the school's board of trustees, continuing to support the institution that changed my life so it continues changing the lives of many more students. I watched the school grow and expand, a testament to its incredible impact on adult learners. Today, I continue to dream of working directly in public policy, but more importantly, I understand that adult education is about more than individual success. It's about transforming families and communities. Carlos Rosario School meets students wherever they are in their life plans and supports them all throughout the process, whether that is landing a job opportunity with a livable wage that seem out of reach without a minimum English proficiency level, or pursuing higher education so they can fulfill their full potential. In every classroom, among students from different backgrounds, united by the desire to learn and grow, I found my second family. When you invest in adult education, you are not just teaching language or job skills. You are providing hope. You are breaking down barriers. You are giving people like me a chance to rebuild their dreams, to contribute to their community, and to create a better future for themselves and their families. Investing in adult education isn't just spending money, it's investing in the future of Washington, D.C. As we consider the FY26 budget, I ask that you uphold the measure's important commitments to adult education for learners like me. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Pereira. And I have a copy of your statement. Vivian Robledo.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council
Good
members,
afternoon.
and staff. My name is Dr. Vivian Robledo, and I am the Executive Director of the Next Step Public Charter School, a hidden gem in Columbia Heights. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about our work and the impact of adult education in the district. The Next Step, it serves students aged 16 to 30, young people who may be too old for traditional high school, yet still striving to earn a high school credential. They want to improve their English skills and build brighter futures. Many of our students have experienced interrupted education, they're balancing jobs, parenting, and have other responsibilities. We meet them where they are. Our bilingual GED program ensures students can learn in the language that best supports them. This past year, we served approximately 500 students with 78% of eligible test takers passing the GED and showing significant growth in reading and math. Our daycare, case management, and mental health services remove barriers that often stand in the way of academic progress. These supports are essential. Thanks to the Council's investment in fiscal year 25, we were able to deepen our support for students navigating learning and offer more flexibility for learners balancing complex schedules. We continue to offer courses with Bard Early College and have added green construction credential through our partnership with Catholic Charities. Our summer program will integrate academic and workforce content and offer CPR, ServSafe, and North Star. In sum, these funds help bridge the gap between education and employment, setting our students on a pathway to economic mobility. Our students continue to inspire us. Whether it's a graduate now serving unhoused student and a speaker today, or an alumnus on our board shaping the school's future while working for the president of UDC, their stories show that what is possible when opportunity meets support. As you consider the fiscal year 26 budget, I respectfully ask that you maintain the mayor's critical investments in public education through the increase to the UPSFF, teacher pay increases, and the increase to the charter facilities allotment. While the mayor's budget is strong on public education, I'm concerned about what it does to the social safety net that our students rely on. Cuts to the DC Healthcare Alliance, Medicaid, SNAP, and TANF will impact students' ability to study and provide for their families. Downstream, these cuts will weaken our city, and I ask that you find new solutions to support our most vulnerable residents. Education should not have an expiration date. The Next Step provides critical bridge for young adults who might otherwise be left behind. We urge you to continue supporting adult education funding. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to ensuring all DC residents, regardless of age or background, have access to an education that opens doors.
Thank you, Mr. Robledo, and I do have your statement. Sahira Fernandez.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Saida Fernandez Stepanzik, a Ward 7 resident and the Chief of Student Support and Engagement at the Next Step Public Charter School. As a Dominican American and daughter of immigrants, I've dedicated the past 10 years to supporting adult learners in DC. And I'm here today to share why adult education is critical to our city's future. The Next Step serves DC residents who weren't able to complete their education in traditional K-12 systems. Many of our students face complex challenges, from mental health barriers to economic instability, from parenting responsibilities to navigating complex city systems. We aren't just a school, we're a comprehensive support network that eliminates obstacles and helps students achieve their educational and professional goals. Our supports begin with addressing the most fundamental barriers. Our on-site childcare program is a perfect example. We provide care for children, allowing parents to attend both day and evening classes. 21% of our students are parents, and our childcare program is often the difference between educational opportunity and continued struggle. Let me share a specific story. One of our English GED students brought her young son to our childcare program. He received nurturing care while she was able to focus on her educational goals and obtain her GED. Our post-secondary advisor supported the student in planning her next steps and career goals. Today, she is enrolled in a medical assistance program at another adult charter school, a direct result of the support we provided. This is the transformative power of comprehensive adult education. Our student support services go far beyond traditional classroom learning. We connect students to critical resources like health insurance, legal services, and mental health support. We are also pioneering innovative workforce development. We've launched partnerships in the Green Construction Program and are piloting an entrepreneurship pathway. By investing in adult education, we're investing in DC's future. When we support adult learners, we're helping parents become role models for their children, supporting economic mobility, and keeping families in our city. We're creating a pathway for individuals who were previously left behind by traditional educational systems. Our students aren't just earning diplomas, they're transforming their lives. Sustained funding for adult education isn't an expense, it's an investment. As you review FY26 budget, I urge you to uphold the mayor's important commitments to public education, specifically the increase in the UPSFF and the continued rise in the charter facilities allotment. I am also deeply troubled by the proposed reductions to critical social programs like the DC Healthcare Alliance, Medicaid, SNAP, and TANF. Many of our students depend on these services to meet their basic needs. I ask the council to seek alternative ways to protect and uplift our most vulnerable communities. As a DC resident committed to education, I urge you to continue supporting adult learners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez, and I have your statement. David Moreno San Lorenzo.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is David San Lorenzo, and I'm here to share about how adult education changed my life. In 2021, I came to the United States from El Salvador, singing for safety and a new beginning. I arrived alone without family support and unable to speak English. My first home was Casa Ruby, an LGBTQ shelter where I felt uncertain about my future. Everything changed when a social worker helped me to enroll to the Next Step Public Charter School. Here, I found more than just education program. I found a community that believed in me, despite speaking only Spanish. I was determined to continue my education. With the support of my instructors, I completed my GED in just a few months. And then Mr. Carlos helped me to take early college classes through Bar College. I studied psychology 1 and 2 and improved my English and gave me a glimpse of academic possibilities. The next step didn't just offer me classes. They provide a lifeline. They help me to connect with New Futures Scholarship, which they give me a scholarship to continue my education. They support me in finding housing and navigating a new country. When I graduated, it was more than a ceremony. It was a celebration of hope and resilience. Today, I'm a bilingual case manager at Latin American Youth Center, working with youth aged 18 to 24 experiencing homelessness in the District of Columbia. I'm also studying at UDC Community College, pursuing an associate degree in liberal studies, with the plans to complete a bachelor's in social work. My ultimate goal is to start my own nonprofit to help others like me. I stand before you as a living proof as adult education is transformative. It's not just about learning, it's about opening doors, breaking circles, and creating opportunities. Every person, regardless of age or background, deserve a chance to learn, grow, and continue with their community. Please continue to invest in DC adults' learnings. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Lorenzo, and I have a copy of your statement. Elizabeth Bowman with Brea Public Charter School.
Good day, Chairman Mendelson and committee members of the committee and staff. My name is Elizabeth Bowman, and I serve as the Chief Academic Officer at Brea Public Charter School. I've worked at Brea for 8 years and have dedicated 2 decades of my career to the field of adult education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Brea Public Charter School is a unique 2-generation program that provides high-quality education and wraparound support services to both parents and their young children. We believe that families thrive when parents and children learn together. Our programs include early childhood education, English as a second language, the National External Diploma Program, and workforce development programs that lead to industry certifications in high-demand fields such as healthcare and early childhood education. Brea's model is designed to support the whole family by equipping parents with the tools they need to succeed in the workforce and their roles as caregivers. We are helping to build a more stable and economically secure households. Our students are working towards family-sustaining wages, all while strengthening their capacity to be loving parents and engaged members of the DC community. The impact of this approach is clear in our outcomes. Brea adult students increase their English literacy and numeracy skills at a rate higher than the national average. Our workforce students earn industry-recognized credentials and go on to earn family-sustaining wages. Among Brea adult students in the labor force, 86% maintain employment 6 to 12 months after graduation. These outcomes are a testament to the power of investing in adult learners. When we support parents in reaching their educational and career goals, we are not only uplifting individual families, we are strengthening the entire city. Brea's youngest learners also thrive at our school. Brea pre-kindergartners arrive at our school performing below their age level in literacy and math, but they graduate on grade level and are ready to thrive in kindergarten. As a result of strong outcomes of adults and children, Brea has been rated a Tier 1 public charter school every year that the rankings have been awarded. The investments you made in the FY25 to support adult learners are paying off. Brea has been able to increase our teacher pay, to hire and retain our dedicated staff, expand student support services to effectively reduce barriers to learning, and provide more targeted one-on-one and small group instruction to struggling students. As you consider the FY26 budget, I respectfully ask that you maintain the mayor's critical investment in public education funding through the increase to the UPSFF, teacher pay increases, and sustained increases to charter school facilities allotment. And you have the rest of my testimony available to you, but thank you for your support of adult education in the district.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman, and I do have your statement and the rest of it, so thank you for that. Taryn Morrissey.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee, my name is Taryn Morrissey. I'm a professor of public policy at American University and a resident of Ward 4. I speak here today both as an expert in the field of child and family policy and as a parent raising 2 children attending public school in the district. I've also had the honor of serving on the Early Childhood Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force. The first years of life are critical for long-term educational and economic success. Unfortunately, we know there are wide socioeconomic, racial, ethnic, and geographic disparities in resources in our city, and in turn, in children's health and achievement. Research shows that high-quality early care and education programs show short and long-term improvements across many outcomes and even reductions in economic inequality. A key ingredient in program quality is the stability and strength of the relationships between early educators and the children in their care. Central to this is staff compensation. Unfortunately, wages in early care and education are low. Low compensation is associated with poorer worker outcomes, including poor mental health, more stress, and higher staff turnovers, which are disruptive to teacher-child relationships. The district has been a leader in supporting its youngest residents, including via the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund. In FY 2024, the Pay Equity Fund reached more than 3/4 of the city's childcare supply across all 8 wards. Educators who received payment from the PEF reported less stress and improved financial well-being, work performance, and workforce stability. I want to thank the chairman for saving the PEF last year and for reconvening the task force. Unfortunately, these vital programs for our children, workforce, and economy are again at risk. The mayor's FY26 budget proposes to eliminate the PEF and the healthcare for childcare beginning in 2027. The budget proposal would also cut more than $5 million from the childcare subsidy program. More funding, not cuts, is needed to support effective future-oriented programs like the PEF, healthcare for childcare, and childcare subsidies. These are vital components of our economic infrastructure and will pay off in higher employment rates and earnings for the many parents of young children in DC who currently can't afford or find high-quality, reliable childcare. These investments are all the more important given the current economic situation and cuts from the federal government. Our tax dollars should prioritize investments that truly grow our future and our economy before allocating millions to support sports stadiums and arenas. I urge the council to help ensure that every child born and raised in our city has the support they need to learn, grow, and thrive. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Morrissey. Mariel Clopton? Amy Quinn?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Amy Quinn, and I'm honored to yield my time to Zoe Fischerow, a grade 2 student at Washington U Ying.
大家好，我叫费若依，我8岁，我在2年级。百个班，我的家在 Ward 5. Hello, my name is Caroline Zoe Fisher. I am a 2nd grader in Dove class. I wrote this thing myself. I hope you like it. Food Prince is awesome. We love it, so we hope it stays. We love having it in our school. We love the teachers, Hazel Lasher and Sarah Lasher. We hope everyone gets a chance to do this cool thing. We made salad, pasta, delicious quesadillas with beans, and a yummy dip. They taught us how to grow beans and make a bean castle. They also have the best juicy and crispy apples. They are the best teachers. Sarah Lasser taught us everything we needed to know about gardening. Haley Lasser taught us everything we needed to know about cooking. We hope this inspires the government to give kids more Food Prince time. Thank you. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you very much.
Rustin Lewis.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rustin Lewis. I serve as the Executive Director of Communities and Schools and a Ward 7 resident. We have proudly served the District of Columbia for 20 years, providing services to students across the district. I am proud to represent a team that works every day to surround students with a community of support, empowering them to stay in school and achieve in life. I want to express my gratitude to the Council and OSSE leadership for their support of this critical work of CIS and district schools. I also express my gratitude to Mayor Bowser for her ongoing commitment to education in the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. In a year characterized by economic uncertainty and difficult decisions, we recognize and appreciate the administration's choice to protect and prioritize investments in our schools. Communities and Schools plays a vital role in the district. We partner with 11 schools, placing trained site coordinators directly within the school buildings to help students overcome non-academic barriers to their learning. Our team helps students address various needs, such as securing clean clothing, connecting families to housing, supporting children through grief, and simply being a consistent and a trusted adult that they can rely on every day. OSSE's community school grants provide funding for our integrated support programs at 6 of our 11 schools. This funding enables us to deliver school-based services that address non-academic needs of students, such as attendance interventions, access to food, clothing, family outreach, and crisis intervention. Over the past 5 years, we have seen reductions in the community school grants, with the current grant set to expire at the end of the fiscal year, resulting in a loss of essential resources for students and their families at those schools. The proposed FY26 budget has again zeroed out funding for community school grants and critical services that stabilize school communities and enhance student outcomes. We provide the hands-on daily support necessary to keep students engaged, supported, and on track to graduate, especially when external systems fail to meet their needs. Each year, we face the challenge of performing this vital work with fewer resources, and now it appears that we will need to scale back our impact in unfunded schools. As the Council reviews the budget and future budgets, I urge you to take bold action to ensure that our schools have the comprehensive supports that they need, and so that students can thrive. We cannot invest in academic outcomes without investing in the conditions that make learning possible. That means fully restoring funding and expanding funding for integrated support services, like those delivered by communities and schools. These are not temporary interventions. They must be permanent, protected, and pillars of the district's educational infrastructure. Not funding community schools at this time will cause significant harm. It'll erode the trust, stability, and support systems that thousands of students count on. We must stop viewing wraparound supports as optional. Let us integrate this into our foundation.
I'm going to have to cut you off.
Thank you.
But I do have
Thank you,
your
Councilman.
statement. Thank you very much. And I might have a question for you. Dylan Amenqua?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council that may be on Zoom, and staff. My name is Dylan Amenqua, and I privately serve as a site coordinator with Communities and Schools of the nation's capital, where I support student, family, and staff of J.O. Wilson Elementary School in Ward 6. This is my second year in the role, and in that time, I've seen just how powerful and necessary the integration of the community schools model is, particularly in this moment, as students, families continue to face unprecedented academic, social, and economic challenges. So every day I work to identify and remove the non-academic barriers that prevent students from coming to school every day ready to learn. I engage with the entire ecosystem that surrounds our students, their families, the community, their unique circumstances, and their untapped potential. Through funding from OSSE's Communities and Schools grant, Communities and Schools of the nation's capital has been able to deliver targeted, student-centered interventions that support academic achievement and improve school climate at J.O. Wilson this year. And so this year, I have introduced one-on-one literacy tutoring for students below grade level, building both skill and confidence. I've introduced a girls empowerment book club that fosters leadership and identity development through the exposure of literature with female protagonists of color. And I've also introduced a financial literacy curriculum for fifth graders that aligns with and honestly exceeds district standards, that introduces students to real life concepts such as budgeting, credit, insurance, and even real estate, giving them the tools that most adults never received, much less in school. But our work goes far beyond academic enrichment. The OSSE Community Schools Grant has been critical in strengthening attendance, which is a major priority in the district's fiscal year 26 proposed budget. We've hosted school-wide events that help families understand what's being taught, how to support learning at home, and why daily on-time attendance is essential to long-term success. These events build trust, deepen parent-school partnerships, and reinforce the message that education is a shared responsibility. While the fiscal year 26 OSSE budget includes important investments in academic outcomes for students, these efforts will not succeed without a deep commitment to integrated student supports. The community schools model delivers those supports in a structured, data-informed, and deeply personal way. Families across the district are grappling with economic hardship, housing instability, food insecurity, and the lasting effects of trauma. And these realities don't disappear when students walk into the school doors. They show up in the classrooms, they show up in behavior, they show up in mental health needs and learning gaps. We cannot expect teachers to solve these challenges alone. These are not extras that we're asking for. They're essential and they are at risk. Without full funding for OSSE's Communities in School grant in this upcoming fiscal year, this work will stop. Hundreds of students will lose access to critical supports. Schools like J.O. Wilson will lose trusted, embedded advocates focused entirely on student success and family engagement. Families will lose a lifeline, someone who helps navigate systems, connect to services, and build bridges between home and school. And these needs intersect, and our response must match that complexity.
I'm going to cut you off here over your time, but
No
I have
worries.
your statement. Thank you.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
I'm skipping Joanna Blotner because I'll call her in a minute, and I'm skipping Brandon White because I'll call him in a minute. And I believe Kevin Gray, Tommy George, and Aslan Flores Rivas are not here. So we'll stop there. I just have a question for Mr. Lewis. Thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Lewis, you partner with 11 schools.
Yes, sir.
How much of that is with OSSE funding? You said somewhere about 6 of 11 schools.
Yes, that's correct. 6 schools are funded through an OSSE grant.
Through an OSSE grant, and that OSSE grant is a community schools grant.
Yes, it is.
And your understanding is that the OSSE budget for community schools has been zeroed out for next year.
That is my understanding.
Okay. That answers my question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for your testimony. I would linger longer with you, especially those of you who are in person. I love people who are in person, but we still have another roughly 130 witnesses. So thank you all. Joanna Blotner, who's Director of Government Affairs for DC Action, and Brandon White, who is Executive Director with Spark the Journey. Peter Anderson, who's Head of Schools, CEO, Washington Latin. Rachel Feinstein, who is Director of DC Government and Community Relations with the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington. Tyrell Holcomb, who's Vice President of External Affairs with Jubilee Housing. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Malcolm Rosenthal, that's you. We'll start with Ms. Blotner. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My testimony will focus on Bill 26-176, the Early Childhood Educator Pay Scales Amendment Act of 2025. Today, we ask you to make the following improvements to the bill to ensure that the Pay Equity Fund can continue delivering on its many profound impacts for educators, children, families, and businesses across the district. My written testimony goes into more detail on each of the recommendations. First, reject the Mayor's Budget Support Act subtitle defunding the Pay Equity Fund and modify their introduced legislation by adding a paragraph after line 107 that sets the FY26 and beyond funding levels to amount that will be realistically sufficient to fully fund the Pay Equity Fund. We must orient this legislation toward full funding, ongoing sufficiency, not arbitrary cost cutting or cost containment. Second, update the mission of the task force to be forward-looking, focusing on ongoing strategic guidance that advances equity, stability, funding sufficiency, full pay parity with DCPS pre-K and kindergarten teachers, transparency and innovation in the implementation of the Pay Equity Fund. Third, revise lines 87 to 92 to make clear that reducing educator salary minimums should be an option of last resort. Further, any cost containment related revision to the salary tables or the funding formula must be pursued in partnership with the early education community. This means convening the task force proactively. The rulemaking process as drafted solicits retroactive, often performative, input only after policy decisions have been made behind closed doors. The task force process is grounded in transparency and collaboration, using open meetings to solicit and leverage the expertise of directly impacted educators, early learning program administrators, and subject matter experts. Revise lines 82 to 84 to include broader amendments that require OSSE to recommend annual updates to the early educator pay scales, including adjustments for inflation and cost of living. Add language requiring OSSE to provide the council and the public with regular data on the Pay Equity Fund's implementation progress, programmatic trends, and spending pressures. At a minimum, data should be required to be shared as part of the agency's annual oversight responses to the council, but could also complement the legislation's requirement of the OCFO to provide quarterly reports. Ensure OSSE's administrative cost allowances and funding allocations align with current spending and expenditure categories. And finally, clarify that the categorical or demographic composition of the task force is in the legislation helps to make sure that the exact individuals currently appointed do not have to serve in perpetuity, but that again, the categorical or demographic composition is what is maintained. I will stop myself there.
And I do have your statement. I appreciate that you're focusing on the bill, because this hearing is both on the proposed budget for OSSE as well as on the bill, which I don't have the number in front of me, 176. So thank you for that. Mr. White.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Brandon White, and I currently serve as the Executive Director of Spark the Journey. For over 30 years, Spark the Journey has matched low-income high school students with caring adult mentors to support them on their academic journey. Through Spark's mentoring and curriculum, participants receive the skills and experiences they will need to successfully complete their education and to excel in the workforce. Spark currently partners with 7 public schools across the district. Last year, we served 670 participants from low-income Washington, D.C. neighborhoods. The majority of our students reside in wards 5, 7, and 8. Our mentorship program promotes 21st century skills, including collaboration, persistence, and critical thinking. This boosts our students' employability, their individual agency, and their sense of belonging. Today, I respectfully ask the council to prioritize funding for mentoring and career-connected programming. These are essential complements of the district's emerging graduation pathways and workforce development efforts, like the Advanced Technical Center. Programs like Spark the Journey do not just supplement these efforts, we help make the significant funding investments in these programs last. Spark and its families want to be an active partner in ensuring that the district's most promising students don't fall through the cracks. Our young people have the talent, the drive, and the ambition. They just need the structure, the relationships, and the consistent guidance to help them turn opportunities into achievement. Spark is well positioned to serve as a partner in the district's post-secondary goals. As a grantee of OSSE's College Rising program from 2022 to 2025, we paired 361 high school students with mentors to complement the district's dual enrollment program. During the grant period, 69% of those students enrolled in college within 1 year of high school graduation, a substantial improvement on the district-wide 56% enrollment rate, according to the latest figures from the DC Policy Center. We look to the council to continue investments in this critical area. We are proud to stand alongside OSSE DCPS, and this council in reimagining post-secondary success for all of our students. As you know, several of our own students were scheduled to speak alongside me today. They are unfortunately in classes, taking AP exams, the very things we would want them to be doing, but I hope that you consult their written testimony so that you can hear about the impact of our program in their words. Thank you again to you all for your leadership in the service of our students and our schools.
Thank you, Mr. White, and I do have their statements. Spark the Journey has received an OSSE College Rising grant.
Yes.
And what program is that?
The program was called College Rising. It supported students on the dual enrollment track.
And do you know if it is still funded in this budget?
It was not funded in last year's budget. We were looking to have it renewed and it was phased out last year. We're hoping to revive similar types of programming moving forward.
So this year you've had to make do without it, or there was a grant that carried over?
This year we had to make do with sort of the expiring fund. So we had one remaining year of funding that we were able to tap into. The rest of our funding comes to us from private philanthropic sources.
So what's the grant called again?
College Rising.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Anderson, I believe, is online. You're up.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. I'm Peter Anderson, a Ward 5 resident and head of schools CEO at Washington Latin Public Charter Schools, where we serve over 1,100 students in grades 5 through 12 across 2 campuses in Wards 4 and 5, with a classical education focused on developing thoughtful citizens and leaders for the modern world. Washington Latin provides something unique to DC, a classical education that combines the wisdom of ancient texts with modern pedagogical excellence. Through Socratic seminars, extensive writing, and small classes, we develop critical thinking skills and character formation. Our diverse student body proves that rigorous classical education can serve all students when combined with excellent teaching and high expectations. What we have to offer is in demand. In this year's My School DC lottery, by the lottery deadline, 4,739 applicants named Washington Latin in their applications. Our students have also distinguished themselves in many ways. Our students have secured more than $14 million in merit scholarships this year, and have secured at least this much in each of the past 3 years. This year, we had students who won first place at the DC History Contest. Our underwater robotics team is the 2025 Mid-Atlantic Regional Champion in the Ranger ROV division. A team of our students were finalists for the International Science and Engineering Fair, and one of our students placed third in the citywide Poetry Out Loud competition. OSSE support has helped to make many of our initiatives possible. I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge that an OSSE loan made it possible for us to acquire the property that will house a permanent site of our Anna Julia Cooper campus, which opens this fall, serving a full middle school of 380 students in the first year of our brand new second high school. We're grateful for the steady leadership of Dr. Mitchell and the proactive, solution-oriented approach of her team. Their openness to partnership has strengthened our ability to serve students across the district. We appreciate the continued investment in education in the city at a time when many jurisdictions across the country are slashing budgets. We appreciate Mayor Bowser's proposed 2.74% UPSFF increase and maintaining the 3.1% facilities allotments. However, we remain concerned that charter education compensation grants are structured as a one-time funding rather than a multi-year approach provided to DCPS. Given the current physical environment, we encourage mindfulness about additional administrative requirements that could divert resources from direct student supports. Our teachers need time to focus on what they do best, engaging students with great ideas through meaningful conversation and challenging academic work. This is also the time to ensure that we maintain investments in mental health resources and support third-party collaborations that empower schools like ours to deliver more resources to students with special needs. We recognize that physical constraints make OSSE's job already complex, even more difficult, but we thank you for your continued investment in education funding and your partnership in ensuring every DC student has access to excellent schools.
Thank you. I do not have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that, please.
Absolutely.
Rachel Feinstein.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, staff, council members,
fellow panelists. My name is Rachel Feinstein. I'm a Ward 6 resident and Director of DC Government and Community Relations for the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington. I'm here today advocating for, at a minimum, maintaining funds for the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund. There are at least 4 Jewish preschools in DC receiving support from the Pay Equity Fund: Adas Israel and Washington Hebrew in Ward 3, Temple Sinai in Ward 4, and the Edlovich DC Jewish Community Center in Ward 2, who you'll hear from later this afternoon. In total, the fund has allocated $1.8 million annually to DC Jewish preschools to support over 76 teachers receiving Pay Equity Fund dollars who teach about 350 children. For most, the money from the Pay Equity Fund represents over 25% of these schools' annual budgets and has become a vital source of funding. At the JCRC, we have heard from Jewish parents, teachers, and school leaders who have faced other economic hardships related to federal workforce reductions and federal grant policy changes. It is important now more than ever to retain city funding for programs such as the Pay Equity Fund to support our local workforce and uphold our community's values. If this program was reduced or eliminated, many schools would be forced to significantly reduce the number of teachers they could employ and number of students they enroll. So thank you for your continuing support for this program, Council. Private preschools, both religious and secular, provide an essential supplement to public preschool slots available each year. They offer children smaller classroom sizes, which is especially important for children with learning and behavioral differences. Many young families are faced with the decision of where to live and work as they consider where to raise children. In recent months, many have been making the difficult decision to leave the city to find community in the suburbs or are leaving the region entirely. We want DC to be a place where people stay and where they continue to grow our community. So for all these reasons with that, we urge the council and thank you and Mayor Bowser as well for continuing to support this vital program in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feinstein. And this is off topic, but we've talked in the past about security funding. Have you sent me an email recently or would you?
I have. I'll send another one.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Things slip through the cracks if I'm not reminded.
Yes.
Thank you. Malcolm Rosenthal.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Malcolm Rosenthal, and I'm a public policy and advocacy intern at Jubilee Housing, as well as an undergraduate student at American University pursuing political science. I appreciate the opportunity to testify at today's budget hearing and the importance of out-of-school time programs and their positive impact on youth in Washington, D.C. Jubilee Housing, founded in 1973, works to build diverse, compassionate communities that create opportunities for everyone to thrive. Recognizing the role we can play in Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant neighborhoods to combat gentrification and maintain an inclusive, diverse community, Jubilee has come to understand its work as justice housing, deeply affordable housing, and thriving neighborhoods with supportive services on site and within walking distance. By bridging the gap in access to resources between lower and higher income district residents, Jubilee is chipping away at the gap in outcomes that divides our city along racial and economic lines. Out-of-school time programs are a vital part of our work at Jubilee. Housing may be in our name, but services like OSSE are just as central to building the kind of community we envision, a place where youth and families feel supported, connected, and empowered. These programs offer safe places for kids to grow socially and emotionally, and peace of mind for working parents who need trusted environments for children after school. OSSE investments create multiplier impacts in a young person's life. When youth have a safe, enriching place to go after school or during the summer, their academics, mental health, and curiosity can thrive. These benefits ripple outwards, supporting families, workplaces, and even neighborhood safety. In fact, OSSE programs remain one of the most cost-effective ways to improve public safety and promote stability across the city. As a Jubilee intern, I've seen firsthand how impactful these programs are. One story that stuck with me is of a high school student who spent time at the Jubilee Teen Center and ultimately received a full scholarship to American University, my own school. That experience was a powerful reminder of the life-changing potential that these programs hold. We strongly support maintaining OSSE funding at the fiscal year 2025 levels. We understand this is a tough budget year and sustaining funding is a meaningful victory. Still, we are concerned that $3 million of this year's OSSE funding is currently designated as one-time rather than recurring. Long-term stability matters. Providers need predictability to grow and improve programming. Recurring funding would not only protect what exists, it would create more opportunities to reach more youth and deepen our impact. Thank you to the entire council for the ongoing work you guys do to expand opportunities for children and families throughout the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. I don't have a copy of your statement if you want to provide it.
Yes, I will.
Great. And I don't have any other questions for the rest of you. Thank you to Mr. Anderson online. Thank you for being in person. Thank you very much. Tyrell Holcomb, who's Vice President of External Affairs, Jubilee Housing. Maryam Trowell, Co-Executive Director, Live It, Learn It. Beth Bacon, Director of Education at Fresh Farm. Will Stutzer, CEO of Ingenuity Prep PCS. Jennifer Zwilling, CEO of Edlovich Jewish Community Center. Parking could be too late. Hester Kamen, Education Programs Manager for Theater J at Edlovich Jewish Community Center. Lauren Eskovitz, Preschool Director, Edlovich Jewish Community Center.
Hello.
Bridget, don't start yet. But thank you for accepting and coming on. Bridget Hall. Heather Jenkins, President and CEO at the Literacy Lab. Adam Edinger, Treasurer of Homes Not Stadiums. Not quite sure what that has to do with OSSE. Gracie Abushewitz, Director of Educator Wellness at Empower Ed. I'm going to stop with the next person who's in person. Molly McSherry, Head of School at St. John's. Aaron Fisher. Monique Abbott. Jody Avka, who's Executive Director of Access Youth. Maya Martin Cuddigan, Founder and Executive Director of PAVE. Joelle Good. All right, we're going to stop. Don't come up. Mr. Holcomb.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Chairman Mendelson, and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today at this hearing. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, and I have the pleasure of serving as Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. I was born and raised in Ward 7, where I still live today, and I carry the experience with me in everything I do, from my advocacy work to my day-to-day efforts at Jubilee, where we work to create deeply affordable housing with on-site and nearby services, wraparound services, in a format in which we call justice housing in neighborhoods like Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant. I've seen firsthand what a difference out-of-school time programs can make on both sides of the river. As a young person growing up in Ward 7, and quite frankly, across the city, these programs are the difference between feeling seen or feeling left out. They offer structure, mentorship, and belonging, especially during the hours when it's needed most. While we understand the challenges in this budget year, we can't afford to lose ground. OST programs help create safe, supportive spaces for youth to grow, build confidence, and stay engaged. These are not extras, these are essentials. The FY26 budget must maintain at a minimum $27 million in recurring funds for the OST office grants, including support for the My After School DC initiative. This isn't just a number, it's seats, staffing, and services that allow community providers like Jubilee to keep our doors open and programs running. A cut of any kind would hit us hard. It would mean fewer seats, less support, and more young people left without a place to go after school or in the summer. At Jubilee, our OST programs aren't just for kids who live in our buildings. We serve youth from across the city. We serve youth in our direct neighborhood, and we recognize that proximity matters. Families shouldn't have to choose between quality and location. They shouldn't have to travel across town for enrichment programs that should exist in every neighborhood. Equitable access means funding community-rooted providers who already have deep ties to the young people in which they serve. It is also important to understand that OST and high-impact tutoring are not interchangeable. Tutoring may help with grades, but OST builds relationships, sparks creativity, and keeps young people connected. They're complementary, but not substitutes. We operate on a tight budget. Every dollar we receive goes directly into programming, staffing, and supplies. There's no fat to cut. If funding drops, we'd be forced to lay off staff, cut program hours, or even reduce the number of free seats in which we can provide. That's not hypothetical, it's real impact. I'm asking the council to ensure that OST providers are not asked to do more with less. Again, beyond the grant dollars, I urge you to make sure security, janitorial, and building use costs stay covered by DCPS and DGS. Passing those cuts down to providers could wipe out capacity altogether. We're grateful that the mayor held the OST budget relatively harmless. Now we need the council to hold the line and look ahead. Providers need stable, recurring support in the financial plan. The work we do can't stop in FY26. We need to be able to plan beyond that, and families need to know we'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam, I don't have a copy of your statement, by the way, if you could provide
it.
Miriam Troll.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. My name is Miriam Trowell, and I serve as the Co-Executive Director of Live It, Learn It. I am also a Ward 4 resident, a mom to 2 school-age DC students, and a former teacher in both the DC public school and charter schools. Thank you first for your past support of the Bridge the Gap Fund. I'm here today to ask you not just to renew it, but to increase your investment in this powerful citywide resource. In the 2023 to 2024 school year, chronic absenteeism in DC public schools dropped from 43.1% to 39.2%, which is progress, but that number is still too high. Disengagement is not the only problem, but it's part of the problem. Students need to want to be in school. Experiential learning helps make that possible. It expands learning, builds belonging, and connects schools to the real world. That's why the Bridge the Gap Fund was created, to ensure that equitable access to these opportunities are not determined by a school zip code or PTO or PTA funding. And in its first year, it is already working. By the end of the school year, the Bridge the Gap Fund will have reached over 7,500 DC students across public and charter schools. Nearly half of all approved projects, 47%, serve schools where 65% or more of the students are considered at risk. These are students who have historically had the fewest opportunities for hands-on experiential learning. The Bridge the Gap Fund doesn't just level the playing field, it transforms it. And the Bridge the Gap Fund is more than just funding. It's telling educators you don't have to do this alone. It's for the schools without a PTO, without extra funds, and without extra staff, where teachers are dreaming bigger for DC students because they have finally have both the funding and the support behind them. With the Bridge the Gap Fund, we are removing barriers and improving access to high-quality learning experiences. We are asking for $500,000 in the fiscal year 26 budget. That's not a stretch, that's actually scale. Because experiential learning doesn't just deepen academic achievement, it builds confidence, joy, and belonging. It keeps students engaged and in school. It sets them on a path for lifelong learning and success. In tight budget times, this is the kind of investment that just makes sense. For $500,000, we can reach thousands of DC students with experiences that would otherwise be out of reach. Let's keep this momentum going and give more students the chance to see beyond their classroom walls and imagine what's possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Trowell, how much money is in the budget this year?
$300,000.
And how much is in the budget, in the mayor's proposed budget?
0.
It's quite a change.
Right?
Thank you very much. Beth Bacon.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm Beth Bacon, a longtime resident of the district and a parent to 2 DCPS alums and the Director of Education at Fresh Farm, a DC-based food systems nonprofit. We're deeply grateful for the many years of support for the Food Prints program by the City Council, OSSE, DCPS, and school leaders and staff. I'm here today to share the unique and powerful impact of our experiential food education model tied to academics embedded in schools and the many benefits of the city's investment, even in this tight budget environment. Research demonstrates that our program has lasting impacts on community building at our partner schools, as well as students' desire for a diet with more fruits and vegetables. Our stakeholders highly value the program. Here are some of the reasons why. Teachers value academic connections and social emotional learning. Teachers at Powell say Food Prints makes the most meaningful connections to academic content, and students learn the importance of sharing as they build relationships with one another. Students truly enjoy the classes and they come away empowered. A 5th grader at Beers shared, Food Prints is a fun way to learn how to eat foods that are good for you, and you get to participate in making them. Parents value the way their children are excited about new foods and learning. A parent at Marie Reed shared, each class captures his imagination and absolutely made him more interested in meal prep at home and taking care of our ecosystem. We asked the city to maintain its investment in experiential food education through OSSE as a cost share with Fresh Farm. In fiscal year 25, we combined a city investment of $2.3 million with Fresh Farm fundraising in order to reach 8,000 students in 21 public elementary schools across the city, including 17 Title I schools with nutrition, culinary, and garden education. We place, train, and support 28 food and garden educators who taught more than 2,500 classes over the school year. We maintain and improve more than 5,000 square feet of school vegetable gardens and procured 20,000 pounds of fresh local produce for students to cook and eat nutritious recipes in our classes. With this continued level of support in fiscal year 26, Fresh Farm can continue to provide this level of programming next school year. I'd like to note that we suggest a small change in the Budget Support Act to allow the city's funds to support embedded food education and public charters, as well as DCPS schools. We've also submitted written testimony in support of maintaining current year levels of funding for OST programming, as we see firsthand the great value of highly enriching program after school and in the summer. With success of our 19th year and largest reach into DC communities to date, we look forward to a continued partnership with the city. Thank you.
Ms. Bacon, how much money is in this year's budget? 2.3 million?
I'm not certain. I think that OSSE might be able to confirm
Do you know
that.
how much is in the budget for next year?
Oh, for 25?
I was asking 25 and 26.
Sorry, 25 was about 2.3 million.
Do you know how much is in it for FY26?
I haven't heard a confirmation of that, no.
Do you think it's cut?
I've heard positive news, but not a confirmation, no.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Will Stetzer, CEO Ingenuity Prep.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and members of the DC Council. My name is Will Stetzer. I'm a Ward 5 resident and the CEO of Ingenuity Prep, a public charter school in Ward 8. I want to begin by expressing my appreciation for the proposed 2.74% increase to the UPSFF and the increase of 3.1% in the charter facilities allotment. These investments matter deeply. We are also especially grateful for OSSE's leadership. Dr. Mitchell and her team have been strong partners as schools face tightening budgets and rising student needs. Today, I want to raise awareness of a looming challenge that affects our school and many others and seek your support. The U.S. Department of Education recently rescinded the school-based mental health services grant that funded our on-campus mental health programming. For Ingenuity Prep, this means a loss exceeding $1 million annually over the next 3 years. This program was established in response to the growing mental health needs of our students, particularly in the aftermath of COVID-19. It aimed to place licensed mental health professionals in schools to ensure that students, especially those in historically underserved communities, had access to the support necessary to thrive. Its abrupt termination is part of the broader federal shift that includes over $1 billion in mental health grants cut nationally. The rationale cites changing priorities, but the consequences for our students are immediate and severe. At Ingenuity Prep, these funds support a team of licensed psychologists and social workers, regular school-wide SEL instruction, early intervention groups for attendance and emotional regulation, and family support workshops. Since launching this work, we've seen measurable improvements, higher attendance rates, fewer out-of-school suspensions, a stronger sense of belonging amongst our students, and higher rates of family engagement. Losing this funding will undermine hard-won progress in both academic and behavioral outcomes. We understand that the district did not initiate these federal cuts. However, we urge the Council and OSSE to explore strategies to mitigate their potential impact. Unfortunately, this grant loss is just one example of the broader funding challenges we're facing, and it likely won't be the last. Across the city, schools are experiencing the ripple effects of expiring federal funds, shifting grant priorities, and a tough fiscal climate. These pressures threaten not just mental health services, but core academic supports, staffing stability, and family engagement work. We encourage OSSE to explore proactive solutions, such as contingency funds, flexible grant mechanisms, or new public-private partnerships. These will be essential to protecting students' wellness and success in the years ahead. In closing, I want to reiterate our appreciation for the city's support of education and our shared commitment to the success of every student. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Stetzer. And I do have your testimony. Jennifer Zwilling. All right, Hester Kamen. Lauren Eskovitz.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chairman, council members, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the critical importance of the Pay Equity Fund for Early Childhood Education in the district. My name is Lauren Eskovitz, and I am the Director of Early Childhood at the Edlovich DC Jewish Community Center Preschool. For the past 3 years, Pay Equity funding has transformed our preschool and many others throughout the district. This initiative has enabled us to provide our teachers with a living wage commensurate with their experience and dedication, and the results have been remarkable. Since implementing pay equity, we've experienced a 35% reduction in staff turnover. Our teachers now feel appropriately compensated for their challenging work, creating stability that directly benefits our children. Perhaps most encouragingly, the salary band structure has motivated our educators to pursue professional development. Many have obtained child development associate certificates, while others have enrolled in associate's or bachelor's degree programs, significantly elevating the quality of education in our classrooms. Importantly, Pay Equity has provided the programs and financial support necessary for teachers to obtain these degrees they need to be successful in their field. The true beneficiaries of this investment are the children of DC. With qualified teachers who understand child development, our students are thriving and entering kindergarten better prepared than ever before. We have also seen teacher self-efficacy soar, with staff absences down an impressive 60% compared to previous years. Our teachers have been able to make huge strides in their personal lives and their contribution to the city. Several have purchased homes or can now afford rent within DC itself, rather than being forced to live in Maryland or Virginia. They have the financial stability to work one job instead of two, providing for their family's basic needs, food, rent, and childcare for their own children. They can reliably get to work on time every day without worrying about affording public transportation. Parents are more engaged with our school than ever. Teachers are feeling valued and supported and are taking more time connecting with families and sharing insights about their child's development. These strengthened teacher-family partnerships create a powerful support system for our students. I want to thank the City Council for prioritizing early childhood education in a way that much of the rest of the country has not. Your investment in DC's youngest residents will reap enormous benefits in years to come. I come before you today deeply concerned about the potential elimination of this funding. Without this financial assistance from the city, we simply cannot maintain current teacher compensation levels. We cannot take this risk. Our children and families depend on these dedicated educators to bring joy, creativity, and curiosity to young lives every day. I urge you to maintain pay equity funding in the city budget to help DC continue to be a bright spot in early childhood education, a model for the nation. Our children deserve nothing less. Thank you for your consideration.
Well, thank you, Ms. Eskovitz. Bridget Hall.
Good afternoon.
Hall,
I'm
please
sorry.
proceed.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Bridget Hall. I'm the Executive Director at Big Mama's Children's Center, where we've been serving the Ward 8 community for the past 42 years. I'm also a District of Columbia resident for over 31 years. At Big Mama's Children's Center, we are nationally accredited as well as recognized as high quality designation under the OSSE regime. My ask is to continue the funding for the subsidized childcare as well as add fundings of up to about $20 million to strengthen the subsidized program as the need has greatened. As we have had layoffs and of the such throughout the District of Columbia, it is very, very imperative that we strengthen the subsidized fund because we are 100% subsidized at Big Mama's Children's Center, but over 90% of our parents are working parents that utilize the subsidized program to help them obtain a job, hold a job successfully without anxiety, go to work and know that their children are in high quality care and education programs. It is very, very imperative that we have the subsidy program intact as well as strengthened so that we can continue to do our part, and that is preparing our young learners for their next steps in education. The parents' need of childcare helps with decreasing their anxiety so that they can perform well in their workplace. And they can continue to keep their jobs and perform well. And I'm sorry. And decrease all anxieties for their life quality to be able to be whole. Having deep cuts in our, not strengthening the subsidy fund will make our budget have deep cuts in it, will make us have to decrease our staff, and then that will definitely decrease the quality of care and education that we provide for our young learners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Jenkins?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to the chairman and the entire committee for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Heather Jenkins, and it is my honor and privilege to serve as the Literacy Lab's president and CEO. We believe that literacy is more than a skill. It is a fundamental human right that unlocks opportunities and possibilities, allowing people to make their dreams realities. Since 2009, we've served students, young adults, schools, and communities in Washington, D.C. through our high-impact, evidence-based literacy models. Our work instills the confidence to support lifelong learners and lifelong readers, and gives young adults a pathway into education careers. We deeply appreciate our years of partnership with OSSE, and we know that this has been central to our success. Sustainable, robust funding allows us to deliver consistent, high-quality programming to those who need it most. Our consistency has ensured that students, young adults, schools, and communities have been able to count on us as part of their support systems for the past 16 years. We are steadfast in our commitment to continue our relationships with our current partners and expand to reach new partners in the years ahead. OSSE funding is vital to our ability to realize this vision. We are keenly aware of what is happening with AmeriCorps regarding state and federal cuts and what this means for our school partners as they think about how they best serve their students and who their partners are in doing this. We are ready to step in and be able to support with these AmeriCorps gaps as long as we have the available funding to do so. We cannot do this without your support and without the continued support of our OSSE funds. It is essential to helping the Literacy Lab serve more students and drive our mission forward through these uncertain times. On behalf of the Literacy Lab, I urge you to ensure that literacy development services are prioritized in the budget. The national literacy crisis is an urgent and systemic problem that impacts communities not only in regard to education, but also in regard to overall health outcomes, well-being outcomes, and employment outcomes. Together, we can redress the national literacy crisis, realizing our collective hopes and vision for a better future for us all. And it starts with decisions made in this budget. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. The grant that you've gotten, do you know the OSSE program?
Oh, I do, and I'm blanking. My apologies.
How about early literacy intervention program?
Yes, yes, that's
And
the one.
do you know what the funding is for next year?
I believe it is slated to be cut completely.
I'm making a note. Do you know how much was in it for this year?
I believe it was 2.1 million.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Eidinger? Gracie Obushewitz? Did I get the name right?
Obahovich.
That's what I said.
Yeah, great. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gracie Obahovich. I'm a Ward 5 resident, a DCPS parent, and the Director of Educator Wellness at Empower Ed. Every day, I work with DCPS and public charter schools to tackle a crisis we can no longer ignore: the unsustainable working conditions driving our teachers out of the classroom. I'm here today with an urgent request: preserve the OSSE Educator Wellness Technical Assistance Grants, because when we support teachers, we support students. Let's be clear, DC pays teachers well. In 2024, the Learning Policy Institute ranks us in the top 20% nationally for pay, but in the bottom 20% for workplace conditions, staff culture, administrative trust, mentorship support, exclusion from decision-making processes. Fair pay isn't enough when educators are drowning in systems that undermine their ability to do their jobs in a sustainable way. But here's what does work: neutral, expert community partners stepping in to listen, diagnose, and co-create solutions with schools, not for them. Why does this matter? Schools are in triage mode. Leaders are overwhelmed. Teachers are exhausted. And when stress runs high, it's nearly impossible for a school to self-reflect, let alone redesign its culture. That's where highly skilled educator wellness organizations like Empower Ed and MedStar Wise come in. We don't bring cookie cutter fixes to schools. We bring tailored strategies, because a trauma-informed approach that works for a high school in Ward 8 won't look the same for an elementary school in Ward 3. We start by listening, hosting confidential staff listening sessions, identifying pain points, and then building capacity in aligned wellness goals where support is most needed. For example, at one school, we are facilitating strategic planning sessions to help teachers and school leaders get on the same page on their approach to student behavior, a topic that almost all teachers in our partner schools rank as highly disruptive to their wellness at school. At another school, we've established a sustainable mentorship program where Empower Ed facilitates monthly meetings for veteran teachers and new teachers who are especially vulnerable to attrition, to connect and support each other without adding any extra planning burden to their schedules. With almost all our schools, we dedicate time and grant funding to reimagine their staff lounges, which are not places any of us would want to lounge, as relaxing spaces where teachers can decompress and engage with each other in ways that extend into other parts of the school. Everywhere we work, we focus on sustainability, equipping schools with tools to continue this work long after our partnership ends. The OSSE model isn't theoretical. We've seen our schools with multi-year wellness partnerships have higher retention and stronger morale. But without OSSE grants, most schools can't access this support. At just $500,000, enough to serve 24 partner schools, this is one of DC's smartest investments. I'll close with this. Last week, a high school student told me through tears about her favorite teacher who left her school. Another confessed she avoids asking for IEP help because she can see her teacher's burnout. Our students feel the cost of inaction. Let's choose a different path. Fund these grants this year and include them as a continuation grants for current grantees and the 4-year financial plan, because our educators and our children can't wait. Thank you for listening. I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Do you know how much is in the budget this year for it?
No, none.
Do you know how much? You said none, or
No.
you don't know?
Yeah, and I think there it says in there
Let me
that
see, I asked you
can't
an either or, and you said, yeah. Let's try again. Do you know how much is in this year's budget?
No money is in this year's budget.
None. I'm talking about FY25
Oh, and this year, it is $500,000.
and zeroed out next year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Molly McSherry?
Hello. Good afternoon, Councilman Chair Mendelson and council members. I thank you for this opportunity to share with you. I am the director or head of school at St. John's Preschool in Ward 2. I respectfully submit my sincere plea to you to fully fund and protect the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund by allocating the $80 million in fiscal year 26 and funding the program for the entire 4 years of the district's financial plan. The mayor's current budget has the Pay Equity Fund underfunded by $10 million and scheduled for elimination in future years. The mayor has broken her word, and we know it, see it, and feel it. Without the full $80 million investment, the Pay Equity Fund will be unable to accept new early educators and facilities into the program. It will also not be able to fully compensate educators for their credentials and their qualifications. These changes will dramatically affect the ability to retain the current quality of teaching staff at our program and many across the city. We lost an educator already who is highly qualified yet dependent on the salary with the Pay Equity Fund. With the guarantee of the Pay Equity Fund, she would have been able to stay on with our program. Without it, she very sadly had to resign to find a position with a stable, reliable salary to support her family. Knowing that Mayor Bowser was promising to protect the fund, our program was able to recruit high-quality, hardworking early educators. We have 2 new educators moving from outside of DC, both from Pennsylvania and Hawaii, because of the Pay Equity Fund. Not fully funding the Pay Equity Fund over the full financial plan will hurt our current staff's ability to keep up with the increased cost of living and hinder our business's ability to make hiring and other planned investments. An elimination of the program would be devastating. It'll do the exact opposite of bringing people and businesses to DC. It damages the economic stability of our city and undercuts our ability to provide the much-needed early childhood care and education that Mayor Bowser has been promising for the District of Columbia. The cuts will drive early educators out of the profession, and it risks undoing the great strides in program quality and availability that have been steadily increasing since the Pay Equity Fund was instituted. Since instituting the Pay Equity Fund, our teachers have felt more valued, more appreciated, and the overall morale has increased exponentially. They have been able to afford living in or at least close to the city and spending less time commuting, able to spend more time focused on the children's classroom environments and the programming. Without the Pay Equity Fund, we will certainly lose qualified educators, we already have, and subsequently the families that value them. The families that do stay will likely be subjected to higher tuition rates in order to support the teachers' salaries. And if we lose too many educators, will we even be able to offer spaces for children? Will our program be able to survive? We are only a 3-classroom school. Thank you for your time and attention. Respectfully, Molly.
Thank you, Ms. McSherry. And I do have a copy of your statement. Erin Fisher? Monique Abbott? Jody Avka?
Chairman Mendelson, how are you? It's good to
I am
see
fine.
you.
How are you?
It's good to see you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jody Ofka, and I am the founder and executive director of Access Youth. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify today regarding the FY 2026 budget for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, OSSE, particularly in support of continued funding for the Show Up, Stand Out Truancy Prevention Grant Program. Thanks to this council's leadership, OSSE assumed responsibility for this grant program last fall and ensured a smooth transition. They have already demonstrated strong leadership, collaboration, and commitment to student success. We are optimistic about this continued partnership and the opportunity to truly turn the tide on student attendance in the district. Access Youth has been the longest serving high school truancy prevention partner to DC Public Schools since the passage of the Attendance Accountability Act in 2013. This year, we will serve over 800 students through truancy prevention and restorative justice across 8 high-need schools in Wards 7 and 8, including Anacostia, Ballou, Eastern, H.D. Woodson, Hart, Johnson, Kelly Miller, and Kramer. Our in-school full-time program managers work directly with students facing truancy and behavioral challenges. Our model is trauma-informed, restorative, and built on 4 pillars: relationship building, goal setting, accountability, and access to opportunity. The schools we serve consistently cite our programs as critical toward meeting their school improvement and attendance-related goals. Our results are clear. Students in our program experience 20% fewer unexcused absences and 10% higher in-seat attendance compared to their peers. Over 90% are promoted or graduate each year, and these outcomes are not only measurable, they are life-changing. One of our Ballou High School seniors, LB, exemplifies this impact. We began working with him when he was a freshman with an ISA around 60%. He was referred to us for missing school, walking the halls during class, and being disrespectful toward teachers and staff. With dedicated support from Access Youth, he has made amazing progress. Today, he consistently arrives at school on time. He raised his ISA to 92%, and he has completed his community service requirements. And he is on track not only to graduate on time, but to earn honor roll recognition for the first time in his high school career. There are countless examples of students like him who are able to shift to a more positive trajectory with the consistent, dedicated support of our program. In order to continue to generate this positive community impact, Access Youth needs consistent, dependable support and financial resources from the District of Columbia. We know this is an exceedingly difficult budget year, and we cannot abandon preventative evidence-based programs in the midst of a truancy epidemic. We urge the council to make targeted investments in the programs that proactively improve attendance and ensure these programs are in place and ready on day 1 of the next school year. We are encouraged that SUSO funding appears to be included in the FY26 budget at the same level as FY2025, which is $2.2 million. We urge the council to maintain this support of our program and the entire SUSO program and strengthen it by identifying a consistent multi-year funding stream for middle and high school truancy prevention. That is the only way for community-based organizations and government agencies to collaborate effectively and turn the tide on chronic absenteeism. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued commitment to our city's youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Avka. It's good to see you. So you believe the amount in the budget for next year is 2.2 million?
It appears to be.
And it's 2.2 million this year?
Yes.
I doubt that we would be able to increase it. You know, I'm familiar with the program.
Yes.
But you mentioned about having continuous or year after year funding. I don't know if you've heard my little speech on this today several times, but
I have.
The only way that we can have continuous funding is having it in the financial plan. And of course, the mayor can then take that out, which is what she's done with some of the programs like Pay Equity. There sometimes is a maneuver that a agency can do that sort of carries funds over. That's up to the agency, but I don't think it's quite what you're talking about, which is a multi-year grant.
Yes, I think as others, have testified today, the challenge is, we work so hard to get our program staff trained and, they are embedded all day, every day in the schools. And when we're at risk, as we were last year, when it was SUSO was zeroed out, as you know, and we are so grateful that you helped us to get that back in the budget. But, we lost staff because they were afraid they were going to lose their jobs. Having that continuity and the relationships that they build with our students in the buildings is just such a critical part of the success of our program. And knowing that we could, commit to our staff, commit to our schools and our students more than one school year at a time, and then not knowing until right before school starts, what that's going to look like, as you know, is a very difficult way to run a program in an organization.
I do not have a copy of your statement. If you could submit that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
That completes the testimony for this group. Thank you all, especially those of you who are in person. You all are excused. Jennifer Zwilling, CEO of Edlovich Jewish Community Center. She's here. Maya Martin Cadogan, founder and executive director of PAVE. Joelle Good, executive director, JMG Productions, Inc. Vernay Taylor, coach, JMG Productions. Nina Harris. Ashley Ruff, ANC Commissioner, ANC 7F02. Anithia Brown. Anaya Martin. And Justin Palmer is Vice President of Public Policy for External Affairs, the DC Hospital Association. All right, let's see. Miss Swilling almost didn't make it because I'm not going back too far. So you're still on the same page. Yes. Microphone.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, and fellow panelists. My name is Jennifer Zwilling, and I am a Ward 4 resident and the proud CEO of the Adlovich DC Jewish Community Center in Ward 2. Thank you for the opportunity this afternoon to speak to you to express my request for the continuation of the Teacher Pay Equity Fund in the DC budget. I was grateful to see this fund included in the mayor's 2026 budget, but I am seriously concerned about the proposal to eliminate it in future years. The Pay Equity Fund has been instrumental in the Edlovich DC JCC's ability to recruit and retain high-quality early childhood educators over the past several years. The Pay Equity Fund has enabled our teachers to not only retain best talent, but also recruit new talented educators who can afford to pursue a career as an educator in Washington, D.C. because of this funding. Not only is our school stronger, but this fund has also had a direct and powerful impact on our teachers' lives. Because of the Pay Equity Fund, our educators have been able to afford a down payment on a home, afford rent to live in D.C., and others have made meaningful progress to pay off loans, and others, incentivized by the fund, have pursued additional credentialing. Our teachers have benefited, and so have our children and their families. When the Pay Equity Fund was established, we paid the teacher subsidies as soon as the payment was received from the city. Over the past year, however, OSSE has required that we incorporate the pay supplement into the educators' base salaries, effectively making it a permanent financial obligation. This means we front the full cost, creating a significant and unsustainable financial risk to our organization should the funds be discontinued. The risk is especially acute now, as our center's finances are already under strain due to changes in the federal workforce that are impacting DC and the community at large. The threat of the total revocation of the Pay Equity Fund after 2026 would be catastrophic for our community and for our preschool program. We cannot afford to replace those funds ourselves, and certainly not to do so in 1 year. Funding the program without plans for its ongoing sustainability by the city or in partnership with recipients effectively pulls the rug out from under us, will drain talent from our city and diminish our Jewish Community Center, which serves not only the Jewish community, but the city as a whole. I want to be clear, the continued inclusion of this fund in the city's budget this year is wonderful and essential. What I urge is that the Pay Equity Fund be included as a permanent fixture in the district's long-term financial plan. We must work together to fulfill the promise that the Teacher Pay Equity Fund made to educators and schools to uplift our educators as an essential part of our community and to make our community a place where teachers and quality early childhood centers thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cuddigan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and committee staff. My name is Maya Martin Cadogan. I'm a Ward 4 resident, the founder and executive director of PAVE, and the parent of a 7th-generation Washingtonian. Last Friday, PAVE hosted a 5-hour-long meeting with our most active parent leaders to discuss the mayor's proposed budget. Parents recognize the tight budget climate we're in and the need to make hard choices, but when asked about which investments were most important to protect and which cuts they most wanted to restore, their top answer was academics. After all, a school's primary role is to help our kids learn and become the future leaders of tomorrow. Over the past month, PAVE has also hosted 2 academically focused events with over 25 mostly Black parents from across DC attending each event. The first was an elementary literacy night, and the second was a middle school math night. During both, we discussed the importance of parents understanding if their kids are learning on grade level and what supports and resources are available to build skills and confidence in our students. The parents in those sessions were passionate about their children being strong and fluent readers and being math people, but they were also frustrated that so many children, including many of their own, were still not reaching grade level standards. We were thrilled to have experts and leaders from DCPS, DC Public Charter, State Board of Education, and organizations like Empower K-12 join us alongside the OSSE team to help present how DC is doing and where we need to go to meet our bold goals. The themes in those conversations were clear and mirrored what parent leaders voted on in our meeting last Friday. We need robust and strategic investments in academics so our schools can do their core work of educating our kids, build on the gains we've made, and address the persistent disparities harming Black, brown, and low-income kids and students with disabilities. The path forward is clear, and it is up to OSSE, the mayor, and the DC Council to ensure we follow it. The first is protect funding for high-impact tutoring. The second is continue to invest in literacy. Notably, the BSA removes $2.1 million from OSSE's Early Literacy Intervention Grant Program this year, whose explicit goal is to increase the number of third graders who are proficient in reading using evidence-based and research-based reading programs. Also, we need to make sure that we're continuing to provide coaching on the science of reading. The third is we actually need to invest in math. Just like the OSSE's Literacy Task Force has helped spark gains in reading, the Math Task Force is finalizing its recommendations this fall, and we need to put money behind what they come up with so that our schools can get right to work. And finally, the fourth is we need to prioritize family engagement. Parents are eager to ensure their student will be successful in every subject, but we have to connect parents and schools with the data and with the resources in order for parents to help in and extend what happens in the classroom. We know we're glad to see that our budget invests in our educators, our school facilities, our per pupil funding, safe passage, student transportation, and OST programs. But if we don't directly invest in system-wide support and learning around high-quality instruction and curriculum, we will backward slides on the impressive gains we are being lauded for in the Education Recovery Scorecard, which I attached with my testimony. We look forward to partnering with OSSE and our district leaders every step of the way to get this done. This is a difficult budget year. Our kids deserve for us to get our investments in them right.
Thank you. Who did the recovery scorecard?
Harvard Center for Education Policy Research.
Okay. Thank you. Joelle, good?
Yeah. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and honorable members of the DC City Council. My name is Joelle Mireille Good, Executive Director of JMG Productions and the coaching provider for the DC Futures Program. I am here to talk with you today about the DC Futures Program and help to make the case on continued funding approved from last year, 2024 through 2028. May 2026 will mark the largest number of graduates for the DC Futures Program. If funding were to be cut, this would be catastrophic, with students being forced to drop out of school months before having the chance to walk across the graduation stage and earn their well-deserved college degree. Since 2022 to present day, out of the 1,500 students enrolled in the DC Futures Program, the program has produced 200 successful graduates from partnering universities that include Trinity Washington University, the Catholic University of America, and the University of the District of Columbia. Students have graduated with the highest honors that include cum laude, magna cum laude, summa cum laude, making the Dean's List, being inducted into Phi Beta Kappa, as well as the Alpha Sigma Lambda Honor Society, and much more. The DC Futures program, the DC Futures graduates have completed high-demanding degree programs in the field of engineering, nursing, business, accounting, early childhood, and informational technology, just to name a few. This has resulted in students being hired right out of college and landing impressive careers to work as an engineer for Metro, passing the registered nurse boards on the first attempt, being awarded a scholarship to study prosthetics in London, England, selected as one of 5 fellows out of 500 applications for the prestigious STAR Prep Science Training for Advancing Biomedical Research Post-Baccalaureate Program. What started out as a pilot program in 2022 has emerged as a model program for other states to replicate. In closing, Chairman Mendelson and council members, approximately 800 students remain in the DC Futures program, anxiously awaiting your decision about their futures. I encourage all of you to think about your own collegiate journey that has landed you to where you are today, the struggles that came with that journey, and helped to shape you into the individuals that you are today. Think about the power vested in each of you that will allow you to change the trajectory of communities for the better in Washington, D.C., all through supporting education with programs that work like DC Futures. Thank you for the privilege of your time.
Thank you, Ms. Good. I remember last year we got a lot of testimony about the program because I think the mayor had proposed zeroing it out. We put money back in. Is there sufficient money in the budget for the 800?
For 2026, there's not going to be enough money to cover the tuition for this coming fiscal year. And so that's going to create a tremendous burden because the largest number of graduates come out in May of 26. And then for those students that try to remain, it's going to place just a financial burden on them because they'll be forced to take out debt to try to cover that up to $8,000 tuition, which many of the students really rely on to get through school.
So what's the shortfall? Is it zero in the budget for next year?
There is a dollar amount in. I'll get the exact number and send that over, but I know it's not enough to cover.
Do you know how short it is?
We don't know how short,
Okay.
but it's definitely not enough to cover tuition for 2026. That we know is a fact. And then we're putting in a lot of sweat equity on our end by reaching out to private donors. One of the things that we proposed in a private letter to your office is to buy a little more time because we have 4 months until the new fiscal year. We're solid with some of our private donors in the near future, but we just need a little more time to get there.
Okay, if you have more information, send it to us, please.
Absolutely, we'll certainly do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Renee Taylor, I think is not here. Okay,
I'm here. I'm online.
please
Can
proceed.
you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for doing this today. I'm so blessed to be here right after my executive director. I am one of the coaches for JMG Productions for the DC Future Scholarship Program. I'm blessed to have been serving more than 20 students in my cohort. I want to start with my why, my students' why, our outcomes, and of course our ask. So my why, I've never in all of my years, 40 plus years, have been in a job where I have been able to marry passion with my purpose. I wake up thinking about my students and how I can serve them better. And I speak to them 24/7, and we are essentially their life coaches. My students, why? Most of my students are primarily in early child education, as I am as well. I've been educated for 20 years. They're first generation to attend and dare to dream big enough to finish the race, okay? And they are changing the trajectory of their lives along with their families. Some of their head of household. They are single parents holding down full-time jobs, caretaking for ailing parents, tuition payments, and their stipends are lifelines for our students. And the tutoring and the coaching that they receive is unmatched and top tier. In terms of our outcomes, I'm so happy to report that I have graduated at least 10 students, as most of my students are in Trinity and UDC. We've had high GPAs, as Ms. Joelle has mentioned. We've had Dean's List. A lot of my students have been inducted into the Honor Society. They have gone on to complete master's programs, have facilitated events, panel discussions, leaderships for academic organizations, student spotlights on news platforms and school publications and podcasts have been available and highlighting their achievements and their accolades. The financial promotion and advancement in their fields have been a huge impact by which it would not have been done without DC Future Scholarship Program. A lot of my students, again, that are in early childhood education have been obtaining licensures and certificates in their fields that they would have never had possible before, especially with the tutoring that we've had for our students. We are asking for full transparency. We're asking for full commitment. As Ms. Joelle mentioned, we were here this time last year begging and pleading to save the program. And with that, our students have done their part. They showed up for themselves, they showed up for each other, and most importantly, they showed up for the community. We've cut half of our staff, and we've done everything we've done with boots on the ground, grassroots. And some of our coaches have even stayed and returned in spite of the fact that they were doing it without any type of pay. We've cut summer sessions. They've also cut the stipends for the students. And a lot of them have been displaced in housing. Some of my students that are dealing with mental health crises. And we are looking for full coaching resources to assist our students. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. And I have your statement. Nina Harris? We don't think she's here. And Ashley Ruff? Commissioner?
Good
You're up.
afternoon, Chairman. How are you?
Okay.
Chairman, as usual, I'm at work, so I'm not going to take. I wanted to make sure that we talked about some things. So I am here as a parent of PAVE under 3 DC. I advocate for them as well, but also I'm a commissioner. But most importantly, I'm a mother of a 12-year-old with an IEP. And so what I'm asking for is for the money to be placed back into the pay equity. We need $15 million. I'm also asking that OSSE be held accountable when it comes to transportation. I'm also asking that we have more money invested into our specialized program. I'm asking also that we have more money placed into our literacy. We have many of my colleagues that came on today and they talked about how some of our kids are homeless. Some of our kids, they are very much want to go to college, but they can't afford it. And so we need these programs. We need money in OSSE. We need OSSE to be held accountable this year. We need for them to do the right thing. And that starts by me advocating as a parent and an ANC for more money for them. But when they get this money, I need for them to do the right thing. Because I'm a mother that has been fighting for transportation. I'm a mother that has been fighting for my son to be treated fairly with an IEP. And if we're sitting here and we're asking for this money today, I want to make sure that it benefits children like mine in Ward 7 and across any impoverished areas. And so again, all that I'm asking for, and I put it down on my little sticky note, is for the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund to be increased by $15 million and reinstated. OSSE needs to, they need more money to focus on education. They need more money to focus on transportation. And so that's all that I have to say today, Chairman, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do not have your statement if you want to submit one. Anithia Brown? If she doesn't accept, we keep moving.
Hello.
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Anithia Brown. And I'm going to be quick with my testimony. But I wanted to address the DC Council and the chairman and the members. My name is Anithia Brown, and this is my testimony on how the DC Futures program so far has impacted my college journey. Because of this program, I have been able to pay for my courses and maintain a GPA over 3.5. In addition to my academic success, I was chosen to be the keynote speaker at a DC Future ceremony in September of 2024, which was a true honor. Though through this experience, I have also built connections with other DC Futures recipients who continue to inspire and support me. Since this is the only scholarship I have at the moment, I am truly grateful to have this opportunity. I do not want this taken away. I also wanted to mention I am a single mother of a 4-year-old, and I just really want to advocate for more funding for DC Futures program. And thank you for the opportunity that I have to advocate for myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ania Martin. Justin Palmer.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Justin Palmer, and I'm the Vice President for Public Policy and External Affairs for the District of Columbia Hospital Association. I appreciate the opportunity to present testimony at the FY26 budget hearing for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. DCHA is a unifying force advancing hospitals and health systems in the District of Columbia. We are committed to promoting policies and initiatives that strengthen our system of care, preserve access, eliminate disparities, and promote better health outcomes. A delivery of care does not occur without dedicated healthcare employees essential to providing that care. Ensuring a pipeline of talent is critical to providing access to care and pathways to well-paying careers in healthcare. Over the last 5 years, DCHA Program Services and the Workforce Investment Council have been working hand in hand to ensure the creation of industry-driven solutions to the health sector's workforce needs. The DC Healthcare Workforce Partnership is an industry-driven sector-based alliance consisting of businesses from the acute, ambulatory, behavioral health, nursing, and residential care services, along with our core partners and network supporters. One of the key findings early on into our work was the critical need to expose younger students to opportunities in healthcare at an early stage of their education and promote different opportunities in healthcare that are available to them. The work of the Deputy Mayor and OSSE in developing the second Advanced Technical Center is essential to providing students with opportunities to enter the healthcare workforce and occupations with sustaining wages and benefits, and including advancement opportunities. We are incredibly excited about the developments at the Ward 8 ATC and its co-location at the Women Walkers Max Robinson Center, as well as the planning that's going on to co-locate a healthcare provider at the Ward 5 ATC as well. We are currently in the process of launching the DC Healthcare Employment and Apprenticeship Link, or DC HEAL program, in collaboration with the DME, OSSE, and CityWorks DC. This program will place graduates from either our CTE programs or the ATC in health facilities as full-time employees and apprentices as they earn additional credentials and launch their career in healthcare. Our hope is that these apprentices stay with their employers after the year and grow their careers, creating a true pipeline. The key to this program is the continued investment in the ATC and CTE programs. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So what brings you here is the Advanced Technical Center.
And career and technical education programs, just supporting the continued funding.
Okay. Nice to see you. Thank you. I do not have any questions that I've not already asked, so thank you all for your testimony. Tiffany Williams, President and CEO of Martha's Table. Aaron Cannon, Chief of Operations, Maya Angelou Public Charter School and See Forever Foundation. Clarice Mendoza Davis, CEO of Maya Angelou Public Charter School. Felicia Hayward, Deputy Chief of Secure Programs at Maya Angelou. Blanca Huezo, Programs Coordinator, Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association. Kristen Ewing, Policy Council, DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. Pamela McKinney, Catherine Peretti, Executive Director of City Tutor DC. Yvette Selby, Parent Leader with PAVE. Sharon Boone Ruffin, Parent Leader with PAVE. Anna Rodriguez, Parent Leader with PAVE. Kiana Lamans, Parent Leader with PAVE. Ty Andrews, Parent Leader with PAVE. Brandy Reese, Parent Leader with PAVE. Kirsten Seckler. Ariel May. Cynthia Davis. Amy Helms, Head of School at DC Scholars Public Charter School. Dana Noakes Minor. And Angela Das. It's page 6 of the witness list. If I called your name and you're sort of there, but you haven't accepted, please accept, because I'm not inclined to go back if I call your name and you're not present. Tiffany Williams.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tiffany Williams, and I am the president and CEO of Martha's Table. For over 25 years, I served as an educator and school administrator in the District of Columbia in Ward 8 and Ward 3. I know firsthand how investments or the lack thereof in teachers and family support determine the outcomes for children and families. I'm here today to speak in strong support of two critical priorities before the council. The fiscal year 2026 budget for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, OSSE, and the Early Childhood Educator Pay Scales Amendment Act of 2025. At Martha's Table, we operate nationally accredited OSSE high-quality designated early childhood education programs in Ward 8 and Ward 1. Through our school, we support the early education of 100 children and families. Each day, we see the expertise, compassion, and deep commitment of our early childhood educators, many of whom are Black and Latino women. These professionals play a foundational role in children's cognitive, emotional, and social development, yet they remain among the lowest paid workers in our city. This pay inequity has real and harmful consequences. According to the Center for the Study of Childcare Employment, turnover rates for early child educators exceed 30% in many states. We have experienced this firsthand in the past. Low pay leads to burnout and instability in classrooms, which in turn disrupts learning for our youngest residents. When educators cannot afford to stay in the field, quality suffers and children miss out on the consistent nurturing care and educational experiences they need to thrive. Addressing this crisis through pay equity is both a matter of justice and a smart economic investment. Research by Nobel laureate James Hackman showed that every dollar spent on high-quality early childhood education can return between $4 and $9 in long-term benefits, including better health outcomes, higher educational achievement, and reduced involvement with the criminal justice system. Higher salaries through the Pay Equity Fund allows educators to focus on providing high-quality learning opportunities for children and reduce the dependency of teachers on accessing public benefits. Additionally, investments in the Pay Equity Fund communicate to educators of our earliest learners that they are an essential and respected part of the educational system here in the district. Without high-quality early child educators, the likelihood of children arriving at kindergarten fully equipped to continue and advance their academic careers is adversely impacted. There have been tremendous strides in outcomes for our earliest learners in the district because of the Pay Equity Fund. Without continued investment in this system, I am deeply concerned that the growth we have witnessed is at risk. I urge the Council to fully fund the Pay Equity Fund in FY26 and provide recurring funds in the budget's remaining out years. We must also recognize the access to affordable health care is essential for family economic mobility. Many of the families we support rely on the Child Care Subsidy Program to stay in the workforce or continue their education. When affordable care is unavailable or unsustainable, parents are forced to choose between caring for their children and maintaining employment.
Ms. Williams, I'm going to have to cut you off. You're over your time.
Thank you, sir.
And sorry to do that. And I don't have a copy of your statement.
I will submit it. Thank
Great.
you.
Aaron Cannon, Chief of Operations at Maya Angelou. Clarice Mendoza Davis, CEO at Maya Angelou. Felicia Hayward, Deputy Chief of Secure Programs at Maya Angelou. Blanca Hueso, Programs Coordinator, Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association. Ms. Hueso?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. I'm Blanca Hueso, and I'm with the MSSPA Association and an early childhood advocate to ensure that Washington, D.C.'s youngest learners and their families have access to high quality and equitable education. Today, I'm here to speak on behalf of the ECE educators, families, and providers who rely on pre-KIP funding, childcare subsidies, and pay equity fund to sustain early learning programs in our city. But I also stand here to highlight a growing concern in the increasing threats to immigrant families due to the recent enforcement actions and policy shifts that jeopardize their safety and stability. The mayor's proposed budget puts early childhood education in DC at serious risk by some currents, but especially this drastic reduction threaten the stability of programs that families rely on for affordable, high-quality early education, disproportionately impacting immigrant communities who already face systemic barriers to financial security and access to childcare, with providers blending funding from multiple sources to keep their programs running. These cuts will force many to scale back services, raise costs, or shut down altogether. At the same time, immigration policies shift this DC further endanger working immigrant families by weakening local protections and increasing fear of enforcement actions. Together, these budget decisions and policy changes undermine both educational equity and immigrant safety, making it harder for families to build stable, successful futures. These cuts disproportionately harm immigrant families, many of who rely on these programs to access their childcare and maintain financial stability. At the same time, Mayor Bowser's proposal to repeal DC sanctuary city protection for endangered working immigrants, exposing them to heightened risk of detentions and deportations. ICE enforcement actions have already targeted workplaces, including restaurants, construction sites, where many immigrant parents work to support their families. These proposed cuts will have devastating consequences, particularly for immigrant families who already face barriers to stability and economic security. Without access to affordable childcare, many parents will struggle to continue working or pursuing education, depending cycles of financial hardship. Providers, especially small community-based centers, will face economic instability, making it difficult to sustain services for childcare who need them most. Educators will suffer a lot if the pay equity fund is exacerbating workforce shortage and making it harder to recruit and retain qualified early childhood educators. On top of these, immigrant families will experience increased fear and uncertainty as local protections as weaken, leaving vulnerable and hesitant to seek essential services out of concern for deportations.
Ms. Hueso, I'm going to have to cut you off. You're over your time. But I do have your written statement. Thank you very much.
No,
And
thank
I'm
you so
sorry
much.
to cut you off. Kristen Ewing, Policy Counsel with DC Appleseed Center. Pamela McKinney. Ms. McKinney.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Pam McKinney, and I live in Ward 6. My daughter is in pre-K at Amidon Bowen, while my son attends HHS Children's Center, managed through Red Shoes Treehouse. My daughter also attended HHS before pre-K. Meanwhile, I work at Capital City Public Charter School. I was grateful to see that the mayor's budget includes continuing the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund, and yet dismayed that the budget proposal would eliminate this fund after fiscal year 26. As I know others have mentioned, the Pay Equity Fund is a crucial piece of support that the district can provide for caregivers and the children and families they serve. This funding has been critical for our dedicated teachers in the city who are overwhelmingly Black and brown women. These primarily women sacrifice a lot for our city's children every day and have never been fully recognized for the service, time, and energy they put into their craft. One of the teachers at my child's daycare works a second shift job to be able to raise their own family in DC. The fund has served as a lifeline for childcare providers who are already living on the margin of being able to make ends meet and help childcare providers be able to stay in business. Cutting the pay equity fund is wrong on every level. It's a betrayal of invaluable yet underpaid early childhood educators, of the children they serve, our small business community, and of the families that rely on daycare services. In my role with Capital City, I serve as the primary grants contact for OSSE and have worked with a lot of OSSE staff over the 12 years that I've been in the role. I especially have appreciated Linda Sun and her leadership with supporting our federal grants. At Capital City, OSSE has been instrumental in helping us develop and grow a dual enrollment program for our high school students, of which 21 students participated this year. The OSSE Scholars Program has also been transformative. Take senior Vanessa. Last year, she spent the summer at Northwestern through the OSSE Scholars. It was her first time away from her family and first time on a plane. She was incredibly nervous to be away from her family, but because of the support she received from OSSE and our college access team, she persisted. Next fall, she will be the first in her family to go to college. She will attend Catholic University and plans to study mechanical engineering. She feels prepared and more confident in her ability to adapt to college because of her experience at Capital City and the OSSE Scholars Program. Finally, I can say that Capital City was grateful to see the 2.74% UPSFF increase, and yet concerned about the planned decreases in future years, which makes budgeting extremely precarious before we take into account the federal landscape. I know others have spoken to this issue, and I hope you will hear leaders' concerns. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Clarice Mendoza Davis.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Chairman. Thanks so much. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Clarice Mendoza Davis, and I serve as the Chief Executive Officer at the Maya Angelou Schools and See Forever Foundation. As our network of schools prepares for its 28th year of service to opportunity and justice-involved youth and emerging adults here in the district, we are thankful for the mayor's and the City Council's continued support of our unique work with our 1,000 plus scholars and families here in DC. There are three key points I'd like to highlight during this afternoon's hearing. First, we're incredibly grateful for Mayor Bowser's proposed 2.74% increase to the per pupil funding rate and maintaining the 3.1% facilities allotment for FY26. These investments demonstrate the city's continued commitment to prioritizing education funding. For Maya specifically, this educational investment ensures that we can continue to implement our well-being program for scholars, families, and staff at all 5 of our schools. This funding also means that our scholars will continue to engage in high-impact tutoring, the type of intensive intervention that helps accelerate our students' academic growth. And finally, these funds mean that even more Maya students can access our career and technical education offerings, preparing them for employment that earns a family-sustaining wage after graduation. Second, in partnership with Dr. Mitchell and our colleagues at OSSE, we want to underscore just how responsive our state education agency has been to the specific needs of Maya learners in some of the city's most complex educational contexts, including those in detention. Most especially, our partnership with OSSE's Re-Engagement Center and Advanced Education Technical Center ensure that the city's most at-risk students have access to the educational and workforce preparation programs and additional resources to help them achieve their educational goals. Third, we are thrilled that the city's charter educators' equitable compensation grants will continue this coming fiscal year, and we affirm the role that OSSE has played in enacting this essential action. But I urge you to remember, there's one key group of teachers that this initiative continues to exclude, and that's our Maya Angelou teachers and instructional staff that serve incarcerated students at YSC and New Beginnings. I hope the city leaders, including the City Council, will support us in finding solution to this gap, helping Maya retain some of DC's most talented and committed educators. At Maya, we continue to be dedicated to serving our scholars, and we look forward to doing so with your continued support. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and I will, Chairman, submit our testimony.
Excellent. And I'm a little bit at a disadvantage since I don't have your statement. What were you saying with regard to the educators at the jail?
Yes, Chairman. So not at DCDOC, but for our educators, our Maya educators who teach at our campuses at YSC and New Beginnings, they are still not subject, right, to the Equitable Teacher Compensation Initiative. And I know that we've spoken with you and your staff about this before, but we're happy to follow up to give you more details so we can explain sort of the full situation and why we're still in this place now, a whole year later.
Well, the pay equity fund is for early child educators, so I'm missing something here. Oh, the charter salary equity payments, the roughly 30 million that the mayor put in the budget?
Yes, sir.
That's what you're talking about?
Yes.
And why would they not be eligible for it?
Because our teachers who teach at secure sites are technically neither DCPS teachers nor are they charter teachers. They don't fall within the definition of teacher according to the regs.
Whose regs?
The city's regs, sir. At the moment. So, and again, we're happy to follow up again.
And how many teachers are we talking about, or educators are we talking about?
About 40.
Okay. But See Forever Foundation has a contract with DOC?
Yes, sir.
So couldn't that be covered through the contract?
It is at DOC, but not yet at DYRS.
And who has, See Forever has that contract and they have it with DYRS?
Yes.
And the contract doesn't cover it
Correct.
because DYRS cares deeply about youth. We're the legislative branch. And there are about 40 educators there.
Across both sites, right? Who would be eligible, comparable, right, to the way
At
that
YSC and
and
at
New Beginnings.
New Beginnings. Okay. What's the status of your contract with DOC?
It is in good standing and we are wrapping up negotiations.
You have a contract and you're negotiating a new contract.
Yes, sir.
And everything seems to be, as we say, copacetic?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll submit your statement.
I will. Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Catherine Peretti? Is she here?
Hi, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, and everyone present. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Perfect. My name's Kat Peretti. I'm the Executive Director of City Tutor DC. Since 2021, City Tutor has been the proud strategic partner of OSSE to catalyze, scale, and improve high-impact tutoring across the district. I'm here to applaud the mayor's proposed $3 million investment in high-impact tutoring and urge the council to sustain this critical intervention support for schools and students. In education, too often, good programs disappear before we can truly see the results. We are always looking for a quick or easy solution, but the reality is that interventions take careful implementation, continuous iteration, and regular evaluations to get well. This is not easy work, but I'm tremendously proud of the hard work that OSSE, our schools, and tutoring providers have put in to set high-impact tutoring apart as an intervention and investment that actually moves the needle for our most vulnerable kids. We've always known from hundreds of research studies that high-impact tutoring works and can accelerate learning. But even more importantly, we've learned over the last few years that we can deliver high-impact tutoring across the district at scale and simultaneously improve quality and results. Just this spring, Empower K-12 analyzed data from more than 1,100 students in 49 DC public schools and public charter schools who received tutoring supported by City Tutor DC in the 23-24 school year. They found that students who completed the recommended amount of math tutoring gained the equivalent of 2 extra months of learning compared to their peers. At a time when our students have so much ground to recapture, we need to continue supporting these proven programs to help our students recover from learning disruptions. We deeply appreciate Mayor Bowser's proposed $3 million investment in high-impact tutoring. It demonstrates not just a commitment to tutoring, but a commitment to following the evidence, investing in what works, and supporting our schools. These funds will go directly to schools to increase their impact and reach another 3,000 students at a cost of $1,000 per student or less. Here are some examples of how schools have used their HIT dollars this year. Sojourner Truth Montessori Public Charter has used funds to ensure that every middle and high school math classroom has a full-time tutor. DC Prep Public Charter School has created a model with 10 junior teachers who learn from more experienced teachers, and these junior teachers provide small group tutoring and lead full group instruction once a week, giving the pilot teacher more time to support individual student needs. Superintendent Mitchell and OSSE's High Impact Tutoring team have done tremendous work to set up a grant system to distribute these dollars quickly and efficiently to schools, to collect data and to measure results. This investment will allow schools to maintain their successful tutoring programs and start them earlier in the school year when they are most effective and according to best practice. DC is a shining example nationally of high-impact tutoring done well. Researchers highlight DC results, DC schools, and DC students. This recognition is a result of ongoing investment and commitment from the mayor, OSSE, and this council. We are the fastest improving city on NAEP, and now let's be the best public education system in the country.
Ms. Peretti, I'm going to cut you off because you're over your time.
Yes, sir.
But I do have your statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yvette Selby. Sean Boone Ruffin. Mr. Ruffin, it would be great if folks who are participating virtually would get whatever it is, accept and be ready so we don't have to wait.
I'm here.
I know, but there are people behind you and I'm guessing some of them haven't accepted yet.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
So I'm going to keep moving along. You're up, Ms. Ruffin.
Can you start my time over, please? Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. I'm Sean Boone Ruffin, a Ward 8 resident and PAVE Ward 8 and Citywide PLE board member. I'm also a Dunbar High School Engineering Academy and a future Learn Charter parent. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm excited to share my perspective as both a parent and educator on the importance of supporting all of the district students. I would first like to start with thanking you and thanking OSSE for their investment in the programs that support our students, like dual enrollment. My daughter is currently enrolled in dual enrollment classes at Nova Community College through her high school and has had a great experience at George Mason as well as Bard University. She plans on continuing her dual enrollment classes through the summer and the rest of her time in high school so she can be prepared for college. Not only can dual enrollment support high-flying students, but it can also serve as an access point for credit recovery and re-engage students with school. Certain dual enrollment courses can be used for credit recovery, giving kids a way to get back on track to graduate from high school. We must continue to fund dual enrollment and expand programming so that all students can take advantage of dual enrollment and reach their goals. As we continue to fund various specialized school programs, it is important that these programs are implemented with fidelity and that there is a clear communication with students and parents. We have many different, exciting, and innovative programs happening in DC public and public charter schools. Let's make sure that parents and students know what's available to them, especially in this tough budget year. We want parents to have a clear understanding of how their students' educational journey can be impacted both positive and in a negative way. Finally, I'm here to urge the council to ensure that programs for students with disabilities are being properly funded in both DC public and public charter schools. While I understand that we have to make cuts to the city budget this year, I get creative with various programming. It is crucial that we ensure that programming for our students with disabilities are protected so that they can thrive in the district as well. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Ruffin. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could submit it. Anna Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Anna Rodriguez, and I am a proud parent of a 9th grader student who attends McKinley Tech in Ward 5. I also serve as the McKinley Tech PTO president and I'm also the Great PAVE Parents Amplifying Voices on Education on the citywide board in Ward 5. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm excited to share the importance of high impact tutoring, also known as HIT. I would like to start and thank you, OSSE, for investing in our students and educators. I was excited to see the high impact tutoring continue to receive funding in the fiscal year of 26. Although there has been a decrease in funding, I'm here today to advocate for the continued funding and expansion of high impact tutoring efforts. High impact tutoring can alter the trajectory of students' academic career and ultimately their life. Receiving targeted interventions and the use of high quality materials and research-backed instructional practices through high impact tutoring will help all students to improve, regardless of where they are performing well or struggling. I was excited when my daughter's middle school implemented a high impact tutoring program. However, I was disappointed to find out that my daughter was unable to participate. My daughter was looking forward to taking advantage of high impact tutoring, but came home disappointed one day after finding that she would not be able to participate. From my understanding, the group of students selected did not seem to be the highest need, and the selection process was unclear. It is great that some students got access to HIT. However, we need to do more. We must expand and HIT programming so that all students can have access to the resources they need. If schools are unable to expand HIT programming to serve all students, then they should have a clear process with set criteria for who can participate and input from teachers, students, and parents of students who need the services the most. We all want the best for our students, and we know that high impact tutoring can help us get there. Let's continue to invest in the work we do. DC students continue to lead the nation in academic growth. And also, I want to thank you for this opportunity, but most of all, I want to add something to it. I am also a OSSE's Future program, part of the program, and I'm happy that Miss Joel testified. Because I'm fighting here for high impact tutoring for my daughter, I'm also fighting for me. Because if they cut the budget on the Futures program, that's going to affect me. So in my household, I have 3 of us that are dealing with assistance for education, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have. And I just want to make sure that high impact tutoring is at the top of our list for equity across the state. And also that the DC Futures program is looked at, because I benefit off of that program. And I pray that they don't cut any more funding from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. And I don't have a copy of your statement. Kiana Lamans?
Good afternoon, Chairman Nelson. My name is Quiana Lamans. I'm a proud Ward 7 resident and paid parent leader. All my children attend DC public schools. I'm here today to speak about the critical importance of ensuring that students with disability have access to reliable transportation through the OSSE Transportation Program. I am writing to share my personal experience as a former employee of OSSE Transportation Department, where I worked as both bus driver and attendant for over 16 years. My passion for supporting special needs children with their families drove me to work in this role, and I took great pride in providing exceptional services to the students and their families as I served them. Not only did I work for OSSE, but my son rides the OSSE bus to and from school each day. I'm deeply familiar with the issues family faces on a daily basis. OSSE has made serious investments in programs that will help our students grow their literacy and math skills. We must prioritize transportation as one of the programs that help our students improve their academic performance. Without an easy, reliable, and safe way to get to school, our students can face disruptions to their learning. The more time students are able to spend focused physically in classrooms and engaging with the material, the more likely it is that they will improve their math and literacy skills. If a student is consistently late to school due to the issues of OSSE bus, they are losing out on instructional time and starting the day off in a stressful way. We want our students to be set up for success when they enter the classroom, and the OSSE transportation plays a big role in that. While a new portal is being rolled out for communication about OSSE transportation, I am concerned that parents may miss out on this switch. I have only received communication about the new portal through email. Only sending communication electronically may prevent some parents from accessing the information if they do not have Wi-Fi, miss the email, and they are not computer literate. I appreciate that OSSE is hosting in-person days to roll out the new portal. We must ensure that when processes are changing, parents are aware. Sending home a flyer with students or mailing communication to the home in addition to the email ensures that parents will receive the message. I understand that we are in a tough budget year. We must make investments in a program that support our students' learning and academic achievement. Safe and reliable transportation to and from school is a key part of this. I urge the councilman and OSSE to continue to address the issue with the OSSE bus program and ensure that the program is adequately funded so that it can provide the services students and families need. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to seeing a positive change made in the program in the upcoming fiscal year. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lamont. Ty Andrews?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Ty Andrews. I'm a proud Ward 8 resident and parent of 2 children, Terrence Jr., who attends Plummer Elementary, and Amari, a student at McKinley Technology High School. I serve as a parent leader with PAVE, the first vice president of McKinley Tech's PTO, and an LSAT member with Plummer Elementary. My youngest son, Terrence Jr., has used OSSE's transportation services since May 2019. Over the years, we've experienced repeated issues, missed pickups, miscommunication, and most concerning, safety failures. The most alarming incident occurred December 20th, 2024, when my son was dropped off at the wrong location before his updated drop-off address was even supposed to go into effect. His older brother was waiting at the correct location, unaware his little brother had been left elsewhere. I was only alerted because a staff member in that area called me. Thankfully, he was safe, but the outcome could have been very different. Unfortunately, this hasn't been the only issue my son has encountered. Buses have arrived late or not at all with no notice, leaving working parents like myself scrambling. We've had incorrect attendance records due to late arrivals, substitute drivers going to the wrong address, and buses continuing to show up despite cancellations being called in advance. For example, on September 20th, 2023, I canceled my son's morning pickup for a dental appointment, and also recently, last month, for a dental appointment, and the bus still showed up. But for this September incident, the next day, they claimed that he wasn't ready and never sent the bus to pick him up. I had to call out of work and take 2 buses to get him to school, and the repeated disruptions are inconvenient, exhausting, and unfair. From March 24th to March 27th of this year, the buses for Plummer Elementary arrived hours late, with some students getting to school after 11 a.m. and being picked up after 4 p.m. Attendance dropped, and children, especially those with disabilities, suffered from loss of structure and missed after-school opportunities due to OSSE's policies of having to be picked up and dropped off after school, which doesn't allow these children catching the bus to participate in after school activities, also causing them to wait impatiently after school is over for the bus to pick them up and take them home. As the district focuses on growing our students' academic achievement, it is crucial that they are not missing instruction time due to issues provided with transportation. On May 5th, I had to pay for an Uber to get my child to school after receiving no updates. I was told we missed the bus, but in fact, it came after we had already left. I was denied reimbursement and never received a promised follow-up from a supervisor. Again, last month on May 16th, Plummer staff contacted me about further delays due to a route combining. School personnel have shared serious concerns about the emotional toll these disruptions are taking on our students, particularly those with special needs. Lastly,
Sanders,
OSSE's,
I'm going to
I'm
have to
sorry,
cut you off. I don't have a copy
no
of your
worries.
document, so, but you're over your time.
No worries. Thank you, Councilman. I'll be sure to submit that now.
Please do. And I hope to ask the superintendent some questions about OSSE DOT. Brandy Reese. Dominique Moore, who's also with PAVE. Dominique Moore.
Hello, thank
Please
um Awesome. Greetings, member of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Dominique Moore, and I am a Ward 4 PAVE citywide parent leader and the mother of a neurospicy young man. I applaud OSSE for its investments in high-impact tutoring, dual enrollment, and CTE programs. As we approach this new fiscal year, we must continue to invest in equitable access to these high-quality educational opportunities on a larger scale to ensure that every student has the chance to succeed. The mental health of our students and educators is critical now more than ever, especially with recent cuts to the school-based mental health program. Our students are facing ongoing challenges that require comprehensive support systems to promote their emotional well-being. With wider distribution of the social emotional learning toolkits to caregivers and educators, OSSE can help fill the gaps. These resources contain vital information to help us create supportive environments for our children and cultivate their emotional intelligence. We should be sharing this information across all platforms, including WMATA ads, informational snippets, and TV radio commercials. We must be intentional and innovative in our efforts. OSSE strives to provide relevant, practical, and high quality training sessions that lead to positive impacts on student outcomes. I also advocate for OSSE to require and offer continuous education units and specialized school programs. This will ensure that educators receive the proper training and are equipped with the right tools to foster effective learning experiences. I urge OSSE to develop a specialized school verification system that includes a comprehensive guide for caregivers. This guide will help us navigate the various specialized models available and evaluate which programs best meet our children's needs. Clear, accessible information is crucial for empowering families to make informed decisions regarding their child's education. Lastly, I appreciate DC's robust educational landscape and school choice. As a parent whose child will soon be entering middle school, I'm deeply involved in the process of finding the best schooling option for my son. I urge OSSE to pilot a school navigator program to assist parents like myself in making the best choices for our children. As we shape the fiscal year 2026 budget, I call upon you to consider these priorities by investing in equity initiatives, mental health resources, teacher support through continuous education, wider distribution of SEL tools, and a specialized school verification guide. Through these, we can create an educational environment that nurtures the success of every student in Washington, D.C. Thank you for your time and consideration. Together, we can forge a path toward a better educational future for all our children.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. And if you would submit your statement, that would be helpful. Kirsten Seckler. I'm not sure if she's here. Ariel May. Not sure she's here. Cynthia Davis. Don't see her. Amy Helms. Ms. Helms, you're up.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Amy Helms, and I serve as the head of school at DC Scholars Public Charter School, a pre-K through 8 public charter school serving 478 students in Ward 7. I'm also a Ward 7 resident and a parent. As I testified to last week, we're deeply aware that the city faces tough budget decisions across the board, and every sector's needs must be balanced. And that's why we're grateful for the mayor's budget includes the 2.74% increase to the UPSFF and the maintenance of the 3.1 facilities allotment. In addition, we are grateful that OSSE is providing greater flexibility in the use of the charter education compensation grants so that we may provide competitive compensation for all school staff, including counselors and other key support team members who impact students' lives. However, we remain concerned that the fiscal year 26 educator pay grants are structured as a one-time funding outside of the UPSFF. And as a number of my colleagues have testified to, we must ensure equity in funding between DCPS and charters. And we're committed to working with you to find more equitable solutions to support the outstanding educators working to serve our students in both sectors. At DC Scholars, high impact tutoring has proven to be one of the most effective strategies for accelerating student learning, particularly in response to the unfinished learning caused by COVID. At DC Scholars, we've seen measurable academic gains among students who receive tutoring during school, after school, and on Saturdays. Yes, on Saturdays, we have about 30 students who consistently came to school on Saturdays this year for additional tutoring. As we are aware, following the pandemic, math recovery lagged significantly. In school year 23-24, we of course don't yet have all of the end of year results for this school year. DC Scholars grew the percentage of students achieving benchmark on DC CAPE by 14 points in the top 10 of schools citywide. This was due in large part to the intensive investments we were able to make in math tutoring. This year, through OSSE investments in high impact tutoring, we were able to provide tutoring to over 100 students in both reading and math. Through OSSE's tutoring provider grant, we were able to place 5 reading assist tutors in our school. The reading assist tutors work one-on-one with students who need critical support with foundational reading skills. We had them scheduled to work with 50, but by the winter, 14 of them had tested out of the program. We also have used OSSE's investments in our teacher-led tutoring program, and these investments allowed us to serve 44 students after school in reading and math.
Ms. Helms, I'm going to have to cut you off. You're over your time, but I do have your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off.
Understood.
Dana Noakes Minor. Come to the table. I believe I called your name earlier. When you're ready.
Good afternoon, Councilman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Dana Noakes Minor, and I'm currently the program manager for JMG's DC Futures coaching component of the DC Futures program. I've been part of the DC Futures program since its very beginning, when it was in the pilot stage. I was excited for the possibility of being a part of a program that was designed to encourage and assist students in enrolling in post-secondary education and persisting through graduation. I have been even more excited these past 3 years to see the amazing progress of these students. In my capacity as program manager, I've had the opportunity to engage with over 1,000 students as a part of the onboarding process as well as coaching. It was amazing to hear the stories of the paths some of these students have taken to get to where they are in this program. When asked what they would like to see for a coaching program, some of the responses included someone who I can talk to about anything, someone who will assist me in staying on task, or someone to see me through to the finish line. Most of our student population is made up of first-generation college students, immigrants, and non-traditional students who've been in the workforce for most of their adult lives, and then have decided to go to college. A number of these students have disabilities, not all physical disabilities, and need additional accommodation. Most of our students are females between the ages of 20 and 39 of African American and Hispanic and Latina descent. Most of these students are approaching their junior or senior year and excited about the opportunities that will become available for them. Many of our students are in the field of early education. For them to remain employed and to move forward, they are now required to have at least an associate's degree. The DC Futures programs assist not only these students, but the city to reach its goal of qualified teachers for our early education programs. JMG coaches have provided coaching for over 1,000 students since the program began. The coaches each have their own unique way of assisting their students based upon their needs. Areas addressed range from social development, maneuvering the university process, time management, tutoring, advocacy, life skills, assisting in locating basic life skills, just to name a few. The current global economy is a skilled and highly skilled economy. People who earn associate degrees and bachelor's degrees earn more money. Our programs help increase human capital by increasing participants' economic mobility through reducing poverty and promoting generational upward mobility for DC residents. Investing in DC futures is investing in the citizens of the District of Columbia. Thank you, Council, for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Snooks Minor. Angela Das. Don't get up.
Good afternoon, members of the DC Council. My name is Angela Das, and I'm the Director of Math for Friendship Public Charter School. I've been an educator in DC for over 17 years, deeply committed to the academic success of our students. I'd like to start by sharing some data I'm particularly proud of. Last year, Friendship grew the percentage of students who demonstrated grade level proficiency in math at 3 times the state average for all students, and more than 5 times the state average for students designated as at risk. While this is a huge achievement and a testament to the hard work of our scholars and teachers, I'm not satisfied with our performance. Yes, our growth is higher than the growth achieved at the state level, but overall performance in math remains much too low citywide, and particularly low for students who are designated as economically disadvantaged, reside in Wards 7 and 8, or who are African American. We know we reached this goal in part because of the work we did that included the high impact tutoring, which is why it's critical that high impact tutoring remains in the budget for the upcoming school year. I want to express my sincere gratitude for Mayor Bowser's inclusion of the $3 million in the budget for math tutoring. This investment is a significant step forward in addressing these persistent gaps. Research indicates that high impact tutoring can lead to 2 to 3 times the academic growth compared to traditional instruction, providing a powerful tool to accelerate student learning. When you look at an elementary classroom's typical schedule, you will see that most often there's a priority around ELA small group time, with approximately 135 total minutes allocated daily to a comprehensive ELA program, including at least 45 minutes of small group instruction. In math, however, instruction typically ranges from 60 to 90 minutes, leaving minimal time for targeted intervention. When additional intervention blocks are implemented, they often prioritize reading, resulting in students struggling with both reading and math receiving little to no math-specific support. Maintaining this $3 million allocation will ensure the presence of dedicated trained math tutors who can provide the necessary targeted interventions outside of Tier 1 instruction. This support is critical for students to build foundational math skills and confidence. This will ensure that our students get the support they need in math. Furthermore, I urge you to consider supporting out-of-school time programs that offer additional math tutoring and opportunities for family engagement in math learning, programs such as City Tutor DC and For the Love of Children. These programs not only provide essential academic support, but also engage families in the learning process, fostering a community-wide commitment to student success. As you finalize the budget, I encourage you to preserve the $3 million dedicated to math tutoring and to collaborate closely with the DC Math Task Force. Their insights can guide the effective allocation of resources to ensure our shared goals of equity, rigor, and student-centered learning to remain at the forefront. Thank you for your leadership and unwavering commitment to the educational advancement of all students in our city. I look forward to hearing from you, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Das. Thank you to each of you. I do have a couple of questions for Ms. Snooks Minor. Thank you for being here in person.
Sure.
So JMG is like a program manager for this program?
So JMG is a nonprofit organization that provides the coaching component for the DC Futures program.
OSSE contracts with you to do that?
Yes, sir.
Is there any other organization that does that as well?
There is another organization, the Associates for Renewal in Education, ARE.
So there's the two of you.
Yes.
And contracted with OSSE to manage, if you will, mentor, whatever verb I want to use, the students.
Yes, sir.
About how many students are in the program right now?
Right now, there are approximately 1,000 students. We started with 1,500 when the program first started. Well, we started with a little less than that when it was in the pilot portion of the program. And then we ended up with 1,500. That was the capacity for the program. So we may have been under maybe 50 of the 1,500. And so since some graduated last year, we're about at 1,000 students now for this year.
And do you know if there's funding in the budget for next year?
We've heard that there is some funding, but there is not enough funding to fund the entire program, all components of the program.
Because my recollection is what we did last year was we
Absolutely.
funded enough for the individuals in the program to graduate. But
Absolutely.
Without any
new students, correct. And apparently some of that has been cut. That was a major cut as well because we had to downsize. We knew that some of the students would matriculate out based upon graduation. So we knew that there would be some shortages in the funding, but when we got the funding for this fiscal year as well, it did not fund the program to its capacity.
Yeah. All of the students some of them are 4-year and some of them are 2-year, or are they all 4 years?
Some of them are 2 years, some of them are for their associates, and some are 4 years. But with the upcoming class that we have that will graduate in 2026, will be a lot of those students are coming out, will come out with their BA.
With a 4-year.
Yes.
And so if we went back in time, the way we would fund this is it's 4 years per student.
Absolutely.
But as we're phasing it out, then it's, well, for the ones who are matriculating out next year, it's one more year.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have no other questions for you. I have no questions for the others. I want to thank you again for your testimony. Yeah, so everyone's excused and we will move on to the next page 7. Laura Houston. Destiny Bolton with Spaces in Action. Erica Harrell with Elected DC. Andre Aina. Nitsa Segui, Executive Director of MSSP. I used to know what MSSPA was. I'll learn it again. Jackie Strickland with Educare DC. Shakima White with Educare DC. Kendra Kleber. Kedra Williams. Valerie Butler, Industrial Coach, HIT Program. Kristen Sinclair with Empower Ed. Fari Gamina Tump. That was horrible what I just did. Fari Gamina Tump or Tumpe. Senior Community Builder, Spaces in Action. Stephanie Griffith Richardson with PAVE. Yvette Selby. Yes.
Yeah.
Dasan Jones, Parent Leader with PAVE. Elizabeth Ventura. Christina Hansen. I keep going till I complete the page or we fill up the table. You are Miss Hansen? Oh, we like people in person. Megan Salmon, Grassroots Bilingual Organizer, Spaces in Action. Isabel Sloniger. You're Miss Sloniger. Raymond Armenta. Alexia Roberts. And Tiffany Cherry. Okay, let's go back. Actually, I kind of feel like rewarding the 2 people who are in person. Miss Hansen. Yes. Turn on your microphone, though.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Christina Hansen, and I'm here to speak on behalf of children and families in Ward 8, particularly those attending our Care Anacostia schools. I want to start by lifting up the DCPS Connected Schools model, an initiative grounded in the belief that strong schools require strong communities. 3 of our Care Anacostia schools currently benefit from this program, and it is a lifeline. It embeds wraparound services, mental health support, family engagement, and community-based partnerships directly into schools, treating our students as whole people and not just test scores. The Connected Schools model reflects what is working, that it's not just about academics, it's about healing and investing in the social and emotional well-being of Black and Brown children who face systemic inequities every day. OSSE and the DC Council must prioritize expansion of this model, especially in communities like ours that continue to carry the weight of disinvestment. On the other hand, OSSE's high impact tutoring initiative, as currently designed, is actually not a solution. It is a superficial Band-Aid that allows stakeholders to claim progress on literacy without confronting the root causes of why literacy rates remain stagnant, especially for Black and Brown students. Literacy gaps are not the result of lack of tutoring. They are the results of inequitable funding, unstable staffing, over-testing, and school models that fail to reflect the lived realities and brilliance of our children. And we cannot tutor our way out of systemic failure. Lastly, I call on this body to take seriously the issue of fiscal transparency. It is egregious that public charter LEAs funded with taxpayer dollars are not subject to the same budget oversight as DCPS. Budget autonomy was never intended to circumvent accountability. It was meant to stabilize and empower communities. The DC Council must ensure the Council Budget Office audits all LEA budgets, including those under DCPCS. We have already seen financial mismanagement, Eagle Academy being just one example, and without transparency, we are gambling with public trust and our children's futures. There are multiple actions that OSSE and DC Council can take regardless of budget cuts, leaning into making difficult decisions that were needed before any budget crisis. I call on OSSE and the Council to 1, redirect a portion of HIT funds to full-time literacy staff, culturally relevant curriculum development, and family literacy enrichment programs in Title I schools. 2, full council budget office audits of all LEA budgets, including those under DC PCSB oversight. And 3, a moratorium on any new school openings in Ward 8 until a comprehensive facility enrollment and impact study is completed. Budget justice is racial justice, and we are demanding accountability and equitable investment in our communities. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to all DC students.
Thank you, and I may have a few questions for you. Isabel Sloniger?
Hello. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Isabel Sloniger, and I'm a youth advocate and mentor for Latin American Youth Center. I serve at-risk young people at Cardozo Education Campus through the Promotor Pathway, an evidence-based mentoring program. I am here today to ask you to continue and expand funding for truancy reduction programs through OSSE. The young people I work with face a range of systemic barriers to education, including housing instability, trauma, substance abuse, special education needs, and gang involvement. Programs like the Promotor Pathway aren't just interventions. They are lifelines for youth who often fall through the cracks of our educational and social systems. I would like to share the story of A young woman I've had the privilege of mentoring for the past 2 years. A was 16 when we met. She had been referred by a school administrator after repeated absences and reports of abuse at home. She also received special education services, yet the depth of her challenges had gone largely unnoticed in school. When we first sat down, it became clear that no one had ever taken the time to truly listen to her story. She disclosed years of physical abuse, deep poverty, and exposure to criminal activity. She was using substances and struggling to cope, expressing her pain in ways that would put her education and her safety at risk. Since then, I've supported her through Child Protective Services involvement, medical crises, and toxic relationships. With the help of our team, she's accessed mental health and reproductive health services, enrolled in youth development programs, and found stability through consistent mentorship. I'm proud to share that she will graduate high school on June 14th, having earned honor roll every term this year. Her success is a direct result of our trauma-informed support made possible through the promotory pathway. She's not alone. There are hundreds of youth just like her in DC, resilient, brilliant, and full of potential, who simply need someone to show up and stay. Without continued and expanded investment in OSSE's truancy reduction efforts, specifically SUSO, youth like A risk being overlooked and underserved. I ask this council to continue and to expand truancy reduction funding through OSSE. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sloniger. I have a couple of questions for you, Ms. Hanson.
Yes.
And then both of you, if you want to take off, you can. And then I'll get to the virtual people. So I'm intrigued. We've gotten a lot of testimony about high impact tutoring being very effective.
Yes, I
You are
agree.
the first person who's criticized it.
Doesn't surprise me. But it is one of many Band-Aids that I have experienced as a teacher with DC Public Schools, as an educator of 19 years, as a special education teacher. HIT is falling in line with a number of interventions that over time have not been sustainable, have not made it more than 2 or 3 years within our school communities. It falls in line with Foundations Double Dose, Systems 44, Read 180, Wilson, LLI, Just Words, Spire. And yet we have something like the DC Reading Clinic that is losing funding while HIT is taking priority. We are not addressing the root causes. And so I have experienced a pattern of bright, shiny things like HIT, working for 2 or 3 years, and then we end up in this same exact space because the funding runs out once again.
Well, are you saying HIT works, or because you just said?
I'm saying it has room. And again, one of my my call to action is redirecting a portion of the HIT funds into spaces where we are needing to target early literacy. And you've heard some of this through Empower Ed testimonies already today, but we do need to really take a serious look at early literacy supports, how we are staffing our school communities with some of the most underserved schools with some of the lowest scores. There is a pattern here, and there is a pattern that right now, again, HIT looks pretty on paper, but even across the United States of America, Black and Brown children their literacy rates are not even close to that of their white peers. And this goes beyond pre-COVID.
So I'm just looking at your statement, result of inequitable funding. I get that. We've been fighting with the administration. They got much, much better this year with funding instability for schools. I think you know what I mean. I looked at some numbers yesterday, and I would say it's about 80% better this year in terms of funding stability, but tends to be, well, maybe I can't say that this year, but I know in years past, it's like if 60 schools had funding cuts, half of them were Ward 7 and 8 in 2 wards. In fact, I think it was more disproportionate than that. So you mentioned inequitable funding, unstable staffing.
Yes.
There's been a lot of talk about professional development and more science of reading literacy training for teachers.
Yes.
That would get at the kind of systemic approaches you're talking about?
Yes, it would. And I would add to that with that professional development and those opportunities that OSSE and the local LEAs giving more autonomy to school communities to utilize this PD and training in ways that works best for their school communities. I am a parent of a child who went through Hyde-Addison Elementary School. My work is supporting primarily in Ward 8 community schools. And you have a school like Hyde-Addison that is teachers are given the opportunity to design their own ELA curriculum. It works beautifully for them. We have some schools that are forced to use the DCPS Pathways to Learning curriculum no matter what. And so our school communities particularly in Ward 8, have very different needs than a school community like Hyde-Addison. And those educators and school communities deserve the same level of autonomy to utilize these resources so that they can undo, hence, community schools. Savoy Elementary School is a school community that is in desperate need of a connected schools manager, but they are having to still, with their budget, weigh if they can add on a connected schools manager. Are they finally going to be able to add an art teacher back on? These are still decisions that many of our Ward 8 communities are having to make.
And you did start out your testimony saying connected schools you think is important in, I don't know if you said it directly, but at least implicitly in improving literacy outcomes.
Absolutely, because the way that our children are able to show up to school every day has a significant impact on their literacy and math outcomes. I'll be testifying at another time around safe passage.
Okay. Just one other thing, which is not so much a question, but the budget office for the council doesn't do audits. Now, the DC auditor does do audits, but the DC auditor tends to do audits of agencies. Now, every one of the charter schools is supposed to have audits done, independent audits, and file those with the Public Charter School Board. I'm guessing you may not think that's adequate, but the audit process is either through the DC auditor or through the DC Public Charter School Board. It's not the council. I think that's really what I want to say.
Well, thank you for clarifying. The reason I had mentioned that is because when I asked the council budget office directly a few weeks ago at the DC Under 3 Advocacy Day, they said they do not lay eyes at all on public charter budgets, that they only see DCPS school budgets. And so I don't understand how the budget office in general would not even be able to access or see all LEA's school budgets.
Well, I think if we wanted them to, they could. But we fund the charter schools through the formula, so I think you know, and DCPS through the formula, and the charter sector is more independent. So name a charter school, they get money, they have much more autonomy. And whereas with DCPS, actually, we do get the individual school budgets, but our focus is really on what DCPS Central is doing with the individual schools.
It would be lovely to audit them.
I hear you. Thank you. You
Thank
both
you
are
so much.
excused. I made all the virtual people wait. It is the advantage to being in person. So let me go to the back of the page. Laura Houston, is she here?
I'm here. We're happy.
You're up.
Wonderful. Thank you to the chair and council members for your time today. My name is Laura Houston. I'm a resident of Ward 6 and a supporter of the Under 3 DC Early Childhood Coalition. I have 2 children. One is 5 and the other one is almost 2. And I'm here today in support of the district's Early Childhood Subsidy Program, which is an economic lifeline for district families and an essential program to help parents get back to work or back to school. I urge the DC Council to add at least $15 million in recurring funds to OSSE's subsidy program to bring the total subsidy budget to at least $106.3 million. I moved to the district in 2022 for my partner's job, and when we moved here, I was astonished at the cost of childcare. It was frankly beyond what our budget could handle. I learned about the OSSE childcare subsidy program through one of the childcare directors at a place that we toured. And she assured me that we qualified based on our income, and she sent me the application. I was so relieved. At the time that we applied, I had just given birth to my second child, who is now almost 2. And getting the grant would mean that we could actually afford care for the both of them full time. I'd left a job in Boston to move to DC, and so I had planned to ramp up my own work and apply for full-time jobs. We were denied the grant. At the time, there was an employment requirement that because of the nature of my work, I didn't meet, and it was devastating. It honestly made more financial sense for our family that I stop working entirely and take over as a full-time caregiver to the 2 kids. And I think too many people, especially mothers, kind of find themselves in this position where they're stuck in a cycle where they can't afford childcare, but as full-time caregivers, they also don't have the time to apply for jobs or squeeze in freelance work. Burning the midnight oil isn't super possible when your kid is up at midnight too. And a recent Under 3DC report finds that a lack of access to affordable childcare leads to at least $252 million in lost wages. I was really thrilled to learn that the OSSE Child Care Subsidy Program waived its work requirement and is now open. That's huge progress, and it would be really devastating if the progress that we made kind of got scaled backwards because the program wasn't adequately funded. So I'd love to see at least $15 million added to the budget to bring it to at least $106.3 million. I think, we risk children getting on a wait list to receive care, and it's just really essential that our city continue to make progress that it's made in providing parents and caregivers with childcare that their families can afford. And I think that's so important. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Houston. Destiny Bolton.
Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton and committee members. My name is Destiny Bolton, and my testimony will be on behalf of Ms. Rhonda Ayers. My name is Rhonda Ayers. I'm a leader of Spaces in Action. I am a school home provider for Rhonda's Home Daycare in Ward 5. My testimony today will focus on the Pay Equity Fund. My values are childcare, my home-based center, my finances, and my family. I started working as a childcare provider at 21 years old. The pay for early learning educators has always been low. In the 80s, I was being paid $3 an hour at Clifton Terrace on 13th Street Northwest. I decided to switch to the food industry to make more income as they receive $7 to $8 an hour. I value the Pay Equity Fund because it balances my income, as I am restricted to the number of children I can have. The income comes and goes, so the payment allows flexibility for children who leave and parents who only need part-time care. Being an early learning educator is an important job. We give children a safe environment to learn and grow. We teach children social and behavioral skills to interact adequately in school. Early learning educators deserve to be compensated for the hard work that we do. It saddens me to hear that after promising to fully fund childcare programs, the mayor proposed a budget that eliminates the Pay Equity Fund after 1 year. That is an insult to the parents and educators who fought to win and protect the Pay Equity Fund and who worked closely with council to keep it sustainable. We asked the mayor and DC council to fully fund the Pay Equity Fund through 2029. The Pay Equity Fund is vital for creating parity between early childhood educators and those in districts' public and charter schools. That allows more talented young people to become and remain educators while building a life for themselves and their family in the district. That means higher quality early childhood education for our infants and toddlers, ensuring they show up to kindergarten ready to learn on day one. That means more parents of young children are able to go to work knowing that their children are well cared for, and above all, that means more money circulating throughout the district economy at a time of extreme economic uncertainty. Thank you, council members and committee members for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Erica Harrell.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and esteemed members of the DC Council. My name is Erica Harrell, and I am the Executive Director of Elected DC. I'm also a wife, mother of school-age children attending schools in Ward 7 and 8 DCPS and public charter schools, and I am a proud resident of Ward 7. I'm here today to testify to the proposed OSSE allocation in the budget for fiscal year 2026. Specifically, I will address the impact of the city's budget on our students and families living in Ward 7 and 8. If you are unfamiliar with Elected DC, We are dedicated to engaging community members east of the Anacostia River to build political power, increase representation of historically marginalized communities at all levels, and advocate for the policy conditions that will enable every DC student to thrive. More specifically, we develop programming to increase outcomes for impacted students, advocate for policies that prioritize equity for impacted students, and campaign for electoral candidates who champion education justice. First, Elected DC would like to applaud the mayor's budget's dedication to prioritizing education in the FY 2026 budget. Education received the largest share of local funding, 29% more than any other area. Education is a cornerstone for all developing youth and adults. Without it, our youth face extraordinary barriers to successful lives, including health, economics, transportation, and others. Relevant to Elected DC's mission, youth east of the Anacostia River, although full of promise, have unique needs. Education and its intersections, if supported, will change their lives and ability to thrive. Second, while FY26 education budget is an increase from last fiscal years, there are some notable concerns. A 3.8% cut to the Uniform Per Student Funding Formula, UPSFF, in FY 2027, which will erase this year's modest gain and result in a $98.5 million funding loss. No recurring investment in literacy or math tutoring. Both are funded with one-time dollars. $2.33 million cut from school-based behavioral health programs, bringing the total to $25.4 million at a time when students' mental health needs are increasing. There's also a pause on charter facilities allotment growth when over 40% of our students travel at times over an hour and a half from their homes to attend a quality school, particularly for students and families in Ward 7, 8, 5, and 6, urgently seeking a language immersion middle school east of the river. Third, what our students need is equity. To reinforce, youth and families in Ward 7 and 8 face unique challenges from other wards in the city, including higher levels of poverty, unstable housing, crime, comorbidity rates, unemployment. In the way that these issues intersect with education, a budget that does not invest in improving these outcomes fails to address the inequity in funding for our east of the river students. Equity looks like and is not limited to increase in funding for out-of-school time programs, support for more high-quality public and public charter school options in Ward 7 and 8, provide competitive salaries and benefits to retain high-quality teachers across sectors, invest in programs that support student well-being and mental health so they can be the brilliant people and grow to become the leaders they are born to be.
Ms. Harrell, I'm going to cut you off even though there's not much left because you're over your time. So thank you. I do have your statement. Andre Aina?
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, committee members and staff. My name is Andre Aina. I'm a Ward 8 resident and civic leader with Math for All Coalition. I'm also a DC Task Force advisor and I'm an academic data strategist. I'm here today to testify in support of the Math Tutoring Fund in DC's approved budget. I love how our policymakers didn't need a pandemic playbook to realize that students were falling behind in math. And we rolled up our sleeves and partnered with groups like City Tutor DC and got to work. And I know this because I mentored in those programs. And I saw what the data implies, that tutoring doesn't just boost scores, it actually changes how students see themselves. That's why this $3 million, it matters. And it's not just theoretical. It's research-based and it's data supported. And for students in Ward 5, 7, and 8 especially, it's often the difference between I can't and I finally get it. So we're not asking for new money. We're just asking to keep what has already been fought for. The funding is already in the mayor's proposed budget, and we're grateful for that. But budget hearings are where the fate of ideas, especially the good ones, can quietly and quickly sometimes fatally pass away. So high impact tutoring is not a guess. The research is thick and growing. It's 2 to 3 times more academic growth than typical interventions. 1 tutor, 3 students, multiple sessions per week. It's not a gimmick. It's simply effective. Now, I understand the budget has competing priorities, and I understand what happens when we make math support provisional. School leaders stop planning, hiring stalls, and parents assume the programs won't even last. And ultimately, students will pay that price. Let's be clear, it isn't about just tutoring, it's about predictability and already seeing what has already worked. It's about signaling to teachers and families and that DC policymakers back the math rebound more than just slogans. So I'm urging the council to protect this $3 million allocation. And while we're at it, let's not amputate the after school programs and community partners that make tutoring actually feasible. Now, math doesn't live on a worksheet. It lives in conversations between students and adults that are showing up into the schools week after week, including these tutors. Thank you for your time and for treating math not as just a crisis to triage, but a capacity to build into the future. So, and also in my testimony, you can find some future recommendations I have to expand support to more students through effective and innovative measures in my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ina. Nitsa Sagri. Is Nitsa Sagri here? I don't think so. Jackie Strickland.
Yes. Good afternoon, DC Council Committee of the Whole. My name is Jacqueline Strickland, and I'm a senior lead teacher at Educator DC. I want to begin by thanking Mayor Bowser for proposing the fund to fund the Pay Equity Fund in fiscal year 26. But I'm also expressing my concern that she eliminates the program in fiscal year 27. I am here to speak on behalf of the many dedicated early childhood educators whose contributions to our children's lives and futures too often go unappreciated and undervalued, particularly when it comes to fair pay compensation. I have worked in early childhood education for more than 45 years. Although I hold degrees, certifications, and specialized trainings, associates in arts in child development and nursery school education, bachelor's of arts in human development, certificate of completion, contemporary practices in early intervention, iterate in class reliability. The wages I earn are not reflective of my qualifications or the essential nature of my work. Because of the Pay Equity Fund, for the past 2 years, I have been on the path to home ownership. I worry that this can be taken away from me due to the unreliability and unpredictability of income year after year because of the games being played with the Pay Equity Fund. My greatest fear is approaching. In 7 years, I will reach full retirement age with no pension like firefighters, police officers, and DC public school teachers. I have a 401k plan that I have never had enough money to contribute to. The extra money went to diapers, formula, childcare expenses, and college tuitions for my 2 daughters, one who is now an assistant principal at a DC charter school. For too long, policymakers have forgotten that teachers have families too and need to be paid a fair wage that doesn't fluctuate. Early childhood educators play a pivotal role in shaping cognitive, motor, emotional, and social development of young children, yet we are paid far less than our work demands or deserve. As a result, high-quality educators are leaving the field at an alarming rate. Teachers are burnt out for taking on new responsibilities that grow every year due to growing numbers of infants and toddlers who enter the early childhood centers with developmental delays and special needs without support, leaving educators to take on new responsibilities. Many educators are forced to leave the career that they love for better paying opportunities in other sectors. High turnover disrupts the consistency and quality of educational experiences. We cannot continue to ignore the stark disparities between what early childhood educators are paid and the value we provide to our families and community. I urge the council to fund the Pay Equity Fund with $80 million in fiscal year 26 and across the financial plan. We cannot retain teachers in the workforce if the Pay Equity Fund is only funded year by year. Teachers and program need certainty and sustainability. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland.
Thank you.
And I do have a copy of your testimony. Shakima White. Don't think she's here. Kendra Kleber. Needs to accept. Kedra Williams is here. Miss Williams.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for inviting me to speak. My name is Kedra Williams, and I'm the Community Schools Coordinator at Latin American Youth Center. I manage our Community Schools Consortium, a partnership with Youth Build Public Charter School and LAYC Career Academy Public Charter School, where I help non-traditional students between the ages of 16 and 30 connect with resources that they need. I'm here to talk about the community schools program, the things that I'm able to do for my 280 students that I work with at these two schools. I'm able to provide over 35 families with diapers, which means I distribute 2,400 diapers a month. I'm able to help over 50 students get groceries once a week. I'm able to provide mental health services to 10 students to get individual therapy that they couldn't afford on their own, as well as doing weekly mental health workshops with 30 plus students a week. I'm able to give winter coats to students, over 60 students getting winter coats, hats, gloves, and things like that. I'm able to give vision vouchers to students who don't have medical insurance, so they can't get glasses that they need, which means they get a free eye exam as well as 2 free pairs of glasses. A lot of my students are over 18, so there's a lot less resources for them to tap into. I'm the only resources that they have. As well as I work with a huge population of immigrant students who are newly arrived, some here for a year, some only been here for 3 months, and they're unable to access other state services. So being able to get services through me is the only way they can put food on their table, clothes on their back, get shelter if they need it, or any other medical expenses or things like that. We're also growing our career and college readiness pathway so that we can help students get into college, help students, get careers so they're not just stuck. So if you cut these programs, 280 students lose critical services, and they may decide, well, I don't need to go to school because I need to be able to feed myself. I need to be able to put clothes on my back. I need to be able to house myself. Instead, they'll go to try to find jobs. When we have a huge absentee problem in DC, we want these students in class. We want these students to get their GED, get some type of education so they can move on and add to our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. The grant that LAYC gets that you're speaking to is the Community Schools Grant?
Yes.
All right. And you're not a school, well, you're not a school, but you are.
A nonprofit, but we work in partnerships with different schools. So we actually have 3 different community schools program at our nonprofit.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Valerie Butler. Kristen Sinclair.
Hi, I'm here.
Go for it.
Hi, my name is Kristen Sinclair. I'm going to be testifying on behalf of Rachel Hargreaves, but I also have my son here who is a 3rd grader in DCPS, and he would like to request less time between tests so his brain can get a break. Anyways, now on to reading Rachel's testimony. She can't be here today, so I'm reading for her. My name is Rachel Hargreaves, and I have been a middle school art teacher at Deal Middle School for the past 8 years and a fellow with Empower Ed for the past 2 years. This room is filled with teachers who have been positively impacted by this organization. Many of us became more involved after Empower Ed started working directly with our schools through an Educator Wellness Grant, a grant program that the mayor has cut in her proposed budget. Empower Ed came into my building a few years ago after the pandemic, where we were short-staffed and strained morale. They opened up communication between our teachers and our administrators and got more change to come about in 1 year than any attempt of the past. Our staff meetings felt more productive, and we had real policy changes that positively impacted our students. Their model was a simple teacher-led discussion and survey of priorities and changes that would help us feel heard and bring about a healthier school culture. We took the survey 3 times to make sure our leaders were held accountable for the change that was promised. There were small changes we asked for, such as not having a teacher department plan, an icebreaker during monthly staff meetings. While it was a great idea in theory, it was a stressful last-minute, cobbled-together task that usually fell onto one person amidst their millions of other tasks. And then were larger changes we asked for, such as a policy to make sure students did not have their phones throughout the school day. While we all rolled our eyes at the cost associated with yonder pouches, myself and my colleagues were happily proved wrong. This investment, fueled by the third-party advocacy of Empower Ed through the Educator Wellness Grants, has made my final 3 years in DCPS my absolute favorite. Students are more engaged in class and acting more like kids at recess. My husband's school, Stuart Hobson, also made the decision to work with Empower Ed this past year through the OSSE grant. Using a similar framework, they solicited the insights of teachers and had them rank what was most important for positive culture change. For next year, the staff and leaders agreed to, among other things, work with Empower Ed to rehabilitate the staff lounge to create a common, welcoming meeting place for teachers. Without the renewal of these grants, other schools won't benefit from this kind of tangible change that improves the morale and retention of our teachers. Having an organization that understands teachers, that takes the time to come into our school, listens, looks at data, works collaboratively with administrators, and finds solutions that work for everyone to improve the culture for both students and staff is essential. We don't just need money or wellness days alone. We need this kind of tailored support. In a time where our city is overrun with federal threats and our jobs hold an insecurity that has never been felt to this level before, we need all of the safety nets and the support of our mayor, who claims education is a top priority. The first step is making sure our teachers feel heard and remain in the profession through programs like the Educator Wellness Grants, administered so well by community organizations like Empower Ed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sinclair. I'm a little confused because I don't have a statement from either you or Rachel Hargraves. And I had you signed up, but you said you were testifying for Rachel Hargraves, which is fine. But
yeah, I'll make sure that it gets submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Next would be Fari Gamina Tump or Tumpe. Not sure she's here. Stephanie Griffith Richardson.
Sorry, I apologize. Good afternoon, Councilman Mendelson. My name is Stephanie Griffith Richardson, Ward 7 resident, and my son, Langston, attends Washington Global Public Charter Middle School in Ward 6. I also serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, PAVE, on the Ward 7 PLE board. I'm here as a proud DC resident and a first-generation American, a parent, and someone who knows firsthand the power of public education because it changed the course of my life. My parents came to this country not as out of convenience, but out of hope. They worked hard, contributed to our community, and made deep sacrifices to give their children a better future. And they succeeded. I hold a master's degree, and my siblings and I are living proof that we invest in education. We invest in lives fulfilled, dreams realized, and communities strengthened. Today, my son is thriving in his DC charter school, but it hasn't been without a fight. Even with my background in education and advocacy, I had to navigate a complicated system to get him the support he needed. I often wonder what happens to the families who don't have the same tools. What happens to the students who are overlooked? That's why I sound the alarm about the proposed budget cuts to education. DC has made measurable, meaningful progress because of strategic investments, especially in high-impact tutoring, early literacy intervention, and benchmarking in math and ELA. These programs are working. Our students are showing gains. This is not a time to retreat. We cannot afford to lose momentum. Education is not a luxury. It's not a budget line item to trim. It's a right. It's a necessity. The foundation of a strong and equitable DC. Let me be clear. Deep cuts to education will hurt our children. Every dollar lost means fewer teachers, fewer counselors, overlooked classrooms, and missed opportunities. These are not abstract numbers. They are real, harmful consequences for real families. So here's my specific ask. Protect full funding for high-impact tutoring, which has shown indelible success in improving academic outcomes. continue to invest in early literacy intervention grant program, which builds strong foundations where learning begins. Strengthen the data pipeline between schools and parents so families can receive timely, actionable information and intervene early. We should not have to wait a year for testing data, which when provide renewed financial support for intensive math interventions aligned with the math task force recommendations so we can close persistent learning gaps with urgency. I urge you hold the line on education funding, not just for my son, not just for students like him, for every child in the district. You have already proven what's possible when we invest in our kids, not in this time to build on that progress, nor to walk back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Deshaun Jones.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the committee as a whole. My name is Deshaun Jones. I'm a Ward 7 resident with children who currently have graduated and or attend DC Public School and Public Charter School. I serve on the citywide and Ward 7 PLA Board for PAVE. I'm a native Washingtonian who graduated from Anacostia Senior High School and received my bachelor's degree in sociology and anthropology from the University of District of Columbia. It is a great pleasure to be here to testify in front of you, a number of people who are dedicated to students. Recently, I was reading an article from the DC Policy Center about the physical future of public education in the district, published in 2024. This article discusses the impact of COVID-related relief funding that expires in 2025. As the district navigates relief funds that have expired, budget complications due to continuing resolution, and a predicted local recession, we must prioritize education so that our kids are not negatively impacted by it. I was pleased to see investments in high-impact tutoring, career and technical education programs, and dual enrollment for the fiscal year of 26. I am here to advocate for the council to protect and or expand that funding, especially funding in high-impact tutoring. High-impact tutoring can be a game changer for students. My youngest daughter is currently a third grader. I know that her math and reading proficiency levels in third and fourth grade are indicative of her future success. I want my daughter to achieve all of her wildest dreams. To do this, she needs access to programs that bolster her learning and all students' learning. High-impact tutoring has the potential to positively impact all students and strengthen the skills that are the foundation for the rest of their lives. My daughter loves math, and I want that love to grow. Supporting her learning now and in the future through high-impact tutoring and eventually dual enrollment program when she gets old enough will help her thrive. I urge the council to ensure funding is available and protected so that our students can soar. Finally, I would like to discuss the importance of the Education Through Employment program and the research it is doing. I was glad to see that the funding for that program was protected in the proposed budget. I urge the council to protect this funding. OSSE invests a lot in our students and works hard to provide innovative opportunities. The Education Through Employment program offers the district a chance to see how these programs are impacting students in the long term and make investments accordingly. We must know what it is and isn't working for our kids. The Education Through Employment program allows us to do that. We must protect that funding so that our students can thrive. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. One question, will you submit your statement, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Elizabeth Ventura.
Chairman Mendelson, Ms. Ventura has contacted me and she let me know that she is currently at work and she's asked if I could read her statement.
You are
Megan.
Yes.
Yes.
You're on the list. You get one, not both.
Okay. I will let her know that her statement is submitted already, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'll let her know.
And guess what? You're next.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Megan Salmon. I'm a bilingual grassroots organizer with Spaces in Action. Today, I will be reading a testimony on behalf of an early childhood educator at Talentos Bilingual Childhood Development Center. Buenas tardes, miembros del consejo y miembros del comité. Soy Karina López, soy cuidadora con Spaces in Action, miembro de la coalición Under 3DC. Mi testimonio de hoy se centrará en el Fondo de Equidad Salarial. Soy madre. Mis hijos tienen 9 años y 2. Entonces los gastos son muy grandes en mi casa. Tengo que pagar la renta y la comida. Yo tampoco recibo beneficios del Estado como el SNAP. Aparte de eso, están todas las políticas de inmigración que existen ahora mismo y todo lo que quieren quitar, así que si no solicité un beneficio antes, ciertamente no podría hacerlo ahora. Yo no recibo ningún beneficio, así que el Fondo de Equidad Salarial tendría un gran impacto en mi vida. Porque todos esos beneficios se están quitando, sería un impacto económico también. También en lo emocional para mí, porque impactaría como madre soltera. Y independiente también para mis hijos. Todos los alimentos y servicios básicos han subido de precio. Yo pago mis impuestos a través de un número ITIN, pero los impuestos son demasiado altos. Sí tengo a mis hijos, pero el hecho de que los declare con un número ITIN no significa que me quede todo el crédito y acabe debiendo mucho dinero. Así que creo que personalmente el Fondo de Equidad Salarial me afectaría mucho. Creo que merecemos un salario justo. El problema es que los costos para la gente son demasiado altos. Los educadores de la primera infancia no ganan lo suficiente para llegar a fin de mes durante estos costos crecientes, especialmente para los inmigrantes y las madres solteras. No recibimos inacciones fiscales, asistencia en efectivo o asistencia alimentaria que nos ayudan lo suficiente y eso está empeorado ahora debido a la nueva administración política. El presupuesto propuesto por la alcaldesa es un insulto para quienes dedicamos tiempo a nuestro trabajo, nuestras familias y nuestras comunidades para defender el Fondo de Equidad Salarial y colaborar estrechamente con los concejales y el personal para tomar las difíciles decisiones necesarias para mantener la sostenibilidad del programa.
Thank you very much. And I have your statement and the translation, so thank you for that. Next is Raymond Armenta.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the board. I'm speaking as a resident of Ward 5, an active community member, urging you to maintain full funding for community schools in Washington, D.C. It is common for individuals to invest in stocks and bonds to build personal equity, knowing that growth comes with time and commitment. Likewise, we must recognize that investing in our community's future through education is one of the most impactful and transformative choices we can make. Community schools serves as a lifeline for many students and families, providing critical support beyond academics. Addressing food insecurity, shelter, essential resources, these schools offer opportunities for those struggling with basic needs to continue their education, equipping them with tools to build a stable future for themselves, their families, and ultimately our shared community. Reducing funding for these schools would be akin to selling our stocks at their lowest point, cutting off the possibility for long-term growth and prosperity. While community schools may not be a cure-all for systemic education challenges, they serve as crucial stopgaps, filling the gaps left behind by traditional institutions and ensuring that students in need receive the resources necessary to thrive. Our city should be investing in potential of its people and not undermining it. By continuing to fund community schools, we uphold our commitment to a stronger, more resilient Washington, D.C. I urge you to consider that the far-reaching impact of these institutions and preserve their budget for a well-being of all. While I am testifying today as a DC resident, I also stepped into a role of community schools coordinator this past February. In just a short time, I have witnessed the profound impact that this position has not only within the school where I work, but also in the broader community. Through this role, I've been able to connect families with vital resources, helping to create a stronger foundation for success for everybody involved. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Armenta. The last two on the page, Alexia Roberts, I think is not here, and Tiffany Cherry, I think is not here. I did want to make a couple of comments. Actually, I had a question for Miss Houston, if she's still here.
I am still here.
Yes, you were almost the first. I think it was like 4 hours ago that you read your testimony. How did you get to 15 million? You urged the council to add at least 15 million in recurring funds to OSSE's subsidy program to bring the total subsidy budget to at least 106.3 million. My notes are that depending upon how one measures, the program was cut by 5.6 or cut by 10. So 15 sounds more generous than the cut.
So it does sound more generous than the cut, and that's because of the recent changes. We see a huge increase in enrollment. I think last year it served more than 5,000 children, and this year it's over 6,700 children, and we expect that number to expand because the subsidy is now open to children who of parents who are unemployed or parents who are actively working freelance jobs. And so that 15 million would cover what we expect to see, which is hopefully more people who have the need can apply and then get the grants.
So basically you took 5,000 last year, figured it out like per student, and then came up with either 6,700 or 8,000 and did the per pupil, and that's how you get to 15 million.
Basically.
Okay. Just so long as I understand. Thank you for that. The other thing is actually more of a comment to you and others who testified. I've said this several times today, but I assume people haven't been on as long as this hearing has been going. But I know, for example, there was testimony, we asked the mayor and DC council to fully fund the pay equity fund through 2029. There are a number of programs in the education budget, in the OSSE budget, that are funded one time. The UPSFF, while it's recurring, would have a reduction. Two things. One is that the way the mayor constructed her proposed budget included what I call gimmicks in the out years. We are unusual as a city in that we require not only an annual budget, but a 4-year financial plan, and it all has to be balanced. And so the way the 4-year plan got balanced in the proposal was to make a lot of these things one time, even though that's unacceptable. And that's why I call it a gimmick, because the mayor's actually publicly said that she will not cut the UPSF next year. So it's a gimmick to balance the budget. But the other part of this is that the council was given a balanced budget. The budget proposal is very tight, as in there's just not a lot of room for us to be making changes. Anything we add, that means we have to cut somewhere. What we have seen with a number of these programs in pay equity is the perfect example. Last year, the mayor proposed zeroing it out, and we put in $70 million funding for this current year. But we also put it in as recurring. So we not only had to find 70 million, we had to find 280 million. That's 70 million for each of 4 years. That's a lot of cutting to come up with $280 million. We were able to do it. And what did she do this year? She cut it. She took 210 million and used it for other things. Given how tight this budget is, it would be easier for us to fund something fully on a one-time basis than to find the 4-year funding, when we run the risk that next year she'll just take the money and we're challenged again. So it's more of a response, not a question, to everybody, that it's we, the council, are probably going to be focusing on FY26 and not these programs being restored on a recurring basis, because it's just too risky and too costly in terms of other things that have to be funded. Wasn't the question in there. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. And you're all gonna be excused, or you all are excused, and I'm gonna move on to the next group of witnesses. And the next group is Michelle Wood, Yvonne Haynes, Eva Fletcher, Kira Fernandez, Deneen Miller, Min Lee, Karen Galdos. We had somebody from Kitty Academy earlier. I think it was a different person. Can you check? Luis Martinez with LAYC, Lizette Garcia.
Hello.
Is that Min Lee? We'll
Yes.
get to you in a minute. I'm calling people.
Sorry.
Do appreciate that people are like accepting from the waiting room. Lizette Garcia, Sabrina Rhodes, apparently an ANC commissioner, Lakaya Burden, Tamika Betts, Tamara McDonald, Jasmine Joyner, Janet Jones, Sally D'Italia, Vernon Kelly, listed as incoming CEO at Rosemount Center, Bacasia Branch, Wilma Jones, and Ashley Williams. Yeah, it was right. Mhm. So people who are testifying virtually, please accept so that when we get to you, you are on right away. I'm going to do what I do with the last group, which is to do the people in person first. And then you all can bail if you want. It's been a long hearing. Ms. Wood, I think you're first.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Wood. I am a native Washingtonian, born in Howard, raised in all four quadrants of DC. I am a single mother of two, a 16-year-old and a 5-year-old, but I'm also a Trinity Washington University upcoming senior in the nursing program. So thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for showing grace to the DC Future Scholarship Program and extending its operation until 2028. Because of your executive decision to have this program remain in effect, I have been able to continue my educational journey towards earning my BSN at Trinity Washington University. I would like to detail 4 points on how this program has helped me and why I think this program needs to continue for the future graduates of the District of Columbia. DC Futures covers the remaining balance of my tuition after receiving FAFSA and other grants. I'm coming on to my limit to receive FAFSA, and because of the DC Futures covering my last minute dollar tuition, I have not had to come out of pocket to pay for my schooling. I've received the Dean's List for 4 consecutive semesters, and I have a between 3.0 and 3.2 GPA in the intensive nursing program. It is very rigorous and is very competitive. I am focusing on, because I'm a full-time student, I'm focusing on my studies and taking care of my children. And so because of that, the emergency funds from the DC Futures program has covered my electricity bills for the past 3 years. So this helped me to be able to put all my time into my studies and get the good grades that I've been receiving. And then the wraparound services like tutoring, mentoring, and moral support, including an immense encouragement and support from my case coach, which Mr. Mendelson, I believe you've met her last year, Coach Judy Scriber. I receive tremendous support from her, moral support. I can talk to her at any given time, 24 hours, 7 days a week. It's a couple of times when, as over the last 2 years, my son has been going through his growing pains, and I've considered quitting, and she's pushed me to continue to go. And so additionally, me being in college has a great positive impact on my daughter because DC Futures is giving me access to a college degree. My daughter is going through the process with me, and she now talks about going to college. Her exposure to the library, my classes, and my professors is shaping her future and giving her the idea of wanting to get a college education at the tender age of 5 years old. And without the opportunity to complete this program, or this process, it will not only affect me, it will affect her as well. In concluding my thoughts, I believe there are many other residents in DC that have the same or similar stories as I. Therefore, without having this program, their goals, dreams, and aspirations will not come to fruition without DC Futures being available to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Yvonne Haynes.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Javon Haynes, Center Director of Chantel's Quality Child Care Center. I would like to present for the pay equity and how much of a need it is for our center as well as other child care facilities that opted into the pay equity. As we value our teachers, and we want to keep them on board. My center used to be 23 hours, 6 days a week. But due to the economic system and the way things are going, we had to do Monday through Friday. We still are a non-traditional daycare center, but to keep our staff and with the pay equity not being available after next year, I believe, they're trying to end it. I feel as though it will truly impact us as we already became a high quality daycare center, already became nationally accredited, and then losing those funds to keep our teachers would become a hardship for us. And that's all I have to state.
Okay. I have your statement, so thank you for that. I kind of screwed up. I said I was going to do the folks in person. So next would be,
okay.
But no, you were fine. Deneen Miller.
Good afternoon, council and guests. My name is Deneen Miller. I'm a mom of 3 children. I have 2 children, one graduated last year college and one who has benefited from the DC Futures program who will be graduating next year. I'm also a student at Catholic University as well. My daughter's trying to push me to graduate and walk with her. That's not going to happen. I would have to take extra classes. But for DC Futures and what it's done for me is without the DC Futures scholarship, it has been a lifelong and for both me and my family. My oldest daughter, who will be graduating next year, without the funds will not benefit her. It will benefit her to graduate next year. Living in Washington, D.C., as we know, has been increasingly expensive, and I'm trying to afford college tuition along with my daughter, and everyday living costs is a real challenge, especially when you're a full-time worker and a part-time student. I feel like it's an overwhelming burden to manage everything while still striving to better my future. The DC Future Scholarship has been essential in relieving that pressure. This scholarship has helped cover all the essential costs we need to focus on our studies, everything from personal coaching with the JMG Productions and to assistance with textbooks and fees. College is already expensive, and for many people like me, it's out of reach without support. Thanks to DC Futures, I don't have to worry about going to pay for tuition or whether I'll be able to afford materials I need to succeed. Instead, I can concentrate on my academics and push forward towards finishing my degree. Having this scholarship has also helped me to remain focused on my goals, knowing that I have the necessary tools and support to succeed. The emotional and financial relief has allowed me to stay motivated despite the many challenges of being a single mom trying to make it through the school. Without the DC Future Scholarship, I truly think I would be able to continue my education. It's not just about the financial assistance, it's the peace of mind, the encouragement, and the opportunity to finally purchase my dream without consistently worrying about how to make ends meet. I am incredibly grateful for the scholarship and the opportunity it has provided for me and my family. It has given me hope for the future, and for that, I will forever be grateful and thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. The scholarship's about $8,000?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Vernon Kelly.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and the members of the council. On behalf of the Rosemont Center, I ask your continued commitment to support effective multilingual early childhood education throughout the city, and in particular, the efforts and the mission of the Rosemont Center. My name is Vernon Kelly, and I am a former board chair of the Rosemont Center. Rosemont has been in operation for 5 decades and has been a model of excellence in dual language early childhood education for the past 25 years. While the district, with staunch support from the council, has for many years been at the forefront of advocating for the need for high quality early childhood education, now more than ever, we need the council to take bold leadership to do what is right for our youngest learners. We must realign our priorities, favoring full investment in early childhood education over other ventures. Over the course of the past 25 years, Rosemont's leadership, staff, teachers, policy council, and governance board have been relentlessly dedicated and focused on our core mission, which is to prepare children and families for their future by providing comprehensive early childhood education and family support in a bilingual and multicultural setting. We proudly serve children and families from various economic backgrounds, with 80% of our students receiving some type of subsidy. 60% of those receiving subsidies are in early Head Start and Head Start programs. And for 50 years, we have been able to conduct our mission in our historic home, the Rosemont Center building located at 2000 Rosemont Avenue in Mount Pleasant, DC. I know the importance of the Rosemont mission and our historic campus is not lost on anyone in our community. It's even echoed by some members of this chamber. If I may share the following quote: "We must be teaching our children from a young age so that they can be successful in life, so that they can have access to the best education throughout their whole lives, so that they can have access to good jobs, so that they can help one another out in the world. These are critical functions that Rosemont plays in our community." That's a quote from Ward 1 Councilmember Brianna Nadeau. And while the Rosemont Center is an integral part of the community fabric of Mount Pleasant, we also serve children throughout DC. We have students that come from Ward 1, Ward 4, Ward 7, Ward 3, Ward 5, Ward 2, and Ward 8.
Mr. Kelly, I'm going to have to cut you off because you're over your time. But I do have your statement here.
Yes.
And I noticed it's every ward except Ward 6.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wilma Jones.
Chairman Mendelson and the distinguished members of the City Council. My name is Wilma Jones, and I serve as a coach under JMG Productions, a coaching service provider for the DC Futures College Coaching Scholarship Program. I want to encourage you and ask for continued financial funding for the coaching program. As a coach for this unique program, I serve up to 20 students on my coaching team. I meet with students between 2 to 6 or 7 times per month to talk and counsel them through the challenges they face as first-generation college students. I help students to persist through college so that they can eventually earn their college degree, which can lead to a brighter future for themselves and their families. Students come to me for support and how to communicate better with their professors, how to find internships. I do a lot of mindset and personal development of positive thinking skills, as perspective and focus are a big component of successfully accomplishing hard things. I've been involved in the DC Futures program since it was a pilot and have had many students complete their studies and graduate. I have helped many of them develop resumes. I've done lots and lots of role play interviews to help them sharpen their skills. And I'm proud to say that they all have jobs in their fields, and they are all now productive members of the DC community, as well as college graduates and proud taxpayers. Without continued financial and coaching support, the students currently enrolled could be left without any support and unfortunately could drop out of college altogether. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve the DC Futures students in helping them to obtain their college degree, which can lead to better employment, higher salaries, and better outcomes for their families. I encourage you to find a way to fully fund this program. It's an excellent use of taxpayer funds, supporting DC residents to become better and create a stronger DC. I do want to note that I am the secretary of the board of the JMG Productions nonprofit, and we would like to thank the members of the City Council for their time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I do not have questions for any of you. So thank you all, and thank you for being here in person. So let me go to the virtual folks.
Can I just note, you called the name of one of my students who was not here. She is in the room, Jasmine Jones. Like for her.
She can come to the table, but I'm going to go through the virtuals now, and then I'll call her. Eva Fletcher, Kiera Fernandez, Min Lee. Your turn.
This is my turn.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mendelson and the council members and all the guests. My name is Min Li. I'm an early childhood educator at the Kid Academy West End in DC, a mother to a vibrant child with autism level 1, a breast cancer survivor, and an immigrant. Currently pursuing my bachelor's degree in early childhood education at the University of Washington. Every day, I carry the weight of many roles: educator, parent, student, and survivor. My yearly tuition costs exceed $20,000. On top of that, I manage daily living expenses, ongoing medical bills, and the support my son needs to thrive. I love my job and care deeply for the children in my classroom. I also firmly believe in the value of nurturing young men, helping them build a solid foundation and guiding them through, and will help them to reach their full potential. But the financial pressure I face is constant and unavoidable. Equitable pay is not a bonus. It's what allows educators like me to stay in the classroom, continue our professional growth, and to support our families. Without it, we are forced into impossible choices between serving our communities and surviving ourselves. In my studies, I've learned about the Reggio Emilia approach in Italy. It's a globally respected method of early education. One reason it works so well is that the city of Reggio Emilia invests about 41% of its education budget in early childhood education program, while Italy's national average is just 99%. That bold commitment transformed not only classrooms, but the city itself. I think DC has a chance to do the same. With our political influence, diverse communities, and national visibility, we could become the new standard for the early childhood education in the country. But that requires not just vision. It requires funding, equity, and trust in the educators doing the daily work. As an immigrant, I've always held closely to a question: what's your contribution? My contribution is to showing up every day to care for our youngest learners, to pursue knowledge, and to support my child. But I cannot do it alone. I need a city to meet me halfway. I urge you to continue funding the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund. Fair compensation keeps the dedicated educators in the field. It strengthens families like mine, and more importantly, it builds a foundation for a better and more just future for all children in DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Thank you.
Karen Galdos.
Right here. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, council members. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karen Galdos. I am a proud early childhood educator working at the community-based childcare center here in Washington, D.C. I'm also a student, currently pursuing my bachelor's degree in early childhood education. I'm here today not just as a teacher, but as someone who cares deeply about the future of our children, to ask you to continue fully funding the DC Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund and Pre-KIP Enhancement and Expansion Program, or PKIP. Every day, I get to shape young minds, support emotional growth, and build the foundation children need to thrive. It is incredible, meaningful work, and I love what I do. But like so many of my colleagues, I have to balance my passion with financial stress. The Pay Equity Fund changed that. It is my financial burden, so I could stay in the classroom where I'm most needed while continuing my education. Without it, honestly, I don't know how we'll manage both. Scaling back this support will hurt educators like me, and more importantly, it will hurt the children and families who count on us. We know that DC already faces a shortage of early childhood educators. Without fair pay, we risk losing talented, dedicated teachers to other industries, and our younger learners will be the ones who suffer the most. PKIP is just an essential at my Center Kiddie Academy DC West End. This program makes possible to offer free, high-quality preschool to 3 and 4 years old. Many of our children start with us as infant or toddlers. Thanks to PKIP, they can stay in a nurturing, familiar environment all the way through preschool. That kind of continuity is priceless. It helps children feel safe, supported, and ready to learn. When they're surrounded by trusted teachers and friends, their confidence grows, so they're able to do and develop their potential, their best potential. So I urge the council to protect and fully fund both the Pay Equity Fund and Pre-KIP. When you invest in early educators, you're investing on our children, our families, and the future of our city. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to share my story.
Thank you, Ms. Galdos. And I have your written statement. Thank you for that. Luis Martinez, I think is not here. Lizette Garcia, I think is not here. Sabrina Rhodes, I think is not here. Lakaya Burden, I think is not here. Tamikia Betts, I think is not here. Tamara McDonald, I think is not here. Jasmine Joyner, is that you?
Yes.
Please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Jasmine Joyner, and I'm a proud participant in the DC Future Scholarship Program. the JMG coaching program, and a member of the National Society of Leadership and Success, maintaining a 3.9 GPA. As a mother, a provider, and returning citizen who served 15 years in federal prison, I am here to express my profound gratitude for the DC Future Scholarship Program and to urge its continued funding. After my incarceration, I returned to the community determined to rebuild my life and create a brighter future for my family. The challenges of reintegration, stigma, limited opportunities, and the burden of my past were significant. However, the DC Future Scholarship Program provided me with the transformative opportunity to pursue my first bachelor's degree, a milestone I once believed was unattainable. This degree represents more than academic achievement. It symbolizes hope, redemption, and the power of second chances. The JMG coaching program, in conjunction with DC Futures, has been instrumental in my success. It has offered essential guidance, resources, and support, enabling me to overcome obstacles and stay focused on my goals. Each course I complete brings me closer to a better future for myself, my children, and my community, demonstrating that education can break cycles of hardship and empower individuals to contribute meaningfully. For many of us, returning citizens, parents, and those striving to overcome adversity, the DC Future Scholarship Program is more than financial assistance. It is a lifeline. It affirms that our city believes in our potential and that our past does not define our future. Without this program, my educational journey and the opportunities it has unlocked would have been out of reach. I respectfully urge you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council, to protect the DC Future Scholarship Program from budget cuts. This program is an investment in individuals, families, and the future of our city. While I understand the fiscal challenges you face, I ask you to consider the profound impact of this program, measured not only in dollars, but in lives transformed, families strengthened, and the communities uplifted. Thank you for hearing my testimony and for weighing the importance of this decision as living proof of the program's success. I humbly ask you to preserve the DC Future Scholarship Program for others who, like me, rely on it to build a better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Janet Jones, and I have your statement, that's what I was going to say. Janet Jones, I think, is not here. Sally D'Italia, I think, is not here. Acacia Branch, I think, is not here. And Ashley Williams, you're next.
Thank you. Dear Chairman Mendelson and esteemed council members, I am writing to express my profound gratitude for the transformative impact of the DC Future Scholarship. As a proud graduate of Trinity Washington University class of 2025 with a degree in journalism and media studies, I can attest firsthand to the life-altering opportunities this program provides. The financial challenges faced by many district students pursuing higher education are significant. The DC Future Scholarship was instrumental in mitigating these challenges for me, allowing me to focus on my academic pursuits without the constant burden of financial insecurity. This support not only alleviated financial strain, but also fostered a belief in my abilities and empowered me to achieve my educational goals. The DC Future Scholarship represents far more than a budgetary allocation. It embodies a commitment to the future of our city. It is a tangible demonstration of equity and opportunity, fostering the potential of young district residents who might otherwise be limited by circumstance. It is an investment in the very individuals who will shape the future of Washington, D.C. My success is now unique. Countless students have benefited from this program, contributing to our city's vitality and progress. By continuing to invest in DC Future Scholarship, you are not merely funding education, you are cultivating the next generation of leaders, innovators, community contributors. The program's recipients are indeed your best return on investment. Thank you for your unwavering dedication to equitable access to higher education, your leadership and commitment to the future of our city, and deeply appreciate it. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm an alumni of Trinity Washington University, and I'm representing DC Futures and JMG Productions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. So, Ms. Williams, you were in the DC Futures program and you graduated, or you're graduating, I'm trying to remember what month it is.
I graduated May 16th of 2025.
Like 2 weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Ms. Joyner, you're in the program, so you haven't graduated yet.
No, I haven't graduated. I would get my bachelor's in 26 or 27, actually.
Well, 27 is 2 years. So
yes, I'm at the 2-year mark. I've been in the program for 2 years.
And you've got 2 more years to go. And the
Yes.
question is whether there's funding in the budget, which it sounds like there isn't, and whether we can keep the program, at least for those who are in the program.
Yes.
So thank you for your testimony. And Ms. Williams, thank you for your testimony. And anyone else who's online, thank you as well. You all are excused. And I'm going to turn to the next group of witnesses. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Henderson, did you have any questions for anybody? I'm going to keep moving. I'm on page 9, Saba Teklib. Looks like most of these, at least the next 10 are students. Dr. Susan Hudek, DC Futures coach. Nancy Villalta, DC Futures student. Mejia Pardlo, DC Futures student. Shonda Bragg, DC Futures student. Gabriela Jimenez, Arnetta Collins, DC Futures student. Kimberly Murray, DC Futures student. Betel Fikru, DC Futures student. Ariana Camacho Mendez, DC Futures student. I'm not done. Deshaun Williams, Gazelle Torres, DC Futures student. Tanetta Elliott, Earl Shea Davis, DC Futures student. Mirabelle Nidikum, DC Futures student. Gabriella De Leon, DC Futures student. Jordan Doherty with Empower Ed, and Angelique Simpson, a DC Futures student. That would complete the page. Your name is? Zinvalata?
Yes.
Give me just a second. So I called a number of people who I assume are either not here or will be testifying virtually. If I called your name, please accept so that you're, I guess, a participant. I'm going to start with in-person. Miss Villalta?
Villalta.
Villalta.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm gonna be very brief. My name is Nancy Villalta. I am a mother of 2 children, also a proud recipient of the DC Future program. Receiving this support has been a life-changing. It has allowed me to pay my tuition and continue pursuing my education without a constant worry of financial burden. Without DC Future, I am not sure how I will have managed to stay in school while raising 2 children. So I am currently attending the University of the District of Columbia. This is my 3rd year pursuing my bachelor's degree in hospitality management. So please continue funding DC Future. It's not just a program, it's a lifeline for students like me who are working hard to build a better future for me and my children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Villalta. I do not have any questions for you, so if you don't want to stick around, you can leave. Although, let me just see. Councilmember Henderson, are you here? Thank you. Sabah Tekliab, Dr. Susan Hudek, I see you. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Dear Chairman Mendelson and distinguished members of the City Council, Office of the State Superintendent for Education, the DC Futures team, and students. My name is Dr. Susan Udek, and I serve as a coach under JMG Productions, a coaching service provider for the DC Futures College Coaching Scholarship Program. I'm writing to encourage and ask for continued financial aid and coaching support for the DC Futures program. As a coach for this unique program, I serve anywhere up to 20 students on my coaching team. Many of them are single mothers working 2 jobs while taking classes and taking care of their family. We meet once or twice a month as a group on a Zoom meeting. During those meetings, the students share and discuss their everyday challenges and successes with each other. I also meet individually with them, with all these students by telephone, text, and FaceTime many times during the month. Many of the students feel much more comfortable with this form of engagement personally. I have been with the program since its inception. I've seen students struggle, and with my guidance and the other counselors' guidance, I have seen them persist and succeed in achieving their goal of a degree. I have also been blessed to see some of them go on to master's programs with scholarship offers. One student had an offer for full tuition, room and board, to a master's program in cognitive psychology at a research institution, achieving admissions to nursing schools, and working as teachers. This program has been a guiding light for students who have dreamed of a brighter future, enabling them to realize that dream. I meet with them several times a month, 12 months out of the year so far, to coach and encourage them to persevere. I have coached a few of them through a loss of a loved one, guiding them to grief counseling and encouraging them to continue their pursuit of their goals. These students would not have had this opportunity to pursue their educational goals without the funding received and without the coaching to guide them to success. I once again ask that you please continue the financial aid and help us continue the coaching support for this wonderful, much needed and appreciated unique program. Without this continued support, the students currently enrolled would be left without the needed assistance and would ultimately be forced to drop out of college, and they wouldn't be able to go forward, leading to a brighter future. It's an honor and privilege to serve as the DC Futures students coach and in helping them to achieve their dream of a college degree. Without this much needed funding, their dream of that brighter future will be lost. These students are our future. Their success can lead to our success in this country, as they'll be able to pursue better employment opportunities and give back as their appreciation for the opportunity to be part of this unique program. I would once again like to thank the chairman and the city council for their time and consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hudak. And I have your written statement. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Makia Pardlo. Shonda Bragg. Ms. Bragg, please proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you, and hello, Chairman and members of the committee as a whole. My name is Shonda Bragg, and I am currently a senior at Trinity Washington University and a proud participant in the JMG and DC Futures program. I have been with DC Futures and JMG since 2023, and I first learned about the program through Trinity when I applied for my bachelor's degree. After earning my associate's degree at the University of the District of Columbia, I had exhausted all federal Pell Grant eligibility, and continuing my education seemed impossible without taking on significant debt. Fortunately, after talking with my advisor and learning about different funding options for DC residents, I applied for the DC Futures program, and it has truly been a course in my life that has changed for the greater. Since receiving support from JMG and DC Futures, I have been able to stay on track academically, holding a GPA of 3.9 or higher, and I'm excited to share that I will be completing my bachelor's degree in early childhood education this August in 2025. Beyond the financial assistance, the program has offered invaluable resources, including one-on-one and group coaching sessions that have helped me balance both academic and personal challenges. And I'm living proof that DC Future works and that it is needed. I'm incredibly thankful for the support I've received over the past 2 years, and I hope my success inspires the mayor and the council to continue funding the DC Futures program so that others may take advantage of these opportunities. DC Futures is more than just a scholarship. Hopefully, excuse me. It's a support system that makes higher education possible for DC residents with big dreams and real determination. Thank you again for your time and your continued support.
Thank you, Ms. Bragg. Gabriela Jimenez or Jimenez, Arnetta Collins, Kimberly Murray, Patel Fikru, Ariana Camacho Mendez. Please proceed.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and Chairman Mendelson. I hope you all are doing well this evening. My name is Ariana Camacho, and I'm a student currently enrolled in the DC Futures program. I'm also a rising senior at Trinity Washington University, majoring in psychology with a minor in criminal justice, and expect to graduate in the spring of 2026. I'm testifying today to plead for your vote to keep the DC Futures program running for students like me. Like many, attending a university was always a dream of mine. However, it was also a dream for my parents as well. I'm proud to say that I'm the daughter of two amazing Mexican migrant parents who are my #1 supporters. They've sacrificed everything in their lives to provide my siblings and I with an education that they never had the chance of receiving. Their never-ending support has been essential to the success and growth that I've achieved up until this point. However, my ability to remain in college wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for the DC Futures program. The DC Futures program serves around 1,000 students in DC as of now and awards each student with up to $8,000 each academic year. This scholarship has been one of my main sources of financial aid and has allowed me to focus on my academic journey instead of worrying about how I would afford to pay for my college tuition. The DC Futures program has allowed me to live out a more enriched college experience and excel in my courses. And during my time at Trinity, I've had the opportunity to venture out of my comfort zone. I've done things like join the tennis team, volunteer with other students around DC, complete a school-sponsored fellowship where I work for a nonprofit, and I've made the dean's list every single semester since my sophomore year. These milestones wouldn't have been made possible if it weren't for the financial support and mentoring that I received from the DC Futures program. And just like my parents, the DC Futures program has supported me since my first day of freshman year up until now. With that being said, I can assure you that there are also about 1,000 other students who are also depending on the DC Futures program to achieve their dream of earning a higher education degree. For many students, DC Futures is one of their main sources of financial aid, and for others, it's their last shot at earning a degree. Yet, DC Futures is more than just a scholarship. They also provide their students with assigned coaches who they can contact when they need support and guidance. Additionally, DC Future staff also works hard to arrange meetings for students to learn about important topics like navigating college and financial literacy. This is what makes the DC Futures program more than just a scholarship. DC Futures represents hope, prosperity, and empowerment that will impact me, my family, and other students in need. A college education would allow me to achieve financial stability and independence. And by decreasing the funding toward the DC Futures program, many students and I would be left devastated to know that what we have dreamt of is no longer possible, and it would be catastrophic for my family and I, who held on to the hope that I would one day walk across that stage on graduation. Many students are so close to the finish line, and I ask that you consider to continue funding at least until the last cohort of students graduate. By keeping the DC Futures program alive, you are empowering and investing into the people of DC and in tomorrow's future. That is why I am pleading to you to vote to continue the DC Futures program. I am pleading that you keep our hope alive. Thank you for allowing me to give my testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Deshaun Williams.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of JMG Futures Program. My name is Deshaun Williams, and I'm currently a student at Catholic University, pursuing a bachelor's degree in human services with a GPA of 3.7 and just a little over 40 credit hours left to complete my degree. I am so close to achieving this dream. My journey hasn't been easy though. I've been working 3 jobs while balancing my studies, and that's been going on since I've been in the classes. It's been a challenging path, but I'm passionate about my education because I want to give back to my community at some point. My aspiration is to attend law school upon completing my bachelor's degree so that I can help others who face similar challenges as I, offering them resources and a positive outlook on life. And, that is one of my biggest aspirations. The support and mentorship I've received from the JMG program have been invaluable to me. Without their continued assistance, I would face the heartbreaking reality of having to withdraw from Catholic University altogether. This program has been a cornerstone of my educational journey and my goal to be able to serve my community in the future. Last year, I was filled with hope when you, Chairman, announced the allocation of local funds, allowing all 1,500 program participants of JMG Productions the chance to graduate debt-free within the next 4 years. Knowing that the program would continue through 2028 brought me immense joy and relief. However, I was deeply troubled to learn that just a year later, after such promising news, JMG Productions is now facing funding cuts yet again. I humbly ask that you uphold your commitment to this vital program, just as you did last year. Your support means everything to us and will ensure that we can achieve our dreams and help others do the same. Thank you for your time and attention to this urgent matter, and please continue to help JMG programs so that we can learn to help others in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Gizel Torres. Tanetta Elliott. Alicia Davis. Mirabelle Nakudum.
Hello, sir, I'm here. Alicia Davis.
Go for it.
Okay, dear members of the DC Council, my name is Alicia Davis, and I'm writing to urge you to continue funding the DC Futures program. I joined this program in 2022 with Trinity Washington University, and I'm proud to share that I'm currently a student at Catholic University of America, where I began my studies in August of 2024. I'm pursuing my Bachelor's of Arts in Interdisciplinary Studies, focusing on information technology and paralegal courses. I will be graduating this December 2025 with a GPA of a 3.8. I also made the Dean's List last semester, which is a testament to how this program has allowed me to focus fully on my studies and excel. The DC Futures program has been truly life-changing for me. It has provided not only critical financial support, but also stability and encouragement I needed to succeed. Before joining Catholic University, I was balancing part-time studies and full-time work, and this program lifted a huge burden off my shoulders, enabling me to thrive academically. I'm deeply grateful for everything this program has done for me and and for other students as well. It has been a lifeline that has allowed me to pursue my education and build a brighter future for myself and my community. Without the DC Futures program, I would not have had the opportunity to continue my journey in higher education. As the district faces significant financial challenges, I respectfully ask you to please keep this program funded. Cutting funding for DC Futures would have a devastating impact on students like me who are so close to graduating and making meaningful contributions to our city. Please let my story be a testament to the power of importance of this program. I am committed to using my education to give back and make a difference in the lives of others. And I ask that you continue to invest in students' futures by ensuring that the DC Futures program remains funded. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Mirabel Nadukum.
Okay. Good day, Chairman Mendelson and member of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Mirabel Ndiko. I am a proud DC Future beneficiary, a mother of 3, and a current student at the Catholic University of America pursuing my bachelor degree in business management. I'm here to express my heartfelt support for the DC Future program. After being out of school for 24 years and without a college education, I was uncertain if I would ever have the chance to pursue my dreams. However, thanks to the DC Future program, I've been given an incredible opportunity to continue my education. The program not only made it possible for me to return to school, but it also provided me with the financial support, guidance, and encouragement I needed to succeed. As a mother, this opportunity holds special significance. It's giving me the chance to better myself and set an example for my children. The opportunity I've received through DC Future is not only allowing me to pursue my dreams, but also to contribute to society in a meaningful way. The resources, mentorship, and community that this program offers have made all the difference in my education journey. I'm forever grateful to the DC Future program for making it possible for me to pursue higher education after many years and for allowing me to follow my dreams. I strongly advocate for the continued support and expansion of this life-changing program so that other students like me can have the same chance to transform their futures. Thank you for allowing me to express myself.
Thank you. And I do not have a copy of your statement if you want to provide it.
Sure.
Gabriella Delian, Jordan Doherty, Angelique Simpson.
I'm here, Jordan Daughtry. I'm here.
Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Jordan Daughtry. I'm a dance teacher at the Center City Petworth campus. And today I'll be reading a testimony on behalf of my colleague, Zelly Jones. Zelly's testimony has been submitted for record. I'm Zelly Jones, and I'm a 7th and 8th grade special education teacher from Ward 4, testifying with Empower Ed. I taught in New York City and moved to DC in July 2021. On Friday, May 30th, 2025, our school was informed that a well-known student was shot and died. To me, Angel, unbeknownst to him, is the student who changed my teaching practice when I met him in 2021. I also met Angel myself in 2017 as a part of the first class that I taught when I joined Center City Petworth. A loss like this can quickly change your thinking, feeling, and pedagogy. For the teachers like Zelly and myself impacted by this, time for reflection has not been provided to focus on teachers calling out to use up their PTO that doesn't roll over at the end of the school year. There There are end of the year makeup, testing, and data, worries about our job retention for next school year, field trips, hopes of a bonus, and validation from administration for a job well done this school year. These are the stressors that are at the forefront of our minds, contributing to the burdens teachers are carrying. For myself, Zelly, and some of the teachers in my school, Angel's brother Jaden graduates from 8th grade this Friday, and we manage with smiles so we don't cry. I want to discuss the ideas to protect the Educator wellness grants and how these grants can support our teachers here in Washington, D.C. We are asking for $500K a year for over a 4-year plan and continuation grants that exist now. OSSE grants connect schools to community-based organizations that support schools in building education wellness programs. Empower Ed has used these grants to create wellness plans for schools around the city, and other organizations connect educators to vital resources. On behalf of the benefits of these grants, it is the connection that organizations have to not only insert themselves into the school culture, but they are also experts in having objective opinions outside of school to support teacher burnout, teacher retention, and teacher advocacy. It is important to protect this funding in the current budget and make it reoccurring. Continuation funding over the next 4 years allows for schools to reach outside of their normal priorities and invest in programs that invest in their teacher. Teacher wellness programs provide services, expert levels that administration and school districts may not have at their disposal. As someone who has tried to initiate a wellness program at school, the wraparound service
Did we lose you or are you pausing?
I'm sorry, I took a pause. The wraparound service wellness program can acknowledge that when teachers are well and feel supported, we support our students and their education better. Wellness programs in school recognize the many hats teachers wear while trying to educate our future leaders. The State Board of Education must consider protect the educator wellness grants, not just for our educators, but for our students as well. We ask for $500K a year for over a 4-year plan and continue.
Ms. Doherty, I'm going to have to interrupt you because I didn't realize that you're a minute over your time. So I'm going to thank you. I don't actually have the statement of Celie Jones. So if you could follow up to make sure we get it.
All right, thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Angelique Simpson, I believe, is not here. I believe everybody who is online has testified. I do not have any other questions for them. Councilmember Henderson, if you're here, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, Mr. Chairman, but I do appreciate everyone testifying. It's been heartening to hear the stories about the impact of things like the Pay Equity Fund, as well as the DC Futures program. And so I appreciate everyone sharing their stories. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you to the witnesses. You all are excused. And I'm going to turn to page 10 of the witness list. Sunday Riggins, Maria Christina Encinas, Tracy White, CEO Paul Public Charter School, Rachel Schumacher, Board Member Educare DC, Kara Chavon. The next group is teachers, Jessica Rucker, Elizabeth Weiss, Maya Perkins, Nathaniel Moore, Rachel Venator, Armand Cuevas, Ange Perko, Andrea Trujillo. You are?
Rachel Venator.
Have a seat. Andrea Trujillo, I think I already called that name. Dieter Lehman Morales. India Harrison. Sarah Kepo. You are
Sarah Apple.
Linda Cole McKay, who's with Mary McLeod Bethune Day Academy. Casey Weld. You are Casey Weld. Berna Artis. Arella Graham. Dominique Moore with Empower Ed. Tadanya Forward. Dr. Antoinette C. Grace Mabarga with the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative. Sheila Holt. Elizabeth Reddick. Aubrey Walker. And Shaylee Obregon Molina. Okay, so a number of folks are online. I've got 3 people in person. I'm told there's some teachers trying to get here in person. If they get here before I get to the government, we'll welcome, even though the hour's late. Don't feel like welcoming anybody, but don't take that personally. We've only been here since 10. So I'm going to go back to no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do the in-person folks first. Rachel Venator. Microphone. It's on.
My name is Rachel Venator. I'm an incoming DCPS teacher, but today I'm reading testimony on behalf of Jasmine Norris, who is unable to be here tonight. This testimony has been submitted for the record. I am providing this letter as a testament to the power, opportunity, and promotion of access the Bridge the Gap Fund has provided. It significantly worries me that the Bridge the Gap Fund was not funded in the proposed budget. This year was the first year that I was aware of this great opportunity. I applied and was approved for the additional funding to take all students in my academy, PK3 to K, to Port Discovery in Baltimore, Maryland. The process was seamless and the team was extremely supportive with navigating the logistics of the bus setup, ticket purchase, etc. The opportunity to even have this as an option provides a plethora of access and opportunities that have broadened the horizon of our students and families that they may have never been able to explore independently. This fund makes experiences possible that may be too extensive for school budgets, but are essential for the whole child development of students, especially in underserved communities. The statement below is the reflection following the completion of our trip. ECA Takes Port Discovery was a success, with significant gratitude to this organization for not only supporting schools with opportunities to explore, create core memories, and expand horizons, but also being helpful, intentional, welcoming, and grounded in an aligned reason, which is to grow and develop children and equip schools with the resources to do so. Port Discovery was selected out of all other options because it has an emphasis on the whole child. It provokes imagination, requires critical thinking and problem solving, fosters creativity, initiates bonds and community building, and even promotes resolving internal fears. These are all skill sets that we want our students to possess. Being that our mission at Ingenuity Prep is to create civic leaders ready to make change and advocate not only for themselves, but their communities, as well as foster essential skills that ensure that they are afforded the career pathways or colleges of their choosing. During this trip, students were able to engage in play-based acts of community service, engaging in acting in the arts, encountering sports opportunities, architecture, and a wide range of tasks and activities that require higher level thinking, planning, and organizing, as well as collaboration amongst themselves and their peers. On a surface level, students had fun, were able to step away from traditional academics for a few hours, and were even able to say that they've been to Baltimore. On a more microscopic level, students felt successful in small accomplishments, made new friends, stepped out of personal bubbles, and tried new things, had ideas about new career paths, learned new life skills, and gotten an understanding that there is so much more in the world to see and explore. Once again, I want to thank you for this great opportunity. It's not just about the funds, but what the funds were created to do, give access, exposure, and opportunity. These factors alone can swing the pendulum in the right direction for many students. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have the testimony that you read.
I believe Empower Ed will be submitting it.
Okay. Sarah Capo.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, staff members, and other members of the committee as a whole. My name is Sarah Capo, and I'm the Bridge the Gap Fund Coordinator at Live It, Learn It. I'm also a museum educator and Ward 6 resident, and I have over a decade of experience here in DC in museums, including at the Hirshhorn Museum and the National Building Museum. Since joining the team in February, I've had the privilege of supporting more than 100 educators as they brought up hands-on, real-world learning, experiential learning to life for their students through the Bridge the Gap Fund. At Live It, Learn It, we see the same challenge again and again. Too many students, especially in Title I schools, don't have access to the kinds of meaningful, place-based experiences that make learning stick. That's the experience gap. The Bridge the Gap Fund is a direct response to that gap. It removes barriers, streamlines logistics, and makes high-quality experiential learning possible for the teachers and students who need it most. I'm here to lift up just a few teacher voices for whom the fund has impacted most. At CW Harris in Ward 7, where 83% of students are considered at risk, the Bridge the Gap Fund made it possible for kindergarten and first grade students to visit Port Discovery in Baltimore. Their teacher, Kimberly Lewis, wrote, "It's amazing to see these kids' eyes light up when we're going on a school bus and headed to a new adventure. Bridge the Gap is vital. It gets our children into the ever-changing communities outside of our school doors. Children deserve experiences that stretch their imaginations and open their eyes to the world." At Elliott Hine Middle School in Ward 6, where 56% of students are at risk, the Bridge the Gap Fund made it possible for 7th grade students to go skiing. Their teacher, Brittany Slaughter, wrote, "Without this funding, many of our Black students would never have had the opportunity to ski. Students cheered each other on, supported one another, and it was beautiful. Thanks to this fund, we're exposing students to the beauty and importance of a sport that was taken away from them years ago." At Maya Angelou Public Charter School in Ward 7, where 90% of the students are considered at risk, the Bridge the Gap Fund supported music teacher David Wilson in taking students to both the NPR headquarters and Ford's Theater. In his final report, Mr. Wilson wrote, "Thanks to this fund, my students toured NPR, met producers and hosts, and they even experienced a live Tiny Desk performance. They also saw Sister Act of Ford's Theater. These were life-changing moments for many. It was the first time seeing professionals who looked like them in the careers that we study. This fund didn't just support a trip, it helped students to see what's possible." For the sake of time, I'm going to skip the other 3 teacher voices that I have written out. But here's what teachers are telling us across the board. When asked how essential was the Bridge the Gap Fund to your ability to provide this experience, 48 out of 53 educators selected 5 absolutely essential. The other 5 selected 4 very helpful. No one rated it lower. The Bridge the Gap Fund is more than a bus. It's trust in teachers. It's access for students and removing barriers for schools. And it's a growing network of support that makes every future trip easier to plan, scale, and share. Please increase funding to $500,000 in FY26 because the experience gap is real, the Bridge the Gap Fund is working, and let's keep it going. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I let you go on too long, but I did have one question.
Yes.
Skiing, where do you go skiing?
Where did they go skiing? Yeah, Liberty Resort. We had a couple of different classes that went
Is that
there.
in Virginia?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Casey Weld.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and staff and other committees of the whole members. First off, thank you all for your stamina today. I've watched you for the past 8 hours, listen intently to all the testimonies, and I applaud your sustained attention to our community. My name is Casey Weld, and I'm a resident of the district in Ward 5. My wife is a 4th-generation native Washingtonian, and we moved back here to build our family, which as of 5 months ago includes a beautiful baby girl that I have every intention of sending to DC Public Schools. I speak today in advocacy for the council to increase the mayor's $3 million proposed allocation for OSSE's high-impact tutoring program that contributes to the betterment of our scholars and schools. Professionally, I've been working in education for the past 12 years, spending 8 years working in the highest need schools in Los Angeles Unified School District, now overseeing programming for first-generation and low-income students in hundreds of schools across the country and here in DC as the Director of Partnership Development at Study Smart Tutors. My company, Study Smart Tutors, was selected by OSSE to be a part of the High Impact Tutoring Program this year, and we proudly partnered with 7 schools across the district, including the historic Dunbar High School in Ward 5, Cardozo Education Campus and Garnett-Patterson State Academy in Ward 1, Idea Public Charter School and Friendship Collegiate in Ward 7, Friendship Online Academy in Ward 4, and Friendship Tech Prep in Ward 8. Across all these schools, we were able to provide vital literacy and numeracy support to over 300 students in the district. The funding for high-impact tutoring provided by OSSE has shown to be effective. High-impact tutoring succeeds because it combines consistency, relationships, and rigor in a way that traditional interventions often can't. 1, it's data-informed and targeted. Tutors use real-time data to identify gaps and reteach concepts with precision. That kind of targeted instruction isn't always possible in larger classroom settings, but high-impact tutoring makes it the norm. In our partner survey, one administrator stated, Study Smart Tutors use real-time data to meet students where they were, and it made a real difference. 2, it's relationship-driven. Students are matched with the same tutor week after week, which builds trust and accountability. As one student said, my tutor is always helpful and very kind and welcoming. She always helps me understand my work. These sustained relationships foster the kind of engagement and motivation that are essential for academic resilience, especially for students who may not always feel seen in traditional classroom settings. 3, it is consistent and frequent. Tutoring sessions occur multiple times a week during the school day, not as an afterthought. This consistency matters, both in making up for lost learning and in reinforcing confidence. That's why 86% of teachers observed academic growth in their students, and 100% of students reported learning new things in their tutoring sessions. And number 4, it's joyful. In an era where student motivation is still recovering, this matters. A remarkable 94% of the students we surveyed said they look forward to working with their tutor, not just tolerate it, not just attend it, but look forward to it. In short, high-impact tutoring offers consistency, trust, and growth. It is evidence-based and community-driven and equitably distributed. High-impact tutoring works because it centers the human element while delivering high-quality instruction. It is scalable, measurable, and deeply responsive to the real challenges students face, especially those in under-resourced communities. Sustaining and expanding this program in fiscal year 26 is not just a budget line, it's a lifeline for our DC students. I urge this council to continue investing in our students' futures by ensuring the continued funding of high-impact tutoring through OSSE. Our students are showing up, working hard, and growing. We must continue to show up for them in return. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Weld. And you are Dieter Morales, right?
Correct.
Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the council. My name is Dieter Morales, and I use he, him pronouns. I teach 10th grade World History 2 at Columbia Heights Education Campus, or CHEC. I serve on the executive board of the Washington Teachers Union and represent my neighborhood of Columbia Heights as an advisory neighborhood commissioner in Ward 1. I'm here today to speak in strong support of several budget priorities that the Office of the State Superintendent for Education should fund to support students, families, and educators across the district. First, we must expand the number of community schools. CHEC is a community school, and I've seen firsthand the critical role that wraparound supports play in the success of our students, whether it's access to mental health, housing referrals, or food assistance. These services help stabilize families and build trust between the school and the community. But many schools don't have this infrastructure. Through my work with the WTU and Empower Ed, I've heard how hard it is for educators to support students without these supports. A $2 million investment over 4 years to expand community schools is a smart and necessary move to make equity real. Next, I urge the council to invest $500,000 in expanding the Bridge the Gap Fund, administered by Live It, Learn It. This year, I took my students on a museum trip to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. It was one of the most impactful days of the year. But planning and funding even a basic trip takes time, creativity, and resources. It's unjust that some schools can fund international trips, while others struggle to get students downtown. Bridge the Gap helps level the playing field so that all students can benefit from high-quality experiential learning. I also urge continued investment in educator wellness. The Educator Wellness Grant Program has helped schools build systems to support staff mental health and sustainability. I've seen from colleagues citywide how this improves morale, reduces burnout, and creates a healthier school climate, yet benefiting students most of all. Please protect and make this funding recurring. We also need to restore the $3 million investment in early literacy training. The science of reading is essential for long-term student success, but educators need training that is interactive, compensated, and rooted in best practices, not just online modules. Restoring this funding will ensure teachers are equipped to deliver strong literacy instruction starting in the early grades. Finally, the council should create a $2 million educator retention fund. I've heard from countless fellow educators in high turnover schools that burnout and instability are breaking their communities apart. And I have seen this in my school as well, in only 3 years of being there. This fund would allow schools to implement strategies like permanent subs, flexible scheduling, and wellness partnerships, proven tools to help keep educators in the classroom and students on track. These are strategic, high-impact investments that address the real needs of our schools, and I urge the council to fully fund them. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our public education.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. I do not have questions for any of you. Let me see if Councilmember Henderson does. Councilmember Henderson?
I don't have any questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, each of you, for being in person and testifying. You all can disappear or go back to sitting in the audience, since I suspect a lot of you are with colleagues. I'm going to go down the list on page 9. I think it's 9, 10. And here's the deal, because I think some other teachers may have come in. I'm going to go down the list in order. If there's some others in person, come to the table, but you're going to wait until I finish with the online folks. Sunday Riggins? Yes.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Sunday Riggins, and I am the head of school at Inspire Teaching Demonstration School. I proudly represent my wonderful school community located in the Edgewood neighborhood of Ward 5. First, I'd like to start by acknowledging the incredibly difficult position that DC leadership has been faced with in this challenging fiscal year. Thank you for your steadfast leadership and support to ensure that fiscal year 26 is off to a strong start. I'm extremely grateful for Mayor Bowser's proposed 2.74% increase to the UPSFF and maintaining the 3.1 facilities allotment for fiscal year 26. This investment is a testament to the city's unwavering commitment to prioritize funding for schools in the district. I would also like to show gratitude for Dr. Mitchell and her team at OSSE for remaining committed to ensuring that the work to improve systems vital to the success of our schools continues, even in the midst of financial uncertainty. This past Monday, I had the pleasure of attending an OSSE-led conference, the DC Educator Workforce Summit, which allowed me to step away from my day-to-day work and dream big about the possibilities for partnership with education program providers and other colleagues to brainstorm ways we can further invest in cultivating, nurturing, and supporting our educators. While their future feels somewhat optimistic and also uncertain, I express gratitude for what is true today, but I do worry about what lies ahead. I'm appreciative of the fiscal year 26 outlook, yet apprehensive about the projections for years ahead of us. As a single campus LEA, I'm concerned specifically about 2 things: charter educator compensation and the facilities allotment for our schools. Founded in 2011, Inspire Teaching Demonstration School will be celebrating its 15th year during school year 25-26. Embedded in our mission, we believe in a mentor and apprentice teacher model that we have successfully run since our school's inception. We believe in investing in our educators and ensuring that our school's model reflects the diversity of the teacher workforce, welcoming teachers at all performance levels to learn, grow, and thrive as a professional learning community. While we appreciate the allocation of the Charter Education Compensation Grant for this upcoming school year, it is once again a one-time funding allocation, and as promised in previous years, has not made its way into the UPSFF. We are committed to ensuring that our compensation is competitive across the sector, but without an equitable, stable, and consistent funding projection, it puts schools in a precarious position to promise raises when the money isn't available to fulfill such commitments. As an LEA leader, I am committed to working with you to explore equitable solutions to ensure that our schools remain the same multi-year funding approach offered, receive the same multi-year funding approach offered to DCPS to ensure that charter schools are able to retain top talent. As a school focused on growing teacher practice and nurturing novice teachers entering the profession, I want to make sure that my educators feel stable and supported within our sector because the messaging and investment in equitable funding, irrespective of the LEAU serving, is clear and consistent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Riggins. I do not have a copy of your statement if you want to submit it.
I submitted it earlier. It may not have posted or submitted.
Okay, we'll look for it. Maria Cristina Encinas. Don't believe she's here. Tracy White, CEO of Paul Public Charter School. Rachel Schumacher, board member, Educator DC. Kara Chevion.
Right here.
I said wait, but why don't you go for it now?
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Kara Chavone, and I'm a high school educator working in Ward 8. I teach because I know that literacy changes lives, but I see every day how our city's schools are struggling to meet students' needs and driving teachers away from the profession. Our schools need adequate funding to properly support our teachers and students, but Mayor Bowser has made the choice this budget season to choose big businesses over the people of DC. Her budget makes her priorities clear. Funding and political will exists for a new NFL stadium, but for the average resident of DC, the budget as proposed only cuts essential funding. To remedy the budget shortfalls, I support the All In for DC campaign's proposals for making DC's tax system more racially equitable and raising needed resources. In schools, the single most impactful factor in the quality of a child's education is the experience and effectiveness of their teacher. DC has an extremely high teacher turnover rate, which means that many students don't have the experienced teachers they deserve. If you've never been a teacher, it's hard to imagine the exhaustion that comes with this career. On top of the stressful nature of this job, teaching is one of the few careers where taking a day off is often more difficult than simply coming to work. When I know my classroom won't have coverage, I come to work sick or burnt out just so my students can keep learning. I've even watched colleagues work themselves so far into burnout that they create worse health problems for themselves and have to take months of FMLA to recover. On top of this, teachers often lose planning periods to cover classes when other teachers take sick days, meaning that we have to take work home with us regularly. Strategies like flexible scheduling and permanent substitutes play a major role in retaining educators, but schools have every financial incentive to work teachers harder and no incentive to spend money on quality of life improvements. We're asking for $2 million to implement a targeted educator retention fund of $100,000 per school at 20 high turnover schools, which would allow them to implement these strategies to retain educators. To address the issue of burnout, the city also funded an educator wellness grant program in past years, but it hasn't been funded this budget cycle. This program allowed schools to access funds to grant teachers increased flexibility to care for themselves and their families, measures that fend off burnout. When we invest in flexibility and support for educators, we spend a lot less money recruiting and onboarding new teachers. More importantly, we have classrooms staffed by experienced educators where real deep learning can take place. We're asking for $500,000 per year over a 4-year plan in continuation grants to allow the Educator Wellness Grants program to continue. When I look ahead, I see 2 options for DC's next fiscal year. In one scenario, we make the right strategic choices this budget season. We bolster our funding of schools and our students benefit. In the other, we cut corners, lose teachers, and force children to bear the brunt of our city's financial woes. I hope you'll make the right choice this budget season. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Jessica Rucker,
That's me.
go for it.
Good evening, council members. Again, my name is Jessica. I reside in Ward 1. I attended and graduated from DC Public Schools in Ward 7. I've joined Empower Ed because we fight to improve schools in DC so that all students have access to fair and meaningful public education. Today, I'm here to discuss why schools should be transformed from at-risk schools to adequately resourced community schools. At-risk schools are important to me because they are evidence of the structural reasons for Black deprivation. Although the term at-risk is designed to locate Black deprivation and failing schools within Black culture and Black communities, there is more than sufficient evidence that proves that Black deprivation is actually located in racialized and class structures like public school funding practices, as my colleague just eloquently described. My sister, also a DCPS alum and mother, has a chronic illness, for example, that often impacts her physical mobility and her mental health. Because of my sister's disability, she not only struggled in school, but struggled through school. As a result, I've witnessed her become reliant on government food, medical, and housing assistance programs in order to supplement her low-wage work income. As an aunt, I have also listened as my niece told me about going to schools, DC public schools, with these matters on her mind and not feeling like there were enough adults at school to help her navigate these unfair and unnecessary life problems. Solving these complex problems will likely require complex solutions, but every solution must start somewhere. So I will start with 2 requests. First, I request that the council allocate $2 million over the next 4 years for school-based wraparound services. Second, I ask that OSSE develop a clear formula to prioritize schools east of the river and west of the park that have the greatest need. And one of my former colleagues is here, so I know she's got my back. These 2 actions would double the number of adequately resourced community schools. More than this, protecting the already existing community schools initiative and expanding it through $2 million in funds would ensure that all DC students, like me, like my sister, and now like my niece, have a school-based social safety net. Put another way, when students like my niece and sister are members of households that need city services to meet their daily survival needs, they get labeled at risk. But this mislabeling is inaccurate and problematic. Neither my niece nor my sister nor their basic human needs are the problem. The problem is the conditions that create barriers to fair and meaningful education by placing them at risk. Like others who testified before me, I'm choosing to live in the solution because my sister and my niece's life are too much to risk. Taking these actions now will begin the process of transforming at-risk schools into adequately resourced community schools. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Rucker. Elizabeth Weiss? Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
Go for it.
Hi, good evening. I'm Elizabeth Weiss. I'm an instructional coach and Ward 5 parent. I work at Brown Education Campus in the Carver-Langston neighborhood, where one of my children is a student and another will start next year. I've been an educator for over 15 years, and this is my 3rd year in DCPS. I chose to work in our public schools because I believe they can and should be places where all children are known, supported, and given the opportunity to thrive. That's why I'm here today, to ask you to expand community schools through the 2026 budget. At Brown, the need for this model is clear. Many of our students come to school carrying the weight of food insecurity, housing instability, and unaddressed health needs. Families are doing their best, but with the federal safety net shrinking, the unmet needs grow deeper. Schools like ours are left to navigate complex student challenges without the coordinated support systems we know make a difference. A community school designation would change that. With a full-time coordinator and dedicated funding, we could bring in consistent, mission-aligned partners to provide on-site medical and dental care, school supplies, after-school programming, and trauma-informed mental health services. We have staff deeply committed to our students. We just need the infrastructure to match that commitment. That's why I'm urging the council to invest $2 million annually over the next 4 years to bring 8 new community schools online each year. Each school could receive $250,000 to fund full-time coordinator and tailored wraparound services. I also urge you to adopt a transparent, equity-based pipeline that prioritizes schools with the highest needs, which often, but not always, includes the schools in Ward 7 and 8. Rather than allow the mayor's budget to eliminate funding for this transformative initiative, I urge you to protect and expand community schools. Maryland is already moving toward universal access to community schools. Over 90% of Baltimore's public schools are already designated. DC can and should do the same, and our students deserve no less. Please fund the expansion of community schools. For schools like Brown, this is not just about services, it's about possibility, stability, and equity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Maya Perkins? Nathaniel Moore? Mr. Moore, you're up.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, council members. I'm an educator in Ward 7 who resides in Ward 8. I educate because I'm making a difference in the lives of my children, my students. My motto is I'm building future leaders one student at a time. I also attended DC Public Schools from elementary through high school, all in Ward 8. Today, I am here to discuss the Bridge the Gap and the impact that it has on my school, families, students, teachers, and the broad community. This challenge is important to me because I can contest to the vast importance that Bridge the Gap has had not only on myself but all of my scholars. I am at a Title I school, which most scholars are on free or reduced lunch and live in neighborhoods like I have grew up in, low income, poverty, violence. We need to keep funding and importantly increase the funding and keep programs like Bridge the Gap. The grant allowed my students to take part in field trips that they typically would not go on. They provide children with hope and an outlet to travel and explore outside their normal neighborhoods and schools. I can honestly say without Bridge the Gap, my class would not have attended a field trip this school year. At my school, I have witnessed not only not having enough money or funding in the school's budget for field trips. I am forever grateful for the Bridge the Gap generosity. Bridge the Gap has truly made a difference in my students' lives. Majority of the students have never been to Baltimore, let alone the aquarium. I wish you would have been there to see the conversations between the students. Wow, I've never been on a charter bus with the bathroom. I've never been here before. We are going on vacation. Are we still in DC? It made my heart smile that Bridge the Gap gave this opportunity for my class to go on the field trip. Bridge the Gap is a major organization, and I'm happy that they are around and functioning. Let's ensure that Bridge the Gap continue to function and be around for years to come. If you could see the smiles on my students' faces as they got on the bus for the field trip, DC Council, I urge you to please fund and, if possible, increase funding for Bridge the Gap so they can continue to enhance the lives of the children and teachers. The funding encourages learning, exploration, discovery, and experiences that the children will remember for the rest of their lives. I am so thankful for the opportunity that Bridge the Gap provided for myself and the students. Everything that Bridge the Gap handled on that day was done effortlessly. Our day at the aquarium went smoothly. Thanks again for all that you do for our students in our community. One in which they will remember for a lifetime. We are forever grateful for what Bridge the Gap have done. It is vital that the council listen to teachers and support teachers' solution to improve experiences for our students and school staff. DC Council, I urge you to please fund and, if possible, increase funding for Bridge the Gap. To enhance the lives of the children and teachers. Let's continue to provide the children with positive experiences so that when they replace us as council members, educators, teachers, and future leaders, they can continue to make a difference as we did. Once again, my motto is building future leaders one student at a time. Thank you for your time and your consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Armand Cuevas.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Armand Cuevas. I live in Ward 1, and I teach at Jackson Reed High School in Ward 3, and I've worked at tons of other DCPS and DC charter schools, teaching here since 2017. So I've been here almost 8 years. I've worked in schools. Students are dealing with so many different needs, trauma. They come from historically oppressed communities, dealing with interrupted education. Along with those things, I've lost 14 students over the course of 7 years in DC and 8 in just 2023 alone. And this is not something that should just be statistic, but unfortunately, I read articles all the time that tally my students' lives over and over again. Now, the connection here is that, as we discuss the budget and DC reckons with crime and violence and death, as well as now heightened fears of immigration and deportation, I'm here to fight for the little things to the big things that correlate to these problems. Our children are the future, and education is healing the community. So first, I want to uplift community schools. We must restore OSSE's community schools program and commit an additional $2 million over 4 years to the community schools programs at OSSE and DCPS. we know these wraparound services positively impact our students and communities, especially students most likely to commit or fall prey to violence. And we're already seeing this in Maryland. We want to see support for teen parents, transportation for students, things like safe passage, things like that, and so many other things that are the foci of community schools. And thus, these students will be harmed and put more stress on our communities. In addition to community schools, we need to address literacy. Literacy is the gateway to everything, all subjects, all aspects of things in the quote unquote real that we have to deal with. I'm a math teacher, and if my students can't understand the directions or a word problem, they cannot access this math question. We need to restore 3 million literacy training to DC educators, especially at the younger ages, because these are those long-term investments that pay off. In addition, we need to invest in literacy training for our newcomer students. Some of our students came to the country at 10 years old, or they're 18 years old coming 2 months ago and are placed into the 9th grade. Even though I'm a high school math teacher, I personally would strongly benefit from learning the basics of how to teach reading. Finally, on a broader brushstroke, we need to just address poverty. Plain and simple. That is like the #1 reason that we don't see the things that we want to see. I went into education blindly thinking, oh, I'm going to have such a great impact, only to quickly learn that all of my students' outcomes are really tied to neighborhood problems, to healthcare, as we see the cuts of SNAP and that other acronym I can't remember right now, as we see cuts to housing and a lack of jobs, all of which stem from poverty. We need to address broad social problems with poverty at the core. And beyond that, I want all of you to ask yourselves when crafting legislation, how will this positively uplift our low-income residents, especially the ones who have been abused and exploited by the system? We need community schools, we need improved literacy, and by and large, we need to address and fix poverty. Our future of the city depends on this. It all starts with the little changes here, but we also have to push for the broad changes that are.
Thank you very much. Ange Perko? Is Perko here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ange Perko. My pronouns are they, them, and I would appreciate being referred to as just Perko or Ange instead of Miss or Mr. Perko, as I identify as non-binary. I'm an educator and a community member from Ward 4. Last year at my school, there was a series of changes made. A new, highly inflexible schedule was implemented that gave far too little planning time to some subjects, far too little instructional time to others, and made impossible demands in terms of material and content generation. On top of all of that, the administration then made the choice halfway through the year to completely remove our daily house periods, the only time of day teachers got the specific opportunity to actually connect with their students on a more personal than purely academic level. When teachers tried to rally and organize to bring our concerns and then protest the administration, we were dismissed. When we asked for more money or PTO to be compensated for the extra time demands, we were ignored. When we begged for just any more support to help our kids, who with the increased demands on their own time and energy began to struggle, we were told that this was all just a part of the job, and I quote, "We all know this profession comes with the expectation of not just working during school hours." And we wonder why the teacher turnover rate is high and rising. A great many of the teachers who received that message will not be going back to Paul next year, and some won't be returning to teaching at all, which means years of building relationships with students, which we're constantly told are so important, were all lost. Teacher retention is crucial for student retention. The kids come to school because they want to be around adults who care. And if there's an ever-rotating sea of faces, they don't ever get the chance to make the community connection. We know what strategies retain teachers, but schools aren't incentivized to choose or maintain those strategies or focus on key problems like implementing flexible scheduling, permanent substitutes, student and staff wellness coordinators, wellness partners in the community to support further, and more. We're asking for an established funding stream administered by OSSE for 20 schools yearly to receive $100,000 targeted funding to improve their retention numbers for a total of $2 million. Now, there were many reasons I left my school earlier this year. One of the reasons was because the stress of the schedule made me so sick, and I was so angry at not getting a chance to connect anymore with the kids in that one specific house period of the day. I had to quit. And one of the other reasons is that as a queer educator, I was and am still terrified. I am scared to have to come before you today to discuss educational funding in a time when I daily see pictures of children screaming for lost parents and babies torn out of their mother's arms. when people from my own community with my identity are being stopped at the border and having their passports torn up. Retention policies are a start, but especially right now, teachers need mental health support just like our students do. This is why we at Empower Ed are also calling for OSSE to fund for educator wellness grants. In the time when the choice to care about others seems to be a revolutionary one, teachers have been coming in and choosing to care for their kids every day, but we can't take it anymore. I know so many good, talented teachers who aren't returning to Paul next year or to any school because we can no longer bear the stress of trying to pretend our own hearts aren't breaking, trying our best to help our struggling students while we're all barely hanging on by our fingernails too. I know times are hard, but the correct act now, the act of defiance against the darkness that threatens to swallow us if we choose to keep turning away from the most vulnerable of society and the people who give their lives to protect them, is the funding of the education system for kids and educators alike.
I'm going to have to cut you off because you're over your time.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I didn't see a timer there. I apologize for that. Thank you very much for your time, and I am, of course, happy to answer any questions.
Sure, and I have your statement, so I
I
have the
appreciate
rest of
that,
it.
sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Appreciate it.
Andrea Trujillo. India Harrison. Linda Cole McKay.
Yes, good evening.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and council members. My name is Dr. Linda McKay, and I proudly serve as the Executive Director of Mary McLeod Bethune-Day Academy Public Charter School, an IB World School educating students pre-K through grade 8 in all wards of the city. Today, I want to share the bright spots we're seeing at our school, the deep concerns we share about the future of education funding, and what we need to sustain real progress for our students in the city. Let me begin with the good news. This school year, over 60% of our K through 2 students made substantial growth in reading on the iReady diagnostic. These gains are tied directly to the adoption of OSSE-endorsed high-quality instructional materials and the application of the science of reading. In math, our students in grades 5 through 7 made meaningful progress following targeted tutoring interventions and teacher-led data conferences. These academic gains reflect not only stronger instructional practices, but deeper student engagement. Thanks to Dr. Mitchell's OSSE leadership, and in part to the professional development and support offered through the OSSE LMS platform, including virtual training on universal design for learning, the science of reading, special education, and dyslexia, all of which helped us better serve a diverse population of learners. Our teachers are much more developed to serve our students. We're also seeing positive trends in attendance, often an overlooked driver of academic success. Through our partnership with Everyday Labs, another OSSE-supported program, we've implemented a system that sends timely, personalized communication to the families and provides targeted supports to reduce chronic absenteeism. The result, more students showing up every day, ready to learn. We're also a proud recipient of a Learn 24 grant under DME, which has allowed us to offer rich out-of-school programming in STEM, culinary arts, drama, drumline, and academic tutoring. These are the kinds of opportunities that support the whole child and help our students explore their identities, develop leadership, and cultivate lifelong interests, opportunities that many other schools simply cannot provide because of funding. We're grateful for the mayor's 2.74 UBSF increases and the continued support for the 3.1 facilities allotment. And we thank Dr. Antoinette Mitchell and her OSSE team for advancing strong policy and instructional guidance that has kept our city focused on quality and equity. But we cannot ignore the financial headwinds ahead. The expiration of federal relief funds, combined with cuts to health, housing, and community programs, will directly impact the well-being of our students and families. These external supports are not separate from education. They are essential to it. Schools will be asked to do more with less, and our families will feel the weight of these reductions.
Ms. McKay, I'm going to have to cut you off. You're over your time, but I do have your statement
Thank you.
and the rest of it. Thank you. Berna Ortiz.
Yes. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Berna Artis, and I have the privilege of serving as the interim executive director of the DC Association for the Education of Young Children, which is an organization dedicated for decades to supporting early childhood educators and strengthening the early learning system in our city. Today, I'm here not just as a leader of an organization, but as an educator myself and someone who has listened to the real stories of educators who care for and teach our youngest learners every day. The Pay Equity Fund has changed lives. It has allowed early educators, mostly women of color, to stay in DC, provide for their families, afford health care, and most importantly, remain in the profession they love. With higher pay has come higher quality, more stable classrooms, stronger relationships with children and families, and improved learning outcomes that we all want to see. While we are aware that there are limited tools at the council's disposal to protect stable and sufficient out-years funding for the Pay Equity Fund, it is not acceptable to just give up, give into gimmicks, or hope we'll deal with it next year. Next year is not a guarantee, and the 4,000 early educators and more than 25,000 children they are creating strong educational foundations for, and who deserve better than that. The council promised early educators that they would finally be paid and treated like the professionals they are. And the council promised high earners in the district that their increased taxes would be put towards strengthening and improving our early childhood education system. Both promises must be kept. We implore the council to get creative in exploring all legislative, legal, and budgetary options to prevent future attacks on the Pay Equity Fund. Since its launch, the Pay Equity Fund has helped reduce educator turnover, increase the number of qualified teachers, and lifted the quality ratings of early learning programs by 30%. These are not just statistics. They are a reflection of the transformational impact fair compensation has had on our early education system, and by extension, our children's futures. But all of this progress is now at risk. The proposed budget underfunds the Pay Equity Fund in FY26 by $10 million and eliminates it entirely in future years. If we allow this to happen, we will lose educators. Programs will struggle, families will face rising costs or lose access to care altogether. I urge you, on behalf of every educator who has seen their work finally valued, and every child who deserves a strong start, to fully fund the Pay Equity Fund. Add $10 million to the FY26 budget, bringing the total to $80 million. Restore and protect the fund in the district's 4-year financial plan. Thank you for listening and for standing with us in protecting this critical investment.
Thank you, Ms. Artis. Let's see, I've lost my place here. Thank you for your testimony. Arella Graham, Dominique Moore.
I'm here, Chairman.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the council. My name is Dominique Moore. I'm a lifelong Washingtonian, educator, community organizer, and most importantly, an educational advocate. And I am deeply committed to the equity, justice, and opportunity for our children, families, and communities. I come before you today to strongly urge the reinstatement and expansion of the Connected and Community Schools model, the Pay Equity Fund, Educator Wellness Grants, and the Literacy Grant. 4 key investments into the future of our city. As we know, Connected and Community Schools is a critical investment that we need to fund for the FY26 budget year. The Connected Schools and Community Schools initiative has been a cornerstone in transforming schools into community hubs that address not only academic needs, but the social emotional well-being of our students, families, and communities. This model includes 6 key elements The Connect the Schools manager role, caring relationships, strong student support systems, family and community voice, place-based services, and academic enrichment. In the fiscal year for 2025, the council was able to fund, after our advocacy, the community schools budget. As we look forward into the fiscal year for the 2026 year, the Connected Schools Manager positions will be centrally funded through the schools, and all other community and connected schools will have to budget for this role using flexible funds from the general fund assigned to the school. This change effectively transfers the financial responsibility of the Connected Schools Manager position from the central budget to individual schools. Additionally, these schools are now expected to allocate anywhere between $30,000 to $75,000 from their flexible fund to cover non-personnel costs associated with the effective running of the program, such as community partnerships, basic needs supplies, and family engagement services. This shift places an undue burden on schools, particularly on those in underserved communities. As it relates to the Pay Equity Educator Fund, maintaining and expanding this investment is essential to ensure that these educators receive fair compensation, which in turn supports the recruitment and retention of high-quality professionals in early childhood education. The Educator Wellness Grant. Educators are the backbone of the system, and their well-being directly impacts student access. We are asking in the face of increasing demands and challenges, sustaining and expanding these grants is vital to prevent burnout and ensure that educators can continue to provide high-quality instruction. These investments are not merely line items in the budget, but affirmations of our commitment and investment to equity and the future of our children. Let us ensure that our budget reflects our values and continues to support the holistic development of our students and the well-being of our educators. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. I do not have a copy of your statement. If you would provide that, please. Tadania Forwood, I believe, is
Yes,
not
sir.
here. Dr. Antoinette C. Grace Mbarga,
Yes, I'm here, Council Member.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson, members of the committee of the whole and the whole staff. My name is Dr. Antoinette Grace Mbarga, and I'm here today to offer my testimony on the importance of continued funding for the Full Service Community Schools Initiative. I currently serve as the Community School Coordinator assigned to Noyes Elementary through the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative. Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative has been an OSSE grant recipient of community schools funding since 2014. The mayor and council enacted the Community School Incentive Act of 2012, and then through the Expectations of Education Outcomes Omnibus Act of 2012 required the establishment of at least 5 community schools across the city. As a community school coordinator, I've had the immense privilege of witnessing firsthand the transformative power of community-driven education. Our schools are more than just institutions. They are hubs of hope, creativity, and possibilities for students and their families. Under the community school program, we have offered entrepreneurship classes that empower our parents to start their own businesses and earn certifications to formalize their ventures. To date, Noyes Elementary held 2 entrepreneurship cohorts and witnessed 8 individuals who successfully received their LLC, Washington, D.C. basic business license, and home occupation permits. At Noyes Elementary, we go beyond academics by providing essential resources to families in need. We provide food cards to help families access nutritional meals, supporting the city's effort to curb hunger. At the conclusion of FY23-24, I successfully helped register 100 families for the Sunbox program, which is a summer grocery buying benefits program for income eligible families. I am fluent in English, Spanish, and French, and an actively post on the Noise WhatsApp group entitled Familiars of Noise. This WhatsApp group is exclusively for Spanish-speaking families, and we have 61 members. So I frequently post school and community events to ensure that our Spanish-speaking families, they feel included, they are well informed, they are connected, and they are supported at Noise Elementary. At a time when many immigrant families are grappling with the fear of deportation, our community school responded swiftly. We supported 5 immigrant families fearful of leaving their homes with care packages which consisted of non-perishable food, John and Aldi's, food cards, and after attending a town hall meeting that was held by Shadow Congressman Dr. Oye at the Congress Heights Educational Campus, I was able to disseminate vital resource information to our community, such as the ICE Information Hotline, the Know Your Rights information sheets, and as well as an immigration advice and referral guide.
Ms. Mumbarga, I'm going to have to cut you off. You're over your time. There's a clock, but I have your statement, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sheila Holt.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, dear Chairman Middleton, Councilmember Henderson, and distinguished members of the City Council, Office of the State Superintendent for Education, and the entire DC Futures team. My name is Sheila Holt, and I served as the Education Office Manager under JMD Productions, a coaching provider for the DC Futures College Coaching Scholarship Program. I am writing to emphasize the profound importance of the DC Future Scholarship Program to our community and to advocate for its continued support and expansion. I have been a resident of Washington, DC, Ward 4 for over 3 decades, with a Bachelor of Science degree from Howard University and a Master of Public Administration from the University of District of Columbia. I have a deep-rooted commitment to the educational and professional advancement of our city's residents. In my former role as the Education Office Manager at JMD Productions DC Futures Program, I had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the transformative impact of this scholarship initiative. A significant aspect of my role involved welcoming students into the DC Futures Program during the onboarding process. It was during these initial interactions that students often shared their personal stories of resilience and determination, highlighting how the DC Future Scholarship has provided them with the opportunity to pursue higher education that was previously beyond their reach. Investing in college education through programs like DC Futures are multifaceted and have far-reaching benefits. Not only does a college degree significantly increase individuals' earning potential and access to essential benefits such as health care and retirement accounts, but it also fosters a more educated and prosperous society. By supporting college programs like DC Futures, we are investing in equitable outcomes, particularly for historically underrepresented communities, including students of color and those from lower income households. In light of these undeniable benefits, I urge the City Council to recognize the critical role that the DC Future Scholarship Program plays in fostering educational equity and economic mobility in our city. I petition you to allocate significant resources to sustain and expand this invaluable program so that more aspiring students can fulfill their academic aspirations and contribute to our community's growth and prosperity. Thank you for your attention to this matter and your continued dedication to the betterment of our city.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. I do not have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that, please.
I sure will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Elizabeth Reddick.
I'm here. Good afternoon, well, evening at this point, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Elizabeth Reddick. I'm a Ward 7 resident with a 7th grader at Monument Academy. I'm also an ANC commissioner for 7B05 and a paid parent leader. I'm here today to advocate for the importance of advancing equity in education. By implementing various initiatives, you can create a more equitable school system, expanding the pathway to middle class and allowing Native Washingtonians to thrive in the district. In order to ensure equity in our district, we need to get creative to make our dollars go further in this tough budget climate. I was excited to see the continued investment in the ATC in the fiscal year 26 budget. ATC meaning Advanced Technical Centers. They provide students with from a plethora of schools the chance to grow their skills in a new and exciting way. Innovative programs like the ATC will continue to put DC on the map as a center of educational excellence. Today, though, I'm here to ask the council and OSSE to get creative with how we spend our education dollars. In these times, we need to make sure that different education-focused organizations are working together and not working in silos. Just like students from different schools can all take advantage of courses at the ATC, we need to explore how we can share resources for different programs. As we work to ensure that all students across the district have equitable access to specialized school programming, I urge OSSE to consider what resourcing sharing could look like, especially for those students that don't get access to things like AP courses that are not available at their school. How can OSSE facilitate virtual engagement with AP courses being taught at other DC schools? When thinking about high impact tutoring, we can facilitate sharing high impact tutors working across multiple LEAs in physical proximity of each other so that each school in that area can get access to a resource that they may not otherwise be able to have. We have seen how school-based clinicians can work in multiple schools, and we should think about expanding this model to spread our existing resources further. And that's in reference to the DBH model for school-based mental health clinicians. DC and public charter schools are doing important work. It is a tough budget climate, but we must work together to support each other and contribute to student success. I would like to thank OSSE for their continued investment in DC students and encourage creative solutions and resource sharing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. I do not have a copy of your statement. If you would provide it, please.
Yes, sir.
Aubrey Walker, I believe, is not here from Jubilee Housing. And Shali Obregon Molina.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Shaylee Obregon Molina, and I serve as a community schools coordinator at Coolidge High School, part of the Latin American Youth Center. This program is currently funded through OSSE Community Schools Initiative Grant. And as we look toward the 2026 budget, I want to highlight how essential wraparound services are to creating a truly effective school system. At LOIC, we have seen firsthand how comprehensive support services ranging from food security and healthcare access to mental health and family engagement are vital for student success and community well-being. These services are not extras, they are foundational to addressing the barriers that hinder learning and growth. Between October 2024 and June 2025, we expanded our efforts through collaborations with partners like Capital Area Food Bank, Greater DC Diaper Bank, Capital Bike Share, and Apple Tree Charter School serving hundreds of families. Additionally, as a community school coordinator, we have hosted over 25 events, both in school and community events. We see that community events foster a sense of belonging, inclusivity, and pride in creating a positive school culture. I have personally led a girls group that has expanded into multiple schools where we talk about leadership, wellness, and community engagement and mentorship, keeping them connected to the school. An example of one of the young ladies that is in the program has shown up and has created a network both at a school and at LOIC saying, quote, LOIC is her second home and she feels that she has a stronger support system. While this current program has grown leaps and bounds, there is still a large gap that can be filled with the continuation of the program. As a former participant in LOIC programs and someone who benefited directly from these services during my own youth and later as a professional, I can attest that wraparound services are transformative. They not only support individual students and families, but are also strengthen the entire school community. The current grant award for Coolidge High School's Community Schools program is $158,268. Each grant is 3 cycles, 3 years, and Coolidge High School is currently in year 2 of the grant cycle. The support the Community Schools program and coordinator provides has become an integral part of the Coolidge community. Otherwise, C utilizes a combination of the grant funds and community partners to provide all the resources and events listed in this testimony. Therefore, I urge the council to prioritize funding for programs that provide comprehensive wraparound services through the community schools model. Maintaining and expanding these supports is essential for ensuring that all students can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Investing in these services now will yield lifelong benefits for our children and our community. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Molina, for your testimony. I want to thank all the witnesses for their testimony. I have a question or two for the witnesses at the table. Gosh, it was a long time ago. I'm assuming y'all are sort of coordinated with Empower Ed on your testimony. The asks seem to be, if I'm understanding correctly, $2 million for community schools or $2 million in addition to what's in the budget? And I'm not quite sure what's in the budget.
It seems to not be in the budget this year.
So just 2 million.
2 million to add 8 additional schools, and then the continued funding of the community schools that are already exist.
So that would be 2 million plus what was in the budget for this year. There was some amount in the budget for this year.
Yes,
There was some amount in the budget
Yes.
this year,
but there's not for expanding it.
and you want that amount plus 2. And then in addition, $2 million a year for targeted educator retention fund at 20 high turnover schools.
Yes, 100,000 per school.
So that would be 4 million between the two programs.
Yes.
And then in addition to that, $500,000 for the educator wellness grants.
Yes, per year over a 4-year plan.
Now, you all weren't here when I gave this speech earlier, and I'm not going to give the full version, but there are many on the council who feel we've been burned by putting 4-year money in, recurring money in. We did that for educator wellness, not educator wellness, for the pay equity. You'll recall last year the mayor zeroed out pay equity. We found $70 million for the current year and recurring, so it was a total of 280 million. I think that's right. 4 times 70 is 280. Now I lost my train of thought. We put $280 million in. The mayor sends a balanced budget. She's required to send a balanced budget. So that means we had to cut things to find $280 million to not only restore pay equity, but fund it on a recurring basis. As you know, this year, she's got 70 million in for this year, but I mean, for FY26, but then zeroes it out thereafter. So in effect, we put 280 million in and she took 210 million out. I think it's important that some of these programs, the ones you all been talking about, we've been talking about, are recurring. I mean, we've gotten lots of testimony, pay equity one, but other programs where how does a nonprofit or a childcare center plan for year after year if all they know is that the city's going to come up with 1 year of funding? But on the other hand, I don't think the council is going to cut $280 million in funding somewhere else to put it in the budget to have the kind of gimmick, hate to use that word, but some of this I think will be funded next year, but it's not right now. And for us to fund it, runs the risk of it being taken, and we'll see what the mayor does. So that's just to speak to it being year after year. Let me see if Councilmember Christina Henderson has any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I would say, well, first off, I want to thank everybody for their testimony. It's been a long day, and so I appreciate your continued advocacy on the various issues. I know that there were a number of educators who testified about the Bridge Fund, the Bridge the Gap Fund. And I think the executive director might have testified earlier and I might have missed it, but I did want to applaud. I get the monthly newsletters, and so I'm able to see how the funding has been spent, and it truly has been transformative for a lot of families and school communities that otherwise would not have had the dollars to be able to go on these excursions and field trips and really touch the classroom outside. And so and what they have been able to do with not a lot of money, I think is incredibly impressive. And so I don't know what the next few weeks hold, but this is definitely one where I feel like, especially because we have some school communities for whom the families can fundraise and do all of those things to ensure that the students are able to go on field trips, that this is something that this is an equitable decision here. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have no other questions for you all. Thank you for being here in person, even though you had to run to get here. And those who are online, thank you for being here as well. Thank everyone for their testimony. This is horrible, but it's 6:45. I'm going to take a 15-minute break and then we'll turn to the executive. So we're taking a 15-minute recess. Why don't we resume? Thank everybody for their patience. It's 7:05. Let's see. Dr. Mitchell, I think you're up. This is actually a hearing not only on the mayor's proposed budget, but also on Bill 26-176. The Early Childhood Educator Pay Scales Amendment Act of 2025. I don't know if your comments or speak to that.
No, my comments don't speak to that.
So you might want to supplement your comments after the hearing or during the hearing, but this is the hearing on that bill. With that, the floor is yours, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, and the listening public. My name is Antoinette Mitchell, and I am honored to serve as the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. While DC's local budget faces strong headwinds due to the loss of federal jobs, I am thankful that Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2026 proposed budget and fiscal plan continues to prioritize education. To grow DC, we must have a school system that attracts and retains families and prepares young people for post-secondary success. The proposed budget you have before you does just that, investing approximately $123 million more into our public schools through an increase to the uniform per student funding formula of 2.74%, providing an additional $270 million to increase educator salaries, adding $7.84 million in new funding for the pre-K enhancement and expansion program, providing $3 million for high-impact tutoring, and dedicating an additional $565,000 to expand capacity at DC's advanced technical centers. Mayor Bowser has time and time again prioritized core funding to DC schools because there are no financial shortcuts to providing our children a high-quality education. That is not to say this budget is without difficult choices. With a $1.1 million reduction across the financial plan, all agencies, including OSSE, had to seek areas of efficiencies and identify programs to scale back. Most notably, our fiscal year 26 proposed budget reduces funding for DC Futures and adult and family education and eliminates the Early Literacy Intervention Initiative grants. In addition, a few enhancements from fiscal year 25 could not be sustained. However, there is much to be excited about in this budget, even with the revenues declining. The proposed budget justly rewards teachers who are the most important in-school factor for academic achievement. Nationally, teacher pay has declined over the past 20 years, but DC has bucked this trend, with teacher pay increasing by nearly 50%. The evidence is clear. Mayor Bowser and our local policymakers recognize the vital role that teachers play in the district and have rewarded them for it. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget sustains this commitment by continuing to prioritize core educator and school funding needs. The proposed budget also provides an additional $6.7 million for OSSE's non-public tuition budget, returning funding to pre-pandemic levels and providing needed stability for students who require specialized supports. The increased non-public tuition budget allows us to meet our legal obligations to fund tuition at day and residential schools for students in need of highly specialized programming and intensive interventions. Similarly, the mayor's proposed budget adds nearly $2.5 million to OSSE's transportation budget so that we can meet our legal obligations to provide transportation as a related service to eligible students with disabilities, and dedicates $1 million to maintain our popular parent stipend program. OSSE DOT's fiscal year 26 proposed capital budget also ensures that we can purchase a new GPS system that will allow parents to know when their bus is arriving through an application on their smartphones. In addition, the proposed budget sustains our significant investments in the district's early learning system. DC's universal mixed delivery PK system is the envy of the nation. By adding more than $7.8 million to the PKEEP program, the mayor's proposed budget ensures that high-quality, community-based organizations can continue to provide tuition-free kindergarten education to approximately 1,000 district children. This investment will keep families in DC by maintaining a robust, diverse supply of free pre-kindergarten programs. The mayor's proposed budget also includes $70 million in local appropriations to fund the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund program in fiscal year 26, including $12 million to subsidize health insurance coverage for childcare businesses and staff. In addition, the proposed budget provides $68 million in sustained local funding for the Child Care Subsidy Program. The program provides families with low and moderate incomes or other special circumstances with help paying for high-quality education and care in the district. Today, more than 6,700 children across 281 facilities receive subsidized childcare. These investments in PKEEP, the Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund program, and the Child Care Subsidy Program are critically important to district families, early learning providers, and the early childhood education workforce who support our youngest learners each day. OSSE, OSSE is also continuing to invest in and advance core academic achievement efforts. Most notably, the proposed budget provides $3 million to OSSE to continue our high-impact tutoring program in fiscal year 26. This program provides students with individualized academic support in literacy and math in one-on-one or small group settings. This year, we are reaching more than 4,900 students in 62 DC schools through a new $4.3 million locally funded grant program. Because we structured the grant for continuation, schools will be able to carry their work forward from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26 without a gap in services, enabling us to reach students earlier in the school year and amplifying our impact on student learning. This is a cost-efficient and equitable investment in student learning. Well-resourced district parents can easily spend more than $2,000 a year on private tutors. OSSE's high-impact tutoring program levels the playing field for students and families by giving them access to these trajectory-changing academic supports at no cost. It helps equitably grow DC. The investment in high-impact tutoring comes on top of other core teacher development opportunities funded and sustained in OSSE's budget. For example, DC teachers can access OSSE's 25-hour Science of Reading training, take a math bootcamp course, earn a special education micro-credential, and more. Programs and supports like these helped DC rank first in the nation in academic recovery between 2022 and 2024. However, we have further to go to meet all students' needs, so we cannot sit still. Appended to my written testimony, you will find information outlining the steps we have taken to date, as well as what we aim to accomplish in fiscal year 26 to continue to strengthen literacy and math instruction in the district. To support student success after high school, the proposed budget continues investing in our nationally recognized advanced technical centers, which connect students to high-demand careers in nursing and cybersecurity. Through dedicated capital funds, we will expand the Ward 5 ATC, adding new classrooms, 25 additional dual enrollment seats, and 2 on-site health clinics to serve the community and provide work-based learning opportunities for our students. In the fall, we will open a Ward 8 ATC with 50 available seats near the new Cedar Hill Hospital. Seizing on opportunities for industry synergies, the Ward 8 ATC will focus on healthcare, initially offering pathways for emergency medical technicians and certified clinical medical assistants. This will allow more high school students to earn valuable credentials and college credits, engage in hands-on learning, and have clear pathways for post-secondary success. The mayor's proposed fiscal year 26 budget and financial plan recognizes that investments in education are central to a healthy, growing economy. DC is a great place to raise a family, to go to school, to teach, and launch a career. Mayor Bowser's proposed budget charts a path forward to ensure this will continue to be true in the years to come. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Let's start with a 15-minute round. There'll be more than one round. Dr. Mitchell, in your testimony at the beginning, you talked about the $123 million for public schools to the UPSFF, $270 million to increase educator salaries, $7.84 million new funding. All of those are annual figures except for the $270 million. Am I correct?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear your question.
All of those are annual figures. Except for the educator's salaries. That's not $270 million in 1 year.
No, it's not $270 million in 1 year.
It's the WTU contract and the 30 or 38 million to the charter schools. But the other figures are 1-year figures.
That's correct.
That is a little misleading. Also, in the next paragraph, you talk about some of the reductions and you say, in addition, a few enhancements from FY25 could not be sustained. Like what?
Yes. So the enhancements that could not be restored include community schools, course data collection, educator wellness, high impact tutoring, high quality instructional materials, leave it, learn it, research practice partners, and the Rosemont school lease.
You said, I'm going to go over this, communities and schools, course data collection, educator wellness, high quality instructional materials, leave it, learn it. And I skipped something. And then RPP.
Yes, and the Rosemont lease.
No, I skipped something. There was high quality instructional materials, leave it, learn it. Then
Hi-
something.
You didn't say high impact tutoring. That was reduced. It was not completely eliminated.
Yeah, that was what I left out, which was reduced. Reduced from what?
It was reduced from $4.8 million in 2025 to $3 million in 2026.
How does OSSE intend to distribute this funding? Let me say a little bit more. Will OSSE prioritize HIT programs that have demonstrated high levels of student growth? Or focusing on schools with, let's say, 70% or more at-risk students? Or how's OSSE going to prioritize the HIT funding?
The likely way would be to reduce the awards to the schools that have the funding right now. We will absolutely look to determine and ensure that those schools are following all of the requirements in the grant, including the qualities of a strong HIT program that we have outlined in the grant application.
The Budget Support Act that we received from the mayor repeals and removes funding for the Early Literacy Initiative. This program is at $2.2 million, is less than what's proposed for high impact tutoring at $3 million. Why are we, first of all, eliminating the Early Literacy Initiative?
We are in a really tough budget environment. And in that tough budget environment, we have to look critically at programs, particularly where there may be some redundancy. But primarily, this grant has been removed because of the fact that if you scale it out, the cost of this grant is much more than it costs for us to do high impact tutoring. The cost per student for the ELI grant is about $2,000 per student. We are able to do the HIT grant at a cost of $850 to $1,000 per student.
So what are we doing with regard to the recommendations of the literacy task force? I know that something's attached to your testimony, but isn't this early literacy initiative a part of that?
No, sir, actually, it's not. The Literacy Task Force had four recommendations. The first recommendation had to do with ensuring that teachers have training in the science of reading. And we have thus far created a list of approved structured literacy trainings. We have ensured that at least 1,186 educators have completed the OSSE-funded structured literacy training. We launched the adolescent literacy course on our.
Now, are you reading the attachment?
I am reading parts of the attachment.
Okay,
yes.
because I can do that too. Not to be, I don't mean to be disrespectful.
No
but
problem at all.
I gave myself a clock and I'm running out of time.
Okay.
My recollection is that there are parts of the task force recommendations that were not funded. Well, let me rephrase that. There were parts that were funded in the current year budget. Is that funding being maintained?
So the funding that is maintained is $566,000, 229, 291. So that funding was maintained from last year, from this year. It's this year's funding. That
500 and what again?
566,291.
That's all we funded for this year?
That's yes,
Okay, and that funding is being maintained.
that funding is.
But
being
there were
maintained.
other recommendations of the literacy task force that were not funded.
That is correct.
How much did they add up to?
I don't think that I have the amount. I can tell you that the Literacy Task Force spoke about training not only kindergarten teachers, but other teachers. The grant that we got, the funding that we received for fiscal year 25 was funding for personnel services to hire coaches. And we did indeed do the work to hire the coaches. Unfortunately, after we identified the candidates, the hiring freeze came about and we were unable to bring those coaches on board. There was also funding to support teachers and professional development, but that funding was not a part of the fiscal year 25 allocation, and it's not a part of 26 either.
I think this is what I would like, is if you could, after the hearing, follow up with, I asked this a year ago, the numbers may have changed, and my memory doesn't go back that well. How much, the different recommendations, how much do they cost? How much is in the budget? And if you can give updated costs without creating a lot of work, if it requires a lot of work, then just note that the costs are last year's figures. But I think it would help me if I just had in one place what the literacy task force recommended, what the cost was, and what we have in the mayor's proposed budget.
We are happy to follow up with that.
Give me a second. So I don't understand. High impact tutoring is one-on-one or small group. I'm going to say tutoring. That's what it is, tutoring on reading, if we're talking about literacy. What is the early literacy initiative?
The early
At $2,000 a student.
Yep, the Early Literacy Initiative is a grant that is a grant for, is it 3 or 4? Hold on for 1 second. It is a grant that went to 3
To multiple nonprofits?
Yep, to multiple nonprofits. That's the task force. It is designed to give training to provide tutoring to students. And it is separate from the task force recommendations and separate from our tutoring, our HIT tutoring initiative.
So give me an example of one of the grants.
One of the grants?
Yeah, you said multiple organizations, so one of the grants.
Yep, hold on for 1
Like
second.
to Reading Partners?
Reading Partners, yes.
Literacy Lab.
Literacy.
And they do sort of the same thing.
Yes, they tutor.
In one-on-one or small groups.
In one-on-one and small groups, yes.
Child care subsidy program.
Yes.
So your testimony says the proposed budget provides $68 million in sustained local funding for the child care subsidy program. Does sustain mean each year of the financial plan?
It does not. It means that the, for the fiscal year 26 budget, the mayor has held the $68 million constant, and it's only for fiscal year 26.
Okay, now I have a note that says it's 86 million. I'm guessing the 20 million is federal?
Yes, this fund is made up of both local and federal funding. And so the additional monies are indeed federal. And those are local, those are from the federal money that we receive from DHS from TANF.
So it's 68 plus 20.
Those funds all go into the subsidy program. There is another 32 million in federal that is a part of the program as well.
So this is taxing me. There's a total of $120 million available?
110.
Oh, man. No, 68 and 20 and 32 equals 120. Maybe I'm off on the TANF, that it's not 20, it's 10.
Yeah, I think it's this number here. Where's the 53 coming? You want to say something? Sarah, would you like to?
Sure. So this is a very complicated program that receives funding from multiple local and federal sources, including the fact that in FY22 through FY24, we did receive one-time COVID funds, which allowed us to push a number of the FY24 childcare and development funds forward into FY25. Because of the complexity of the program and the fact that the federal and the local funding sources have different rules that require the funds to be spent on certain things other than the direct childcare subsidy payments to childcare providers, I think it might be useful for OSSE to provide a more detailed walkthrough with sort of tables and graphics where we can walk through some of this with you at another time, which we're happy happy to do for any council members and staff that are interested in understanding that
So
better.
you just volunteered that you will provide a detailed itemization.
We can do that, yeah.
That will explain also, I don't need it in huge detail, but will explain how the different sources may have different,
Yes, we can do that.
get used differently.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but for purposes of right now, I'm trying to get a sense. I have a number of 86 million. Dr. Mitchell, in your testimony, you said 68 million. That's a $20 million difference. You mentioned there's federal money, which would be additional. We are talking about the child care subsidy program.
We are.
So is it 68 plus 20 plus 32?
It's a little bit confusing because historically the TANF funding was federal funding, but in FY23 it shifted to local funding. That makes it a little bit confusing to walk through what is the local versus the federal funding of the program over time.
Sure, but is it still 68 plus 20 plus 32? Or is it 68 plus 32?
Are you asking about FY25 or FY26?
FY26.
FY26. It is not exactly either of those numbers. Let me look real quick.
Well, give me some numbers.
Yep. It is about 56 million in regular local funds, an additional 24 in the funds that are in the DHS MOU. And there is some uncertainty about the federal funding for FY26 because the federal appropriations for FY26 haven't yet been passed. But based on historical funding levels, we would expect about $20 million in that program.
So 56 and 24 is 80?
Yep.
And 20 would take it up to 100?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Now last year, FY24, 110 million was spent.
Last year, 105 million was spent on the childcare subsidy payments directly to childcare providers.
Program's probably more than the direct payments.
So the other activities that are funded with the CCDF funds and local childcare subsidy funds were more than that, yes.
Like 110.
It was about 125. That was in FY24. That included some activities that we no longer spend money on.
Okay. This year, I'm told that you're on track to spend 110.
To date, we have spent $70 million in childcare subsidy program payments.
I know, but we're just started the month of June.
Yes.
There are no other, help me here.
There are 5 months of payments remaining.
Huh?
There are 5 months of payments remaining.
Thank you. So 5/12 of 70, I'm sure that math isn't right. I mean, it sounds like you're close to 100 and it sounds like you're close to 110 million this year.
Yes.
And for next year, it's going to be less. Yes.
The funding level available for next year is less, yes.
Okay, and the enrollment, I'm not sure enrollment's the right word, is up. Maybe I should say the population is up.
The number of children receiving childcare subsidies is up, yes.
Has gone from something like 5,000, 5,500 to 6,700?
Correct.
All right, so how are we going to make that work?
Dr. Mitchell, do you want to answer that or do you want me to?
Please.
So OSSE is aware that there is a fiscal pressure in the program, and we are engaged with the mayor's office around this, and we are looking both internally at a variety of options, which include both strategies for identifying where there are additional resources in OSSE's budget that could be used to support subsidy program costs, as well as looking at what are the options available to make program adjustments that would bend the cost curve.
Well, the only way there would be resources in OSSE available would be to cut some.
That is
Right.
correct. And we are only beginning that conversation. We would try very hard not to cut resources to the participants. But again, this is the beginning of the conversation, and we would be happy to come back to you once we have the full conversation.
And when would that be?
Coming months? I would say probably the next 6 weeks.
I'm not turning to you yet to ask questions. I'm going to ask you a question. Aren't we voting on the budget in 6 weeks? So you're going to get back to me with some detail.
Yes.
That's what you volunteered. I would like you to include in that for this year, what the population is and the different sources for this year. And also, what do you project the population will be next year? I have 6,700. Is that this year or is that next year?
So the subsidy enrollment changes month to month because children can enter and exit the program at any time. We can walk you through all of that when we share the information you requested.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate you spending some additional time to kind of clear that up, because I definitely had some questions about that, especially because the mayor put out a whole press release saying there would be no changes. And now we're hearing, quote, we'll have to make program adjustments to bend the cost curve, which is a very nice way of saying either you're going to have to cut eligibility, cut slots, or cut the cost of the value of the subsidy. And I'm worried about the implications of doing that in light of what's happening on the Hill in discussions about the TANF program on the federal side going forward, because if they hold to these work requirements for Medicaid, for SNAP, for TANF, those individuals actually need childcare in order to be able to work, in order to be able to do all of those other things or to participate in all of those other programs. So, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, if you could share that information when you get it from Assistant Superintendent Reed, that would be helpful. Sorry, been joined by.
Of course.
intern.
There are no secrets around here. It'll all be-
Hello.
We got the intern to work.
Have look, this is what happens when you have a hearing that goes to 7:30. Okay, I wanted to ask some questions about sticking on early learning. I wanted to ask about PKEEP, Superintendent Mitchell.
Yep.
The budget that we see reflects a 1.7 million decrease for PKEEP. Is that your read, or are we seeing a mistake?
That is correct. There is that decrease for PKEEP. PKEEP is based on enrollment, and this is an adjustment for enrollment.
Okay, I also noticed that in the FY25 supplemental, there's a $2 million reduction for this program as well. Is that just slots that were not filled?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So in terms of the $1.7 million decrease, will that impact the number? Like, will CBOs be able to maintain the same level of seats that they have available this school year?
Again, that decrease is based on the difference between our projection and actual enrollment. And so if the actual enrollment stays consistent, then the funding will suffice, and they will be able to offer those seats.
I take your
Okay.
phone.
I think the thing that folks are very just concerned about is if my kid has a slot today in my CBO program in pre-K 3, are they going to have a slot next year? Can we say confidently yes for the programs that already exist?
Confidently, yes.
Okay, thank you. The chairman covered a lot on early learning, but let me go to something that I don't want to get lost, which is around OSSE and what's happening there. So your testimony, you discuss how the budget proposal adds nearly 2.5 million to OSSE's transportation budget. You mentioned that the purpose of this additional funding is to meet your legal obligations to provide transportation as a related service to eligible students, maintain your popular parent stipend program, as well as ensure that you all can purchase the new GPS smart technology. I want to ask where we are with the GPS technology. The budget reflects a negative $1.7 million balance for this project. Does this mean that you guys have already spent all of the money that you need? Or what's happening here and when will it be launched?
Sure. Thank you very much for those questions. We're very excited about this new system. We are in the procurement in the procurement process right now. We have submitted the complete package to OCP, and we're working very closely with our colleagues to ensure that we move forward. In terms of a timeline, we are still on track to have the system fully implemented for next summer.
Wait, next summer, you mean this summer, right? August?
No, I wish that I did, but it will take us time to program the new system and work with our bus drivers and attendants. It's going to take, unfortunately, most of the school year to get the system up and running. We'll be able to do some pilots next year, but the anticipation is that the system will be fully operational for our summer runs next year.
So summer 2026.
Yes.
Okay. That's a little disappointing because I feel like we've been talking about this app for like several years now. And yeah, okay. Let's talk about the terminal operations budget. So there's a lot of movement that's going on here. I see a $22.6 million decrease overall, 5.9 FTE decrease. But they're also, Jordan. But there also seems to be some movement in terms of terminals. So the Southwest Terminal is seeing an increase, but it seems as though some positions are being cut from 5th Street and New York Avenue. What's going on here?
Yes, these are largely technical moves, and I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Keenan Thompson to address those questions.
Yes, thank you for your question. When we moved to the new financial system last year, Dr. Grant at the time announced that we are doing some restructuring of all of our agency's budget so that it more properly aligns and is more transparent to how our organizational structure is existing right now. The decrease, I use those in air quotes, that you're seeing, for example, in the terminal operations, is what we want to note generally is that all of the things that are in terminal operations are related to our terminals, right? So you would see, for example, this operational control of -15, but that was fleet maintenance and oversight of it was oversight of the actual terminals. So for example, we just moved that up into what is agency management program. We're going to rename that appropriately as we move forward. But what you're seeing on paper simply is a result of movements to make sure that it more clearly aligns to our budgetary structure, or our budgetary structure more clearly aligns to our organizational structure. You are not seeing any substantive changes in programs or reductions to those to actual but programmatic items writ large. On the New York Avenue kind of reductions, there were reductions, as you note, the mayor noted some cost savings reductions. All those were taken on the PS side of DOT's budget. So you would see reductions on for vacancy savings as well as those cost savings reductions in the PS side.
Okay, so the positions that were eliminated, or the vacancies, the positions that are being eliminated were already vacant.
Yes, correct.
Okay, because we need more drivers, so it would seem strange that we would be cutting positions. The book shows a $15.1 million decrease in operation control. Much of this appears to be for contractual services, but the security services line is also zeroed out. What other contracts are being affected by this? And I mean, security seems important here. So how are we going to maintain this?
Again, for example, the contractual services reduction on the terminal operations control is simply being moved up into what is performance and strategic management and the resource kind of management, different program center up above. So there's not, again, it is frustrating for you, it's frustrating for the public, it's frustrating for us. But what we are again trying to do is just realign our budget structure so that we are making sure that it aligns to our operational program. So you're not seeing any true unmitigated reductions to any line items. These are simply shifts in the system outside of the things that the mayor has announced.
So we're not seeing any reductions, but we're also not seeing any sort of meaningful increases in terms of addressing some of the driver shortage issues, unless there's funding somewhere around the recruitment bonuses, and I'm not seeing that. Because didn't you all used to have recruitment bonuses or retention bonuses or an incentive for not calling out? Are we
Yes.
just assuming that all of those issues are being resolved in
Those issues
FY26?
are far from resolved, unfortunately. But we did learn that those programs were not as effective as we wanted them to be. So the additional programs that we put in place have gone away, but there are still some bonuses in the contracts that the unions negotiated with the city.
Okay, so but at performance oversight, you all shared that you had about a 10% vacancy rate in drivers.
Mhm.
How many do you have now?
Hold on. We'll have to follow up with that. We don't have an exact number for you right now. I can tell you that we continue to experience, though, some of the issues that we have with call-outs. And so the labor problem continues to exist, and we are working on a couple of different ways to address it. One of the things that we hope to do is to hire more managers, because right now the ratio of frontline staff to management is 38-1. And that does not
I'm
bode
sorry,
well.
Superintendent, can you say that again? Did you say 48-1?
38-1.
38-1. Okay.
Yes, yes, yes. So we're working to address that. We're working to address conditions in the terminals. We think that through a combination of these things, we're working to, as we renegotiate the union contracts, we're thinking about our disciplinary structure and the way that we discipline individuals who are tardy or don't come to work. All of that is aimed at fixing some of the concerns that we have about our drivers and our staff. I think I will say, though, that the drivers that we do have, most of them are excellent. They have worked tirelessly. They worked overtime, as a matter of fact, to ensure that we're able to fulfill our legal obligations.
Okay. So I mean, there are lots of things that it sounds like you're trying to put in place here, but I just want to make sure that this budget gives OSSE the ability to actually recruit and retain folks, especially since you know that not only are you competing with every other school district around us for drivers, but also FedEx, UPS,
Right.
Amazon, like anybody who has a CDL is in high demand. And I don't know if we are matching. Are we competitive?
It's
Like,
my
is our salary and benefits competitive?
I believe they are, yes.
Okay. Let me just switch to a couple other things in my last little 2 minutes here. There's a proposed increase for educator credentialing, about 13 million. It says in the charts that we have that increase is for grants and gratuities for quote unquote literacy. Is this a new item in the educator credentialing division? Can you say a little bit more about what this is going to be used for?
Thank you for the question. If there is a substantive increase on the line item, that's going to be as reflective of, again, there's no programmatic increases on in that particular cost center. The educator credentialing, I see what you're saying. There's no programmatic increases in those. As I said earlier, a lot of our budget, just unfortunately, if you're trying to analyze year over year, is, to be frank, just not going to be all that helpful because there are substantive changes moving things from one location to another. I think the clear...
Well, which that happens every year, but in those cases, an agency would provide the council with a crosswalk so that we can understand the changes. Did that happen?
Yes, we should have provided a crosswalk.
Okay, because, you know, a lot of my questions, and it's not just mine, but it's also the public. The public are reading these documents and they are looking at the CFO's numbers. They're seeing decreases here. So a crosswalk would be tremendously helpful in helping us understand where dollars actually lie versus not. But I don't have enough time to do another question, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will there be a second round, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I'll go back quickly on a couple of different things on the child care subsidy. Like, everybody's asking the same question, and the point that the public is confused. When I look at the numbers, it looks like 86, what's advertised is 86 million here, but it looks like, in some ways, it looks like 110 million would be spent this year. I think I'm hearing from you more like 120 million. How do we, if we have a growing number of participants, how do we make that work? Sounds like you know that too, and you have to work on that. Ideally, that would have been resolved before we got here, but we'll all need to understand it. On PKEEP, similar thing, you know, it's advertised as an increase of 7.84, but that's because last year the council put in one-time money, and then the base you were working off of was 12 million this year, and then you add 7.84 and you get into the 19 millions, which is below what we did last year. But I guess you're telling me that's okay because enrollment is lower than we anticipated. One of the things I've heard from PKEEP operators is that their reimbursement has been based on past year's enrollment, and that for growing programs, they're concerned that they will have unfunded students. Can you assure me that this year's the FY26 PKEEP payments will be based on FY26 enrollment levels at all of the providers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to defer that question to Assistant Superintendent Mead.
So all the PKEEP programs, because of the way the program is funded, forecast their enrollment in the spring prior to the new school year. And then their actual, so we award them a preliminary grant award based on their forecast enrollment, and then their actual funding they receive is based on their audited enrollment as of the audit, the same way as is the case for public charter schools and DCPS.
Okay, so they will be they will get funding based on their audited enrollment for
based on their audit. Yes, that is always the case.
25, 26.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it is frequently the case that their audited enrollment is actually lower than what they projected, and that's, you know, why the funding this year is lower than the amount it had been in the budget.
But that's not because it was based on a previous year, it's because it's based on the audit.
Correct.
Okay. So the Pay Equity Fund is another one of these places where when you look at the money, it looks like it's not as much money as what we spent last year or what we're spending this year, I guess. Let me see if I can find the dollar figures, but the mayor's proposal was 70 million, and then we need, my understanding is we need 74 to meet FY25 expenditures. So it's a $4 million cut. 2% COLA adds some money. The higher awards based on folks achieving credentials a little bit more. And so you're getting into 78, 80 million in total cost to hold it at the same level or meeting the increased obligations. What I can't have 3 minutes. I didn't use 12 minutes. I don't need forever, but that didn't seem right. See, I don't really need the math task force, so I could figure that out right away.
Yeah.
So what's happening here, and do we have enough money to maintain the program at current levels?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't look like it.
So, council member, we are on track to spend $70 million for this year. And there is a little bit more, but we believe that we have carryover funding that we can use to meet the additional monies that we will be spending for 25. So 25 is, we will meet our obligations. We'll spend a little bit more than 70 million, but we do have carryover funding to cover that. For next year, we are so grateful to the mayor for funding this program for the full 70 million. We will indeed be able to meet that mark. There are some changes that we can make to ensure to bend the curve if that is necessary. But we think that the 70 million will be sufficient.
But I mean, it worries me because 70 million wasn't sufficient for FY25. You're going to have to use carryover dollars plus their increased costs, and there's the shift based on credentialing.
Yes, the task force, though, recommended some changes to the formula that we use, particularly in terms of payments for teachers that don't have the BA, for aides that don't have the CDA. So those changes will be incorporated for next year.
And with those changes incorporated, your view is that the 70 million should be enough. Okay. OSSE DOT, just a little bit on this. I mean, we've all been wanting this app for a while.
We have been.
Next year. It puts me in the mind of the rent registry, which folks have asked for about 10 years, and now it's coming, but let's really deliver on that if we can. I've heard that there have been some notices of efforts to try to reduce reliance on the OSSE transportation services, the concern that LEAs may designate transportation should be provided when it may or may not need to be, and other kinds of changes. What's happening? I don't see that in the budget, but are those kinds of things under contemplation?
Yes. So first, I want to say that OSSE takes the responsibility of transporting students with disabilities to and from school quite seriously. It is a responsibility and obligation, but also something we believe deeply in because it's important for those students to access education. We are working, first of all, in terms of roles, it is the EIP team that makes decisions about whether or not a student is eligible for transportation. That team makes the decision, and OSSE's role is to oversee that work. We are working on two fronts to ensure that those teams have the necessary information to make decisions that are in line with IDEA. We issued guidance last year, and we are working very hard with our LEAs to ensure that the IEP teams understand the guidance and know when to offer transportation to students based on that guidance. And so that is one way that we are attempting to ensure that the students that are riding, accessing OSSE transportation are students that are entitled to it based on their IEPs. On the other hand, we are working assiduously to make our system more efficient. And so one of the ways that we're doing that is by diversifying the transportation options and really making more known to the riding public our parent stipend program, which is a program that would pay parents $400 a month to transport the students to and from school themselves. And that is one way that we're diversifying our transportation services.
So in terms of the IP dimension of it, would you have any recourse if an LEA is non-compliant and including a transportation request where it isn't appropriate? What's your powers there?
Yeah, our powers are largely around providing technical assistance to LEAs. We actually this year conducted a review of IEPs, and for those LEAs that seem to be struggling with this area, we have provided and will continue to provide intense technical assistance, and we'll continue to monitor.
It's a diplomatic answer, but it didn't sound like an enforcement mechanism. It sounded like you can tell them again, no, you're supposed to do this and you're monitoring it. So I don't know what to do on that, but the kids who need this, and the kids who don't, we shouldn't be doing it because, Councilmember Henderson talked about a shortage of drivers, and they should be driving the kids who need it. A different thing we've heard about is some sort of a parent portal to opt in, and the window to opt in is I've heard June 10th to June 20th. It's soon, and under 3 weeks. Talk to me about what that is and how that fits into your expectations around your transportation services.
Sure, gladly. Happy to talk with you about that. So in previous years, OSSE received what we call transportation request forms from LEAs. And LEAs worked with parents over the summer to identify whether or not the parent was interested in the transportation and to get addresses about where the student should be picked up and left off. Some LEAs did that work very well. Some LEAs did an okay job, and some LEAs did a really poor job. And so this, for next school year, OSSE is modernizing the process, moving away from spreadsheets and things like that, and also having the LEA in the middle. And so we have created a platform where parents can go and give us the information directly. That is called the Parent Portal. We will be continuing to contact parents, inviting them to go to the Parent Portal, provide information about whether or not they will be using transportation, and if they are using transportation, what preference they have, whether or not they would like to do the parent stipend program, or if they'd like to ride the regular yellow bus. That essentially is the Parent Portal. That's what the Parent Portal will do. It will open on June 9th, but we have not indicated when it will close. It's a rolling application. And so we've just sent out a save the date so that people will know that the application is open. In addition to the save the date and emails that we'll be sending to all of the parents who have children who are eligible for OSSE transportation, we have a few other ways that we'll be contacting parents. We'll be doing some phone calls. And we also will have open sessions at OSSE for support if parents would like to come in and do it. We estimate that it will take like maybe 3 to 5 minutes for a parent to provide the information, but that's what the Parent Portal is about.
A thing that would be a source of concern for me, and probably for you as well, is that you could have families with the highest need that don't participate in the portal, and then what happens? Are they no longer eligible for services? If that's the case, what kinds of Herculean efforts would you make to try to make sure that people had the opportunity to sign up?
Yeah, if you think about it, every year we have to interact with parents to understand whether or not they're participating in transportation and what the addresses are. So this is an effort that happens every year. And this is also for parents who don't use the portal. This is why we're implementing phone calls. We have a phone bank that will be doing that. And that's also why we have provided opportunities 3 days a week, I think, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays, for personal interaction if that need be. So we'll be working very hard to ensure that all of the parents that have transportation as an offered service will have access to the parent portal.
Okay, I'll pivot for a moment to non-public tuition, which goes up by 7 million. And to what extent, I mean, I think that the cost of non-public tuition had gone up so high, and then we really made an effort to bring services in more in-house. To what extent are you thinking about adding facilities in the district that would be public facilities and having savings from that over the longer term? Because as tuition goes up and up and up, it becomes a challenge. So to what extent does this 14% increase in the cost raise that question for you inside of the agency?
It is a great question. It's a question that has been discussed for several years, actually. Before answering it, though, I'd like to say that the additional monies would actually bring the non-public tuition budget back to pre-pandemic levels. So while you see it as an increase, it is really post-pandemic. We are, and even though we have lowered the number of students that are actually in non-public schools, the costs have gone up. So that's important to know and understand that this is really just going back to pre-pandemic levels. There have been some discussions about creating additional capacity within the district. And as a matter of fact, we are in conversations with the Public Charter School Board about ways to incent organizations to bring that type of school to the district. You are exactly right. I do think that capacity in the district is a way to address some of these rising costs.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to leave a second on the table.
So that's negative second. Councilmember Nadeau?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I am learning a lot by listening to my colleagues tonight, which is always a good thing. Superintendent, it's nice to see you. Thank you for your testimony tonight. I wanted to ask a few questions about educator programs. So the educator wellness grants were cut in FY26, is that right?
That they were reduced, yes.
Uh-huh. And how much remains?
So in fiscal year 25, there was $900,000 for the educator wellness grants. And in fiscal year 26, that total went down to $400,000.
And how many fewer teachers or schools does that mean we'd be serving in FY26?
We have not yet worked that out. It is a topic of discussion to understand how we will structure that grant given the reduction. It is a really tough budget environment. We are thankful for the funding that we have, but we have not yet determined how we will structure the grants.
How many are you serving with the 900,000?
How many schools? We may have to get back to you on that.
Okay. And is this reduction an indicator that OSSE doesn't believe the grants were effective?
It absolutely does not indicate that we don't think the grants were effective. Our educators and their wellness really does predict how well they work with students. And we definitely care about educators as individuals as well as their work with students. This grant was actually stood up just after the pandemic to help educators deal with the trauma that they were experiencing and that students were experiencing as a result of the pandemic. We did not envision this as being an ongoing grant. And because this grant goes away, doesn't mean that the portfolio goes away. We will continue to provide wellness information, activities, to schools through our Health and Wellness Division. We have a toolkit which we have designed that is designed to provide schools with the information to build capacity in schools to offer wellness to its teachers, to their teachers, without an additional grant.
So they just have to do it with the staff that they have.
And support technical assistance, one-on-one trainings, one-on-one working with the LEAs and other supports that OSSE can provide, but not with the grant.
And what are the other supports that OSSE can provide that you think are comparable?
Well, OSSE is always interested in building capacity in LEAs. And so we have already developed a blueprint toolkit that LEAs can use to understand how to build trust among educators in the school, how to do how to understand what the issues and concerns are in the school, how to begin addressing those issues and concerns. So we have that toolkit. In addition to the toolkit, as I indicated earlier, we have technical assistance whereby our experts in health and wellness can go out to the schools, can offer a community of practice for the schools. These are the types of things that we can do to support LEAs in this work.
Interesting. So that's combined with non-educator wellness. So it's whole child and educator wellness grants, which includes nutrition programs for kids, right?
It was
last year, 500,000 was dedicated for just educator wellness.
That's correct.
And now it's going to be 400,000 total for both.
That's correct.
Okay. I have concerns about that because this is being used as a retention tool. I'm not sure everyone agrees that it was only supposed to be about the pandemic. You know, we've had a retention issue in DC public schools for a long time, and this seemed to be one of the things that was working. So I'm concerned about that, but I'll move on. It appears the Bridge the Gap program is also not funded in FY26. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
So is that zeroed out?
It has been zeroed out.
What impact will this have on individual schools like Tubman Elementary and Ward 1?
So the Bridge to Gap program provided opportunities for schools and LEAs to engage in trips, to promote experiential learning outside of the classroom. We certainly value that learning. It's just that in this tough fiscal environment, it is difficult to maintain that grant, especially when the mayor has increased the UPSFF and funding for school trips and things like that should come out of that. One of the things that we're trying to do is to understand the role of the SEA versus the LEA. And I think that school trips, experiential learning are items that are the LEA responsibilities.
But that's probably not what will happen, right? Because UPSF funds are needed to operate the schools, pay people, make sure they can keep the lights on. If schools still want to do field trips, they're going to have to fundraise, or they're going to have to ask parents to kick in, or it's going to exacerbate the equity issues that we have across the city because wealthier schools will be able to do that and schools that aren't as wealthy won't.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you clarify how OSSE's funding for community schools has changed in FY26, please?
Yes, I can. So for community schools, the grant has been eliminated, and that is a reduction of the full $2.48 million.
What impact is that reduction going to have on family schools and the range of services community schools is able to provide?
Yeah. Yeah, so community schools, I think, are incredibly research-based opportunities for schools to access the wraparound supports that students need. This particular grant was designed as an incubator grant to begin to introduce community schools to LEAs, to incent LEAs to find ways to support community schools. The funding is designed again to, was designed to just introduce the community school concept and to get community schools started. One of the enduring components of the grant was this notion of sustainability, because it was always made known that these grants were not intended to fund a full-fledged community school, but only to incentivize the LEAs to think about this concept.
Well, that's a reasonable approach, but one would think that you would want to gradually wean them from the public funding. I mean, in Ward 1, Cardozo was already cut out last year and it's privately funded, but it's had a very big grant from a private donor that isn't going to be available anymore. So Cardozo is under threat again, even though it wasn't receiving the city's funds. But to just cut it completely in 1 year, that's not sort of that's not, allowing people to build an off-ramp. That's really just, pushing them out the door and saying good luck.
It was my understanding that these are 3-year grants, and these were competitive grants that the LEAs applied for. I will go back and check, but I believe we have 2 cohorts. One cohort that ended last year after 3 years, and then the next cohort had 1 year to go.
Okay, I look forward to hearing what you find out when you go back and check. Thank you. I was pleased to see funding in the FY26 budget for the Pay Equity Fund, but I remain concerned that it's only one-time funding. Given what we know about how funding instability undermines program effectiveness and outcomes, what was the rationale for not committing support across the full financial plan? And I'll add this. There was a mass panic earlier this year among the CBOs and others who were worried that this was not going to be available, and folks started, it impacted the lottery. So how do we justify making this one-time money again?
Yes, as you know, DC has to create a budget based on a 4-year plan. The mayor has introduced a growth economy and has clearly said that we will look to formulate fiscal year 27 at the time when we do that, and it is possible that things will change in terms of what's in the budget for 27 right now.
Okay. Well, I had growth economy on my bingo card, so thank you for that one. I want to ask, I know we've gotten a little bit into the transportation questions, but how does the agency plan to use the $17.9 million increase in special education transportation included OSSE's supplemental budget?
So that $7 million will be used basically for 2 things. One, nursing. Our ridership has, I think it's about 10% of the students that require nurses to ride the buses, and costs have just skyrocketed for our nursing contracts. And then the other is private routes. In order to make the system work, we've had to employ private routes to run about 150, 125 of our routes, and the funding will be used to support those private routes. Now, I will say that this funding we anticipate not using next year because we have launched several projects aimed at reducing the cost of our transportation services. Those projects range from the parent stipend program, which costs us 1/10 of what it costs to transport a student on a school bus, to other ways of modernizing the system so that we have data about student ridership. So we are excited to implement and to continue to do these over 20 projects that we're hoping will bend the cost curve tremendously for next year.
So the 17.9 million, that's over the financial plan,
No, it's just for this year.
but you said you don't need it?
I said we anticipate not needing it next year.
Got it. So the 17.9, you mean, okay, the 17.9 is in FY26?
I'm sorry. The 17.9 was an adjustment for fiscal year 25.
Got it. Thank you. That was my confusion. Okay. And then you won't need that much of an increase. You won't have to carry over that much to FY26 because of the innovations you're implementing.
That is our hope.
Could you say more in the time that I have left about the 20 projects? Is anything you can touch on?
Sure. First and foremost, it's the parent stipend program. As I indicated, a student that participates in the parent stipend program costs about a tenth of the funding that we would spend on that student on one of our yellow buses. In addition to that, it's the purchase of the new GPS system that will allow us to improve our routing process, and that efficiency is we think that efficiency will enable us to lower the number of routes that we have to run, and then that would be cost saving. In addition to that, we are implementing a program whereby our bus drivers will be entering information into a database regarding student usage, so that if there are students that we are legally required to transport who are not using the services, we'll have the documented data to go back to LEAs and ask them to work with the parents on that. And so we think that that will decrease our ridership as well. In addition to that, we are working again with our guidance to ensure that IEP teams are adhering to the rules and regulations laid out in IDEA. And we really believe that that too will decrease our ridership and consequently decrease our cost. We're also thinking about buying CDL vans, non-CDL vans that will that we can use, and that will release some of the pressure that we have to hire bus drivers with the CDL license. We are working to address some of the personnel HR issues that we face, particularly around the use of administrative leave when there is an incident. So really, it's so exciting to see all of this work happening to not only modernize the system, but to make the system more efficient.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent. I won't ask and answer any questions that my colleagues have already answered. So under transportation, I think most have been asked and answered. I did want to know what the current status of the pending lawsuit regarding OSSE DOT is, and how a potential settlement in that case is factored into the budget.
Thank you so much for that question. It is pending it is pending, so I can't say very much about it. I can tell you it is in the discovery phase at this point.
Okay. I wanted to ask and sort of some questions about sort of where we are with adult education. I noticed that the proposed fiscal year 26 budget includes a 2.7 million reduction for adult and family education compared to fiscal year 25. What specific services or programs are being scaled back or eliminated, and how would this reduction really impact access to adult literacy, GED preparation, and workforce training for district residents?
Thank you so much for the question, council member. The reduction was $1.69 million. I think you may have quoted a higher number.
Okay.
Nonetheless, that 1.69 reduction will mean that we won't be able to educate about 300 of our students. It is a it is not a cut that we want to make, but we are in a really tough environment right now, and we're just thankful for the funding that we did receive. And our adult and family education team is one of the hardest working teams in our agency. They are likely to reduce some of the internal work that they do to spare some of the cuts hitting our residents. But it's where we are.
Yeah. I think it's unfortunate, just because you all have been done such a great job in this area. And so, understanding that, it's something worth fighting for. Based on, fiscal year 26 enrollment projections and spending trends to date, I guess, what is the actual amount the subsidy program requires to continue serving all current enrolled families and avoid instituting a subsidy wait list? I guess because 86 million cannot be realistic if we already have spent 1.7 million through May.
The problem with giving you a quote is that there's so much federal uncertainty. Clearly, the mayor has been consistent in the $68 million that is provided in local funds. On the other side, as Assistant Superintendent Mead has testified, the federal funds come in different buckets, different programs with different requirements for spending and not spending. We spent $110 million, I believe, in 2024. 105 in 2024. The program has definitely seen rising costs, and we'll have to bend the curve. But as I've indicated, we've not completed the conversations yet to determine how we might do that.
Got it. Okay. We'll stay keyed in with the committee on sort of what we find in the future. I wanted to ask about enrollment, particularly given the enrollment increases in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8, with Ward 4 seeing the second largest year-over-year increase. How is OSSE planning to allocate budget resources to addressing growing capacity pressures in these areas, particularly in schools that are already experiencing overcrowding, like the ones in Ward 4?
So the enrollment increase is something that we are actually very, very happy to see. It means that families are believing in our public schools. So we're very pleased with that. We think that the increases to the UPSFF will enable schools to do what's necessary to get the space that they need. That's the best answer that I have right now. I'm really curious to learn more about some of the pressures that schools are feeling.
Got it. Yeah, the enrollment report notes significant mid-year student movement in some schools. And so I guess I'm wondering also, how is OSSE using this data to inform funding flexibility or contingency resources for LEAs, especially those that are sort of consistently absorbing new students mid-year without that additional support?
So it's my understanding that the mobility that is happening is sort of leveling out. And I know that DCPS has support built in to address when students come into the LEA. So I would, again, this is an area that I would like to learn more about, but I do think that the shifts are largely addressed through either the UPSFF or the funding that DCPS has to address shifts.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to, and indeed in enrollment, is sort of with the continued year-over-year enrollment increases in certain wards, I'm curious, is OSSE, and if OSSE is, how is OSSE coordinating with DME, and then my agency DGS to ensure that the budget planning aligns with facility needs and capital investments to sort of relieve some of the overcrowding in those most impacted schools?
So we haven't been involved in those conversations. I know that the DME plays a pretty critical role in the school enhancement and school growth areas.
Yeah. And I guess into that respect, if you all haven't been in the conversation, I'm just wondering, how does OSSE ensure that its enrollment projections, which are the basis for school funding allocations, accurately reflect school level trends, and sort of what adjustments are made when actual enrollment exceeds projections, particularly in high growth schools?
I am going to defer to Assistant Superintendent Thompson.
So OSSE does not actually engage in the enrollment projection process itself. It's done at the LEA level, and the DME is the one that oversees the enrollment projections. We are responsible for executing upon, once those enrollment projections are made, issuing the UPSF funding to each individual LEA on the charter side. DCPS has its own, funding mechanism, but we at the agency are not yet a part of those conversations. However, this year is the first year that actually we've started initiating talks with the DME to be engaged in that enrollment projection, so that we can have, because we do actually keep the enrollment data at OSSE, we think that we may be able to help and provide some assistance in the enrollment projections.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that you all would be actually helpful
Great.
in those conversations. Okay. I wanted to ask, the fiscal year 26 budget includes one-time 30.8 million investment in charter school educator compensation. While, as you know, DCPS is slated to receive 240 million in reoccurring compensation funding through fiscal year 29. How is the administration planning to ensure, I guess, long-term parity in educator pay between DCPS and public charter schools beyond this fiscal year?
So the mayor has provided these funding, the $30.8 million for charter school teachers in this year's budget. We will be dispersing that money to the charter school teachers in August, early September. And we hope that these funds will be a part of the UPSFF moving forward. So the plan is to continue to provide these funds so that our teachers have some parity in terms of pay increases.
Got it. Okay. And I see, while charter facilities funding sees a 3.1% increase in fiscal year 21, it looks like that growth is paused from fiscal year 27 through fiscal year 30. I guess in contrast, DCPS receives 49 million in new local funds for fixed facility costs starting in fiscal year 27. I guess what rationale justifies this divergence in support? And how does the administration plan to ensure equitable facility funding for public charter schools over the long term?
Council member, I'm sorry, but I think I have to defer you to the DME to answer that question. I just don't have the information.
Got it. One of the things that came up is that the DC Public Charter School Board budget has been reduced by over 50%, I guess raising concerns about the agency's ability to provide oversight and support services. Do you know of, or what impact analysis has been conducted on how these cuts will affect, I guess, school operations accountability and interagency coordination, particularly in the times of crisis like the recent gun violence incidents near Education Hill?
Yeah, we work pretty closely with the charter school board, but questions about that budget would have to be addressed by Michelle Walker Davis.
Got it. Of the 107.5 million OSSE spent on the subsidy program in fiscal year 2024, how much of that spending was on payments made to child care providers?
Just 1 minute. $105.5 million were
Okay.
direct payments.
Okay, and what else? And what were the other expenses?
Mhm. There are a few other expenses that are a part of that program. They include things like the qu- the quality investments to ensure that the programs are meeting certain standards to participate. There is the licensing is a part of that. There are also funding for the LEAD, the scholarship applications. Those are some of the things. And also OSSE staffing to carry out the program.
Okay. And what is the exact current subsidy enrollment level? Mayor Bowser's press release in April, I think, cited 6,796. Your statement says 6,700, which is correct?
I believe it's the 6,700, which is probably, probably an average.
Got it.
Mhm.
And would you be aware of how many children with disabilities or special needs are currently enrolled in subsidy?
67. Yep, hold on for 1 second.
We have that information and we can follow up.
Great. What's OSSE's projected subsidy enrollment for fiscal year 26? I guess knowing that we must continue serving all currently enrolled children who remain eligible for coverage.
Mhm. We don't have that projection. We don't really project subsidy enrollment.
Okay. And then as we look at the subsidy enrollment, sort of, I guess you can give me that later, sort of what the breakdown of ages of children currently enrolled in subsidies, sort of like how many infant toddlers versus pre-K versus school age, if that's if that's information you could provide. And then my last question with time I have left, how is the agency scenario planning for potential federal threats to federal child care subsidy, CCDF, the Child Care and Development Fund, Early Head Start, and other funding? How is the agency planning for that? And how are you all partnering with early childhood communities to plan and brace for potential cuts to essential funding in that regard?
Mhm. Yeah, that is a question that is applicable, across all of our federal grants. We know that there is this uncertainty. We think that there will be a block grant coming related to many of the title programs and 18 other programs. On the early learning side, while we've seen some rumors, we have not heard anything or seen anything in the president's skinny budget that would suggest changes for this program.
Understood. Okay. Well, thank you for your questions. Again, these were all ask and answer, but OSSE DOT obviously is top of mind for me,
Yes.
the Ward 4 council member. These are the issues that I hear about. And so, as many the improvements we can make, let's make those and stay in conversation. Obviously, pay equity is a program that I've been passionate about and wanting to see funded and the stability be there. And I know Councilmember Doe touched on it, but I do think wellness and teacher retention is something worth continuing to do and not going back to the status quo in that area. And so I look forward to working with you around that and adult education in the future to really deal with those issues. Thank you and your team again.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, second round. What is roughly your OSSE dot budget this year?
So for fiscal year 25, the OSSE dot budget is 130,760,493.
Did you say 130?
I did say 130.
And you're overspending it this year by just about 18 million. That's why you have the revised supplemental.
That's correct.
And you think through these initiatives that you're going to save roughly 15 million? And the reason how I got to 15 is that you're increasing the budget over what was adopted for this year by 2.5 million. So 2.5 from 17.9 is what, roughly 15. So you think you're going to achieve 15 million in savings?
We think that we will save a lot. We might
This is a
not.
budget, and so lots don't count. It's like what you're asking to have budgeted is roughly 133 million.
We've made some big bets. That is very true.
One of the initiatives to save is going to be the new GPS system.
Mhm.
That's what you said.
Yes.
That's not coming online until next summer.
Right. Right. But we will be able to use some components to decrease our, we're hoping that we'll be able to decrease our routes, particularly for the summer, transportation season. And I think that ultimately, through those types of savings, through automating the routing process, that it will contribute, but it's not the only project by far.
No, I wrote down the notes.
Mhm.
Parent stipends, you didn't say this word, track student usage. I wrote down all that. Roughly how many FTEs are you budgeted for in OSSE?
That we have 1,255 FTEs.
And how many are vacant right now?
We have, it's an 11% vacancy rate.
And how many are being cut in next year's budget?
Next year's budget. Do we have a number? Our FTEs for next year are actually increasing. We have 1,277 FTEs for next year.
Well, I have a note that I think in response to Councilmember Henderson, there was discussion about cutting vacant FTEs. Did I mishear?
No, we did cut some FTEs, but we need to hire
Managers.
Managers, yeah.
So you're going to cut some drivers and increase managers.
Yes.
And the result will be a net increase of roughly 22.
Yes. And we're hoping that that will enable us to have better relationships with our drivers and attendants, combined with some of the other projects that we have around HR. We're hoping that that will enable us to increase attendance and then decrease some of our reliance on private routes.
Did you just lose the OSSE director?
Yes, we did.
Why?
He opted to take to leave the agency, but beyond that, I don't know.
How recently?
About a month ago.
I'm going to say in May.
In May, yes.
And so what is the status now? You have an acting director who's going to become permanent, or you're looking to hire?
We are looking to hire.
Now, doesn't that set back some of these improvement plans?
We've moved ahead. The deputy superintendent is filling the role, and we have our foot on the gas.
No pun intended.
No pun intended.
Okay, I didn't mean to make anybody laugh. There was $10 million budgeted for the current year, or there was $10 million budgeted in the capital budget for special education transportation. It's been increased. Excuse me, it's been decreased. Why can't I read this? Capital funding for special education transportation decreased from just over 10 million in FY25 to 3.7 million in the proposed FY26. Why the decrease?
Yeah, please.
Primarily, this is the Fifth Street renovations, and so there is no out-year funding for the Fifth Street renovation.
Which street?
Fifth Street renovation
Fifth.
project. So it was, $7.5 million in FY25, but those funds are going to continue. There's no additional funds needed, so that's why you're seeing what appears to be an overall net reduction. So the 7.5 that we got this year is we will be able to expend those over the next few years, but there's no additional funds needed. And some of that Fifth Street money went to the W Street construction project, as well as we are, engaging in doing renovations at not only Fifth Street, but other terminals, which are in desperate need of some.
So what is going on with W Street? That was, I seem to have walked that site when you guys were looking at it, feels like half a decade ago.
Yes, there were some delays in the project. As largely, as you well know, a DGS project. They ran into some soil contamination and other setbacks. It is our understanding that the date for completion is now spring of 26.
And you intend to fully utilize it as a bus lot?
Absolutely.
I have a note. There's no detail on the $10 million cut from the New York Avenue terminal. What's going on there?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
There's no detail on the $10 million cut from the New York Avenue terminal.
Oh, okay. I apologize. You're talking about the on paper decrease. So a lot of that is as I noted, this is a combination typically of vacancy savings that the mayor has to take, as well as the proposed $3.4 million reduction that the mayor is doing for our cost control options. New York Avenue specifically is where all of the new bus drivers and attendants actually are designated. And so all of the vacancies would start at New York Avenue, and that's why you would see kind of that reduction. So vacancy savings in addition to the $3.4 million reduction.
The $3.4 million reduction is for which year? This year or next year?
For next year.
So how is there a $3.4 million reduction next year and a $2.5 million increase to OSSE's transportation budget?
Yeah, and that's because you'll see that year over year in the NPS side, we're going up by $5.8 million, and that's primarily due to the $7.7 million enhancement that we have on the private routes, as well as the $1 million enhancement that that the mayor is proposing for the parent stipend, as well as the nursing services. So going up by $11.2 million on the NPS side writ large versus the PS reduction. So there is a PS reduction, which those $3.4 million was taken from on the PS side, but overall our year over year increase on the NPS side is going up by about $6 million. And so that's how you get to the grand total of, DOT's budget increasing by $2 million.
The biggest cut OSSE is taking for next year's budget is in federal funding.
Yes.
I haven't looked at this very closely. How much of that, what is the breakdown of that federal funding that's being lost, that you're projecting losing?
We can provide a breakdown by each individual grant on a year over year, but I would just remind council that those are all, federal funding is always projections based off of, what we anticipate getting. Certainly, as we think about the uncertainty that's going forward in this year's up and coming budget cycle at the federal level, some programs have made the decision to think about, hey, we're not quite sure that we're maybe going to get this money, so we wanted to just reduce those things just in case.
Give me a second. How much money is in the budget this year, FY25? I'm talking about the budget we approved, not revised, for DC Futures.
Yeah. So in fiscal year 25, DC Futures received $4.327,900.
You know, there were two parts to my question, and I only got one part.
I'm sorry, what was the second part?
How much is in FY25 and how much is in FY26?
In fiscal year 26, DC Futures was reduced by $2.9 million. So the total in fiscal year 26 is $1,365,000.
Now, what does that mean? Why is there, so there was testimony that suggested that all the current students are going to be no longer funded, subsidized, get the tuition assistance.
Mhm.
But if there's 1.365 million, then somebody's getting, so who's going to be getting tuition?
That's right. As you recall, DC Futures is made up of several different components. One is tuition, another is the coaching, the stipend, and the emergency fund. With this $1.365 million, we will be able to continue services in terms of tuition, but we won't be able to do the other components of the program with the students that are remaining.
So all the students who are remaining will continue to have their tuition funded as fully as it has been. There was some testimony that they get $8,000. I don't know if it varies the amount, but it sounds like that's the maximum.
Right.
Whatever they were getting this year, they will get next year with this 1.365.
Unfortunately, the maximum award would have to drop to $6,000 in order for us to provide tuition funding for all of the students, all the projected students.
So what they won't be getting, they'll be getting less tuition and they will not be getting coaching.
That's correct.
They will not be getting a stipend. And they will not be getting the emergency fund, whatever that was.
With the $1.6 million, those are the reductions that we would have to make, yes.
I can't remember the number of students in the program, and that's not my question. But there's some who are graduating next year and some graduating the following year.
Mhm.
Is the money in the budget only for next year, or does it carry through in the financial plan?
It does not carry through in the financial plan.
Could you give me follow-up with an itemization? How much the tuition is if it was, I'm going to say fully funded, which means that the FY25 amounts?
Yes.
How much is the coaching? How much is the stipend? And how much is the emergency fund?
Yes, we can do that.
And then, I was going to say through the financial plan, but it's basically just FY26. I am over my time. Councilmember Henderson?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on this. You know, Dr. Mitchell, obviously, I know that you used to work on this program quite often when you were running post-secondary. Have you done the calculations? I'm concerned that, like, for some students, at least for those who are meant to be graduating in the next year, they now have to come up with an additional $2,000 in order to finish their degrees. And if they're unable to do so, it's almost as though our original $8,000 investment is now worthless. So how much would it cost for us to ensure that we can maintain the tuition at least for the cohort in year 2 and the cohort that's currently in year 1.
We can certainly work up those cost estimates for you, council member. I will say that the average cost for tuition was $5,500. So while this is a reduction, it might not be as bad as it seems. It's bad.
Yes. But I also would love to hear that you all have done the analysis and that $1,500 or $1,000 is not going to prevent someone from graduating.
Mhm.
Right? Like if there is funding in order to sort of move those pieces around because there are some students who need less amount of money, I think it would be more assuring to those individuals that that's going to happen, as opposed to what, we see this happen every year, especially with some of our private institutions where we've got kids who are fundraising so they can walk, setting up GoFundMe pages so that they can finish. And like,
Right.
you don't want the original investment to be in vain. And so, the coaching is a thing, the stipend is a thing, the emergency funding, all of these are really excellent supportive tools that we have put in place. And frankly, you and I have talked about the emergency funding piece. I wish we could do that for all of our college students because there are always things that pop up. But the tuition to be able to just even enroll in courses, I think that's super important. I want to ask a couple of questions about the Advanced Technical Center. You have funding in the capital budget for the next location. My understanding is that there's 7 million proposed for FY26 and 19.7 million allotted altogether. Where are you all with that capital project?
Mhm. So the work for the Ward 8 ATC is happening, and our students will be on the St. Elizabeth East campus next year. So we'll be opening the ATC, not in its permanent home, but in a location very close to the permanent home.
Okay.
The work in Ward 5 is beginning. That work is set to be completed. Is it? Yeah, ask. Is Kylan here? Yes. Kylan,
Yeah,
would you
phone
come
a
up?
friend. You don't got to do it alone. Phone a friend. That's okay. He getting paid too.
Yes, Sarah. Yeah. And Kylan?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Kylan has been leading our Advanced Technical Center work, and he can speak about where we are in terms of the construction.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Henderson. So we have been working with DGS on the Ward 5 ATC build-out. So that's the first floor. We're going to be adding about 10,000 square feet of additional classroom space and then 10,000 square feet of medical providers with Children's and MedStar in current negotiations. We have just recently, just in the last month, awarded the contract. And when I say we, I mean royal we. That was DGS awarded the contract for the design firm and the build design firm. So we have begun the design meetings now, and we will be on track to open the new additional classroom space for school year 26-27. I always have to check my school years, 26-27. And then the additional medical space is on track to be opened by the end of calendar year 2026.
Okay, that sounds good. In terms of the temporary Ward 8 location, does this budget provide you with the operating funds to be able to appropriately staff that location?
It does.
Okay, good. I want to ask a backup question, not a backup question, but I'm not sure if this is related to a reorg that you all did or something else, but in the data assessments and research division, there was a line that has data management zeroed out. And that seems strange to me because y'all are the state education agency. So you're keeping all the data and somebody's doing something with it. Is this a reflection of this money has moved to someplace else?
Yes, absolutely. So the data management team used to be actually a long time ago inside of DAR, but is now contained within what is known as CIO, except for CIO doesn't yet exist in the DIF's budget. It's in the agency management program. So yes, these are the types of changes that we are trying to make. And this is why we will give you the wonderful crosswalk that helps you.
Can I also get an org chart? An org
Yes,
chart,
ma'am.
a crosswalk.
Yes, ma'am.
Want to understand some of these things. Okay. I want to ask an enrollment related question, Dr. Mitchell. I think, well, today's Wednesday. I can't remember when it was. I think it might have been last week. It could have been earlier this week, but it probably was last week. We did the hearing with PCSB. I think the chairman could correct me if I'm wrong or not. The question I have here, though, is in the last couple of weeks, we've had several charter schools who have decided to relinquish their charter, which that happened, of course, after you all have done sort of the initial enrollment projections for which the UPSFF allotments were based off of and some other things. Walk me through what the revision will look like to ensure that that funding makes it to other schools where those students land.
Yeah, please.
Thank you for the question. So the way that the UPSF works is such that in the original projections, we will zero out those particular schools who have chosen to relinquish their charter. So they won't receive the first initial payment in July. However, you are correct insofar as the first initial UPSF payment that occurs in July is based off of the enrollment projections. However, all of the the subsequent, the second, third, and final fourth quarter payment are based off of the enrollment actuals. So when we conduct the enrollment audit in October, then we will adjust where those students are at currently based on, if they went to a charter, we will adjust those payments upwards to account for all of the students of mobility from those schools that relinquished their charter at the time. So it won't be reflected in the first payment. We won't have money going to those two individual charters who did close, but in subsequent 2, 3, and 4, as the enrollment changes, we will make those adjustments. And that's how we do the 4-quarter payments.
Okay. I want to just ask really quickly, in terms of health and wellness, I'm seeing a 3.3 million decrease in healthy school and wellness programs. You want to say a little bit more about that?
That typically, I want to make sure and maybe have to follow up on that. But if there is a decrease on that side, there shouldn't be any local. As you know, there's some federal. So if you're seeing a reduction on that line, it's most likely federal, but we can follow up specifically on that line.
Okay. Well, then overall, this is my question, Dr. Mitchell, right? Like there's a lot of movement and uncertainty and all the things that are kind of happening on the federal level.
Yes.
But what it seems very clear is that the Department of Education in its current construct, their theory of action or their theory of is that states should be having way more control here and that they're going to essentially take the funding and push it out to the states and then basically say to you guys, hope for the best. Do you feel like the current structure of OSSE as the state education agency is equipped to handle some of these new functions that you all will now be required to do, as opposed to leaning on, the department for?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. There certainly is a ton of uncertainty around what will happen with the federal budget. I think that we will rise to the occasion, whatever happens. It is likely that I think two things that are likely. One, it is likely that we will receive a block grant, and it is also likely that the funding that we receive will be less than what we received in the past. And so we'll have to make some decisions about what gets funded in that block grant structure. In addition to that, we'll have to assume some of the responsibilities once held by the department, particularly around monitoring, assessment, and things of that nature.
Yeah.
And so it is likely that we will have to reassess scopes of work for the individuals that are in the agency. It is also likely that we might take some real hits if the programs that, I mean, we have folks on federal grants. And so there'll be a lot of movement within the agency to ensure that the current work that we're doing, as well as the new work that will inevitably come to us as a result of administering this block grant.
Okay. I'm over my time. I will just say that I had hoped for this budget to be one. I knew it would be difficult, but I would hope that we'd have made some choices around continuity to ensure that previous investments are not in vain. It was very disappointing that we didn't even leave some money in for the experiential learning and field trips, knowing that they actually spent the money and they spent it well and they squeezed a lot out of it. And a lot of kids got help in terms of, a lot of teachers got help rather in terms of their ability to fund these opportunities for their young people. And it's kind of curious that some things got a little bit left and then some people and some programs got zeroed out altogether. I know earlier the chairman was talking about the early literacy grants versus high impact tutoring. And, Dr. Mitchell, you remember this, like I was a council staffer. When I was committee director, we started that early literacy grant. It was the original version of high impact tutoring. So the idea that that could go away, but high impact tutoring stays because there's a $200 savings per student, as opposed to looking at the quality of work of the organizations who are doing it. Is a little disappointing, but I look forward to the follow-up information and continuing to work with you guys over the next few weeks. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, council member. And I think the difference though between the two programs is a $1,000 difference. But I hear what you're saying and I look forward to working with you.
Oh, I heard you say that one cost per student was $2,000 and then the HIT grant was $1,800.
No, $850 to $1,000.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. On the DC Futures program, you made a reference to that the average tuition was $5,500, and it made me wonder, is the cost of the program, does it differ by institution?
Yes, because the institutions have different costs for their courses.
So, and I guess I'm going to assume that UDC probably is the lowest cost for this.
That's correct.
As we think about the future of this program, because I mean, hearing the testimony today, and it's so compelling. You hear the stories of people, and I mean, it really, Councilmember Henderson, second everything she said about experiential learning and about the early literacy. These are folks who could be on public benefits. It could cost us an enormous amount of money over time. It really feels penny wise, pound foolish over time to not be funding this. But to the extent that we put more weight on UDC, maybe that becomes a more cost-effective way to do this. I'd also note, when I heard all the talk about the coaching, UDC has its Student Success Center that it's standing up, which probably would do some of that function. So I would encourage all of us to be thinking about over time, how do we use this program to strengthen UDC? And I don't know whether you're already doing that. Are you thinking about that as a way of getting more out of the dollar and strengthening UDC?
Well, we certainly believe very much in UDC as the only public institution in the city. And we work closely with UDC. We've even made introductions between the coaching organizations that are part of DC Futures and UDC to see, what synergy might exist there. So yes, we do think that the lower cost at UDC could be a way to promote the program more and enable more students to move through it.
Okay, and in a similar vein, for dual enrollment, it looks to me like UDC gets about a little over a quarter of the payments, but is it also the case that the cost of dual enrollment at UDC is lower than at other places?
Yes, it is.
And so, and I'd really like to see dual enrollment expanded as much as possible. I look at it, and I don't want to be a hater about Montgomery County, but I see a big ticket number for Montgomery Community College, and I do wonder, like, should we, or do you explore trying to get UDC to offer the courses that are offered in other places that might cost more, again, accomplishing two goals, bringing down our cost and enabling us to serve more kids and strengthening UDC?
I think that it would be a difficult sell for a university to add courses because of dual enrollment. I do think that we can work better with UDC in terms of making the course offerings that are there better known within the schools and sharing the positive experiences that students have at UDC so that more students can select UDC.
Okay, well, however it is that we do it, I think that I'm all about achieving the two goals at the same time. I don't want to go down this path, but the president's budget zeroed out DC tag, and that may not happen. I hope that does not happen. If it does happen, that has ramifications about our landscape in lots of different ways. I'm going to touch on the enrollment thing and about the two charters that are giving up their charters. I mean, I'm really troubled, honestly, to hear the response, because that means additional dollars will go to other charter schools, but there's no way that additional dollars will go to DCPS. And it's a certainty that some number, maybe even the largest number of those kids who are enrolled in that charter school are going to end up in their neighborhood school. So what can we do to brace DCPS for the arrival of these kids? It will work itself out on the charter side, but it will not work itself out on the DCPS side. What can and should we do?
It's my understanding that there is funding for DCPS when it receives students, but I'm going to defer to the Assistant Soup to answer that question.
So we only handle the UPSF payments on the charter side. You are correct, Councilperson, that if there is a large influx of students going to DCPS, because we don't have like multiple count days or whatnot, like they would have to absorb at least some portions of those costs for the new students. But we can certainly, defer to Dr. Mitchell, like as an agency, be thinking about what are the opportunities for, should an event like this happen again, is there some opportunities for DCPS?
I think at a minimum, we should look at what was the experience at Eagle? Who went where? Because the DCPS doesn't get money for kids who arrive in the middle of the year, certainly not in the middle of the year. There is something that is built in to address that issue, but it didn't anticipate this.
Okay.
And this goes to the mobility question. You said your impression was mobility was leveling off. When we spoke at one point, I asked you if you had mid-year data that had an indication, because frankly, mid-year mobility has skyrocketed. And I'm really grateful to your team for providing the information. It's all on your website, but it has been very, very high. It's not gone down. But do you have an indication that this year it's gone down?
I think that my comment had to do with the overall average, so that mobility can be happening, but when you look overall to see the number of students that are moving, that it levels out. I also know that in looking at our data, many of the students that are a part of those numbers are students that come to the city from outside. So it's not like it's a movement between DCPS and the charters. It was something like 70%.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different dynamics, but the overall effect is that that the charters lose a lot of kids in the middle of the year, and DCPS gains a lot of kids. Now, it's not all one-to-one, but it's not gone down. It's gone up. So, and you guys have the data, so I hope you will focus on it. On one of the things that that we focused on is support for the lowest performing schools. And I wonder if you can speak to, I don't see funding in your budget to support that, but you know, it's been a priority. Where are we on that project?
So, as you know, we've adopted a framework for the lowest performing schools, and we've designated 11 schools that are the lowest performing 5%. We have hired an expert in school improvement. She is working at OSSE now, leading a cross-divisional team to help the schools. The schools have created a needs assessment under her leadership. They have also created school improvement plans. She, along with the cross-divisional team, has reviewed all of the school improvement plans that have been written by our lowest performing schools. And we are in the process of working back and forth with DCPS, the Public Charter School Board, and those schools to perfect those plans. The schools will receive a grant of $167,000 starting next year to begin implementation of those plans. And so while there is not funding in the 26 budget, we are making the best of the resources that we have and moving forward with the work.
So they'll get that money in August of 25, or they'll get that money in August of 26?
In August of 25.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to go over not as long as my colleagues, but a minute or so. So on the literacy programs, I guess the way I interpret it is we're no longer doing the in-person trainings through the grants, and we've moved to computer modules that folks can use for their science of reading trainings. Is that right?
So we certainly do have a state-of-the-art course on our learning management system for the science of reading. But it's important to understand that a PD alone is not going to move a teacher the way a teacher operates in the classroom. And so we have the science of reading course, but we also have additional supports that are available for teachers, including the walkthrough tool, including coaching that we will bring on board very soon, and a community of practice. So those are things that will move teacher practice in ways that we want to see happen.
And then a different piece of this project is curricula and making sure that curricula align with the science of reading. And to what extent are you able to require charter LEAs to develop such curricula? And my understanding is the DCPS curriculum is may not have hit all of the bases on this. So where are we in that in terms of getting all of the LEAs to have appropriate curricula?
Yes, so the council mandated that the schools adopt a curriculum that is in alignment with the science of reading. We have requested information from all of the LEAs regarding what curricula they are, which curricula they are using. So we have that information. We are working with we have a tool that enables both the LEAs and us to review the curricula to see whether or not there's alignment with the science of reading. And we are working with those LEAs that have submitted their curricula, but it may not quite align. So we are in the process of implementing the mandate from the council.
Yeah, I mean, it's a part of the challenge because again, I was looking for accountability and there isn't. And you know, for high income kids, it's not an issue, but for low income kids whose performance has lagged the most,
yes,
it's critical. So I don't know whether there needs to be teeth here. The Mississippi Miracle is, you know, a message to everybody.
Sure.
Sure.
I will say that there is transparency in that we've got on our website information about the LEAs and the curricula. And in addition to that, we are deeply involved with the LEAs around providing technical assistance. And so it's not like, you know, they said they have the curricula, they don't have the curricula, and we walk away. We are engaging with them in a real way.
Wonderful. So the last thing is testing. You guys do all of the testing and you're the repository of all the data. The thing that I've heard forever is you have snapshots of data of how an LEA or school is performing, but that same data may be able to be used to track individual student performance and growth and be able to be used to guide teaching as opposed to just evaluation. To what extent are you exploring trying to use the data that we have or gathering different data so that it is as much a support for teaching as an evaluative tool?
Yes, the assessment that we have that we currently have is a summative assessment. And as you know, it takes time for us to get the results back to the LEAs. This is a conversation that we are engaging deeply in at the agency. And perhaps you'll hear something in the coming months. But we understand that assessment should be a window into what students know and a guide for teachers. And right now, our assessment is not quite fulfilling that role.
So I'm really glad to hear that you're thinking about that. This is a big philosophical question and that's gone on for a while, and I'm glad to hear that you're thinking about it, and I've gone significantly over, so I will call it a night. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you to our witnesses. Let's work together to serve our kids.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will try to be as efficient as possible. I do want to thank you, Superintendent, for your testimony. I wanted to come to the child care subsidy first. I know that there is part of the back and forth that I may have missed, so my apologies in advance if I'm asking a question that may have already been addressed. Your testimony states that the current enrollment in the child care subsidy program is roughly 6,700. There has been discrepancy around the number in earlier months. There has been word that it's been higher. So we've heard from the mayor, actually, it was higher in past months. So it's 6,700 the amount that we should go with, or is that an estimate?
So the reason that there are differences in the number is that the number actually varies month by month, depending upon enrollment. And so